Chapter 1. The Ruined Temple on the Desolate Mountain. Chen Yang, come quickly. Come to your aunt. In the dilapidated temple on the back mountain of Taohua Village, a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s beckoned to a tall, slender young man. This woman, named Li Mei, possessed exquisite features, delicate skin, and a curvaceous figure. She wore a sheer, short red dress that revealed her alabaster-long legs, igniting a curiosity to explore the scenery beneath her garment. Li Mei was renowned as the most beautiful widow in the surrounding area. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be captivated. Yet at that very moment, the young man across from her stood there with a vacant expression, utterly unmoved. Seeing Chen Yang in such a dazed state, Li Mei could not help but sigh. Once, he had been remarkably intelligent, gaining admission to the country's most prestigious university and dating a wealthy girlfriend, with a promising future ahead. However, fate took a cruel turn, and he was suddenly reduced to a fool, sent back home. His father, seeking justice, remained imprisoned, while his mother, devastated by these events, fell gravely ill, and even after exhausting their fortune, she could not be cured. The once harmonious family was now shattered. Now he found himself targeted by the village bully, Zhao Laosen. Truly, misfortune tends to favor the wretched. Chen Yang, I'm deeply sorry I am powerless in this situation, Li Mei lamented, guilt weighing heavily on her heart. Zhao Laosen had threatened her with her daughter, leaving her no choice but to comply with his demands. She shed her dress and pulled Chen Yang close, stripping him bare. Upon seeing his body, Li Mei's mouth fell open in astonishment. She had not expected Chen Yang to be so remarkable. Yet, she dared not linger on the sight and cried out, "Help! Is anyone there?" As her voice faded, a burly man burst in, raising his phone to capture the moment. Li Mei feigned resistance, and Zhao Laosen quickly snapped the photos, laughing heartily. Old heir is clever indeed to devise such a scheme. Flipping through the pictures, he declared, "From now on, your family's land belongs to me. You shall tend my cattle and sheep henceforth." Chen Yang sat there, still in a daze, oblivious to the unfolding events, with a casual slap. Zhao Laosan interrupted his stupor. "Did you hear that, fool?" Chen Yang paused, then stood to face Zhao Laosan, tilting his head as if pondering something. Seeing his foolish demeanor, Zhao Laosan burst into laughter. "Huh, look at his silly face." Suddenly, with a light yet firm slap, Chen Yang struck Zhao Laosan back. The laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by disbelief as Zhao Laosan stared at Chen Yang. Feeling a bit shy under Zhao Laosan's gaze, Chen Yang stammered, My sister said that if someone hits me, I must hit them back. Curse your sister." Furious, Zhao Laosan lunged forward, unleashing a powerful slap. He had never anticipated that this fool would dare to retaliate. A bright red handprint blossomed across Chen Yang's face, and just as he prepared to strike back, Zhao Laosan delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground, followed by a relentless flurry of punches and kicks. Do not strike him any longer, he is merely a fool. What is there to argue with him about? Li Mei, feeling a pang of compassion, hurried to pull Zhao Laosan away. However, Zhao Laosan paid no heed and delivered a vicious kick to Chen Yang's head, rendering him unconscious. Seeing the dire situation, Li Mei quickly knelt beside Chen Yang, exclaiming, "Stop! Stop! If you continue, you will kill him." Only when Zhao Laosan noticed that Chen Yang lay still, bleeding from his head, did he cease his assault. "You wretched woman, you cannot possibly have developed feelings for this lad, can you?" Li Mei hurriedly shook her head. No, I merely pity him." Zhao Laosan scoffed, "Hurry and come with me." With that, he exited the dilapidated temple. Li Mei, donning her clothing and casting a glance at the unconscious Chen Yang, followed suit. In the blink of an eye, the temple fell into silence, save for the weathered Buddha statue, glaring with fierce eyes as if to lament the injustices of this world. Time passed unmeasured until a disheveled, crimson-faced beauty hurriedly entered. Her demeanor seemed off, and upon spotting Chen Yang lying on the ground, her breath quickened. Unable to restrain herself, she took several steps forward, but then, as if recalling something, she struggled internally and retreated. Yet, gazing at the strikingly handsome and tall young man before her, she could not suppress her yearning and, with a determined bite of her lip, lunged forward. In a daze, Chen Yang felt as though he were ensconced in a fantastical dream. Within this reverie, He and a captivating maiden entwined in a passionate embrace, again and again. Suddenly, he jolted awake, realizing this was no mere fantasy. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find himself cradling a completely unclothed beauty. This woman was breathtakingly exquisite, her features seemingly sculpted to perfection, her skin as smooth as jade, her figure graceful and alluring, exuding an ethereal quality as if she had descended from the heavens. Chen Yang stood utterly mesmerized, doubting whether he was still dreaming, for how could such a ravishing beauty exist in reality? However, in the next moment, the lady slowly opened her eyes, initially taken aback. She then erupted into a piercing scream, sitting up abruptly. Frantically surveying the two of them, she realized they were both entirely unclothed, and in her panic, she hastily gathered the garments from the ground and threw them on. Chen Yang rubbed his temples, bewildered by the events that had transpired, wondering if he had forced himself upon her. I am sorry, I will take responsibility. Upon hearing this, the woman became incensed. Sorry? Does that even matter? She regarded Chen Yang with a scornful expression, her eyes brimming with disdain. You will take responsibility? What can you offer? You are nothing but a rural peasant, are you not? What responsibility can you possibly bear? Left speechless by her retort, Chen Yang realized he indeed bore no responsibility. The woman rose, towering over him as she declared, "Forget what occurred today. If you dare speak of it, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, she turned to leave, but stumbled with her first step, nearly falling to the ground. Feeling the pain within, she could not help but cast a glance at Chen Yang before, gritting her teeth and departing. Chen Yang was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the events that had transpired. It seemed he had not forcibly taken advantage of her, otherwise she would not have so readily let him be. But what had truly occurred? Rubbing his temples, he felt a fog enveloping his mind, as if he had forgotten a multitude of crucial details. In frustration, he struck his own head, striving to recall the past. Suddenly, a torrent of memories surged forth, vivid and overwhelming. Remembered everything. Chapter 2. The Continuation of Lineage. During his first year of graduate study, he inadvertently discovered that his mentor, Yang Jian, was conducting human experiments on student A.S. His close friend, Peng Yi, was among the subjects. Chen Yang resolved to report the misconduct to avert any unforeseen consequences. He confided in his girlfriend, Liao Yingying, and entrusted her with the recording of evidence. Little did he expect that upon leaving the university, Liao Yingying would betray him, leading to Yang Jian's henchmen capturing him and imprisoning him in a laboratory. During his captivity, Yang Jian had implanted something within him. Upon recalling this, Chen Yang glanced down and indeed found a scar upon his chest. Rage surged within him. How could Yang Jian, a supposed educator, commit such heinous acts? Continuing to reflect, he remembered being confined for a long period, and with Peng Ye's assistance, he finally found an opportunity to escape. However, he had barely fled when he was discovered, hastily seeking refuge in a room filled with artifacts. He attempted to leverage these relics to intimidate Yang Jian, yet the man was unfazed, sending others to capture him instead. After shattering a piece of jade, a deluge of obscure and complex knowledge flooded his mind: mystical arts, medical skills, geomancy, and divination. Chen Yang, however, was not in the mood to delve into these esoteric teachings. He pressed on to recall the subsequent events. Upon breaking the jade, he fell unconscious, his last sight being a fleeting white figure before darkness enveloped him. When he awoke, he found himself reduced to a fool, returned to his village. Frustration coursed through Chen Yang as he shook his head, desperate to understand what had transpired in that interim. Despite his efforts to recollect, nothing came to light. His agitation mounted. What had Yang Jian done to him? Had he rendered him senseless out of fear of being reported? Yet, why not continue to imprison him? Why not simply end his life? Why, then, had he shown the mercy of returning him to the village? The enigma of it all gnawed at him. In exasperation, he shouted, opting to cease his futile pondering. Regardless of the circumstances, Yang Jian was now his sworn enemy. And Liao Yingying, had it not been for her treachery, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Yang Jian, Liao Yingying, you two wretches, I shall avenge myself upon you. Chen Yang seethed, filled with unquenchable fury. His mother perished due to him, and his father remains missing to this day. Over the past year, he has endured countless hardships and suffered immeasurable torment. All of this is the doing of those two vile individuals. I, Chen Yang, vow to ensure that both of you meet a most miserable end, doomed to eternal suffering. After a prolonged moment, Chen Yang gradually regained his composure. One of these individuals holds a lofty position, wielding immense power, while the other possesses a fortune in the billions, dominating the Jiangnan region. As an ordinary citizen, the prospect of seeking vengeance seems utterly fantastical. However, he has undoubtedly acquired something extraordinary from that piece of jade. After all, during his time studying under Yang Jian, he focused on the research of such artifacts. He is aware that these jade pieces were unearthed from ancient tombs dating back thousands of years, treasures that Yang Jian highly valued, yet had not deciphered their secrets. Unexpectedly, by sheer chance, he stumbled upon one of those secrets. Could this be considered a case of those who commit unjust acts eventually facing their own demise? Perhaps the heavens, weary of such malevolence, have chosen him to rectify the situation. Once he attains mastery in his cultivation, would avenging his grievances not be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chen Yang could not suppress a hearty laugh. Yet, after only a few chuckles, he abruptly ceased. In this past year of feigned foolishness, he had been subjected to the gaze of strangers more than once surely. These individuals were sent by Yang Jian to keep watch over him. Although Chen Yang was oblivious to Yang Jian's reasons for allowing his return, it was evident that there was a purpose behind his apparent folly. Who would suspect that a fool could divulge secrets? Thus, until he possessed the power for revenge, he must not reveal his true intelligence, otherwise it might invite peril upon himself and potentially endanger his loved ones. At that moment, Chen Yang suddenly heard someone calling his name. It must be my sister coming to find me, he thought. Tian was not his biological sister as a child. She had been saved from drowning by his father, and thus she became his god-sister. Shortly after his return to the village, following the death of his mother and the disappearance of his father, he found himself utterly alone, barely able to find enough to eat. Upon learning of his plight, Tian promptly resigned from her job to care for him. Chen Yang held deep gratitude towards Tian after his calamity. She was the only one who treated him with such kindness. Lost in thought, he was startled when Tian entered, her eyes widening upon seeing him sitting there, completely unclothed. Yang, what happened to you? Why are you not wearing any clothes? Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words, for he needed to maintain his pretense of foolishness should others discover his ruse. Not only would he be in danger, but it could also jeopardize his family and friends. Tian, accustomed to his silence, hurriedly picked up nearby clothing to dress him, chattering as she did so. From now on, you must never take off your clothes again, do you hear me? Oh no, how did your head get injured? With concern etched on her face, Tian anxiously examined his wound. Mimicking his previous demeanor, Chen Yang replied, Zhao Laosan. Zhao Laosan hit me. Upon hearing this, Tian's anger flared. That despicable Zhao Laosan, how shameless. Father once brought him along in business, and now he dares to bully you. Yet, aside from her indignation, she had no further solutions and could only admonish him. Next time, keep your distance from him. Do you understand? Chen Yang nodded, yet within his heart, he pondered that there would be no next time he would never again allow others to bully him. After Tian helped Chen Yang put on his clothes, she took him home. However, upon seeing his disheveled appearance, she fetched a bucket of water. Yang, quickly take off your clothes and have a bath, she urged. Chen Yang hesitated. Although he had often bathed like this in the past during his knave days, he was no longer the same. Standing before Tian, completely unclothed, was simply beyond his capacity. Yet, Tian paid no heed to his reluctance, swiftly removing his garments with ease. As he observed Tian bustling before him, an involuntary reaction stirred within him. At 26 years of age, she was in the prime of her beauty. While her looks may not have surpassed those of the woman from his past, she was undeniably one of the most attractive in the village. What was most captivating was her splendid figure, curvaceous in all the right places, complemented by her sun-kissed skin, exuding an innate wild beauty. Tian soon noticed Chen Yang's unusual response and cast him a curious glance. Such a reaction had never occurred during their previous bathing sessions. Could it be that Yang's health has improved? The thought ignited a wave of excitement within her. She had long desired to ensure the continuation of the Chen family lineage, but Chen Yang's previous indifference had delayed her intentions until now. With his health restored, the prospect of legacy seemed within reach. With this realization, she hastily washed Chen Yang's body, quickly wiping him down before closing the door and leading him into the bedroom. Chapter 3. An eye for an eye. Chen Yang was truly taken aback. Observing Tian's demeanor, it seemed she intended to do something to him. He understood her implication, that she did not wish for his family line to come to an end and was prepared to leave a legacy for his family. However, he had always regarded Tian as a sister. How could he possibly? In an instant, Tian pushed Chen Yang onto the bed. Just as he pondered how to refuse, a loud thud resonated, as if someone had forcefully kicked open the courtyard gate. Tian was immediately startled and rushed outside to investigate. Chen Yang's expression darkened. If he was not mistaken, it could only be Zhao Lao-san. Stepping outside, he confirmed his suspicion. Zhao Lao-san, accompanied by Widow Li, stormed in, furiously shouting, Tian, your fool dares to bully my sister-in-law. Li Mei immediately began to wail. This morning, after gathering herbs on the mountain, I stopped to rest in the dilapidated temple. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang came in and pushed me to the ground, attempting to assault me. Upon hearing this, Tian was momentarily stunned. It was impossible, absolutely inconceivable. How could Yang ever commit such an act? Zhao Lao-san was about to retrieve his phone when suddenly, he noticed a figure charging towards him. Before he could react, it felt as though he had been struck by a vehicle, and he was sent flying backward. He landed hard on the ground, crying out in agony. Everyone present was astonished. They had not anticipated that Chen Yang would suddenly take action and send Zhao Lao-san flying. Chen Yang had no intention of engaging in a drawn-out confrontation. He opted for the most straightforward and forceful approach. He would deal with Zhao Lao-san first. Over the past year since his mental decline, the Zhao family had bullied him relentlessly, and Zhao Lao-san, in particular, sought to seize his family's land. Clearly asking for trouble, Chen Yang picked up the phone that had fallen to the ground and hurled it violently at Zhao Lao-san. Zhao Lao-san quickly tilted his head to evade it, but the phone smashed into pieces upon hitting the ground. Stunned, Zhao Lao-san realized that the most crucial evidence was now irretrievably lost. Struggling to rise, he furiously shouted, "You big fool! How dare you strike me? And you smash my phone! It seems you have a death wish. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and help me." As Zhao Lao-san's words fell, two men behind him charged at Chen Yang. Tian, witnessing this, frantically yelled, Yang, run. Yet, Chen Yang stood frozen, appearing as if he had been struck dumb. Others watching the scene began to believe Chen Yang was doomed. What hope did he have against Zhao Lao-san? To everyone's astonishment, Chen Yang raised his fists and struck out, knocking both men to the ground with just a few blows. Silence enveloped the scene, profound and unyielding. No one could have anticipated such a shocking turn of events. Chen Yang feigned an expression of fury and charged at Zhao Lao-san, shouting, "I will destroy you. I will end you." As the saying goes, the bold fear the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. Chen Yang, embodying both recklessness and a disregard for his own safety, combined with his towering stature, instilled fear in Zhao Lao-san. He struggled to flee, but his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Chen Yang unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Reminiscent of the treatment he had received from Zhao Lao-san in the dilapidated temple, it was indeed an act of poetic justice. Stop hitting me. Help, help. Zhao Lao-san cried out in agony, yet the onlookers dared not intervene, recognizing that this fool had clearly lost his mind. What if he turned his wrath upon them as well? Only Tian, fearing that Chen Yang might inadvertently cause serious harm, urgently implored, "Stop. Please, Yang. Cease your assault." As she embraced Chen Yang, he finally relented. The others hastily dragged Zhao Lao-san away, anxious to avoid further chaos. Once a safe distance was established, Zhao Lao-san, emboldened, threatened, "You big fool, this isn't over. I will surely kill you." Upon witnessing his audacity to threaten him, Chen Yang prepared to charge at him once more, but Tian swiftly held him back, saying, "Enough, Yang, be obedient." The spectators, observing this scene, also urged, Yang, listen to your sister." Only then did Chen Yang cease his aggression, while Zhao Lao San and his companions hurriedly retreated, leaving behind a scene of disarray. Nearby neighbors inquired, Tian, what transpired? Why did Zhao Lao San come here? It was revealed that Zhao Lao San had previously arrived with Widow Li, alleging that Yin-Yang intended to assault her. How could that be? They murmured. Although Yin-Yang is simple-minded, he is never one to cause trouble. The neighbors were rife with disbelief, unable to fathom such an occurrence. Tian explained, Zhao Lao San requested that parcel of land from me, and when I refused, he contrived this incident to falsely accuse Yin-Yang, all to fulfill his own agenda. This Zhao Lao San is utterly despicable, harassing even our entire village. Indeed, he once accompanied Jian Gua in business ventures, they lamented. Alas, in these times, virtuous individuals seldom receive just rewards. It was clear that Zhao Lao San would not let this matter rest. You should consider hiding, they advised. Yes, such a man is not to be trifled with. Tian sighed bitterly. Hide? Where would we go? One may escape from the monk, but not from the temple. Fleeting moments of safety do not guarantee enduring peace. Besides, the vegetables I have cultivated on the mountain are nearing harvest. If I leave, it would only benefit Zhao Lao San. These vegetables represent my hopes. Resolutely, Tian shook her head, declaring, I shall not flee. I intend to see what Zhao Lao San intends to do to us. I refuse to believe that there is no law in this world. The gathering fell silent, for Zhao Lao San's elder brother, Zhao Laoda, was a well-known figure in the county, with strong connections to the local police station. It was evident that they would side with Zhao Lao San. Be cautious, they advised. Unable to offer further encouragement, sighing as they departed, each contemplating the impending troubles for the Chen family, that parcel of land was surely beyond their protection. Although Tian spoke bravely, a flicker of fear lingered within her. After all, Zhao Lao San was notorious for his nefarious deeds, and she doubted her ability to contend with him. Should she perhaps send Yin-Yang away? Observing the worry etched on Tian's face, Chen Yang yearned to disclose the truth of his intelligence to her. Yet, considering the lurking dangers, he ultimately chose silence. However, one must remain vigilant against individuals like Zhao Lao San, who are prone to employing unscrupulous tactics. While one may guard against threats by day and night, it is often the treachery from within that proves most formidable. The collective vigilance of an entire village is nearly insurmountable. It may be wiser to take the initiative and decisively eliminate this menace. Chen Yang, recalling the knowledge stored in his mind, suddenly conceived a plan to select a formidable technique to cultivate, in hopes of directly dealing with Zhao Lao San. Just then, however, Tian closed the door. Having made a resolute decision to send Chen Yang away first, she resolved to remain at home, vowing that the crops must not be destroyed. Yet, before doing so, she felt compelled to ensure the continuation of the Chen family lineage, refusing to stand by idly as the family's roots faced extinction. Chapter 4. The harmonization of Yin and Yang. Tian made her decision, closing the door behind her as she retreated to the inner room. Before she even stepped inside, the 2 buttons on her collar had already come undone, and her heart began to race with an erratic rhythm. The thought of what was to unfold with Chen Yang flushed her cheeks a deep crimson. However, upon entering the room, she found Chen Yang sitting cross-legged on the floor, his hands resting on his abdomen, seemingly in a meditative state. Yang, you. Tian was momentarily taken aback, only then noticing that Chen Yang's complexion was fervently red, as if he were burning with fever. Concerned, she reached out to touch his forehead. The shock of the warmth caused Tian to plop down on the ground, her fingers lingering with the lingering heat. Yang, what is wrong with you? Panic-stricken, she hesitated to touch him again, tears brimming in her eyes. Fortunately, at that moment, Chen Yang exhaled deeply, and his flushed face gradually returned to normalcy. After a few moments, when she touched him again, he was no longer hot. Yet, despite her urgent calls, he remained unresponsive, sitting there with his eyes tightly shut, oblivious to the world around him. In truth, Chen Yang had entered a peculiar state, completely detached from his surroundings, wholly immersed in a method of cultivation. He had chosen a technique known as the harmonization of Yin and Yang, initially only to experiment, but to his astonishment, a strange energy had spontaneously emerged from his dantian, awakening this extraordinary practice. The harmonization of Yin and Yang is a dual cultivation technique. If practiced with a woman, it can significantly enhance the speed of cultivation. Of course, even without a partner, one could still harness the energies of the cosmos and utilize medicinal elixirs to aid in their advancement. For ordinary individuals with frail physiques, The prospect of cultivation is nearly impossible. They must first temper their bodies and reach a certain threshold before they can open their dantian and begin to absorb the energies of the universe, thus taking the first step on their path to enlightenment. According to the records within the technique, mere mortals might spend their entire lives struggling to even enter the threshold. Yet, as he followed the method's guidance in preparation for his practice, he was astonished to discover that his dantian had already been opened, and he was enveloped in a haze of spiritual energy. What is happening? Chen Yang was bewildered. This was indeed his first attempt at the harmonization of Yin and Yang. Where had this energy come from? Could it be linked to the woman he encountered in the dilapidated temple? Had he absorbed her primordial essence? If so, it would be advantageous to find a co-cultivator, truly a win-win situation. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a smile crept upon his lips. He guided the energy within his dantian to begin his cultivation, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally opened his eyes. The first layer of qi refinement. To achieve this on his very first attempt was nothing short of miraculous for a cultivator. Could it be that he was indeed the fabled chosen one? At this realization, Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. The already slumbering Tian, upon hearing him, groggily murmured, "Stop being silly and get some sleep." As Chen Yang turned to look, he finally noticed her sleeping beside him on the ground. Despite her scant attire, her alluring curves were undeniably evident. Chen Yang cast a fleeting glance before quietly rising and stepping out. It was already late at night, and the world lay enveloped in silence. Although the moonlight was absent, it did not hinder Chen Yang's vision, a boon granted by his ascension to the qi refinement realm. He felt an explosive energy coursing through him, yearning for an outlet. His gaze wandered until it settled on the stone mill nestled in the corner. This implement, once used for grinding rice, had been rendered obsolete over a decade ago. Chen Yang recalled how arduous it had been for his father to enlist several villagers to move the mill, a task that required considerable strength. It weighed no less than 300 to 400 pounds. Approaching it, he took a deep breath, extending his hands to grasp the base of the stone mill. With all his might, Chen Yang lifted the stone mill off the ground. However, he could only maintain the effort for a few seconds before hastily setting it down. Nevertheless, this feat exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary person. Even an Olympic weightlifting champion would struggle to match such strength. With a raised arm, he threw a punch into the air, producing a whooshing sound. He then struck the stone mill, and with a resounding thud, it sent a flurry of fine stone debris scattering, leaving a faint imprint of his fist upon its surface. Laughter erupted from Chen Yang as excitement coursed through him, vowing retribution against those who had wronged him. Having only just entered the first layer of qi refinement, this level of power was astonishing. What would it be like if he reached higher realms? Vengeance would be a mere trifle. However, the spiritual energy in the world was exceedingly thin, and progressing through disciplined cultivation could take an eternity to reach the foundation establishment and golden core stages. It seemed he must seek out women for cultivation while simultaneously refining elixirs to hasten his advancement. Yet, both pursuits were fraught with difficulty. Finding a virgin in this age was no easy task. Moreover, concocting elixirs required rare herbs, and his pockets were utterly bare, making it even more challenging. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the mountains to the west of the village. One must rely on the mountains for sustenance, lacking funds. The only option is to venture into those hills. As dawn broke, Tian awoke to find Chen Yang peacefully sleeping beside her. His complexion returned to normal, and she sighed with relief. Cautiously, she reached out to touch him, finding no trace of fever, which put her entirely at ease as she went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Chen Yang opened his eyes, a surge of intense emotions welling within him. He could not precisely articulate what he felt, but it was a profound gratitude towards Tian, intertwined with something inexplicably different. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. He quickly tidied himself, striving to conceal any changes from Tian, maintaining his previous day's demeanor. After breakfast, he announced his intention to go out to play and swiftly departed, leaving Tian without an opportunity to offer her usual reminders. Once outside, Chen Yang headed straight for the towering mountains to the west of the village. His gaze had regained its clarity as he ventured deeper into the wilderness, scanning the surroundings with intent. His intentions were unequivocal: to either discover premium medicinal herbs capable of refining elixirs or to unearth valuable mountain goods. Otherwise, given the sparse spiritual energy, advancing swiftly to the second layer of qi refinement would be nearly impossible. As he journeyed deeper into the mountains, he remained vigilant, quickly sensing a location abundant in spiritual energy. It was a secluded hollow embraced by towering peaks, teeming with lush vegetation. Suddenly, Chen Yang's heart raced. He leaped forward, seizing a vine for closer examination, unable to contain his delight as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, my efforts have not been in vain." Chapter 5. Striking it rich. These vines are a rare species of plant, known by the villagers as earth dragon root. Its true value lies in the subterranean rhizomes. In earlier years, the earth dragon root was not uncommon, but due to its health benefits and its uniquely enticing fragrance, it soon garnered immense popularity. Whether braised, stir-fried, or stewed, just a hint of it could elevate the flavor of any dish to new heights. Consequently, there was a period when the price of earth dragon root skyrocketed, prompting a frenzied excavation in the mountains that nearly led to its extinction. As a child, Chen Yang had ventured into the mountains with his parents to dig for it, so he recognized it immediately. Thus, upon encountering it once more in this unassuming hollow, particularly after so many years of growth, how could he contain his delight? Without hesitation, he began to excavate, swiftly clearing the surrounding soil from one of the plants. When he finally laid eyes on the earth dragon root, as thick as a child's arm, Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Goodness, how substantial! By the prices of yesteryears, this single piece could fetch 100 to 180 yuan. With the recent inflation, he estimated its worth had multiplied tenfold, if not more. He was indeed on the path to prosperity. After clearing the earth, he gingerly extracted a complete earth dragon root, measuring an impressive 40 centimeters in length and weighing at least 6 or 7 jin. Chen Yang was overjoyed. There were dozens of these in the hollow, and if he could excavate them all. With that thought, he immediately resumed digging. As the earth dragon roots continued to surface, Chen Yang also discovered some older medicinal herbs, all suitable for alchemical refinement. This was not merely a stroke of luck, it was sheer fortune. Chen Yang felt no fatigue and persevered in his labor until he had unearthed the final herb. Only then did he lean against a large rock to rest for a moment, gazing at the heap of earth dragon roots and other herbs before him. A satisfied smile spread across his face. If sold, these roots could easily yield a sum of 80 to 100,000 yuan. The value of the herbs once refined into elixirs was incalculable. After a brief respite, Chen Yang organized the herbs and then dug a pit in the ground, gathering several flat stones. With time still on his side, he decided to process the herbs right there to avoid complications upon his return. Building a fire, he waited for the stones to heat up before placing the cleaned herbs upon them to dry. Soon, most of the herbs were adequately desiccated, and just as Chen Yang was about to gather them, he suddenly heard a faint yet urgent cry. His hearing had developed to an extraordinary level, and upon straining to listen, he discerned that a woman was calling for help from the northwest. What could be amiss? Had someone from the village encountered trouble while foraging? Quickly covering the herbs, Chen Yang followed the sound. Before long, he spotted a woman struggling in a large pool of water on the verge of sinking. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the water, swimming with all his might toward her. By this point, the woman had succumbed to a semi-conscious state, her limbs weakly thrashing, clearly devoid of strength. As Chen Yang witnessed the scene, he swiftly grasped her arm, intending to pull her to the surface. However, he was unprepared for the instinctive reaction of a drowning person who clings desperately to anything within reach, refusing to let go even in the face of death. In that moment, the woman reacted in kind, feeling Chen Yang's hand and lunging towards him with fervor. In the blink of an eye, she enveloped him like an octopus, her limbs ensnaring him completely. The two of them began to sink. Fortunately, it was Chen Yang who had come to her aid. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have perished together. He kicked his legs downward with great force, propelling himself towards the shore, and with repeated efforts, they soon reached the land. Chen Yang laid the woman flat on the ground and commenced chest compressions. After several attempts, he positioned himself to blow air into her mouth forcefully. After a few moments of frantic activity, water surged from her mouth, followed by a series of coughs. Heaving a sigh of relief, Chen Yang was grateful that she was safe. As the woman coughed, she began to gasp for air, her chest rising and falling rapidly. It was then that Chen Yang noticed her extraordinary figure. Even lying flat, her form was strikingly prominent, subtly quivering with each breath. His gaze wandered over her attire, and he swallowed hard. She was clad in a white dress that had become nearly translucent from the water, clinging to her body and accentuating her exquisite curves flawlessly. At last, the woman regained her composure, brushing her hair aside and gazing at Chen Yang. "Thank you for saving me," she began, but her eyes widened in surprise. "It's you?" Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback before quickly recognizing her as the enchanting beauty he had encountered in the dilapidated temple the previous day. What a serendipitous reunion. So you bit her lip, momentarily speechless. After a prolonged pause, she struggled to rise from the ground, intending to leave. Yet, after only a few steps, she stumbled and nearly fell. Chen Yang promptly rushed to support her. You've exhausted all your energy. You shouldn't move too much just yet. Perhaps you should eat something first? Please, don't touch me. So you protested vehemently, but her stomach betrayed her with a loud grumble. Coupled with her drenched dress clinging to her form, a sudden chill from the breeze sent shivers coursing through her. When she looked up and saw Chen Yang staring at her, she instinctively covered her chest, exclaiming, "Don't look at me." "All right, I want to look." Chen Yang turned his head away, stifling a chuckle at her sudden modesty, having seen her previously without such reservations. However, noticing her slight tremors, he could not help but suggest, "Please sit and rest. I'll fetch some supplies from above and start a fire to dry your clothes." Without waiting for her response, he dashed up the hill. This man, so you thought in astonishment, wondering how he could run so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yang's figure had vanished, leaving Su Yu feeling utterly drained. She sought refuge on a large stone, her mind swirling with turmoil. Previously, while hiking with friends, she had never anticipated that the treacherous scoundrel would poison her drink. Seizing the moment when the drug took effect, he had fled into the woods, thereby escaping the clutches of danger. Little did she know that the potency of the drug would overwhelm her senses, compelling her to throw herself at any man in sight. Only after the effects subsided and her clarity returned did Su Yu realize that she had inexplicably surrendered her purity, which she had preserved for over 20 years. In a fit of humiliation and indignation, she hastily departed, wishing to erase the memory of that incident. However, she soon discovered that she had lost her bag amidst the mountains. While the loss of personal belongings would have been trivial, the bag contained a precious jade pendant left to her by her father, an irreplaceable treasure that must be recovered. Thus, Su Yu ventured back into the mountains in search of her bag. Yet, unexpectedly, she fell into the water. Fortunately, the man saved her. Otherwise, her fate would have been dire. Reflecting on these events, Su Yu sighed inwardly, pondering why she kept encountering him. Surely, he wouldn't dare to harm her again today? It was unlikely. After all, yesterday's events were not entirely his fault. Chapter 6. The Pursuit of Wealth and Beauty. As Su Yu was lost in thought, she noticed Chen Yang returning with a large bundle on his back. He set down his load, gathered some dry branches, and ignited a bonfire. Su Yu watched in silence, her gaze filled with complexity. As the flames flickered to life, a wave of warmth enveloped her, instantly providing her with a sense of comfort. Meanwhile, Chen Yang busied himself, turning to find a branch over 2 meters long, and then producing a length of hemp rope to tie at one end of the branch. Once prepared, he attached a small segment of earthworm to the rope. Is he going fishing? Su Yu pondered, as she had surmised. Chen Yang tossed the end with the earthworm into the water. Su Yu was taken aback, wondering if he had lost his mind. How could one catch fish without a hook? At that moment, Chen Yang smiled at her, remarking, "I didn't expect to see you again so soon." Ah, Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Chen Yang tentatively inquired, "About yesterday at the dilapidated temple." Su Yu's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, "Why you? Don't say any more." Chen Yang was momentarily stunned. "It seems you were the one." "You." Su Yu, both embarrassed and flustered, retorted, "If you say more, I swear I'll call the police on you." "Why would you do that? You were the one who initiated it." Chen Yang chuckled, noticing Su Yu's expression darken further. He then added, "Let us not discuss it anymore. However, I did save your life. You wouldn't want to repay kindness with enmity, would you?" Su Yu rolled her eyes, but chose not to respond further. Chen Yang observed her, secretly contemplating that if he could cultivate alongside her, his progress would be exponential. However, he needed to devise a way for her to willingly cooperate. Just then, as he was deep in thought, the branch quivered in his hand, and the hemp rope tightened suddenly. A fish was on the line. The earthworm proved to be an excellent bait. Chen Yang's heart soared with joy. He had merely been testing the waters and had not anticipated actually catching a fish. Evidently, good bait appeals not only to humans, but also to fish. Su Yu was astonished as she watched Chen Yang skillfully land a silvery fish onto the shore. The fish was elongated, its widest part comparable to an adult's palm, measuring over 40 centimeters in length and weighing no less than 6 or 7 pounds. Having managed a hotel business, Su Yu was quite familiar with seafood, yet she could not help but ask, "What kind of fish is this?" Having secured the fish, Chen Yang turned with a grin and replied, "It should be a silver knife fish." "Should be?" Su Yu questioned, puzzled. "You don't even recognize it?" "I've just never seen one this large. When I was a child, There were these fish in the small river by my house, but they were only about 10 centimeters long. This is the first time I've encountered one of such size, Chen Yang explained. Oh, so you realized? Feeling a sudden pang of hunger, and inquired, is this fish delicious? You'll find out once it's grilled, Chen Yang assured her. Chen Yang, with nimble hands, swiftly gutted the fish and, after meticulously cleaning it, placed several pieces of earth dragon root into its belly. He then skewered it on a branch and propped it beside the fire. See you curious, inquired, what is this? Chen Yang teased, a delightful treat. Suyu rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that if he wouldn't share, she wouldn't ask further. After a while, her clothes had dried, and the pristine white dress billowed gently in the breeze, resembling a celestial maiden descending to earth. Although Chen Yang had been focused on the fish, he found himself stealing glances at her. Noticing this, Suyu became slightly annoyed. Are you still looking? Chen Yang, puzzled, replied, the clothes are dry. Is it wrong to look? Suyu, with a fierce brow, retorted, you still can't look. She was quite spirited. Chen Yang muttered under his breath and turned the fish over. The fish meat had taken on a slight golden hue, emanating a rich aroma. Suyu, her nose twitching, couldn't resist crouching closer, exclaiming, it smells so good. Not yet. The meat inside isn't cooked. You'll know when it's time by the different aroma, Chen Yang chuckled. Oh. Suyu pouted in mild disappointment but patiently awaited the moment. A few minutes later, a faint scent, reminiscent of milk intertwined with floral notes, wafted through the air. Chen Yang finally withdrew the stick he had used to skewer the fish and presented it to her, saying, here, enjoy. Is this all for me? Suyu was taken aback. Yes, I'm not very hungry. You go ahead, Chen Yang smiled. Warmed by his sincere smile, Suyu accepted the fish without uttering thanks. The roasted fish was a bit hot, but her anticipation was palpable, and she eagerly took a bite. Chen Yang watched intently, feeling an unexpected warmth in his chest as his heart raced. He quickly turned away to gather some dry twigs and casually asked, what's your name? Suyu. She mumbled, her mouth full of delicious fish. The roasted fish, devoid of any seasoning, not even salt, possessed a naturally sweet flavor, despite being roasted. The flesh was tender and exquisite. Having been born with a silver spoon, Suyu had tasted many delicacies. Yet the flavor of this roasted fish was a first for her, becoming increasingly delightful with each bite. Thus, even with Chen Yang's unwavering gaze upon her, she paid no mind and devoured the fish with abandon, finishing it entirely. Ultimately, only the earth dragon root remained. She glanced at Chen Yang and asked, can this be eaten too? Chen Yang nodded, of course, this is the real treasure. Suyu, though skeptical, took a piece and placed it in her mouth, her eyes widening with delight. The earth dragon root exuded a rich fragrance, offering a satisfying crunch and a refreshing sweetness, leaving a warm sensation in her stomach. After just one piece, she looked at Chen Yang with sparkling eyes. What is this? Is it widely available? Can I purchase it? Chen Yang was taken aback. Purchase? Yes. Suyu nodded vigorously. I forgot to mention that I own a hotel. I have never heard of or seen such ingredients, but once they hit the market, they will undoubtedly become immensely popular. Ah. Chen Yang then realized that the stunning woman before him was actually a business owner. What are you dawdling for? I'm speaking to you. Noticing Chen Yang's dazed expression, Suyu shot him a glance. Are you interested in the earth dragon root? Chen Yang snapped back to attention. How much can you offer for a pound? Is this truly the legendary earth dragon root? Wasn't it thought to be extinct years ago? Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Then her heart surged with joy. If a substantial amount of earth dragon root were available, it would be magnificent. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied coolly, I haven't finalized the price yet, but rest assured, as long as there is a sufficient supply, the price will certainly be substantial. Chen Yang thought to himself, isn't that just an empty promise? Do you take me for a fool? Furthermore, I want the silver knife fish as well. I'll take as many as you have. Suyu continued. Chen Yang remained silent, calculating in his mind. He desired both the money and the people, but how could he secure them both? Chapter 7. Sleep with me, Mr. Su. Both the earth dragon root and the silver knife fish are exceedingly rare commodities. Acquiring them in bulk is no simple feat. Is that so? Suyu's gaze flickered, sensing an underlying implication in his words, prompting her to inquire, what do you mean by that? But I possess a method. I can cultivate and breed both of these items through special techniques, Chen Yang asserted earnestly. Suyu pressed, what method? It's hard to explain. And even if I did, you might not comprehend it, Chen Yang replied with a smile, his eyes intensely fixed on Suyu. However, to achieve substantial output, I will require your assistance, Mr. Su. Upon noticing his fervent gaze, an unsettling feeling crept over Su Yu. Chen Yang continued, if you're willing to help, I can offer the earth dragon root and silver knife fish at a fraction of their cost, or even for free. Really? Su Yu's interest was piqued. The hotel business had been rather lackluster lately, and she was beginning to feel the financial strain. While she had previously contemplated developing new dishes, those efforts had yielded little success. Yet, the earth dragon root and silver knife fish were entirely novel ingredients. And Su Yu firmly believed that introducing such dishes would surely revive her hotel's fortunes. But what exactly were the terms he sought? Taking a deep breath, she asked, what do you need my help with? Quite simply, Chen Yang grinned, sleep with me. Are you out of your mind? Su Yu couldn't help but curse, despite her premonitions. Are you not inclined to agree, Mr. Su? Chen Yang sighed. Very well, I shall sell the goods to someone else. You. Su Yu gritted her teeth, incensed. Was this not a blatant threat? Such valuable items could spell fortune for whoever possessed them, and she could not bear to let the opportunity slip away to another. Su Yu found herself wavering. The memories of her past in the dilapidated temple had lingered in her mind, buried deep within, but now resurfaced. While she had been thoroughly exhausted by those experiences, she recalled that she had derived some enjoyment from them as well. Furthermore, this man before her was her first, to whom she had entrusted her most precious gift. As she struggled with her thoughts, Chen Yang interjected, why the silence? Can you truly provide me with a substantial supply of earth dragon roots and silver knife fish? Su Yu inquired. Chen Yang nodded affirmatively, of course. Would I fabricate lies merely to persuade you to share a bed? Su Yu rolled her eyes, her expression quite clear. Indeed. Rest assured, I am not that kind of person. Chen Yang chuckled. How about this? We can postpone the sleeping arrangement. When I deliver the goods, we can find a more comfortable setting. Su Yu was at a loss for words. How could this man be so brazen, so unashamed in his propositions? However, gazing at Chen Yang's handsome visage, her heart raised slightly, and subconsciously, she felt as though she had not lost out, especially considering his impressive physique. Contemplating this, Su Yu's delicate face turned a shade of crimson. Unbeknownst to Chen Yang, the enchanting beauty before him was lost in thought. Noticing her flushed cheeks, he curiously inquired, what is the matter? Are you not feeling well? As he spoke, his hand instinctively reached for Su Yu's forehead. The moment their skin made contact, both of their bodies trembled as if drawn together by magnetic forces, and this brief touch ignited a spark between them. Su Yu let out a soft gasp, feeling her body weaken, and she instinctively leaned back. Chen Yang, quick to react, reached out to support her, encircling her slender waist. The gentle breeze swept through, and their gazes locked. Su Yu's cheeks grew even more flushed, her breath quickened. Chen Yang, witnessing this scene, felt as though he was experiencing an unparalleled moment of bliss. Yet, despite his burgeoning feelings, the surrounding area was strewn with rubble, leaving no flat surface to rest upon. Thus, he reassured her, do not be alarmed. I have no intention of taking you to bed right now. Your current physical response is entirely natural. Why? Why is that? Su Yu, who had initially closed her eyes in anticipation of his advance, now opened them in confusion. You have been consuming too much of the dragon root. It is highly nourishing. An overindulgence naturally stirs one's passions. Chen Yang chuckled. Su Yu's face turned beet red. Why didn't you say so earlier? Was it too late then? Chen Yang shrugged helplessly. Just a moment ago, you nearly stuffed your fingers into your mouth. Reflecting on her earlier behavior, Su Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Observing the time, she suggested, it's getting late. We should head back. In a few days, I will deliver the goods to you, and we can. Chen Yang, unable to restrain his thoughts on sleep, was interrupted as Su Yu pressed her hand against his lips. All right, enough of that. Is my acquiescence not sufficient? Splendid. Chen Yang beamed with delight, his face lighting up with a broad smile. Observing his reaction, Su Yu couldn't help but smirk slightly before quickly regaining her composure, casting him an exasperated glance. Subsequently, Chen Yang gathered his belongings, and together they descended the mountain. As they walked, he finally inquired about Su Yu's 2 encounters in the mountains. Once she finished recounting her tale, Chen Yang grasped the situation and remarked, that surnamed Lu fellow is truly despicable. He is far too overbearing. Su Yu sighed. Who could disagree? I initially believed him to be a good person, but now I see his true nature. It was astonishing to her that, given her father's long-standing friendship with the Lu family and her childhood acquaintance with Lu Qing, he would resort to such underhanded tactics against her. Chen Yang scoffed. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my woman is doomed. Who is your woman? Su Yu shot him an incredulous look before continuing. Nevertheless, he was unsuccessful. And, and what? Chen Yang inquired, puzzled. Su lowered her gaze slightly. The hotel business relies on support from the Liu family. And it was Liu Bo-fu who helped find a renowned doctor for my mother's illness. It would not be wise to sever ties with them. Alas, is this not taking advantage of others' misfortunes and bullying the weak? Chen Yang clenched his fists. Such matters cannot be tolerated by my uncle, nor by my aunt. Su could not help but cast him a sideways glance. Do not jest. This is beyond your control. No sooner had she spoken than her phone rang. Previously, there had been no signal in the deep mountains, but now that they had reached the village edge, she could finally receive a call. Hello? Su answered. And upon hearing just a few words, her expression changed dramatically. All right, I shall return immediately. She hung up and turned to Chen Yang. Hesitating before speaking, could I ask you for a favor? What is it? Chen Yang inquired. Su replied, well, I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend and accompany me home. I already am. Chen Yang intended to make a jest. But upon seeing her anxious demeanor, which suggested a serious matter at home, he nodded. Certainly, let us depart at once. However, after only a few steps. Su paused. Perhaps it is best if you do not come. There may be danger, as they are bringing many people. It would be wiser for me to return alone. Am I someone who shies away from challenges? Chen Yang chuckled, wrapping his strong arm around Su-yu's shoulder. If I cannot assist you with such a trivial matter, I might as well renounce my manhood. Feeling the strength of his embrace, Su was instantly filled with a sense of security. Consequently, she refrained from further protest. And the two quickly made their way to the village road. Chapter 8. Anything Goes. Su drove a black SUV, an older model from a few years back. Valued at merely over 100,000, it was hardly a luxury vehicle. Chen Yang also chose not to return home, tossing aside the heating device to the back seat before taking his place in the passenger seat. The vehicle then departed, heading straight for the county town. As they traversed the road, Chen Yang inquired into the situation, only to discover that Liu Qing had audaciously brought a group of unruly individuals to the hotel to cause a commotion. He was incredibly brazen, even declaring before the hotel staff his intention to become engaged to Su-yu. Should she refuse, he threatened that the hotel would not be able to operate that night. How could anyone be so outrageous? Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he had completely burned his bridges. After all, the incident involving the drugging had been uncovered, and perhaps he feared Chen Yang would divulge the truth, thus resorting to this blatant intimidation. Su-yu, while driving, remarked, he has truly crossed the line. Chen Yang remained silent, contemplating how to deal with Liu Qing. Perceiving his silence as fear, Su-yu sighed. I was a bit impulsive earlier. Reflecting on it now, having you impersonate my boyfriend, Liu Qing might very well take his anger out on you. Otherwise, don't overthink it. I have a plan to handle him. Chen Yang interjected with a smile, adding, you should think carefully about how to express your gratitude once this matter is resolved. Su-yu's cheeks flushed slightly once more. If that were the case, I would be willing to do anything you asked before long. They arrived at the hotel, where a stout middle-aged man approached them. President Su, you've returned. Where's Su-yu? Su-yu inquired. She's up ahead, confronting Lutham, the portly man replied. Understood. You all carry on with what you need to do. Su-yu instructed, casting a glance at Chen Yang before proceeding directly to the hotel lobby. Upon entering, she noticed several tables in the lobby, each occupied by 2 or 3 individuals, all exuding an air of nonchalance. At the outermost table, a young man with slick-back hair lounged with his legs crossed, laughing mockingly at a young woman in a skirt suit. The girl's expression was one of distress, standing there in silence. Seeing this scene, Su-yu approached assertively. Liu Qing, what are you doing? Ah, you've finally returned. Liu Qing beamed, slowly rising to his feet. Sister, this guy has lost his mind. Su-yu exclaimed, clinging to Su-yu's arm and whispering, should we call the police? No need. Su-yu shook her head. She had encountered her fair share of situations and knew that involving the authorities would be futile, especially since Liu Qing's entourage had yet to inflict any real damage on the hotel. In the face of true ruffians, sometimes even the law could not intervene. Gazing at Liu Qing's smug expression, Su coldly inquired, what exactly do you intend to do? Didn't your cousin inform you? Liu Qing feigned surprise, then continued with a smirk. No matter, I shall reiterate. I am here to deliver the marriage proposal, and I have decided to hold the engagement ceremony in 7 days. On what grounds? Su retorted indignantly. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Liu Qing's eyes. How can you be so clueless, woman? I've already stated that this does not concern you, yet you still meddle. Do you believe I won't find a few black men to take turns with you tonight? Suyu was taken aback but quickly turned to Suyu and said, "Sister, I told you, this guy is absolutely no good. You didn't believe me. All right, stop talking." Suyu pressed her lips together and then addressed Lu Qing. "I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to your engagement as I already have a boyfriend." "Hmm?" Lu Qing paused momentarily, then looked around. Who is he? Where is he? In truth, he had already spotted Chen Yang, but was unaware of his identity. His actions were purely intentional. Chen Yang, witnessing this, scoffed. "Your father is right here. Stop pretending to be blind." "Damn, seeking death, are we?" The lackeys who accompanied Lu Qing were immediately incensed and approached him one by one. Chen Yang remained unfazed, instead smiling as he observed them. "In a hurry to go to the hospital? Wait a moment." Lu Qing raised a hand, and the group of lackeys instantly halted, looking at him in confusion. "Kid, you have quite the audacity. Do you know who I am?" Lu Qing squinted his eyes, coldly staring at Chen Yang. "Who cares?" Chen Yang chuckled. "If you have designs on my woman, even the king of heaven cannot intervene." "Where did this idiot come from?" Lu Qing, instead of getting angry, laughed and turned to a burly man. "Yao Ge, let him taste a bit of sweetness." "Good." The man named Yao Ge nodded and stepped towards Chen Yang. "Wait." Suyu suddenly stood in front of him and asked Lu Qing, "What exactly do you want? There are plenty of women pursuing you. Why must you entangle yourself with me? Can you compare to them?" Lu Qing leered. "If you know what's good for you, let that fool leave quickly. And you shall come with me tonight to our bridal chamber. Dream on." Suyu's chest heaved with anger, yet she felt powerless. At that moment, Chen Yang wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "Don't worry, didn't I say I would take care of it?" "But..." Suyu turned back, her eyes filled with concern. "This Yao Ge is a skilled fighter, even a member of the Provincial Martial Arts Association. Regardless of what he is, anyone who seeks to attack me will surely be dealt with." Chen Yang chuckled, gently pushing her aside with an undeniable tone. "Stand back and watch." Suyu had never seen him like this and was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, at this moment, Suyu grasped her arm, and the two women retreated several steps. Yao Ge, muscular and towering over Chen Yang, approached with a sinister grin. "You're quite the sharp-tongued kid, but don't end up crying later." "Who cries is yet to be determined." Chen Yang retorted coldly. "Stop with the nonsense. Let us get on with it." "All right." Yao Ge bellowed, and his fist, as large as a sandbag, came crashing down. The force of the punch was ferocious, nearly insurmountable for an ordinary person. Before Chen Yang, it was akin to wielding a great sword before Guan Gong. He slightly turned to the side and delivered a punch. His strike was as swift as lightning, and those present scarcely perceived his movement. All they heard was a pained cry, as Yao Ge clutched his side, collapsing to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the scene, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. A distinguished martial arts instructor had been felled by a single blow? Suyu stared at Chen Yang, her previous concern for his safety replaced by astonishment. Could he truly be so formidable? "Sister, who is this person? He is incredible," Suyu inquired quietly. "He." Suyu pursed her lips, at a loss for words to explain. Yao Ge, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, knelt on the ground, too pained to move. Chen Yang, without casting him a glance, raised his gaze towards Lu Qing and the others. "Is there anyone else who wishes to test their mettle?" Initially brimming with arrogance, the crowd now resembled quail, with the more timid among them vigorously shaking their heads. Lu Qing's expression shifted dramatically, losing all semblance of the calm demeanor he had earlier displayed. Chen Yang smirked as he approached him. "Do you intend to take a punch from me before departing? Or would you prefer to leave at once?" Chapter 9. Cerebellar atrophy. Lu Qing's complexion changed abruptly, and he instinctively took a step back. If even Yao Ge could not withstand a single blow, how could he survive one? Yet, upon seeing Chen Yang's mocking expression, he could not swallow his pride and shouted angrily, "Don't be so arrogant. We will settle this score today." With that, he turned and hurried away. Chen Yang understood that Lu Qing was merely saving face and chose to disregard him, instead smiling as he watched the group awkwardly assist Yao Ge before dispersing like frightened birds. Once they had departed, Suyu let out a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance towards Chen Yang. Xu, however, stepped directly in front of Chen Yang, looking up at him with a playful smile. "What is your name, esteemed expert?" Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback by the question and glanced at Suyu. "She is my cousin and also the financial manager of this hotel," Suyu explained. "Oh, I see," Chen Yang responded with a smile, revealing his name. Suyu nodded and then inquired, "And what is your relationship with my sister?" Without a second thought, Chen Yang replied, "Did I not just say? I am her boyfriend. Don't joke around." Suyu rolled her eyes. You might fool someone as simple-minded as Lu Qing, but you cannot deceive me. My sister would never be interested in you. Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words, thinking how direct she was. Yet, she was not entirely wrong. He was indeed pretending. At that moment, Suyu interjected. You, do you have nothing better to do? Have you settled the accounts for lunch? Are the ingredients for dinner adequately prepared? Suyu looked taken aback. Her face filled with astonishment. Sister, are you really using this as a diversion? Is there something going on between you two? Get out of here. Suyu shot her a glare. Chen Yang is my friend. Oh, Suyu elongated her tone, feigning enlightenment. Understood. Wait, what does that even mean? Hurry up and get to work. Suyu pretended to strike her, while Suyu playfully stuck out her tongue before quickly departing. The front desk staff, who had been engrossed in the spectacle just moments ago, now hurriedly pretended to be busy, despite having no tasks at hand. Who would have thought you were so formidable? Managing to make Lu Qing suffer a setback, Suyu remarked with a smile. Chen Yang looked at her knowingly. Of course, I am not one to be underestimated. He then lowered his voice. Shall we now fulfill our promise? Suyu's cheeks flushed instantly. What are you so eager for? We are about to open for business. Wait a moment. Well, good things come to those who wait. Chen Yang chuckled, feeling confident that the night would ultimately be in his favor. As the evening was still young, Suyu shyly said, I need to attend to some hotel matters shortly. Why don't you head up to the office first? Just then, Suyu rushed back in a flurry. Sister. Upon seeing her frantic demeanor, Suyu's heart sank, and her voice rose in pitch. What happened? My mother's condition has worsened. Suyu's eyes brimmed with tears. What should we do? Suyu gasped, her composure slipping away. Observing the two women in distress, Chen Yang furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Quickly, call for an ambulance and take her to the hospital. You don't understand. My aunt has been bedridden for years. It's futile to go to the hospital. The doctors can't help. Suyu replied. Sister, what should we do? Suyu was at her wit's end, tears streaming down her face. Suyu, equally helpless, tried to comfort her. Don't panic. Let us call for an ambulance and see what they say at the hospital. Sighing, Chen Yang remarked, Is there no man in the family to take charge? The sisters paused, turning to him in unison, shaking their heads. Fine. How about I go take a look? Chen Yang said helplessly. You? Suyu asked, puzzled. Well, I have some knowledge of medicine, he replied. Suyu felt exasperated, thinking it was absurd for him to pretend to be helpful at such a moment. Yet, Suyu took him seriously, immediately grasping his arm. That's wonderful. Come with me home. Suyu was at a loss, thinking this was a case of treating a sickness with no proper medical understanding. It's all right. I'll take a look. If I can assist, that's great. If not, I can help get her to the hospital, he reassured them. Oh, all right then. Suyu came to her senses, realizing it made sense. However, she couldn't accompany them. Despite the hotel's poor business, someone had to remain in charge in case anything else occurred. Thus, Chen Yang followed Suyu out the front door and into her car. At that hour, the streets were bustling with traffic. But Suyu drove with a fervor that surpassed Suyu's, weaving through cars and running several red lights along the way. Soon, they entered a gated community, parking at the far end. On the way, Chen Yang inquired about the situation and learned that Suyu's mother had suffered a sudden stroke a few years prior, resulting in partial paralysis. Although her condition had stabilized with treatment, her health had continued to decline. Last year, she had suffered a relapse, and despite consulting the best doctors, the prognosis remained grim, with only conservative treatment options available. Once Chen Yang entered Suyu's home, he quickly spotted a woman in her 50s lying on the bed, drooling from the corner of her mouth, yet smiling vacantly. Upon seeing this, Suyu could no longer hold back her tears and rushed forward, crying, Mom, please don't scare me. In the house, there was no one else but a panicked young maid, appearing to be in her 20s. Chen Yang surveyed the room and felt that the Su family's circumstances were quite satisfactory, though he wondered why Suyu's father was absent. However, this was not the time for such musings. He approached the bedside and grasped Suyu's mother's wrist, first checking her pulse. Given that it was his inaugural experience treating a patient, Chen Yang felt a twinge of nervousness. Yet, as the vital energy coursed through the meridians of Suyu's mother, he swiftly discerned the root of the issue, which assuaged his anxiety. Noticing Suyu's eager gaze fixed upon him, Chen Yang offered a reassuring smile. Do not worry. Your mother is fine. Really? Suyu's eyes sparkled with hope. You're not deceiving me? At a time like this, would I jest? Chen Yang replied solemnly. Despite the symptoms appearing somewhat alarming, it is merely mild cerebellar atrophy, significantly linked to your mother's previous cerebral infarction. This is a common occurrence. Su Yu's expression turned hopeful. So, do you have a way to treat it? Indeed, Chen Yang affirmed with conviction, continuing. However, for the moment, we can only provide temporary relief. Complete recovery will require time and continuous medication. She can recover? Su Yu gasped, nearly leaping with joy, then grasped Chen Yang's hand tightly. If she can truly regain her health, I. In that moment, she was at a loss for how to express her gratitude. Chapter 10. Treatment in the room. Chen Yang smiled slightly, saying, "There's no rush. We can wait until Auntie regains her health." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "By the way, I came in such a hurry that I have nothing with me. Do you have silver needles at home? Are you referring to those used for acupuncture?" Su Yu inquired. "Yes, if you don't have any, please buy a set from the pharmacy and also bring back some Chinese medicine. I will write you a prescription." Chen Yang nodded. "I have silver needles at home. Let Xiao Qiu buy the Chinese medicine." Su Yu replied, turning to the housekeeper, "Please go and get the medicine." "All right." The housekeeper responded before retreating to her room. Su Yu then went to another room, seemingly searching for something, and returned a few minutes later with a box in hand. "Is this the silver needle? It looks like it hasn't been used in years," Chen Yang remarked, noticing the box's vintage appearance. Su Yu nodded. "This was left by my grandfather. It is said to be several hundred years old." "Is that so? It must be quite a treasure," Chen Yang said, taking the box and opening it, his eyes lighting up with surprise. He could distinctly sense that the silver needles contained a faint, pulsating energy. Without needing to examine it further, he realized these needles were likely of significant provenance, far from ordinary. He felt reassured. With these silver needles, even cancer could be alleviated. Chen Yang selected a technique from the legacy of Chiman ghost needles, a method that not only healed but could also be used to strike at adversaries. Approaching the bedside, he stated, "With these silver needles, I shall first help clear the blocked blood vessels." "That would be greatly appreciated," Su Yu replied, visibly delighted. Chen Yang did not dwell on it further. He retrieved the silver needles from the box, disinfected them with alcohol, and carefully inserted them into the acupoints on Su Yu's mother's head. While he was already knowledgeable about the principles of acupuncture, he now infused his own spiritual energy into the acupoints through the silver needles, guided by the records of the Chiman ghost needles technique. To his astonishment, after only a few needle insertions, Su Yu's mother's drooling ceased. Once the spiritual energy began to take effect, she no longer wore a vacant smile. Her eyes sparkled with life. "My goodness, it's truly effective," Su Yu exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy as she grasped her mother's hand. "Mom, how are you feeling?" "I'm thirsty." Her mother, He Yulan, was in her 40s but appeared much older due to the toll of illness. However, her eyes now radiated vitality, far more spirited than before. Su Yu hurriedly fetched a glass of water, which He Yulan drank eagerly, her overall condition improving significantly. "Well, I didn't realize you were so remarkable." Su Yu gazed at Chen Yang with admiration and reverence, while Chen Yang felt a sense of satisfaction within. He maintained a composed demeanor, saying, "It's nothing extraordinary, merely a simple acupuncture technique. To achieve complete recovery, Auntie will still require some time for recuperation. As long as she can recover fully, I don't mind how long it takes." Su Yu nodded vigorously. The housekeeper swiftly procured the necessary medicinal ingredients and, adhering to Chen Yang's instructions, began to concoct them in the kitchen. He Yulan, having just recovered from a severe illness, was now sound asleep. Su Yu gazed at Chen Yang and suddenly pursed her lips. Does your acupuncture technique treat a multitude of ailments?" Chen Yang nodded. "It generally addresses issues related to meridians." "Why do you ask?" "I've been experiencing some discomfort in my neck and lower back, likely due to prolonged sitting." "Would you be able to take a look?" Su Yu inquired. "Well," Chen Yang's mind raced as he hesitated before responding, "It's possible, but it requires a tranquil environment." "Oh." Su Yu nodded. "I understand. How about we go to my room? There's nothing else happening at the moment." "All right." Without a second thought, Chen Yang acquiesced. This was precisely the reason for his earlier hesitation. He hadn't anticipated Su Yu's willingness, which spared him the need for excessive persuasion. Just as he was about to step towards the bedroom, Su Yu halted him. "Wait, should I change my clothes first?" Noticing she was still in her professional attire, Chen Yang immediately concurred. "Yes, you should change into something more comfortable. Otherwise, it will be difficult to locate the acupoints." Su Yu lowered her head, biting her lip as she entered her room. After several minutes of waiting outside, Chen Yang finally heard a soft voice from within. "All done." For reasons unknown. Even before he stepped inside, Chen Yang felt a surge of restlessness. Upon pushing the door open, his eyes immediately widened. Suyu had changed and was now lying on the bed, but contrary to his expectations, she was clad only in her lingerie. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate as cream, and the contrast with the black fabric radiated an alluring magnetism. The graceful curve of her waist, the pronounced arch of her hips, and those long, straight legs made Chen Yang marvel inwardly at her extraordinary beauty. Previously, he had only noticed Suyu's exquisite features, which rivaled Suyu's allure. Now, seeing her form, he realized she possessed remarkable allure as well. At that moment, Suyu softly reminded him, "Close the door." "Oh." Chen Yang snapped back to reality and shut the door before approaching the bedside. The bedroom, adorned in soft pink hues, exuded warmth. Yet the presence of a solitary man and woman together rendered the atmosphere undeniably intimate. Suyu's heart raced in excitement, her shyness preventing her from looking up. She simply lay quietly on the bed. Chen Yang, too, felt a flicker of anxiety, as if he could scarcely contain himself. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the silver needles and said, "I shall begin now." Suyu rested her arms atop one another, her profile turned towards the window, obscuring her expression. However, her soft utterance resembled that of a purring kitten. Truly, it felt like a matter of life and death. Chen Yang sighed internally, pondering whether marrying such a woman would shorten his lifespan significantly. As he mused, he proceeded to insert the first needle into Suyu's neck. As his fingertips inadvertently brushed against her skin, Chen Yang couldn't help but utter an exceedingly inappropriate remark. "Your skin is truly exquisite." Suyu remained silent, yet her neck visibly flushed with a delicate hue of crimson. Feeling somewhat awkward, Chen Yang hastily composed himself and began to focus intently on the acupuncture. Surprisingly, as he continued with the needles, Suyu's previously tense and numbed neck returned to its normal state, devoid of any discomfort. However, at that moment, Chen Yang found his mind wandering. He noticed that Suyu's bra strap was secured with but a single clasp, and that clasp appeared to be quite loose, as if it could easily come undone. Should it release, the undergarment would undoubtedly spring open, offering a glimpse of some breathtaking scenery. Chapter 11. Collecting interest first. Previously, Suyu donned professional attire that did little to accentuate her figure, and Chen Yang, preoccupied with matters concerning Suyu, had scarcely noticed her. Now, however, he recognized that Suyu was indeed quite captivating, and he felt his thoughts begin to wander. Chen Yang even contemplated the possibility of feigning an accidental brush against the strap of her undergarment. Surely she would understand, wouldn't she? At that moment, Suyu was equally flustered, as it was her first time appearing so scantily clad before a man, which was undeniably embarrassing. Moreover, the intensity of his breathing seemed to escalate. Could he be harboring ulterior motives? If so, what should I do? The room was enveloped in silence, save for the rapid beating of their hearts, both in a state of turmoil. Suddenly, a muffled conversation drifted in from outside, followed by a knock at the door. Before Chen Yang and Suyu could react, the door swung open, revealing Suyu standing at the threshold. "What are you two?" Suyu froze at the sight within the room. "Chen Yang, what are you doing?" Suyu quickly interjected. "Sister, he is helping me with treatment." "Treatment?" Suyu's voice escalated by an octave, clearly. "You're just making excuses to take advantage." Chen Yang was at a loss for words and looked at her. "What? Do you think of me as that kind of person? Are you not?" Suyu's face flushed crimson as she recalled her interactions with Chen Yang over the past few days. Increasingly convinced that he was a quintessential lecher, taking advantage of her while simultaneously harboring inappropriate thoughts about Suyu. Chen Yang stood and pointed towards Suyu's back. "Is this how you take advantage?" Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Upon entering, she had not noticed the silver needles on Suyu's back due to the angle. Realization dawned on her, and she understood her misjudgment. After Suyu provided an explanation, Suyu learned that her critically ill aunt had turned a corner and was now stable. Yet, she still struggled to accept it, gazing at Chen Yang in astonishment. "You really can heal?" Chen Yang shrugged. "It's true. He just needled me a few times, and my neck feels so much better," Suyu added. Suyu looked at Chen Yang in disbelief, marveling at how this young man seemed to grow more extraordinary with each encounter. How was it that he consistently surpassed her expectations? Simultaneously, a sense of guilt welled up within her, and she blushed as she said, "No, I'm sorry. I overthought things." "It's all right," Chen Yang replied with a smile, taking advantage of Suyu's position on the bed where she couldn't see. He stepped closer to Suyu and whispered, "I'll have to think of a proper way to punish you later." Suyu's cheeks instantly flushed. But with her cousin present, she could hardly express her thoughts, resorting to shooting him a glare instead. Soon, Chen Yang finished administering the needles to Suyu, but she would need to wait half an hour before they could be removed. He suggested she rest in the room while he and Suyu stepped outside. The housekeeper was in the kitchen preparing medicine, and a subtle herbal aroma began to permeate the air. Suyu gazed at her slumbering aunt, still somewhat incredulous as she inquired, "Have you truly cured her ailment?" Chen Yang nodded. "For the moment, we have halted the progression of the illness. With continued acupuncture and medication, she will soon recover." "How do you possess such remarkable skills?" Suyu's eyes widened. "Are there talents of mine that remain unknown to you?" "Oh, indeed there are many." Chen Yang chuckled, then lowered his voice. "If you wish to know more, tonight." Suyu instantly comprehended his implication, her cheeks flushing crimson. "I wish to stay here with my aunt tonight." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's expression shifted dramatically. "You cannot be serious. Are you leaving me hanging?" "I assure you, it's not like that." Suyu hurriedly waved her hands. "I never anticipated my aunt would fall ill. I had originally intended to." The words faltered on her lips. Noting her embarrassment, Chen Yang chuckled. "All right, I understand your feelings. Your decision is indeed justified." So you bit her lip, lowering her gaze. "I promise, next time I will. Then I shall collect some interest first." Chen Yang grinned, pulling her into his embrace with one arm, and soon pressed his lips against hers. Suyu barely managed a muffled sound, and as Chen Yang's hand caressed her chest, her body went weak. Sensing her slight tremor and the softness of her form, Chen Yang felt exhilarated. However, with the caretaker still in the kitchen, he refrained from going too far, reluctantly releasing her after a few tender squeezes. By now, Suyu's face was flushed, her breath rapid. Yet she dared not utter a word and merely shot him a glance. That gaze held a hint of playful reproach, but more so, it resembled a charming display of affection. Chen Yang smiled, then entered the room to remove the silver needles from Suyu's neck and waist. She stretched, exclaiming, "Ah, it has been ages since I felt this comfortable." As she moved, the exquisite contours of her form became fully apparent, leaving Chen Yang momentarily stunned. Beside them, Suyu quickly scolded, "You, girl, are you unaware of how little you are wearing?" "Ah." Suyu then realized and hastily covered her chest. Casting a sidelong glance at Chen Yang, "Be careful, or your eyes might pop out." "Well, who can blame me for your stunning beauty and splendid figure?" Suyu's face flushed once more, leaving her speechless. Chen Yang glanced at the time. It was getting late, and if he tarried too long, Sister Tian would undoubtedly worry, prompting him to prepare to leave. The two sisters did not insist he stay, instead calling a car for him and escorting him to the community entrance. At that moment, Suyu handed Chen Yang a bag. "This is for you." "What is it?" Chen Yang immediately reached to open it, but Suyu pressed his hand down. "Open it when you get home." "All right then," Chen Yang acquiesced, not overly concerned. Subsequently, under their watchful eyes, he departed in the vehicle, embarking on his journey back to the village. As Chen Yang ventured outside the city, he recalled the bag and decided to take a glance inside. He was instantly taken aback. Within it lay the box containing the silver needles, along with 5 bundles of cash. So much money. Chen Yang was utterly astonished, never anticipating that Suyu would bestow upon him such a generous reward. However, his intention had merely been to lend a helping hand. He had no desire for monetary compensation. It felt rather excessive. Chen Yang chuckled softly, gripping the bag tightly in his hand. As the night deepened, the car continued its journey to the village's edge, where Chen Yang instructed the driver to halt, and he proceeded on foot towards his home. Just as he approached his doorstep, he noticed several indistinct figures stealthily advancing towards him. With his agile movements, Chen Yang swiftly concealed himself in the shadows, narrowing his eyes to observe closely, and was startled to discern that it was Zhao Laosan accompanied by several of his lackeys. Chapter 12. The treasure beneath the deep pool. Meanwhile, the murmurs of several individuals reached Chen Yang's ears. "Damn it, how could that woman not be home?" "Indeed. She is lucky this time." Zhao Laosan wore a sinister grin. "She may escape tonight, but can she run forever? Sooner or later, we'll have our turn with her." Third brother is right. The moment Tian entered the village, I had my eyes on her. Who wouldn't he? Laughter erupted, revealing that they had indulged in copious amounts of drink. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Chen Yang's eyes. To dare to bully my sister is truly courting death. Just then, Zhao Laosan and his companions staggered closer, and Chen Yang swiftly produced a few silver needles. He hadn't yet found the opportunity to deal with Zhao Laosan, but the opportunity had presented itself. Both old and new grievances would be settled simultaneously. This bully, if left unpunished, would not only disrupt his own family, but would also ensure that the entire village lived in misery. As the group passed right before him, Chen Yang flicked out several silver needles. Zhao Laosan and his lackeys fell silently to the ground, not even uttering a sound. Employing the flying needle technique from the strange door ghost needles, Chen Yang targeted the major acupoints of the human body. The lackeys merely succumbed to unconsciousness from the needle pricks, but Zhao Laosan was different. Chen Yang had struck several critical points along his spine. While it would not be fatal, this man would henceforth become a disfigured, paralyzed wretch, incapable of harming anyone again. Casting a glance at the fallen figures, Chen Yang felt no pity in his heart. After withdrawing the needles, he quickly departed. Upon returning home, Chen Yang was surprised to find no sign of Tian Tian. Instead, he discovered a note on the dining table. It was Tian Tian's message, revealing that she had suddenly needed to go to the city that afternoon and would not be returning tonight. Reading this, a wave of fear washed over Chen Yang. Had Tian Tian remained at home, those drunken fools, Zhao Laosan and his gang, would have surely taken advantage of the situation. Gazing at the meal left for him by Tian Tian, Chen Yang silently vowed, "Sister, I will protect you with all my might." After finishing his meal, he rose and stepped outside. There was much to be done, and he was determined not to waste a moment. Though it was the dead of night, his extraordinary vision soon guided him back to the valley where he had discovered the earth dragon roots. Since he had promised Siyu to provide her with a substantial quantity of earth dragon roots, he intended to keep his word. He had already surveyed the area during the day, noting that the substantial growth of the earth dragon roots was primarily due to the terrain, which attracted more spiritual energy. However, this meager amount of energy was clearly insufficient, explaining why he had only managed to dig up a limited quantity during the day. To yield a greater harvest of earth dragon roots, he would need to employ some methods. Drawing from the knowledge etched in his mind, he quickly set up a simple formation. It was not truly a formation in the conventional sense, merely an alteration of the feng shui to allow the gathering of wind and energy, creating a favorable environment. He believed that within a few months, a bountiful harvest of earth dragon roots would emerge. Having completed these tasks, it was already the early hours of the morning. Yet Chen Yang did not take a moment to rest. Instead, he headed towards the water pool. The emergence of the silver knife fish left him somewhat perplexed. Throughout his life, Chen Yang had only encountered silver knife fish that were merely the size of his palm. Yet, how could those in this pond have grown to such an extraordinary size? There must be something particularly special within this water. Approaching the shore, Chen Yang shed his garments, donning only a pair of shorts, before plunging into the water. The pond's water was cool but invigorating, imparting a sense of rejuvenation. Though the pond was not vast, it was indeed quite deep. Chen Yang grasped a large stone and dove to the bottom. With his exceptional eyesight, he discerned that the pond's floor was strewn with stones of various sizes, starkly contrasting with other bodies of water that were often muddied. Having been submerged for over 2 minutes, he felt he could hold his breath for another 2 or 3 minutes, allowing him to search leisurely at the bottom. As he moved aside the scattered stones, he noticed some luminous sand beneath. What treasure is this? Chen Yang held his breath, scooping handfuls of the radiant sand. After securing 2 handfuls, he swiftly ascended to the surface. Once out of the water, he gasped for fresh air and meticulously examined the treasures in his hands. Among the mud and sand lay a lang of colorful grains. Goodness! Spirit sand. Spirit sand can be further refined into spirit stones. There must surely be spirit stones beneath. With spirit stones, not only could he cultivate, but he could also arrange formations. If he had had spirit stones previously, he could have set up a genuine formation that would yield a bountiful harvest of earth dragon roots in just a few days. Unlike the current wait of at least a month, it was astonishing to discover such spirit sand beneath this seemingly ordinary pond. Chen Yang glanced around and, relieved to find no one else present, he sighed in relief. Such treasures must not be disclosed to others. He concealed the 2 handfuls of spirit sand beneath a stone slab and took a deep breath before plunging back into the pond. The water was exceedingly deep, and the further he descended, the darker and colder it became, making it arduous for an ordinary person to dive down. Chen Yang attempted to dig with his hands, but found it futile. He had no way of knowing whether spirit stones lay below. It seemed that extracting them would not be feasible in the short term. After gathering 2 more handfuls of spirit sand, he surfaced once more. Once he had the means, he would secure the entire area and procure specialized equipment to clandestinely mine the resources. As he entertained these thoughts, a smile crept upon his face. His fortune truly was remarkable. Perhaps due to the spirit sand, The spiritual energy in this place felt slightly denser, prompting Chen Yang to commence his cultivation. He was eager to grow stronger, allowing him to pursue the endeavors he desired. Before long, Chen Yang entered a state of cultivation. After circulating his energy through several cycles, when he finally opened his eyes, the day had already dawned bright. Upon returning to the village, he noticed a considerable gathering of people in the center. Before he could approach, he overheard someone exclaim in anger, "You are mistaken. Third brother must have been harmed. Who would dare harm him? Did you not hear? Last night, third brother drank over a pound of white liquor." Silence. A furious voice thundered, "I know my brother well. He can handle more than a pound of liquor. 2 pounds wouldn't render him incapacitated. If we do not clarify this matter today, the entire village shall bear the consequences." This irate man, Zhao Rui, is the elder brother of Zhao Laosan. He serves as the deputy captain of the local security team and acts as a formidable support for Zhao Laosan. Without him, Zhao Laosan would not dare to be so brazen in the village. Now, Zhao Rui demands accountability from every villager, causing their faces to pale in dread, feeling as though they have been unjustly afflicted. However, Chen Yang remains unfazed. The fact that Zhao Laosan survived despite his severed meridians is merely a stroke of fortune for him, yet he is undoubtedly destined for a life of impotence. Zhao Rui, no matter how hard he tries, will find no evidence to suggest external interference. This conviction stems from the confidence instilled in him by the mysterious art of the Chiman ghost needle. Chapter 13. Destiny. As Chen Yang was about to leave without a second glance, he was unexpectedly spotted by Zhao Rui, who immediately shouted, "You stop." As he parted the crowd and approached Chen Yang, he inquired, "Are you that fool?" "Excuse me?" Chen Yang was taken aback, gazing at him in confusion. Zhao Rui narrowed his eyes. "I heard you previously assaulted my younger brother. Is that true?" "Did I?" Chen Yang responded, still bewildered, glancing down at him. "Is your brother in pain?" A few villagers could not contain their laughter, bursting into chuckles. Zhao Rui's face turned red with fury. "I meant Zhao Laosan." "Who? What does he sell?" Chen Yang blinked in confusion, turning to leave while muttering, "I don't want to buy anything. I have no money." Zhao Rui's face drained of color from anger, but he was not foolish enough to assault a fool. "What are you all laughing at? I refuse to believe that Lao Sen became incapacitated from drinking. If anyone can provide useful information, I will offer a reward of $1,000. Surprisingly, many turned away, dismissing his proclamation. Although they seemed too intimidated to oppose him, their animosity towards Zhao Rui was no less than that directed at Zhao Laosan. Upon returning home, Chen Yang discovered that Tian had already arrived, prompting him to ask eagerly, "Sister, did you go to the city yesterday?" "Yes." Tian responded with a single word, her gaze fixed on tidying the courtyard. Noticing her demeanor, Chen Yang felt a pang of concern. She seemed burdened by heavy thoughts. Grasping her hand, he implored, "Sister, what troubles you? Is there something wrong at your home?" "No," Tian replied, lifting her gaze and sighing. "It's our family." She then recounted her discovery upon returning home. An acrid scent of gasoline lingered in the air. Upon investigation, she found several spots in their home doused in gasoline, with an incense stick half burnt, extinguished for unknown reasons. Tian realized someone had attempted to set fire to their home. Thankfully, the incense stick had not burned down completely. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The lingering fear left her visibly unsettled. Understanding the situation immediately, Chen Yang clenched his teeth and muttered, "Zhao Laosan, you are truly despicable. Those ruffians came from the west side of the village late last night, intending not only to bully Tian but also to burn our home." However, he found it curious that the incense extinguished prematurely. Was it truly fate? Lost in thought, Tian spoke up, Yang. "I fear similar incidents may occur in the future. What should we do?" "There will be no further incidents," Chen Yang reassured her, shaking his head before asking, "Haven't you heard? Zhao Laosan has rendered himself incapacitated from drinking." "Really?" Tian was astonished. When she returned, it was already past 8 in the morning, and Zhao Laosan and his companions had been discovered and taken to the county hospital before dawn. She had gone straight home, unaware of this turn of events. Upon learning that Zhao Laosan had become a mere shell of his former self, the heavy burden that had long weighed upon Tian's heart was suddenly lifted, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Observing her reaction, Chen Yang instinctively tightened his grip around her small, calloused hands, worn from toil. "Sister, no one will bully us anymore," he exclaimed, his voice filled with hope. "That is truly wonderful." Tian's eyes shimmered with tears, yet her face radiated a smile of profound relief. She continued, "It is a pity that our mother did not live to see this. And our father has been out of touch for so long." At her words, Chen Yang felt a sharp pang in his heart. The illness that had claimed their mother's life was primarily due to the enormous distress he had caused, compounded by Zhao Laosan's ruthless demands for land that had driven her to a fatal state of anger and anxiety. While Zhao Laosan had received his comeuppance, those who had wronged him still roamed freely. As for their father, Chen Yang resolved that he would eventually locate him. At that moment, he wished to comfort Tian, even to divulge that he was no longer the fool he once was. However, a sudden twinge of pain in his chest compelled him to remain silent. This was the result of Yang Jian's nefarious meddling. He had even dispatched individuals to surveil Chen Yang's condition in the village. Compared to Zhao Laosan, these individuals posed an even greater threat. Thus, he resolved to continue feigning ignorance, unwilling to involve Tian in his troubles. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Yang released her hand and chuckled, "Sister, I'm hungry. Oh, I'll get cooking right away." Tian snapped back to reality and hurried toward the kitchen. "Let's prepare something delicious to celebrate." Watching her retreating figure, Chen Yang's heart was a tumult of emotions. Nevertheless, he soon took a deep breath, reminding himself that he was no longer the person he once was. With diligent training and a swift enhancement of his abilities, his enemies would inevitably face their reckoning. In celebration, Tian prepared 10 farm-fresh eggs, yet she refrained from consuming even one. Chen Yang understood her sacrifice but found himself at a loss for words. Thus, he devised a plan that would allow him to reclaim the funds he had earned without revealing that he had returned to normalcy. After satisfying his hunger, Chen Yang excused himself under the pretense of wanting to explore, making his way to the village entrance. After a short wait, he spotted Suyu arriving in her car. This had been arranged the previous day. Although the earth dragon root had been left at the hotel, the silver knife fish in the water pool remained uncaught. Driving along, Suyu felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart, but upon seeing Chen Yang standing at the village entrance, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. The complexities of a woman's heart are indeed curious. She worried about potential dangers in the mountains, yet upon seeing him, she found herself hoping for some form of excitement. As she pulled up and Chen Yang got into the car, Suyu's face was already aglow with joy. Chen Yang's gaze fell upon her lovely visage, unintentionally drifting lower. Captivated by her shapely legs encased in denim, he even swallowed hard, disregarding his image, and murmured, "Truly beautiful." Suyu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she pouted, "You rogue. Why are you so lecherous?" "Hee, can you blame me? It's your beauty." Chen Yang wore a mischievous smile, but soon adopted a serious demeanor and said, "By the way, I would like to discuss something with you." Suyu listened attentively. Her initial confusion swiftly transformed into understanding, and she nodded in agreement. "Sure. It's not a daunting task, merely a little fabrication before your sister. Thank you for your understanding." Chen Yang replied, then continued, "Later, I will assist you in catching fish and digging for dragon roots. You can simply hand over the money to her. You truly are kind to your sister." Suyu chuckled as she drove into the village. Little did she know that Tian and Chen Yang, despite being siblings, shared no blood relation. Had she been aware of this fact, her laughter might not have been so carefree. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Suyu exited the car and entered the courtyard. Upon seeing Tian, she hesitated momentarily, but quickly smiled and introduced herself along with her purpose, presenting 2 bundles of cash. "Please accept this." Tian was taken aback. You say this is Yang's earnings?" Chapter 14, Surprise Indeed. Suyu nodded and said, "Chen Yang discovered some earth dragon roots in the mountains, and I happened to acquire them. I didn't bring enough money yesterday, so I made a special trip today." She spoke the truth. After bringing the earth dragon roots back to the hotel yesterday, she had immediately instructed the kitchen to incorporate a bit into every dish. As a result, patrons remarked that today's cuisine was exceptionally delectable. This is precisely why Suyu felt at ease leaving the hotel early to visit her aunt at Suyu's home. Therefore, she had deliberately brought money today. It would be inappropriate to use someone else's goods without compensating them. Heavens! Tian could hardly believe it. Gazing at Chen Yang, who was grinning foolishly beside Suyu. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I forgot." Chen Yang chuckled, then inquired, "Sister, can we collect this money?" Tian found herself at a loss for an answer. Suyu, however, smiled gently and replied, "Of course we can, as it is a legitimate income. Moreover, Chen Yang will assist me in sourcing more earth dragon roots. and there will be even more money in the future. Tian was even more bewildered. This sum of 20,000 had already surpassed her family's annual income, and the prospect of more to come was astonishing. In comparison, her small patch of vegetable garden seemed less precious now. Perhaps due to a life of scarcity, being suddenly presented with such a large sum left Tian feeling dazed. Standing there with a blank expression. Noticing the girl's plight, Suyu felt a pang of sympathy and took her hand, saying, "I am younger than you, so I should address you as sister. Let us speak inside." With that, she left Chen Yang behind and led Tian into the house. Chen Yang was perplexed, wondering what this meant. After about half an hour, the two women emerged. Tian still bore traces of tears on her face, but her demeanor suggested she had regained her composure. The psychological shock had been overwhelming, and it took her a moment to accept it. Fortunately, Suyu was articulate, and being girls made communication easier, which helped Tian recover. However, when she recalled the hardships endured by her parents and herself and her younger brother, Tian shed a few more tears. She approached Chen Yang and looked up, saying, Yang, since this opportunity has arisen, please help President Su in gathering the Earth Dragon roots, but do ensure your safety. Understood, sister. The sparkle in her eyes revealed newfound hope for the future. And Chen Yang was overjoyed. After all, it had been a long time since he had seen her wear such a comforting smile. Time was pressing. Suyu drove Chen Yang straight to the western part of the village, returning to the spot where they had parked yesterday. She then retrieved 2 large boxes from the back seat, specifically designed to store silver knife fish. As Chen Yang lifted one in each hand, Suyu, feeling a bit bashful, asked, "Am I bringing too much? Are there really that many fish in the pond? I was actually worried you might have brought too little." Chen Yang replied with a smile. "Rest assured, there are plenty of fish." After speaking, he walked towards the mountains, adding, "However, it's better to only bring 2 boxes. This way, after catching the fish, we will have time to rest properly." Suyu paused at his words, her cheeks flushing as she shot him a playful glare while instinctively tightening her grip on the bag she held. By the time they reached the water pool, the sun had risen high, and the weather had turned quite warm. Chen Yang casually removed his shirt, revealing a physique defined by well-toned muscles, causing Suyu's heart to race with warmth. However, she quickly noticed the scars adorning his body and, filled with concern, inquired, "How did you get those?" "It's a long story," Chen Yang replied with a smile, deftly attaching a small piece of earthworm to the fishing rod he had prepared the previous day, casting it into the water. Noting his reluctance to elaborate, Suyu couldn't help but urge, "Come on, tell me. I'll share it with you later. Don't rush," he chuckled. "Right now, I just want to catch enough fish." How could Suyu not comprehend his implication? With a slight sigh, she thought to herself, why is he always fixated on that? Is it an overflow of energy? She wasn't mistaken. After undergoing 2 cycles of minor celestial circulation, Chen Yang indeed possessed an excess of yang energy, necessitating some balance. The earthworm seemed to be the silver knife fish's favorite. Once it bit, it would not let go. And even without a hook, it could be easily pulled ashore. The result was an impressive haul of silver knife fish, with just a small piece of earthworm yielding 5 or 6 catches. Although the thermal box appeared large, its insulated nature limited its actual capacity, accommodating no more than 20 fish at most. As one thermal box filled up, Suyu discreetly glanced at the time, realizing that less than 20 minutes had passed. The fish in the pool seemed endless. Each time Chen Yang cast the bait, a fish would bite. Watching Chen Yang's increasingly joyful expression, Suyu felt her heartbeat quicken, realizing what was likely to unfold. Indeed, it took less than an hour to fill both thermal boxes. Chen Yang reeled in the fishing rod. Turning to her with a beaming smile, "What did we discuss yesterday?" Suyu bit her lip, a conflicted expression crossing her face. "Do you mean to?" She had heard someone mention that the natural world fosters relaxation and a sense of returning to nature, leading to greater joy. Chen Yang chuckled, pointing to a nearby large tree. "Over there, under the shade, there's soft grass." Suyu's heart raced, feeling a twinge of resistance, yet more anticipation surged within her. But she couldn't just agree immediately, could she? What about a girl's modesty? Thus, when Chen Yang pulled her up, Suyu feigned a struggle, before obediently following him to the shade of the tree. To her surprise, the serene mountains and clear waters, coupled with the gentle breeze, created a truly delightful atmosphere. As Chen Yang pressed his lips against hers, his seemingly enchanted hand slipped beneath her blouse, and in an instant, she found herself utterly captivated. However, she still maintained a glimmer of clarity. "Wait, I have something in my bag." Chen Yang was taken aback, and opened it to find several small umbrellas. What a surprise, so well prepared. He chuckled inwardly, but had no intention of using them. Instead, while kissing Suyu's neck and breathing heavily, he said, "Those things are a nuisance." Suyu sighed inwardly, but did not insist. Thus, beneath the grand tree in the deep mountains, the two engaged in an intimate exchange devoid of barriers. It was unclear how much time passed before Suyu gradually emerged from her profound ecstasy, only to find Chen Yang gazing at her with a beaming smile. She immediately felt a rush of embarrassment and turned her head away, asking, "What are you looking at?" "Naturally, I am looking at you," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "I can never gaze upon you enough." Suyu's heart fluttered, a smile creeping onto her lips. Yet she remained bashful. "Are you satisfied now? Can we go back?" "It's still early." Chen Yang, with an affectionate gaze, continued to explore the softness of her delicate skin. After their earlier encounter, he had subtly brushed against the second threshold. If he were to try again, perhaps he might achieve a breakthrough. How could Chen Yang let such a rare opportunity slip away? He leaned down once more and captured Suyu's lips in a kiss. Chapter 15. What do you want to do? In the tranquil afternoon of the mountain, two individuals reclined in the grass beneath a tree, both wearing expressions of contentment. Suddenly, Chen Yang's stomach rumbled audibly, making him realize how famished he had become. The exertion from earlier had indeed been considerable, and it was time to replenish his energy. He turned to glance at Suyu, who lay there with her eyes half closed, exuding a languid demeanor. Surely, she must be hungry too. Would she fancy some grilled fish? Suyu merely murmured in response, too fatigued to utter another word. Chen Yang chuckled softly and rose, making his way to the lakeside. After catching another fish and preparing it over the fire, Suyu finally stirred. At that moment, she wore nothing but her undergarments and hiking shoes as she approached the water's edge. Chen Yang cast a fleeting glance, but found himself unable to look away. The scene was simply too enchanting. Suyu perched on a stone by the water, slowly removing her shoes, allowing her delicate, fair feet to dip into the gentle stream. While a soft breeze tousled her long hair, her porcelain skin glistened under the sunlight. Noticing Chen Yang's gaze, Suyu felt little embarrassment. She simply offered a shy smile before stepping further into the water. After their earlier vigorous exercise, she had worked up quite a sweat and sought to wash herself off. Chen Yang, feeling parched and unable to resist, joined her in the water, panting as he submerged himself. Suyu was momentarily taken aback, and upon seeing his expression, she understood. "You haven't had enough yet? It's not my fault. You are simply too beautiful," Chen Yang replied as he embraced her. Suyu expressed concern, fearing that his lack of restraint might harm his health, and hastily cautioned, "But you mustn't be too greedy. There are many days ahead of us." Her tone unmistakably indicated that she considered Chen Yang her man, rather than a fleeting romantic encounter. However, Chen Yang paid little heed to her words and instead grinned mischievously, saying, "It's fine. I'm merely afraid that after today, it will be difficult to see you again." Gasping, Suyu retorted, "How could that be?" "As long as you wish, you can." Before she could finish, a soft exclamation escaped her lips, and she lost her ability to articulate, clinging tightly to Chen Yang's shoulders as she felt the overwhelming sensations. After a significant passage of time, the two rested on the shore. Chen Yang discarded the charred fish and prepared a new one. Suyu, unable to move, leaned against a large stone and playfully complained, "I can't lift my hands." "Feed me." "Absolutely," Chen Yang replied with a chuckle, carefully peeling the fish and removing the bones before bringing it to her lips. As she savored the delectable grilled fish, Suyu's heart brimmed with sweetness, her gaze toward him filled with affection. Chen Yang felt similarly. He had not experienced such sweetness in a long time. Ever since being harmed by Yang Jian, he had felt an emptiness within, lacking a focal point. But now, everything had changed. He had Suyu. Before him was his first woman, who bestowed upon him immense strength, not solely in his practice, but also in his spirit, in his heart. Chen Yang silently resolved that from this moment forth, among those he wished to protect, besides Tian, there would be her. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, although Suyu felt a tinge of reluctance, it was imperative to return the silver knife fish. Otherwise, the evening's culinary arrangements would be disrupted. Chen Yang understood her sentiments and, having already achieved sufficient success that day, believed that with another night of cultivation, he might successfully break through to the second level of qi refinement. Therefore, the two tidied their belongings and brought 2 heavy boxes of silver knife fish back to the car. However, once Suyu got into the vehicle, she did not start the engine immediately but instead expressed her puzzlement. It seems someone is watching us discreetly. You noticed too? Chen Yang smiled. Don't worry about it. Those fellows have no idea of our background and have been lingering around our village for the past year. Not far away in the woods. Two unfamiliar men peeked out from behind the trees, exuding an air of suspicion. They had appeared in the village before, but had been absent in recent days. Only to return today, unexpectedly. What could they possibly want? Suyu inquired. Who knows? Chen Yang shrugged, not wishing to divulge too much of his own affairs to her, as it was not a favorable topic. Seeing him so relaxed, Suyu did not dwell on it, driving back to Chen Yang's residence. Suyu gently pursed her lips, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Chen Yang, hesitating to speak. I want to be going back to the county with you today. You'll be quite busy tonight. I'll wait until you have some free time. Chen Yang chuckled. All right then. Though Suyu felt a pang of sadness. She nodded in agreement. After Chen Yang exited the vehicle and watched her walk away, he returned to his courtyard, reflecting on the events that had transpired in the mountains. Still feeling a sense of lingering excitement. At that moment, the door swung open, and Tian emerged from the house alongside a strikingly graceful woman. Their eyes met. And Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. Li Mei. This woman had evidently made an effort to dress up today, donning a pale lotus-colored gauze dress, subtly revealing white shorts beneath and a black undergarment on top. Despite this, Chen Yang found little inclination to appreciate her appearance, frowning as he bluntly asked, What are you doing here? Let me explain. Li Mei began, but was interrupted by Tian, who then turned to Chen Yang. Yang. Please don't be angry. Aunt Mei was coerced by Zhao Lao San. She didn't dare to defy him. That gives her the right to help others bully me? Chen Yang retorted, vividly recalling how Li Mei had come to his home previously to slander him. Upon hearing this, Li Mei's eyes reddened, tears welling up. Chen Yang felt a pang of compassion in his heart, but chose to remain silent, and sulkily retreated into the house. After a considerable time, Tian re-entered, finding him still in a huff. All right, stop being upset. Aunt Mei just came over and clarified everything with me. I have already forgiven her. Then, as if soothing a child, she added, by the way, she mentioned wanting to give us something that you really like. Would you want it? What is it? Chen Yang asked, raising his head in curiosity. Tian smiled, recalling how their home nearly fell victim to arson just yesterday. She had heard about it, and, coincidentally, their female dog had just given birth to a litter of puppies. She suggested giving them one for protection, reminding him how much he had adored kittens and puppies in the past. Puppy. Chen Yang paused momentarily, then chuckled. That sounds wonderful. He thought to himself, why hadn't he considered this sooner? When he was away, his sister would be alone at home. What if something were to happen again? A dog as company would certainly ease his mind. He immediately rose and inquired, where's the dog? Seeing that he was no longer upset, Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. They were just born a few days ago and haven't been weaned yet. Aunt Mei mentioned a few days. Not weaned? Even better. I'll go fetch one right away. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang dashed out the door. His urgency stemmed not merely from his fondness for puppies, but rather from his skill in animal training, a specialized technique he was eager to put into practice. He hurried to Aunt Mei's house, entering without announcing himself, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. Aunt Mei had just returned, having removed her long dress, leaving her in only her undergarments. Their eyes met, and she immediately panicked, instinctively covering her chest. What are you doing? Chapter 16. The fully ripe beauty. Though Chen Yang had seen her like this before. Upon witnessing her voluptuous, snow-white body and her alluring curves, he instinctively swallowed hard. It must be said, this woman was strikingly different from Suyu. Suyu belonged to the category of the unrefined, rather innocent. In contrast, Li Mei was entirely matured, akin to a fruit bursting with juice at the slightest bite. Even after having practiced with Suyu several times during the day, Chen Yang still felt a surge of heat coursing through him, his breath quickening. Noticing his state, Li Mei became less apprehensive. Her expression shifted from tension to tranquility, and she even smiled. You silly boy. With a playful glance towards Chen Yang's trousers. She teased, just a glance, and you're like this? Quite vigorous, aren't we? Chen Yang remained silent. Yet internally, he was diligently managing his emotions while also regulating the surging energy within him. After a deep exhale, he stated, I came to fetch the pups. Huh. Li Mei was taken aback. How had this fool returned to normal so quickly? Just as she pondered this, Chen Yang had already turned to leave. She hesitated to follow directly, hastily donned her skirt, and then stepped outside. Upon emerging, she saw Chen Yang striding towards the entrance, cradling 2 puppies in his arms. "Hey, you rascal," Li Mei exclaimed, feeling quite displeased. "You've taken the pups. What will happen when Dehei returns?" Chen Yang paused, turning back to reply. "It will probably find its way to my home. I'll let it stay there for a while." As she watched Chen Yang depart, Li Mei felt exasperated. Thinking to herself, what a fool. Is a dog more important than a person? With this body of mine, can it hold its own against 2 little black dogs? Yet, she was helpless. She couldn't very well chase after that foolish boy, could she? Meanwhile, Chen Yang hastened back home. The 2 little black puppies nestled in his arms, still peacefully asleep, their tiny pink tongues peeking out, utterly adorable. These little creatures were well fed, round and plump like 2 little meatballs. He was reluctant to set them down. However, after indulging in their cuteness for a moment, Chen Yang informed Tian that he had matters to attend to and entrusted the pups to her care before swiftly leaving again. It was already past 5. With about 2 hours remaining until sunset, Chen Yang sped back into the mountains. Having mastered the art of taming, commanding animals had become an effortless task for him. However, to ensure the little black dogs grew robust and could adequately protect Tian, he knew he had to put in some effort. Once in the mountains, Chen Yang first caught 2 silver knife fish. Then, using a branch, he prepared to gather some earth dragon roots. At that moment, something shimmering caught his eye from the grass on the western edge of the pond, instantly drawing his attention. The sun was already tilting westward, and the sunlight reflecting off the grass revealed the object, which he could see from his angle. With curiosity driving him, he approached swiftly, only to discover a milky white woman's handbag nestled in the grass. "This must be the bag Suyu mentioned." Chen Yang was filled with joy. Upon entering the mountains that morning, she had mentioned losing her bag and had promised to help her find it, never expecting to encounter it so soon. Upon rummaging through the contents of the bag, she discovered it was filled with typical girl-esque belongings, such as tissues and lipstick. However, at the very bottom lay a jade pendant adorned with a silver chain. Its vibrant green hue and crystalline clarity suggested it was of considerable value. This further convinced her that it was indeed the item Suyu had lost. Chen Yang thought to herself that returning it would surely delight the girl, and perhaps she would feel compelled to express her gratitude in return. As evening fell, Chen Yang returned home with her find. The large black dog from Li Mei's house was indeed there, lounging in its newly built doghouse while nursing 2 puppies. Upon seeing Chen Yang, it emitted a few disgruntled grumbles, clearly displeased that he had taken its offspring. Chen Yang chuckled and headed to the kitchen with the fish, reasoning that once it was time for a delicious meal, the dog would surely forgive him. At that moment, Tian emerged from the house. Yang, Suyu is sending someone to pick you up shortly. She said it's urgent." "Pick me up?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "What is going on?" She didn't elaborate, but appeared quite anxious. Tian managed a wry smile and asked, "Can you go by yourself? Or should I accompany you?" "No need. I can manage on my own." In just 20 minutes, a white SUV pulled up at the doorstep. When Chen Yang saw who stepped out of the vehicle, he was momentarily stunned. "It's you? Why not?" Suyu replied, her smile radiant. Today, she was dressed in a delightfully cool manner, wearing a semi-transparent white shirt with the hem tied together, revealing her flat abdomen. Below, she sported a pair of short black denim shorts that accentuated her long, fair legs. Chen Yang's gaze lingered, his heart racing, as he teasingly remarked, "Did you just return from the beach? Don't dawdle, get in the car quickly. My sister is waiting." Suyu replied with a laugh, nodding to Tian, who stood at the door. "Sister, I'll visit another day. Today's quite urgent." "That's fine." Tian's smile faltered slightly. Once the vehicle drove away, she murmured to herself, how did Yang suddenly come to know so many beautiful girls? A pang of jealousy stirred within her at this thought. Inside the car, Chen Yang found it hard to keep his gaze fixed ahead, unable to resist stealing glances to the left. Suyu seemed to notice but said nothing, merely explaining the situation. Apparently, the hotel intended to launch a special dish of steamed silver pomfret that evening, hoping it would attract more customers. However, the head chef had initially steamed a fish for a taste test, and everyone had praised it. Yet, shortly after, one of the cooks suddenly felt unwell and collapsed, unable to move within mere minutes. Chen Yang felt a rush of concern. And then, what happened to that person? Suyu focused on the road ahead. Fortunately, they were taken to the hospital in time and are now fine. The doctor said it was acute food poisoning. How could that be possible? Chen Yang furrowed his brow. The earth dragon root and silver knife fish are both warming foods, and they do not conflict with other ingredients. It is impossible that the chef was poisoned by them. My sister said the same, yet the head chef refuses to accept this. He claims he cannot bear the responsibility. If a customer were to fall ill after consuming it, he would be in dire straits. Suyu sighed. He has already eaten it himself. Yet he still says such things? Chen Yang was perplexed. Suyu shook her head. No, he hadn't had the chance to taste it. The chef began to feel unwell before he could do so. At that moment, only 3 people had eaten the fish, and thereafter, everyone else was too frightened to try it. I see, Chen Yang said, his brow furrowing once more, increasingly sensing that this matter was rather unusual. No wonder Suyu was anxious. The silver knife fish was of great significance to her, and yet this unfortunate incident had occurred. Chapter 17. I also desire a massage. The car arrived at the hotel's backyard, where Chen Yang and Suyu entered the kitchen. Suyu indeed wore a troubled expression. However, upon seeing Chen Yang, she seemed to regain a glimmer of hope. At last, you have come. What should we do? Do not fret, Chen Yang reassured her, gently squeezing her hand. He glanced at the plate of cold silver knife fish on the table, and without further ado, picked up chopsticks and took a bite. The kitchen staff were present, led by a portly middle-aged man who, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile faintly. This man was Zhao Wei, the head chef of the hotel. Observing Chen Yang savoring the fish, he internally snickered. If you can discern any flaw, I shall take your surname. Chen Yang ate slowly, chewing a piece of fish for a full minute. He even dipped his fingers into the sauce at the bottom of the plate and licked them. Zhao Wei scrutinized his every move, thinking to himself, what are you trying to portray? At that moment, Chen Yang raised his head and surveyed the room. Who prepared the garnishes for the steamed fish? Huh. Zhao Wei's heart tightened at these words. Yet before he could respond, a junior worker promptly raised his hand. It was me. Is there seafood sauce in the garnishes? Chen Yang inquired, his tone growing firmer. Yes, there is. The junior worker, sensing Chen Yang's piercing gaze, became visibly anxious. Where is that seafood sauce? Chen Yang pressed again, intensifying his tone. Just as the junior worker began to respond, Zhao Wei's eyes widened. Hey, what do you mean by shouting at my staff? Aren't they all under your command? Chen Yang calmly replied. I had initially informed Su about the necessity of serving the silver knife fish in its purest form, without any garnishes. However, I distinctly tasted scallions, ginger, and seafood sauce within it. May I inquire whose idea this was? Zhao Wei sneered dismissively. Are you the chef? Or am I? Do you truly understand how to cook? Chen Yang retorted with a cold smile. Even if your culinary knowledge surpasses mine, you still disregarded Su's instructions. Did you not? Why you? Zhao Wei found himself at a loss for words to counter this. At that moment, the junior worker returned with a recently opened can of seafood sauce and handed it to Chen Yang. It was evident that despite Zhao Wei being his superior, the occurrence of an issue in the kitchen was not his responsibility. In such circumstances, it was wiser to align with the hotel owner to avoid being made a scapegoat. Chen Yang opened the can and took a whiff, then turned to offer it to Suyu. This flavor is incorrect. Suyu nodded after smelling it, then glanced at the label on the can. Suyu, when did we begin stocking this lobster sauce? Suyu was taken aback, as the financial officer. She reviewed the inventory list daily and had never seen a purchase order for this brand. Is the poison chef in poor health? Does he require medication regularly? Chen Yang asked Suyu. Suyu shook her head and then turned to the others. I am not entirely sure. Does anyone know? Still the same side dish assistant. I am aware that Chef Xie has been lamenting his declining health lately, consistently consuming vitamins in hopes of bolstering his immune system. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Precisely. He then turned to Suyu and said, well, we have identified the root of the problem. Let us proceed with the preparation of the dishes. While steaming the fish, aside from the sliced earth dragon root, nothing else should be added. Excellent. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Chen Yang glanced at Zhao Wei, whose complexion was shifting erratically. Chef, the kitchen will soon become quite busy. Shall we ascend to discuss this further? Zhao Wei's gaze darted evasively. Discuss what? I will soon be occupied as well. Suyu, sensing something amiss, quickly interjected. No need. The kitchen does not require your supervision today. Zhao Wei was reluctant to move, but Chen Yang approached him, lowering his voice. I am currently granting you face in front of everyone. Do you truly wish for me to disclose everything publicly for all to know? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wei felt his legs weaken, his face turning a shade of bitter melon. This fellow's psychological resilience was rather low, and before Chen Yang could inquire further, he confessed everything upon reaching the office. It turned out today's incident was no mere coincidence. He had accepted benefits from Lu Qing and sought to create issues within the hotel's dishes. Coincidentally, one of his subordinate chefs had recently begun taking vitamins. And Zhao Wei, knowledgeable of certain food incompatibilities that many were unaware of, instructed them to add a specially prepared seafood sauce to the steamed fish. This lobster sauce, rich in copper ions, would react with the vitamins to precipitate heavy metal copper. If the quantity was sufficient, it could lead to poisoning. Zhao Wei, how could you treat me so poorly despite my kindness? Su Yu's face flushed crimson with anger upon hearing this. Zhao Wei suddenly knelt down. Su, I am truly sorry. I never wished to act this way, but Lu Qing threatened my 8-year-old daughter, and I dared not refuse. Su Yu was equally incensed. Lu Qing is utterly inhumane, sister. Should we report this to the authorities? Su Yu hesitated for a moment before sighing. Can we rely solely on Zhao Wei's testimony? Su Yu pondered and realized that even if they reported it, Lu Qing could easily find a scapegoat, and given the gravity of the situation, there was no guarantee of severe punishment if he were apprehended. But should it end like this? Su Yu, unwilling to accept it, crossed her arms and huffed. I cannot swallow this grievance. Well, we have already seen through his scheme. Can he continue his deceit? Su Yu smiled gently, then turned to Chen Yang. Thank you for your assistance earlier. You were too polite. Observing her forced smile, Chen Yang felt a pang of compassion. At that moment, Su Yu interjected. By the way, since you are here, you might as well visit my mother. Chen Yang hesitated, intending to decline. But Su Yu nodded. Yes, you should go with Yu. I must remain vigilant here at the restaurant. Very well, I shall return promptly after the visit. As for Zhao Wei, he believed that Su Yu would have her own methods to address matters, and it was not something he needed to concern himself with. Thus, he followed Su Yu and left the hotel, soon arriving at her residence. Today, He Yulan appeared to be in much better spirits than the previous day. Upon seeing Chen Yang, she even offered a grateful smile, though her speech remained somewhat unclear and difficult to comprehend. Nevertheless, the restoration of sensation in her limbs was a significant improvement, as she could even take a few steps with the assistance of her caregiver. Chen Yang opted not to perform acupuncture this time. Instead, he conducted a brief examination and provided her with a 20-minute massage. Throughout this period, Su Yu quietly kept him company, her gaze revealing an unusual intensity. Once the massage concluded and He Yulan had taken her evening medication, she retreated to her bedroom for some rest. Just as Chen Yang intended to check on the business at the hotel, Su Yu abruptly grasped his hand. Oh, there is no rush. The hotel just introduced new dishes today. We should wait until tomorrow to see how they fare. Chapter 18, The Most Wonderful Invitation. What do you mean? Chen Yang asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Su Yu pouted. After you performed acupuncture on me yesterday, I felt significantly better, but I don't think I'm completely healed yet. Chen Yang sighed, but I haven't brought my silver needles today. If you had mentioned it earlier, I would have brought them along. It's all right. You can give me a massage, just like you did for my mother earlier, she suggested. That was indeed a possibility. Chen Yang felt his heart race. Last night, he had used silver needles, and his fingers had not touched her skin. However, massage was a different matter. Seeing that he had agreed, Su Yu hurried back to her room to change, calling out to him as she did. When Chen Yang entered the bedroom, he was greeted by the sight of her clad in a white lace ensemble, causing his heart to race even faster. Approaching the bedside, he struggled to steady his breath, gazing at her pristine form from head to toe, unable to suppress the urge to swallow hard. Su Yu lay there, silent, exuding an aura of surrender. Then, I shall begin, Chen Yang said, his voice trembling as his hands pressed down on her back. The sensation of her soft and smooth skin sent a surge of thoughts through his mind. If he were to fully embrace her, experiencing the delicate texture entirely, it would be euphoric, to say the least. As Chen Yang's large hands glided over her back, Su Yu experienced an unprecedented wave of comfort. However, a sense of confusion crept in. Wasn't the massage supposed to focus on her neck and lower back? Why was he predominantly massaging her back instead? Although it felt delightful, an unfamiliar heat began to rise to her cheeks. In truth, Su Yu's skin was no longer a mere shade of white. It had transformed into a gentle blush, emanating a unique essence from her pores. This scent, although colorless and odorless, served as a potent catalyst for men, igniting an overwhelming desire within them. Chen Yang found himself in a similar predicament. Though he refrained from lunging at her, He felt an uncontrollable urge as his hands inadvertently began to drift downward. Ah! Suyu gasped, her entire body tensing in response. There was a secret she had never shared with anyone. While most girls' sensitive areas were their necks, armpits, or feet, hers were different. At that moment, as Chen Yang pressed on her, a jolt of electricity coursed from her lower back to her ears. The tingling sensation compelled her to let out a soft cry. Don't. Yet, regrettably, to Chen Yang, that sound was the most exquisite invitation. Just as he was about to succumb to the urge to envelop Suyu in his arms, a sudden ring of a telephone shattered the atmosphere, startling both of them. Chen Yang withdrew his hands, while Suyu, her cheeks flushed, reached for the phone. Sister, you were looking for me? Yes, she replied. Her curiosity piqued. Then she paused, noticing something unusual. What are you doing? Why are you breathing so heavily? Ah, no, not at all. Suyu's expression was flustered as she stole a glance at Chen Yang. At that moment, Chen Yang also felt a bit awkward but dared not speak, forcing a stiff smile. Naturally, he was met with Suyu's eye roll, and then she took a deep breath. I was just doing gymnastics earlier. What is wrong with you, sis? Is there something going on at the hotel? No, I was just checking if Chen Yang is finished. I need to arrange a car to send him back. It's getting late, Suyu replied. Suyu had nothing else to say, merely nodding. Oh, he is almost done. All right, I'll go pick him up shortly. After a moment of silence, Suyu suddenly asked, do you want to join? Sure. Suyu immediately nodded. Chen Yang, standing by, felt helpless and sighed. With these two sisters together, he had no chance to make a move. Suyu arrived quite quickly, showing up downstairs at 8 o'clock. Chen Yang, puzzled, asked her why she wasn't attending to the hotel's business. To which she explained that they had just started operating today, and quite a few patrons had already come to dine, specifically ordering the steamed silver knife fish, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. As a result, all the dishes prepared for the day were completely ordered out, and it was too late to buy more. So they decided to close early. Seeing her cheerful demeanor, seemingly forgetting what had transpired at the hotel, Chen Yang chose not to bring it up again. On the way back to the village, Suyu mentioned the need to acquire more silver knife fish and eagerly inquired of Chen Yang how many he thought he could catch if he went fishing again tomorrow. Chen Yang estimated that during his previous 2 ventures into the water, the first was to save someone and the second was to find treasures at the bottom. He had seen numerous silver knife fish swimming, at least several hundred. However, these might not suffice for the gourmets at the hotel who relished fish. They would likely only last a few days. He could catch many tomorrow, but as time went on, the larger fish would become scarcer, necessitating the exploration of artificial breeding techniques. That is manageable. Suyu nodded. There are fish ponds around the county. I can go find one to discuss purchasing it another day. All right, if you can find a fish pond, I can help you raise the silver knife fish. Chen Yang replied with a smile. Good. By the way, so you seem to recall something. The bag next to you contains the payment for today's fish. A total of 7,000 yuan. Chen Yang was taken aback. So much? We only caught over 30 fish today. That averages nearly 200 each, right? Not too much. I actually bought them at 200 each. The hotel's steamed fish isn't priced too high either. Only 220 per fish, Suyu chuckled. Chen Yang was bewildered. Then you're not making a profit. Suyu pursed her lips. Right now, it's about expanding the market. Profit is secondary. Once the silver knife fish are bred on a larger scale, I'm sure I won't incur losses. I see. Chen Yang understood and couldn't help but marvel at her business acumen. Upon a moment's reflection, the sum of 7,000 yuan may not seem substantial, yet it represents merely a day's earnings. As the silver knife fish is poised to flood the market in due course, Chen Yang could scarcely fathom the wealth that might await him. Just as he reveled in this thought, the vehicle traversing the pitch-black rural road suddenly came to a screeching halt. Fortunately, Suyu in the front seat were secured by their seatbelts, preventing them from being thrown forward. However, before Suyu could utter a word, an irate voice emanated from ahead. Do you even know how to drive? And you dare to criticize me? Suyu, exasperated, rolled down the window and inquired, why are you driving without your headlights on at this hour? Aren't you afraid of getting hit? To her surprise, the voice shifted to one of delight. Oh, it's a girl. At that, Suyu fell silent, hastily retracting her head. Meanwhile, Chen Yang furrowed his brow, pondering why that voice sounded so familiar. Thus, he opened the door and stepped out, striding towards the source of the commotion. Chapter 19. Good brothers. Beneath the illumination of the car's headlights, a 3-wheeled vehicle could be seen parked by the roadside, devoid of even a reflective sticker. Chen Yang's attention was drawn to 3 individuals standing across from him. the leader being a young, diminutive man with a rather roguish demeanor. Upon recognizing him, Chen Yang could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Zhanghua? Who is that?" Zhanghua, facing the bright lights, could only discern the imposing silhouette of a figure, unable to make out Chen Yang's face. "What are you doing out here at such a late hour instead of heading home?" Chen Yang chuckled as he approached, affectionately draping his arm over Zhanghua's shoulder. In the car, Su Yu and Su Yu watched in a state of bewilderment. But upon witnessing the two engage in warm conversation, they realized that the two were longtime friends. Indeed, Chen Yang and Zhanghua had known each other since childhood, having formed a close bond during their middle school years and later attending high school together. However, after just 1 year, Zhanghua was forced to drop out due to his family's inability to pay the tuition fees, and the two lost contact. Yet, Chen Yang often reminisced about their shared experiences, and Zhanghua's visage lingered in his memory. After a delightful conversation, Zhanghua and the two young men pushed the three-wheeler forward, allowing Su Yu's vehicle to depart. Moments later, noticing Chen Yang's silence, Su Yu could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, "What does your friend do? He looks rather like a little thug." "That's just his nature. Plus, he has recently opened a pool hall, and with a few younger associates, it's only natural he has picked up some of those societal habits," Chen Yang explained. Su Yu's eyes widened in surprise. "You are still friends with someone like that?" "We've been friends for a long time. We just haven't seen each other in recent years." "Do you plan to continue this friendship?" "Of course," Chen Yang affirmed. "Moreover, I intend to treat him like a true brother." Su Yu exchanged a glance with Su Yu, her expression laden with complexity. Given her background and familial environment, she naturally found it challenging to associate with individuals from the underbelly of society. If Chen Yang were to embody such traits, what would become of their relationship? As they reached the edge of the village, Chen Yang instructed Su Yu to halt the vehicle and made his way home alone. It was already past 9 in the evening, yet Tian was still awake, the lights in the house still aglow. Upon hearing Chen Yang's return, she dashed out of the room. "You're back? Have you eaten?" Dressed in a pink tank top and white shorts, Chen Yang found it hard to resist the allure, even though he saw her daily. Nevertheless, he quickly diverted his gaze and smiled. "I've already eaten. Why are you still awake, sister?" "I can't sleep until you return," Tian retorted, casting him a playful glare. "How did things go with Mr. Su? Is everything all right?" Chen Yang shook his head. "No worries, sister. Everything has been resolved." "Oh." Tian seemed poised to inquire further, but Chen Yang interjected, "You should get some rest. I have quite a busy day ahead. I'm heading to bed now." With that, he retreated to his own room, leaving Tian in a state of contemplation. The young man, who once spent his days aimlessly wandering the village, has suddenly transformed. What could he possibly be so busy with? Moreover, he seems to articulate himself much more fluently now, no longer appearing as foolish as before. Yet, upon reflection, this is indeed a positive change. Perhaps he is gradually improving. Tian thought joyfully as she returned to her room, her days becoming increasingly brighter. The following morning, just as the sun began to rise, a tricycle came to a halt at her doorstep. Soon after, Zhanghua emerged, carrying 2 boxes of milk and a large bag, his excitement palpable as he entered the courtyard. Chen Yang was taken aback by his unexpected visit and greeted him, saying, "What brings you here? I didn't know where you lived before, but after you mentioned it last night, how could I not come to see?" Zhanghua replied, his smile radiant. He then inquired, "Where are your uncle and aunt? I'd like to greet them." Chen Yang chuckled lightly. "Let's head inside first. I'll explain everything." Yang, who is this?" Tian emerged from the house. She had sensed the arrival of a guest, but had taken a moment to put on long sleeves and trousers, as she preferred not to dress too lightly in the presence of others. Zhanghua was momentarily taken aback when he first saw her, struck by her beauty. However, upon realizing she was Chen Yang's sister, he felt shy and greeted her, blushing, with a simple "sister." Sensing the conversation at home might be awkward, Chen Yang quickly led Zhanghua towards the west of the village, heading towards the fishing pond. Along the way, he shared a bit about his circumstances. Although they had just reunited the previous night, Chen Yang felt that Zhanghua was a loyal and honorable brother, so he decided against concealing too much. Yet, before Chen Yang could finish, Zhanghua sat down on a large stone by the roadside, exclaiming, "Yang, let us pause for a moment. I need to catch my breath." He then took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and inhaled deeply before stating with reddened eyes, "Where's Yang Jian? I'll take a few people back with me and make sure he pays." "Calm down," Chen Yang chuckled. "It's not as simple as you think. But it cannot be left unaddressed." Zhang Hua exclaimed, discarding the cigarette after a mere puff. This is utterly intolerable. No, I must take charge of this matter. Just hear me out. Chen Yang, feeling exasperated, urged him to sit down again and spoke earnestly. I will definitely seek revenge, but the time is not right yet. He then outlined his recent plans, emphasizing the need to secure funding first. As for the issue of Yang Jian's henchman station nearby, he chose not to disclose it for the time being. After listening to Chen Yang's strategy, Zhang Hua nodded in agreement, saying, Don't worry, Yang Go. We have people, and we can gather resources. From now on, you will be our leader. Not yet. Chen Yang shook his head. I still need to play the fool. I cannot reveal myself. He then expressed his greatest concern, which was that if Yang Jian discovered the truth, it could lead to calamity for those close to him. Initially, Zhang Hua believed Yang Jian to be merely a callous professor, but after hearing Chen Yang's account of Yang Jian's background and past methods, he became considerably more cautious. As a mere nameless individual muddling through life in a small county, what could I possibly offer in competition? Thus, Zhang Hua nodded, Brother Yang, I understand. Rest assured, I shall assist you to the very end. It is a pity I did not learn of your situation sooner. Otherwise, I would have arrived much earlier. Had you come earlier, you would have encountered a fool with a head filled with nothing but nonsense. Chen Yang chuckled, wrapping his arm around Zhang Hua's shoulder. Let us wait here for a while. Once Su Yu arrives, I shall take you into the mountains to witness the foundation of our enterprise. Who is Su Yu? Zhang Hua inquired. Chen Yang smiled but refrained from answering. You will soon find out. Today, Su Yu arrived quite early and brought along additional boxes to store the fish. Upon discovering her identity, Zhang Hua was taken aback, for he had long heard tales of the beautiful hotelier. Yet, he never fathomed that she and Chen Yang shared such a close friendship. Consequently, Zhang Hua's confidence in Chen Yang's plans grew even stronger. Chapter 20. Assisting Auntie. As noon approached, the trio returned with an abundance of harvest. Zhang Hua did not linger. He hurriedly mounted his tricycle and departed. He had numerous pressing matters to attend to and wished not to waste a single minute. However, Su Yu found herself unable to leave, as Tian insisted she stay for lunch before departing. The meal was modest yet plentiful, with homegrown vegetables and meat that Tian had procured from the town earlier that morning. After only a few bites, Su Yu couldn't help but exclaim, Sister, these vegetables are truly delicious. Really? Tian beamed at the compliment, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I grew them all myself. I'm glad you enjoy them. It has been ages since I've tasted such fresh, unadulterated vegetables, Su Yu remarked, savoring the crisp cucumber and refreshing greens. Why do the ones at the county market lack such flavor? Tian mused. Perhaps they use too many pesticides and fertilizers? Indeed. They seem to have lost the vegetable's original freshness, Su Yu agreed, nodding thoughtfully. Sister, I noticed there aren't many vegetables in your yard. Where did these come from? Tian smiled coyly. They are from the hillside behind my house. I planted quite a few, and I can pack some for you to take home later. Intrigued by the vast expanse of greens on the hillside, Su Yu quickly finished her meal and urged Tian to accompany her outside. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, cleaning the dishes, pondered the girl's intentions. Once he finished, he planned to explore the back mountain, but before he reached the front door, he heard footsteps and soon spotted Li Mei. Today, she wore form-fitting trousers that accentuated her curvaceous thighs, which swayed enticingly as she walked. Oh, do we have guests at home? She remarked, glancing at the vehicle parked at the entrance, her tone laden with implication. Chen Yang maintained a stoic expression. Is there something you need? Brat. Li Mei shot him a disgruntled look. Your sister isn't upset with me anymore. I'm just stepping out, Chen Yang replied, perplexed by her demeanor, wishing to avoid further entanglement. But Li Mei seized his arm, declaring, I do need something. Auntie has come to ask for your assistance. Assistance? Chen Yang was taken aback. With what? Li Mei bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with mischief. She wants you to help her with some chores. Noticing her playful demeanor, Chen Yang couldn't suppress a chuckle inwardly, thinking, is she being flirtatious? Yet, he continued to inquire, what kind of chores? Oh, just follow me, Li Mei insisted, pulling him along. Once the work is done, Auntie will be sure to express her gratitude. Chen Yang found himself speechless, musing to himself, if you're going to be so forward, then I shall not hold back today. He had spent the morning in Su Yu's company, and his heart had begun to stir with anticipation, but the presence of others had thwarted any opportunity. Now, with Li Mei so willingly approaching him, adorned with a cat-like allure, who could be blamed? Expecting to head to her home, he was taken aback when Li Mei led him southward through the village, entering the small southern ravine. Confused, Chen Yang wondered, what is her intention? On the eastern side of Xianangu, a profusion of pine trees and various shrubs thrived, while the western slope, more gentle, was cultivated with a patch of millet and corn. This land belonged entirely to Li Mei, and it was only when they reached the ravine that she paused to exclaim, "Look at these trees. I cannot fathom how they fell and crushed my crops." Oh! Chen Yang felt a pang of silence within, realizing that his earlier assumptions were misguided. She genuinely required his assistance. Oddly enough, there had been little rain lately, nor strong winds. How could these stout saplings have toppled? Curiosity piqued. He approached to investigate and noticed tufts of hair clinging to the fallen trunks, coarse and bristly to the touch. Wild boar? Chen Yang was taken aback. Yet, it made little sense. Why would a wild boar topple pine trees? The adjacent corn had matured, untouched by any disturbance. Li Mei had begun to attempt to shift the fallen trees, but, lacking the strength, turned to him and urged, "Why are you dawdling? Help me move these trees. Otherwise, how shall we harvest in the autumn?" Reluctantly, Chen Yang acquiesced, deciding to lend a hand. He stepped forward, grasped one of the small trees with one hand, and effortlessly uprooted it from the ground. Li Mei stood there, astonished. Despite exerting all her strength, she could not budge the trees. Yet Chen Yang had pulled them out as if plucking weeds. "You've got quite the strength." Her eyes sparkled as she appraised him. Ignoring her gaze, he continued to uproot the fallen trees and, in the process, kicked down a few more at the edge of the field to avert future complications. It was then that he noticed, a few meters away in the woods, the ground was riddled with small depressions. Intrigued, Chen Yang ventured into the forest and crouched down. The earth was mounded, with cracks forming as if something beneath was trying to emerge. The soil was somewhat hard, and with a twig, he began to probe, soon uncovering something below. "What is this?" It appeared dark and resembled a dung ball. At that moment, Li Mei approached, bending down to inquire. Chen Yang glanced up at her, poised to respond, but his words faltered. The angle of his gaze allowed him to glimpse down her neckline, revealing two soft, ample curves. Trembling, he thought how undeniably soft they must be. Li Mei caught his gaze and, with a playful smile, asked, "Do you find it appealing?" Chen Yang instinctively uttered a sound, hastily redirecting his eyes and pocketing the dark, round objects he had unearthed. Rising, he moved forward to explore further, only to discover numerous cracked patches throughout the woods. Goodness! His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his body quivered slightly. Just then, he felt a sudden softness behind him. Li Mei had wrapped her arms around him from behind, her ample chest pressing firmly against his back. "You silly boy, I've shown you everything. Do you not wish to touch?" The gentle mountain breeze and her tender words ignited a fire within Chen Yang's heart. Unable to restrain himself, he turned and embraced her tightly. Li Mei let out a soft murmur, pressing her entire being against Chen Yang, as if yearning to merge with him. Chen Yang, feeling the fervent warmth of the person in his embrace, was suddenly beset by concern. The forest was strewn with pebbles and dirt. Where could they possibly lie down? How could they manage in such a place? Li Mei was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly regain her composure and let out a light-hearted laugh. How foolish. She glanced around, seemingly wary of prying eyes, before grasping Chen Yang's hand and leading him deeper into the woods. In truth, who would venture here in the middle of the day? Yet, her apprehension lingered as she continued to pull him into the dense pine thicket, where she shyly regarded him and began to unfasten her clothing. Chen Yang swallowed hard, though his mind was still clouded with doubt. The ground was covered in pine needles. Wasn't she afraid of getting pricked? It was only when Li Mei lowered her pants to her knees and bent to embrace a large tree that he finally understood. Clearly, she was no novice. She possessed the wisdom that came with experience. Chapter 21. Alone in the wild boar hunt at that moment. A strange sound echoed from the distant woods. A wild boar. Li Mei, who had been teetering on the edge of tears, was startled by the noise and quickly straightened her posture. "Keep quiet. Be cautious not to alert it." "Fear not. I'm here," Chen Yang replied, displaying no signs of anxiety, but rather an air of exhilaration. The object unearthed from the soil was unmistakably truffles, and the wild boar had uprooted the trees in search of these delicacies. It is well known that truffles are highly prized, often regarded as one of the three great delicacies in Western cuisine, commanding exorbitant prices. Moreover, Chen Yang had discovered an abundance of truffles in the forest. How could he allow the wild boar to consume them all? With the creature now present, it was better to eliminate the threat once and for all. He glanced around, picked up a branch roughly the width of his wrist, and with a swift kick, broke off the top, revealing a jagged edge. Though not razor-sharp, its sheer force would suffice to inflict harm. Li Mei, on the verge of tears, exclaimed. I told you to stay quiet. What are you doing, you foolish boy? Stay put. I'll be back shortly. Chen Yang shot her a glance and strode confidently into the woods. You idiot, Li Mei lamented, unable to stop him, her legs feeling as weak as jelly. She thought to herself, if Chen Yang were to be gored by the wild boar, how would she explain that to Tian Tian? As the wild boar's chilling cries echoed from afar, her anxiety intensified. However, just moments later, the cacophony ceased. Had he perished? Li Mei's legs felt as wobbly as tofu, making it difficult to stand, let alone venture forth to investigate. Just then, she noticed a figure flitting through the trees, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my heavens! Chen Yang emerged, triumphantly carrying a hefty wild boar towards her. The creature's tusks were nearly half a foot long, yet it lay limp, revealing a gaping wound in its neck, blood still dripping steadily. With a radiant smile, Chen Yang hoisted the 200-pound wild boar, exclaiming, Auntie, we can return here for more later. Let us head home for now. Li Mei, utterly stunned, nodded vacantly. Upon their return home, they found Su Yu had already departed. Tian Tian was tidying up the yard and was equally astonished at the sight of Chen Yang carrying such a massive beast. Still shaken, Li Mei quickly recounted the events, adding, I couldn't stop this foolish boy. Thankfully, nothing went awry. Tian Tian shot a disapproving glance at Chen Yang. You truly are reckless. How could you provoke such a creature? But look, I'm unscathed. Chen Yang chuckled, then added, Sister, fetch a knife quickly. Tian Tian hesitated. Is wild boar meat even palatable? I've heard it can have a gamey taste. That won't be a problem, Chen Yang replied with a smile. You'll see once you taste it. All right then. Tian Tian soon returned with a knife, and Chen Yang placed the wild boar on a plastic sheet, ready to commence the butchering process. The large black dog that had been lounging indoors had finally emerged, now quietly sitting in the corner, neither barking nor causing a ruckus. Chen Yang understood its intentions well. After the wild boar was gutted, he had tossed a generous chunk of tender meat its way, which the dog eagerly took and carried off. Meanwhile, the two little pups could not yet manage meat and were simply yipping excitedly in place. In no time, the 200+ pounds of wild boar had been thoroughly butchered. The meaty bones were cast into a pot to be boiled, while the remaining flesh was deftly divided into smaller portions by Chen Yang. Li Mei, who had been observing from the side, eventually felt it inappropriate to linger and joined Tian Tian in boiling water for the seasonings. The surplus meat was salted for preservation, and Chen Yang took the opportunity to call Zhang Hua, requesting him to bring his younger companions over. By evening, as Tian Tian lifted the pot lid, the steaming stew of meat was ready to be served. Zhang Hua had arrived with 3 young men, all seemingly in their late teens, appearing rather shy. However, Chen Yang placed his trust in him, knowing he had brought capable individuals, and welcomed them warmly. The steaming bones and stew graced the table, and once everyone had tasted the meal, they were all effusive in their praise. Zhang Hua inquired how such a delectable dish was prepared. Chen Yang simply smiled in silence. After all, how could stew enriched with earth dragon root and truffles taste anything less than extraordinary? That night, everyone dined contentedly, finishing every last morsel from the pot. As darkness fell, Zhang Hua, needing to return home, did not linger long and soon bid farewell. After helping Tian Tian tidy up, Li Mei prepared to leave but cast a glance at Chen Yang before departing. Without uttering a word, her eyes conveyed everything. Chen Yang quickly rinsed himself with cold water and, after exchanging a brief word with Tian Tian, hurriedly stepped outside. The night had fully enveloped the village. With most homes darkened, Chen Yang quietly pushed open the door to Li Mei's house. Although it appeared dim from outside, thick curtains were drawn, and a fan hummed in the room where Li Mei sat in a tank top and shorts, her long hair cascading freely. Their eyes met, and Chen Yang chuckled, Auntie, I have arrived. Li Mei, feeling increasingly restless, found her heart racing, suddenly at a loss for words. Unable to restrain himself, Chen Yang stepped forward and lifted her into his arms. I want to try the position from the daytime. You rascal, Li Mei playfully chided. Yet her body was limp, offering no resistance as he explored freely. In mere moments, she was breathless. Oh, you should turn off the light. No. I enjoy watching you, she retorted. The room was filled with passionate encounters, while across the village, 2 men remained vigilant, observing the happenings at Li Mei's residence. Brother, that fool has been acting strangely these past few days, remarked one of the lean men. The taller one lowered his binoculars. I've only been back a few days, and he seems like a different person. The lean man replied, I don't know, but he has been quite lively lately. running about, and now he has got a beautiful woman by his side. Have you ascertained the identity of that woman? Indeed. She is a small restaurant owner in the county town. Share everything you know. After a brief moment, the tall man smacked his lips. Something is amiss. This fool must be in trouble. What shall we do? The thin man, unable to take charge, inquired further. Should we notify Brother Feng? Well, Brother Feng has instructed that any anomalies must be reported. Keep an eye out while I make a call, the tall man declared before turning to leave, leaving the thin man alone in the woods. Damn it, what are those two doing inside? How long has it been? The thin man, feeling agitated, swatted at the numerous mosquitoes that had already left him with a dozen welts. Just as he was scratching furiously, he heard a noise behind him and, thinking it was the tall man returning, turned to ask, what did Brother Feng say? To his dismay, he found himself confronted by two shadowy figures, their faces twisted in menace. Good heavens! The thin man, terrified, collapsed onto the ground. Ghost, ghost, as he shouted, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted dead away. Chapter 22. The man catches the cicada, while the yellow sparrow awaits. Chen Yang toiled until the stroke of midnight. Fortunately, there was a fan. Otherwise, the sheets beneath him would have been drenched in sweat. Li Mei remained motionless, still immersed in the lingering echoes of their encounter, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Chen Yang, too, relished the moment, for the fruits of their recent endeavors were indeed substantial. Noticing the late hour, he realized he needed to expedite his cultivation. So he prepared to take his leave. Just then, Li Mei's delicate arm reached out to grasp him, her sultry eyes sparkling. Don't go. Chen Yang mused silently. Is she still not satiated? Wasn't she the one pleading for mercy just moments ago? Nevertheless, he maintained a playful smile and replied, It's time for me to head home. You. Li Mei sighed. I can't tell if you're genuinely foolish or just pretending. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. Huh? Sometimes I think you've fully recovered, yet at other times, you seem quite unaware. Li Mei gazed at him. What is your true state? I'm perfectly fine. Chen Yang scratched his head. Who said I was foolish? I'm quite astute. Li Mei rolled her eyes. All right. You may leave. I'm quite fatigued myself. Very well. Chen Yang donned his clothes and departed quietly. Once home, he did not rest. He immediately commenced his cultivation until dawn broke. By the time he ventured outside, the sun was already high in the sky, and Tian had prepared breakfast. As he sat down to eat, she hesitated, glancing at him. Last night. Sis, when will we harvest the vegetables? Chen Yang interjected. Is she planning to buy them all? Yes, Tian nodded. She said she would bring people over to harvest in the next few days. So we want Tian to lift a finger. That is splendid. Chen Yang smiled, lowering his head to devour his meal. Tian watched him, pursing her lips. Her words caught in her throat. After breakfast, a tricycle stopped at their doorstep. Zhang Hua had arrived with his companions. He entered the house while the other three young men took up a loudspeaker and called out to the village. Anyone looking to earn some pocket money for a day's work will be paid 150 yuan, with lunch provided. This announcement drew the attention of the entire village. Meanwhile, Zhang Hua, seizing the opportunity of a deserted space, turned to Chen Yang with a sly grin. Brother, it's all set. The vehicle has been torched. And the people? Chen Yang was taken aback. They weren't harmed, were they? Zhang Hua recoiled slightly. Brother. Surely not. We don't engage in criminal activities. Chen Yang. Last night, he had feigned departure with a few underlings, but in reality, they had stopped a few miles from the village, only to stealthily return under the cover of darkness. Recently, the lean man had been lurking near the village, and coincidentally, the tall fellow returned from the provincial city, parking his vehicle in the nearby woods, where Zhang Hua and his crew spotted them. These young men were quite cautious. They waited until the two parted ways before taking action, successfully capturing them without a hitch. However, due to Chen Yang's prior instructions to avoid leaving any traces for the adversary, Zhang Hua refrained from inquiring about the activities of the two individuals. Instead, he confiscated all their valuables and took their vehicle as well. Of course, that car was not suitable for personal use, so he drove it straight into a deep ditch by the roadside midway. Consequently, the tall man and the thin one would only perceive it as a robbery and would not suspect it was a retaliatory measure orchestrated by Chen Yang. As for the subsequent actions of the adversary in response to these two's predicament, that remained to be seen. Chen Yang was quite pleased with Zhang Hua's actions and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Well done, but remember one thing. Avoid exposing your identity whenever possible. I am in the light, they are in the dark, and you must strike from an even darker place. Zhang Hua nodded. Understood, brother. Upon learning that Chen Yang had single-handedly subdued a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds and had carried it home from the mountains, he was utterly astonished and became even more devoted. Not wanting Zhang Hua and his companions to labor in vain, Chen Yang continued, "Take all the truffles you dig today, and be sure not to sell them cheaply. They are worth at least 200 to 300 per pound." Zhang Hua nodded. "I am aware of that, rest assured." Chen Yang added, "Yes, keep the money from the sales for yourself and distribute it among the brothers. I have yet to earn substantial profits, but I will never neglect you all in the future. Your words suffice. We are not in it for the money," Zhang Hua replied with a smile. "If you say to keep it, then I shall. I am not short of that." "Very well then," Zhang Hua chuckled, not overly concerned. Throughout the following day, nearly everyone capable of work in the village ventured into the mountains, beginning the excavation of truffles according to Zhang Hua and others' arrangements. The villagers had no idea what they were unearthing, but they found the process rather intriguing. However, since there was money to be made, and the task was not overly strenuous, they simply dug without concern for what it was. So you arrived in the village at noon, intending to assess the vegetable fields and evaluate how many hands and vehicles would be needed for transportation. Upon learning about the discovery of truffles in the mountains, she instructed her companions to proceed to the back hills while she and Suyu ventured toward Xiaonengo. Numerous individuals occupied the hillside, chatting and laughing as they excavated. Each truffle unearthed was placed into nearby baskets, quickly filling them. Upon witnessing the dark, round truffles and smelling their aroma after breaking one open, both Suyu and Suyu were taken aback. "How is this possible? I have never heard of such a thing being produced here," Suyu exclaimed. Suyu, curious about the discovery process, asked Chen Yang, "How did you know that truffles could be found here?" Chen Yang awkwardly scratched his head. "It was just an accident." Suyu, not noticing his change in demeanor, glanced at Zhang Hua and his team transporting baskets of truffles down the mountain and continued. "This type of ingredient cannot be consumed in our small county. Very few people have ever tasted it." Chen Yang nodded. "Indeed. That is why I asked Zhang Hua to take them back and find someone to sell them. It is likely we won't find a distributor." So you pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? Have them deliver the truffles to my hotel, and then I will contact my friends in the provincial capital. Whatever price they offer, I will transfer it directly to you." "That works, but the payment should be given directly to Zhang Hua," Chen Yang replied, finding this arrangement convenient and readily agreeing. After a brief hesitation, he asked, "By the way, do you have any cash on you? How much do you need?" Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu opened her bag. 2,000 yuan should suffice. This forest belongs to Mei Jie, and we ought to provide some compensation." "Indeed. That is quite reasonable," Suyu nodded in agreement. Just then, she spotted Li Mei among the crowd of truffle diggers, so she approached and handed the money to her. Li Mei was taken aback, astonished at the amount she was receiving. The entire yield from the fields in the valley could hardly fetch such a sum. Chapter 23. In-depth communication Mei Jie. It is certain that truffles will not emerge just once here. There will be more in the future. Shall we discuss whether I should provide you with a lump sum now or share the profits with you each time we harvest truffles?" Suyu inquired. Li Mei appeared somewhat bewildered. As a rural woman, she found it challenging to discern the most advantageous approach. Observing her confusion, Suyu chuckled. "No worries. Take your time to ponder over it. There is no rush." Chen Yang, watching from a distance, was quite pleased with her handling of the situation. Upon Suyu's return, he subtly blinked at her. Suyu paused momentarily, rolled her eyes playfully, then turned to Suyu. "Say, you stay here and keep an eye on things while Chen Yang and I head to the vegetable field. I want to go too." Suyu immediately responded. Suyu sighed. "Look at all these truffles. If we pack them too tightly, it could damage those underneath, resulting in inferior products that would affect the price." "All right then." Suyu acquiesced reluctantly, feeling somewhat apprehensive as the responsibility of transporting the truffles down the mountain lay with Zhang Hua and his crew. Nevertheless, she agreed to stay behind. Thus, Chen Yang and Suyu departed from Xiaonengo, and just as they reached the village entrance, their steps synchronously shifted direction. Chen Yang promptly grasped her hand. "We must hurry." Suyu felt her breath quicken, her eyes shimmering with emotion. It had only been 2 days. Yet seeing Chen Yang's fiery gaze ignited the yearning she had suppressed. At that moment, everything else, truffles, vegetables, silver knife fish, became irrelevant. All she desired was to indulge in Chen Yang's affection. The two hastened into the mountains, soon arriving beneath a great tree by the water pool. Gently, Chen Yang laid Suyu on the grass, gazing into her tender eyes. "You missed me, didn't you?" Though shy, Suyu had wholly embraced Chen Yang. now capable of sharing a deep gaze with him. Chen Yang reveled in her expression. The merging of their gazes, coupled with their intimate connection, sent shivers through his soul. This was precisely the pinnacle his cultivation required. Only in such a state could he attain the most optimal enhancement. Time slipped away unnoticed as the sun shifted, gradually moving the shade of the tree aside. The two finally decided to change positions, just as Chen Yang intended to prolong their tender moment. A sudden resounding bang echoed from afar. It originated from the direction of the village. Rising to look into the distance, they spotted a plume of white smoke slowly dissipating in the air. What is happening? Chen Yang wondered, perplexed. It's not even the new year. Who is setting off firecrackers? A sense of foreboding surged within him, prompting him to turn back. There may be an issue in the village. We should return and check. All right, she replied, having already risen. She had initially planned to take a bath in the pool, but upon seeing Chen Yang's expression, she quickly donned her clothes. After the two had organized themselves, they made their way out of the mountains. Upon reaching a location with signal, Siyu received a phone call notification and a brief message from Suyu. Sister, hurry back. There's trouble in the village. Hearing this, Chen Yang's anxiety intensified. And without hesitation, he scooped Suyu into his arms and dashed off. Suyu barely had time to exclaim in surprise before she noticed the surrounding trees whizzing past, as if they were traveling at 40 miles per hour. Bewildered, she looked up at Chen Yang's chiseled face, yet found herself unable to voice any questions. In no time, they reached the edge of the village, where Chen Yang finally set her down, and they hurried towards the village. At that moment, the village square was already crowded with people, and a heated argument was taking place in the center. Zhang Hua and others were present, with a tricycle packed full of truffles. Opposite them stood two vehicles blocking the road, manned by several young men in security uniforms wielding rubber batons. Observing the scene, Chen Yang grasped the situation's essence. Zhang Hua, engaged in a dispute with the opposing party, caught sight of Chen Yang and Suyu out of the corner of his eye and quickly approached them. However, he spoke not to Chen Yang, but addressed Suyu. Miss Su, you have returned. These people are being unreasonable, claiming our truffle harvesting is illegal. Suyu was taken aback and immediately walked over. Chen Yang cast a grateful glance at Zhang Hua and followed suit. In front of the security guards, Zhao Rui stood with his arms crossed, wearing a smug expression, as if he were in control of the situation. As Suyu approached, she noticed Suyu's face flushed with anger and asked, "Who is this?" "He claims to be the captain of the town security team." Suyu replied, exasperated, "He refuses to let us go without any justification." "The security team?" Suyu was left speechless. If it were the Forestry Bureau, there might be some validity to their claims, but does the security team have such authority? Her words were clearly directed at Zhao Rui, who paused in surprise, scrutinizing Suyu with a few glances, then remarked with a TSK, "What a beautiful lady. But I don't know who you are. That is of little consequence." Suyu maintained her composure, her brows slightly furrowed. "What is your surname?" "My surname is Zhao." "Zhao Rui. And you? Pray tell, what is your true intention in obstructing our path?" "I have already stated it. You are illegally harvesting rare fungi." With a derisive scoff, Suyu dismissed him, instead retrieving her phone and searching for a number. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of Suyu's next move. When the call was connected, Suyu greeted with a radiant smile. "Mayor Yu, do you remember me? How did you find the silver knife fish you had at my hotel last night?" At this, Zhao Rui's expression shifted noticeably. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Suyu deftly shifted the conversation. "It's nothing serious. I came to Taohua Village today to collect some mountain goods, but I was stopped by your town's security team. The one leading them claims to be the captain." Zhao Rui, who had just moments ago exuded arrogance, suddenly broke into a sweat. At that moment, Suyu handed over her phone. "Mayor Yu wishes to speak with you." Zhao Rui felt beads of sweat coalesce into small streams, cascading down his cheeks. "Hello? Hello, Zhao Rui." The voice of Yutai resonated from the receiver. He dared not delay and promptly responded, "Yes, it's me, Mayor Yu." Immediately, a furious roar erupted from the receiver. "What on earth is going on? What are you doing? Do you still want to keep your position as deputy captain?" Hurry and withdraw me. Delaying my significant investment endeavors is not as simple as just dismissing your post." Yutai bellowed, then abruptly hung up the phone. Staring at the darkened screen, Zhao Rui stood in a daze, momentarily at a loss before forcing a smile and saying, "Su, is it Su Zong?" "Suyu," with no reservations, retorted, "Cut the nonsense and step aside." The truffle harvest must be preserved immediately. Can you afford the consequences of any delays? With an imposing presence in the mayor's backing, Zhao Rui found himself devoid of confidence. Consequently, he quickly ordered his men to move the vehicle. Watching as Zhang Hua sang mockingly while departing from Taohua Village. Embarrassed, Zhao Rui too hastily left the village with his entourage. Chapter 24. Anything goes on his way home. Chen Yang furrowed his brow, sensing that this matter was far from straightforward. How did Zhao Rui become aware of the truffle foraging? Was his obstruction aimed at him? After much contemplation, Chen Yang could only ascertain that someone in the village had surely alerted Zhao Rui. Furthermore, this individual might still be suspecting that the affairs of Zhao Laosan were somehow linked to him, which was why he was intentionally causing disruptions. At that moment, Su Yu inquired, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "By the way, what did the town mayor mean about attracting investment?" "Oh," Su Yu teased, deliberately withholding information. "I'll tell you once I finalize the deal." Shortly after arriving home, she departed again with Su Yu to attend to matters concerning the truffles. Chen Yang was left with Tian, who seemed particularly cheerful today, humming softly while tidying up the house. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Sister, what has you so joyous? Did Su Yu not tell you?" Tian turned, her eyes sparkling with delight. She mentioned plans to expand the vegetable cultivation, which means our income will increase significantly. Oh, Chen Yang suddenly understood. Could it be that the mayor's talk of investment referred to this? But then he realized he must act swiftly. Initially, he had intended to wait until he advanced to the 4th level of Qi refinement, when he could wield magical abilities, before embarking on large-scale cultivation and breeding projects. However, if Su Yu were to contract a vast tract of land and commence planting vegetables immediately, how could they enhance the quality and yield of the crops? Would they resort to the rudimentary feng shui formations of old? That seemed impractical, as the materials required for a grand feng shui arrangement were excessively numerous and costly, rendering it unfeasible. Lost in thought, Tian suddenly suggested, "It's getting late. Tomorrow we should head to the market and buy some seeds." Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat, his eyes lighting up. Seeds. While he couldn't employ magical techniques or establish a large feng shui formation just yet, he could certainly improve the quality of the vegetables through seed modification. Chen Yang's spirits lifted at the prospect, and he eagerly agreed. "All right, let's head to bed early tonight." Tian paused, glancing back at him, her mind racing. Is he implying we should sleep together? As night fell, Chen Yang, after dinner, habitually rinsed himself with cool water and prepared to retire to his room. However, upon entering his room, he heard the creaking of Tian's door. Turning around, he saw her peeking out, and he asked, "Sister, you're not asleep yet?" "You." Tian bit her lip, her gaze filled with a hint of longing. "You silly boy." "I." Chen Yang was perplexed and stepped closer to her door. "What's wrong, sister? I don't understand." "Come in." Tian blushed, pulling him into her room with a swift motion. The room was dimly lit, and Tian sat on the edge of the bed, dressed in a tank top and shorts, her head bowed in silence. Chen Yang was certainly not foolish. The girl's demeanor suggested she had let go of everything, feeling free to do as she pleased. However, he could not act on such impulses, so he feigned ignorance and inquired, "Sister, what is troubling you?" "Nothing," Tian replied, her tone tinged with a hint of petulance. Wasn't this fellow in good health? Why did he appear so disinterested? After speaking, she lifted her leg and climbed onto the bed, declaring, "If you're tired, you can go to sleep. If not, come and keep me company." Chen Yang found himself in a quandary. If he turned to leave, it would surely sadden Tian and possibly bring her to tears. Yet, if he stayed and lay beside her, how could he possibly resist temptation? Ultimately, he resigned himself to staying. With the lights extinguished, the two young people lay side by side, Chen Yang wary of any movement, while Tian remained silent. After a while, she softly said, Yang, our family's situation is improving." He responded, pondering how delighted their father would be if he knew. Chen Yang remained silent, burdened by the weight of that unspoken truth. Each time it surfaced in his mind, it twisted his heart with anguish. Yet, no matter how anxious he felt, it was futile. Without absolute certainty, he could not let the enemy discern any shift in his circumstances. A single misstep could lead to ruin, endangering not just himself but potentially more loved ones. After a lengthy silence, he finally murmured, "Sister, it won't be long before everything gets better." Tian nodded slightly, then gently rose, nestling into Chen Yang's embrace. Thankfully, She made no erratic movements, merely pressing closely against him, her body trembling slightly. Initially, Chen Yang's muscles tensed, but within minutes, he noticed her breathing deepen, and she had fallen asleep. He was taken aback, but swiftly realized he had become her anchor, perhaps the only place where she could find solace in slumber. Contemplating this, a profound tranquility washed over Chen Yang, dispelling any lingering distractions. Thus, the siblings embraced each other in sleep, enjoying a peaceful night. The following morning, Tian awoke early to prepare breakfast. After they finished eating, they ventured outside. Riding in a villager's tricycle to the market, Chen Yang exhaled deeply. It was only then that he recalled the bustling market in town. Renowned as the largest in the county, brimming with a variety of goods. Previously, due to his mental struggles, he had not visited the town, and that period of his life remained shrouded in dust. In a moment of nostalgia, Chen Yang recalled sitting behind his father on a bicycle, jostling along to the market to sell medicinal herbs. That scene felt as though it had occurred only yesterday. Just then, Tian's warm little hand reached out, pulling him toward the seed store. Upon arrival at the entrance, Chen Yang said, "Sister, you go ahead and buy. I wish to explore the market." Tian hesitated, concerned about the crowd and the possibility of him getting lost, and considered declining. However, Chen Yang reassured her with a smile, "Don't worry, sister. Who would miss a grown man like me?" Well then, she acquiesced. Tian pondered for a moment and then handed him a 100 yuan bill, saying, "Spend it as you wish, but remember to haggle." Understood, Chen Yang replied joyfully as he accepted the money and promptly made his way to the market. In truth, he had no particular purpose. He simply wished to stroll through the bustling marketplace brimming with life. However, he had not ventured far when he spotted an elderly man with a white beard setting up a stall by the roadside, while others displayed freshly picked crisp pears, half-ripe apricots, and petite pumpkins adorned with yellow flowers, all homegrown produce. The old man had laid out a fertilizer sack, upon which rested several dark, gnarled tree vines, a few pieces of deep red wood, and a mysterious yellow substance that was difficult to identify. Most would overlook it, but upon seeing it, Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he found himself unable to move. Chapter 25. A fortuitous find. He approached slowly and crouched down, inquiring with a touch of curiosity. "Sir, what are you selling?" The old man, with a face full of simplicity, replied, "These are what I found in the mountains. Some say they are medicinal herbs, but I am not knowledgeable, so I brought them to market." "Oh, this appears to be Ganoderma, albeit from last year," Chen Yang remarked, examining the reddish, slice-like wood. "As for the others, I am afraid I do not recognize them. Would you like to buy them?" The old man, eager to part with his goods upon seeing Chen Yang's interest, looked at him with hopeful eyes. Chen Yang remained silent. He did not wish to take advantage of the old man. Thus, he asked, "If I were to take them all, how much would that be?" The old man hesitated for a moment, cautiously extending a hand. "How about 500? It was evident that this price took all the courage he could muster. 500. Chen Yang's expression shifted to one of reluctance. 400 will do." The old man quickly lowered his price. Chen Yang, feeling a pang of sympathy, nodded. "All right, I will take them all, but I do not have cash on me. Would you accompany me to find my sister? I will pay you then." "Sure." The old man beamed with joy, gathering the items from the ground and tucking them under his arm as he followed Chen Yang. Nearby vendors selling vegetables and fruit scoffed. "That lad must be a fool. Spending 400 on a few pieces of scrap wood? Imagine how many ribs one could buy for that." Upon returning to the seed shop, Chen Yang found his sister, Tian, just finishing her purchase of several seeds. He approached her and whispered, "Sister, could you lend me 2,000? "Ah?" Tian was taken aback. "What do you need that much money for?" "Well, I saw an old man who seemed quite pitiful, and I wanted to help him." Chen Yang knew that if he mentioned buying something, she would likely think he was being swindled. However, if he framed it as assisting the old man, her compassionate nature would surely compel her to oblige. Indeed, after a brief pause, Tian reached into her bag and counted out 20 banknotes without asking any questions, handing them to him. "Thank you, sister." Chen Yang accepted the money and returned to the entrance, where the old man was waiting with anticipation. "Sir, please count the money when you return. Do not let any thieves catch sight of it." Chen Yang briefly showed the old man the cash before rolling it up and tucking it into his embrace. "This? So much?" The old man was bewildered, instantly recognizing that it was more than 400. "You are honest and sincere, and I cannot let you suffer a loss. I am uncertain of the true value of these items, but they are useful to me." Chen Yang smiled, taking the bag of herbs and turning to leave. By the time the old man regained his senses, Chen Yang's figure had already vanished from sight. Chen Yang had not spoken falsely. The value of those herbs was not particularly high, and most people would not even recognize them. Aside from the Ganoderma, the rest were not medicinally viable. Yet for him, they were of great significance, as these herbs were premium materials for cultivation. With these in hand, Chen Yang's progress could very well ascend to new heights. It was indeed a stroke of luck, effortlessly acquired. As Tian completed her purchase of seeds and gathered some essentials for home, she was preparing to return when Chen Yang appeared before her, clutching some medicinal herbs. I thought you had gotten lost. What did you buy? Tian inquired. Nothing much. Just some roots for a bath. Chen Yang chuckled. You're wasting money again. Tian shot him a glare, though her eyes held no trace of reproach. While the siblings awaited their transport, a voice suddenly rang out nearby. Oh, isn't this the big fool? Turning around, Chen Yang encountered several unfamiliar faces. Their peculiar hairstyles and unconventional attire set them apart, and they approached with their hands tucked into their pockets, exuding an air of menace. What do you want? Tian instinctively shielded Chen Yang, sensing the ill intent of the group. What a beautiful lady! The leader with an outrageous hairstyle grinned wickedly, raising his hand towards Tian's chin. Get lost, she retorted, swatting his hand away with force. Quite feisty, aren't you? The leader smirked, scrutinizing her from head to toe before clicking his tongue. Such a gem, wasting her time with a fool. Tian's face flushed with anger. Don't be a rogue. If you keep this up, I'll call the police. Silently, Chen Yang appeared oblivious, gazing around with a seemingly vacant expression, all the while calculating rapidly in his mind. These young men clearly did not belong to the rural youth demographic. Moreover, he did not recognize them. Their sudden provocation in a public space felt too abrupt. Could someone be orchestrating this? While feigning ignorance about his sister's predicament, he scanned the market stalls, his true focus on identifying any suspicious individuals nearby. Indeed, not far off, at the entrance of a storefront, stood a bespectacled man, quietly observing the scene. Chen Yang's gaze flicked past him several times, noting that the man remained fixated on them. Had Zhanghua dispatched someone so quickly? Just over a day had passed since he had eliminated the spies in the village, and now more had arrived? The thugs seemed to be taunting Tian, yet their glances frequently strayed towards him, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Chen Yang thought it prudent not to act just yet. Should he incapacitate them, the bespectacled man would undoubtedly grasp the full situation. It was likely that by noon, Yang Jian's forces would descend upon Taohua Village. With this in mind, he tugged at Tian's sleeve. Sister, I want to eat some baked pancakes. Wait, Tian began, but Chen Yang pulled her away. The thugs immediately followed suit, brazenly trailing behind them. The leader, emboldened, gazed at Tian's back, his eyes lingering on her figure as he jogged to catch up, raising his hand as if to strike. He thought to himself that such a bouncy rear would surely offer a delightful sensation upon contact. However, at that moment, something flashed in the corner of the leader's vision, followed by a loud thud. Ouch! The leader doubled over, clutching his head, stars dancing before his eyes. Several individuals behind him clearly witnessed the incident. He had been struck down by a brick. The assailant was a youthful man, grinning as he observed them. You are courting death. The others, upon realizing the situation, were overtaken by fury and charged forward. However, as they approached, a sudden throng of 7 or 8 young men emerged around the initial attacker, effectively encircling them. Dare to create a disturbance in my territory? Brothers, seize them. Zhanghua's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce countenance. Thus, amidst the bustling marketplace, a brutal assault ensued. The assailants were soon left incapacitated on the ground, wailing for mercy. Yet not a single bystander intervened. Despite the multitude of marketgoers, they were merely local villagers, inherently averse to mingling with such ruffians. Even when witnessing the harassment of Tian, no one dared to step in. Now, as Zhanghua and his companions took action to administer justice, they garnered the support and admiration of the crowd. Nevertheless, Zhanghua understood the importance of not escalating the situation further. He struck the leader with a couple more bricks, then whistled, prompting his companions to seamlessly merge back into the crowd, vanishing from sight. The thugs sprawled on the ground were left unattended, and it took them quite some time to muster the strength to rise, each one bloodied and battered. Chapter 26. Repairing the water pipe for Ant. At this moment, Chen Yang and Tian had already boarded the tricycle home. They had both witnessed the commotion behind them a short while ago. Tian wore an expression of displeasure, remarking, "Why are there such shameless people around?" "It's all right, sister. They've already faced their comeuppance," Chen Yang replied with a smile, casting a glance at the bespectacled man in the distance. The man's gaze met his, yet his face remained inscrutable. Upon returning home, it wasn't long before Zhang Hua arrived on his tricycle. Spotting Chen Yang, he chuckled, "Brother, isn't it a coincidence? I just saw you at the market." "Don't say any more. I'm aware," Chen Yang interrupted, waving his hand. "Those few are no ordinary ruffians. They are here to test me." "Really?" Zhang Hua's eyes widened in surprise. "So soon?" "Indeed, I did not expect it either," Chen Yang nodded, continuing. "Those troublemakers were probing my reactions under the watchful eye of someone behind them, which is why I refrained from making a move. These fellows are relentless," Zhang Hua exclaimed, his anger rising. "Should I take a few people to the provincial city? With more of us, we could fight back. Can't we just beat that Yang fellow into submission? Have you forgotten what I said?" Chen Yang shot him a stern look. "There are definitely individuals backing Yang. Eliminating him would only complicate matters further." "What then?" Zhang Hua was unwilling to concede. "We cannot remain idle like this." "You are right. We must devise a plan." Chen Yang replied with a smile, then shifted the topic. "What prompted you to go to the market today?" "I'm considering setting up a storefront in town. It'll be much closer to the village, allowing for swift assistance when needed," Zhang Hua explained. "That makes sense. It's too conspicuous to open a shop in the village. A location in town is far more reasonable," Chen Yang agreed. "So pursue it wholeheartedly. Let us establish a specialty store focusing on local products." "Excellent," Zhang Hua declared, turning to leave, but Chen Yang quickly stopped him. "Do you have enough funds?" "Of course." Zhang Hua suddenly remembered, turning back with a grin. "I forgot to mention, we sold the entire batch of truffles yesterday. Can you guess how much we made?" Chen Yang, uninterested in guessing, fixed his gaze on him in silence. "Oh, you're such a bore," Zhang Hua sighed, then continued with a smile. "We collected over 300 pounds. And Mr. Su negotiated a price of 400 per pound. I received a payment of 130,000 last night." "That's quite impressive," Chen Yang nodded. "Distribute some funds to everyone, but ensure they don't squander it. Keep the remainder for management and in the future. The store's earnings will be shared equally with you." Zhang Hua was taken aback, then sincerely replied, "Brother, you're being too formal. We know you look out for us, but we're not greedy. We'll be content working for you." At that moment, Li Mei arrived at the doorstep. "Chen Yang, my water pipe is broken." "Oh, I'm coming," Chen Yang replied, striding off and leaving Zhang Hua in a state of perplexity. Why the rush to repair the water pipe? Upon reaching Li Mei's home, Chen Yang entered and promptly closed the door behind him. Li Mei had yet to realize the predicament. Why can't this water pipe be turned off? It's constantly dripping. Suddenly, she felt a lightness as Chen Yang embraced her from behind, swiftly carrying her into the inner room. Li Mei exclaimed, "Hey, you little rascal. What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" "Aunt, I am aflame with passion." Chen Yang's eyes were ablaze, and he laid her down on the bed with fervor. Despite her breathless state, Li Mei did not immediately engage. Instead, she queried, "What is the matter? Have you been wronged?" "No, it's just a turmoil within." Chen Yang struggled to articulate his feelings, but indeed, his heart was ablaze with a smoldering anger that needed release. Although they had only shared an intimate encounter once before, today Li Mei sensed a distinct difference. Her heart resonated with his, though Chen Yang's fervor brought her a tinge of pain. She did not resist, but rather tenderly held him close. After a long while, the sounds within the room subsided. Li Mei had experienced something unprecedented. Yet unlike the last time, she did not lose herself in ecstasy. Instead, she gently wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck, saying, "You little rascal. Even if you've been wronged, it matters not, and is here to comfort you." Her words filled Chen Yang with warmth, and he nodded slightly. After a moment of tenderness, Li Mei rose. "All right, it's broad daylight, and you were summoned to repair the water pipe, yet you chose this instead. Can you help me now?" Chen Yang felt a bit embarrassed. The frustrations from the marketplace had no outlet, and Li Mei's appearance was perfectly timed. However, he misunderstood her intent, thinking she genuinely needed assistance. Thus, he quickly got up and ventured outside, examined the pipe, and with a few twists of the wrench, the leak was miraculously fixed. Li Mei had intended to prepare a delightful meal for him to enjoy at lunch, but Chen Yang was in no mood and hurriedly returned home. There was much to be done. The seeds purchased by Tian needed attention, and the medicinal herbs he had acquired required swift refining to be ready for his training that very evening. Upon returning home, Chen Yang sequestered himself in his room. Tian found this odd, but was relieved he wasn't out gallivanting, so she dismissed her concerns. It was not until the sky darkened that Chen Yang emerged, looking utterly exhausted. Seeing him, Tian felt a pang of sympathy, unable to restrain her curiosity. What were you doing in there? Your complexion looks a bit pale. Oh, it's nothing, sister. Perhaps just hunger. I feel as though I could devour an entire sheep. Chen Yang chuckled. Tian, slightly exasperated, replied with a smile. What a coincidence. I just prepared lamb dumplings, so hurry and eat. She had made quite a number, originally intending to cook only a portion and freeze the rest for later. However, upon witnessing Chen Yang's ravenous appetite, she ultimately decided to cook them all. Over 100 dumplings later, Tian had only consumed 10, leaving the remainder for Chen Yang. After finishing, he drank a hearty bowl of dumpling soup and sighed contentedly. Ah, how satisfying. Thankfully, we now have a bit of money. Otherwise, I truly couldn't afford to feed you. Tian laughed heartily. As the saying goes, being able to eat is a blessing. She certainly was not concerned about the meager portion of lamb, as long as Chen Yang remained healthy. What harm would there be in providing him with a sheep each day? After dinner, as dusk began to settle, Chen Yang said to Tian, Sister, I wish to venture into the mountains to observe the fish in the pond. I shall return later, so there is no need for you to wait for me. Can it not wait until tomorrow? Tian inquired, a hint of worry in her tone. Tomorrow, Mr. Su is coming to collect the fish, and I must first ascertain if there are enough. Rest assured, sister, I will do my utmost to return early. Very well, but do take care. Chen Yang told her a little fib. His true intention in entering the mountains was to cultivate his skills. After leaving home under the veil of night, he made his way directly to the location of the Earth Dragoness root. For the spiritual energy there was rather abundant. Upon arrival, he retrieved the medicinal concoction he had prepared earlier that afternoon and commenced his practice. Chapter 27. Entrusting the daughter with the collaboration of Su Yu and Li Mei over the past few days, along with the assistance of medicinal herbs. He astonishingly broke through to the 3rd level of qi refinement overnight. At this rate, Chen Yang estimated that if he could procure more herbs or engage in dual cultivation a few more times, he would soon reach the 4th level of qi refinement, thereby enabling him to wield magical techniques. As dawn broke, Chen Yang returned home, stepping into the morning light. Early in the day, Siyu arrived with workers and vehicles for harvesting the vegetables. They split into 2 groups. While one team went to the fields to gather vegetables, Chen Yang, Siyu, and the ever-curious Siyu ventured into the mountains. It was Suyu's first time in the mountains, and upon reaching the edge of a pond, she was overjoyed. Quickly shedding her shoes to play in the water, Siyu, appearing relaxed, laid out a picnic blanket on the shore and arranged the items she had brought. As Chen Yang fished, he observed her graceful demeanor, reflecting on how she had stood her ground against Zhao Rui the day before, exuding a commanding presence that seemed worlds apart from her current tranquility. Yet, this contrast only deepened his affection for her. Silver knife fish were caught one after another, with Siyu cheerfully assisting nearby, creating a particularly harmonious atmosphere. Before noon, thermal boxes were filled to the brim. The 3 sat down to enjoy grilled fish, along with fruits and snacks brought by Siyu, all feeling quite content. Just as they finished eating, Siyu suddenly appeared somewhat embarrassed and said, You two continue chatting. I need to step away for a moment. With that, she picked up her bag and walked off into the distance. Left with just the 2 of them, Siyu, who had been smiling throughout, suddenly asked, Do you have a special relationship with my sister? Chen Yang was taken aback. Why do you say that? Siyu squinted playfully, insisting, Answer me, yes or no? Chen Yang regarded her thoughtfully. What if I say yes? And what if I say no? What difference does it make? None really. Faced with his gaze, Siyu felt a twinge of guilt, lowering her long eyelashes. But she quickly lifted her head again, saying, My mom wants to meet you. Has she fully recovered? Almost, Siyu nodded. She can walk with a cane now. And her speech is much clearer. That's quite good. But meeting me isn't necessary. My mom wants to see you not only to express her gratitude, but for something more important. What is it? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. Siyu pouted. I'm not quite sure, but she insists that you must meet her when you have the time, as there is something significant to discuss. All right then, Chen Yang acknowledged, knowing he could not dismiss the wishes of an elder. Siyu twisted her body playfully, then you should arrange it soon. Seeing her act coy, Chen Yang hesitated a moment before suggesting, How about I join you back to the county today? Great, Siyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Just then, Siyu returned and inquired with a smile, What are you two discussing? Sis, he is going to come back home with us today. Siyu replied. Siyu paused. looking at Chen Yang with curiosity. It's because Annie wants to meet me, Chen Yang explained briefly. Oh, that is wonderful, so you smiled lightly. Chen Yang felt a bit perplexed but chose not to delve deeper into the matter. After finishing their meal, the two sisters tidied up their belongings while Chen Yang went to dig up some earthworms. Only then did the three of them return to the village together. The vegetables at home had already been harvested, and Tian was eagerly thinking about finding someone to plow the land and sow the seeds they had bought the previous day. However, Su stopped her, advising her to be patient and wait for another couple of days. It turned out she had already made arrangements for someone to visit each household in the village to discuss land rental matters. Once the discussions concluded, and if they managed to secure over 100 acres, specialized personnel and machinery would come to Taohua Village to carry out the work, relieving everyone of the need to labor personally. Subsequently, Chen Yang took a ride to the county town. Upon arriving at the hotel, Suyu still had to organize matters regarding the vegetables, so Suyu drove him back home. When Chen Yang saw her mother, he was taken aback. Andy, you look like a completely different person now. I owe it all to the miraculous doctor. Elaine's expression was one of deep gratitude. You are my savior. You are too kind, Chen Yang replied, hastily waving his hand. It's primarily because your condition wasn't as dire as you thought, and I happen to have some medical knowledge. With that, Yulan's impression of him improved even further. Miraculous doctor, please take a seat, she said. Then turned to her daughter. Yu, why aren't you pouring tea? Oh, of course. Although they had a housekeeper, having her daughter personally serve tea was a gesture of greater respect, was it not? Chen Yang could sense Yulan's warmth but remained puzzled about the significant matter she wished to discuss with him, especially now, under her smiling gaze. He felt a peculiar flutter in his heart. As the tea was served, he took a gentle sip and asked, Auntie, did you call me here for something? Yulan did not answer immediately, but turned to Suyu. Yu, could you step outside for a moment? Oh. Suyu hesitated for a second, but obediently stood up and closed the door behind her. How old is the miraculous doctor this year? Yulan finally inquired. Auntie. Please don't be so formal. You can just call me by my name. I'm 24 this year. Quite good. Yulan nodded, uttering something rather cryptic. Then asked, who else is at home? Chen Yang felt a tremor in his heart, sensing an odd resemblance to meeting a future mother-in-law. After truthfully answering her questions, Yulan continued to probe, indeed resembling someone conducting a household census. Just as Chen Yang was feeling increasingly uneasy, she transitioned to the main topic, miraculous Dr. Chen. To be frank, I had lost all hope due to my illness. Thanks to you, I now have the chance to live a few more years. And I have no way to repay you. Therefore, I wish to entrust you to you. Although he felt something stir within him. Hearing her say it left Chen Yang utterly bewildered. Furthermore, the Su family had some assets, and Yu was still quite young, needing someone to look after her. As Yulan spoke, she turned and retrieved a document folder, extending it towards him. This might not be appropriate, Chen Yang stammered, feeling utterly at a loss and hesitant to accept it. Yet, Yulan refused to withdraw her hand, holding the folder steadfastly before him. It is not immediately apparent. But this woman is quite stubborn. In the end, Chen Yang let out a helpless sigh and said, Auntie, I will accept these for now. I can assist Suyu more in the future. As for, it is sufficient that you can help her. Yulan interjected, her expression filled with satisfaction. A weight suddenly settled in Chen Yang's heart. After leaving, Suyu accompanied him downstairs and cautiously inquired, what did my mother say to you? Not much. Chen Yang replied, averting his gaze from her exquisite, flawless face. Actually, I can probably guess, Suyu murmured, lowering her head. After a moment of silence, she summoned her courage and said, follow me, I want to take you somewhere. Chen Yang was taken aback, asking, where to? However, she said nothing and simply got into the car, compelling him to follow suit. Suyu drove until they reached the outskirts of the city before finally stopping. She turned to Chen Yang and said, get out of the car. Chen Yang, puzzled, asked, where is this? Chapter 28. Do not blame the dog for its master at my family's farm. Suyu pushed open the door and alighted from the vehicle. Chen Yang followed closely, his gaze fixed on the overgrown yard that had seemingly languished in neglect for many years. This place was once founded by my father, flourishing in its prime with annual revenues reaching hundreds of thousands. Standing at the entrance, Suyu was engulfed in nostalgia. Through her narration, Chen Yang learned of the poignant history of the Su family. 7 years prior, Suyu's father had tragically passed away, leaving the mother and daughter to rely solely on each other. Fortunately, Yulan possessed a resilient spirit, managing the farm independently. However, 3 years ago, she unexpectedly fell ill, losing her ability to care for herself, which necessitated their return to the city for recuperation. There was something Chen Yang found perplexing. After hearing her story, he looked at Su Yu and inquired, "Why didn't you rent this place out at that time? At least it could have generated some rental income." Su Yu sighed. "My mother thought the same, but when the rental advertisement was published, it attracted hardly any interest." She continued, "Eventually, someone did come forward, but they only offered a paltry sum of 20,000 for the year. You must understand, our farm boasts a livestock barn of 3,000 square meters, over 70 acres of land, and 1,000 fruit trees." Chen Yang frowned. Such a significant farm was being undervalued, which seemed a clear exploitation of their misfortune. "What happened then?" he asked. "My mother naturally refused, insisting that she would rather close the farm than rent it out at such a meager price." So you lifted her gaze, and thus, it has come to this. "I suspect the situation may be more complex than it appears," Chen Yang pondered, moving closer to push open the large gate. "Wait, there are vicious dogs inside," Su Yu exclaimed urgently. "Vicious dogs? Where did they come from?" Chen Yang queried. "I'm not sure. A while ago, when I came to visit, I entered the yard and spotted several dogs with gleaming fangs, which terrified me into fleeing." Su Yu said, her face etched with anxiety. "Do not fear. I am unperturbed by dogs, or even tigers for that matter," Chen Yang declared as he unfastened the chain securing the iron gate and pushed it open. Su Yu followed closely behind, her heart racing with trepidation. Upon entering the expansive courtyard, Chen Yang beheld the vastness of the farm. The courtyard alone spanned over 10 acres, while the fields and orchards likely lay beyond. Several structures adorned the property, the largest being the livestock barn, accompanied by a granary and a bungalow. Within minutes of entering, a cacophony of barking erupted from behind the bungalow. "Ah," Su Yu gasped, instinctively clutching Chen Yang's arm. "It's all right. There is no need to be anxious." Chen Yang felt the softness of her grip, igniting a warmth within him. Su Yu was indeed quite remarkable, perhaps even more so than Su Yu. Yet, this was not the moment for indulgence. He had spotted several robust black dogs emerging from the side of the bungalow, barking ferociously as they charged toward them. These formidable canines were clearly not stray dogs. Chen Yang squinted his eyes and gently freed himself from Su Yu's grasp. "Do not fear. Watch how I handle them," he declared, and with that, he charged forward. The ferocious dogs momentarily hesitated, taken aback by the audacity of this bold human. However, after a brief pause, they unleashed a growl and lunged towards Chen Yang, baring their menacing white teeth. Yet, alas, mere brute beasts are powerless against the might of humanity. Sharp fangs and claws are futile in the presence of strength. Chen Yang plunged into the fray, swinging his fists and kicking, sending the dogs flying before their teeth even grazed him. The dogs yelped in agony, limping away in fear, tails tucked between their legs. As Chen Yang pursued them, he discovered a hole in the back wall of the courtyard through which the dogs had entered. Conveniently, a large barrel filled with rainwater stood nearby. Without hesitation, Chen Yang moved the barrel to block the entrance. Turning around, he saw Su Yu approaching and, with a grin, he remarked, "Now they can no longer enter." "You are truly remarkable," Su Yu exclaimed, her eyes brimming with admiration and joy. "Just a small feat," Chen Yang replied, feeling a surge of pride, his spirits soaring. Su Yu gazed at him intently, suddenly taking a deep breath as if making a momentous decision, and stepped closer to Chen Yang. They nearly collided before she halted. "What is this?" Chen Yang began to inquire, but Su Yu had already nestled her head against his chest, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Thank goodness for you," she whispered softly. Chen Yang's heart raced at her words, and he felt the alluring curves of her body, which stirred a tempest of emotions within him. The spacious courtyard was devoid of onlookers, enveloped in a serene silence, making it an ideal setting for a clandestine rendezvous. After a brief embrace, Su Yu slowly lifted her gaze, yet her eyes remained shut, her long lashes fluttering slightly, revealing her underlying nervousness. This endearing display quickened Chen Yang's heartbeat. It was evident that Su Yu was initiating a kiss, with her rosy lips and a blend of anxiety and shyness. How could he resist? However, just as Chen Yang leaned down to press his lips against hers, a booming voice echoed, "Who struck my dog?" The voice resonated like thunder, filled with authority. Su Yu startled and withdrew her embrace, leaving Chen Yang lamenting the lost moment, yet he had no choice. At that moment, the source of the commanding voice emerged from the front courtyard, a towering figure with oiled bronze skin, bare-chested and wielding a baseball bat. The man stood nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, his muscular frame imposing. Upon seeing Chen Yang and Su Yu, the giant's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you two doing?" And what business is it of yours? Su retorted boldly. This is my family's property. Who permitted you to enter? Your family? The muscular man scoffed. I have leased this entire area. When did it become yours? Su faltered for a moment. Who did you lease it from? The man replied with conviction, from Gao Daqiang. I do not know him, she countered. Su gazed at him and said, this is the property of the Su family. The title deeds are firmly in our possession. On what grounds does that person surnamed Gao have the audacity to lease it? Surely, you must have been deceived. She had expected this would prompt the burly man to retreat, but to her surprise, he was entirely disinclined to reason with her. He waved his hand dismissively and declared, that is of no concern to me. I have paid for this place, so it belongs to me. You should vacate promptly. How can you be so unreasonable? Su Yu's frustration peaked, and she shouted, if you do not leave, I shall call the police. Who are you trying to intimidate? The burly man pounded his chest, boasting. You ought to inquire a bit. I, Ahu, have frequented the police station more times than you can count. You. Su Yu's anger surged, her chest heaving, and her face turned pale. Noticing her distress, Chen Yang stepped forward, shielding her behind him, and addressed the burly man with a smile. Ahu, is it? And who might you be? I am your father, Yang. With Chen Yang's proclamation, his fist followed suit. Though Ahu was a towering figure, weighing around 200 pounds, that punch sent him spinning on the spot, stars dancing in his vision, as if the very world had shifted its hues. Chapter 29. Sister wants to marry you after being struck senseless. Ahu shook his head, attempting to regain his composure, only to erupt in furious anger. How dare you hit me? I'll fight you to the end. With that, he raised his fist, as large as a sandbag, and charged at Chen Yang's face. Unfortunately, this brute possessed only sheer strength and no skill, making him no match for Chen Yang. Within just 2 exchanges, Ahu found himself battered and bruised, lying on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly unable to rise. At this point, Ahu's bravado faded, and trembling, he retrieved his phone to dial the police. Su Yu, noticing this, inquired, what? Now you remember to call the police. Enough talk. You're finished. I'll claim at least minor injuries, so expect to pay. Ahu spat menacingly. Su Yu scoffed. You broke into my home and think you have a case? You deserve to be hit. Let us not engage him. We'll speak to the authorities when they arrive, Chen Yang chuckled. More than 10 minutes later, a police car entered the courtyard. Ahu had remained on the ground, and upon seeing the officers, he immediately fell back, groaning loudly, playing the part of a pathetic rogue. The 2 officers, after gathering the details, sensed the situation was rather complex. Both parties had their grievances, yet Ahu's injuries were undeniably severe. Consequently, an older officer turned to Chen Yang and said, young man, your impulsiveness is concerning. You cannot escape responsibility for leaving him in such a state. Bullies deserve to be punished. Chen Yang feigned confusion, adopting a dazed expression. The officer, taken aback, asked, what is your name? Where is your home? Chen Yang stammered out his name and provided his identification number. Upon checking through the police database, the officer's expression shifted to one of resignation. Chen Yang was a registered patient with a mental health condition, with no other option. The older officer turned to Ahu. You've certainly picked the wrong fight. Why provoke him? Ahu, bewildered, responded, what do you mean? He asked the problem. The officer pointed at his own head. Ahu, dumbfounded, exclaimed, are you serious? Look at this. The officer handed him the documentation. After perusing it, Ahu stood in shock. He had genuinely suffered for nothing. Noticing Chen Yang's unblinking stare, a chill ran down his spine, prompting him to stand hastily. I'll take this as my misfortune. Just as he turned to leave, Su Yu blocked his path. You cannot leave. What? I've already been beaten. Now you want to let me go? Su Yu stood with her hands on her hips. I will also report this. This man insists he rented a place from someone named Gao Daqiang. Yet I do not know this individual. I know him. The officer nodded. Rest assured, we will summon him to the station for questioning. Su Yu felt relieved. Good. Then I can rest easy. And what about me? Ahu interjected. You're not going anywhere. You must come with us to clarify the truth about you and Gao Daqiang. With that, the police car departed, and as the evening sky darkened, Chen Yang announced his intention to take his leave. Though Su Yu felt a tinge of reluctance. She understood that Chen Yang had numerous matters to attend to at home, so she refrained from saying much. However, on the way back, she could not help but inquire about the situation regarding his mental health. Chen Yang did not conceal much, briefly outlining the events that transpired. Upon hearing this, Su Yu was quite incensed. Is that how it ends? Why don't you confront them? The situation is more intricate than you perceive. Chen Yang chuckled lightly. Moreover, please ensure you keep my recovery from mental illness a secret. Oh, absolutely. Suyu readily agreed. As they returned to Taohua Village, the sky gradually darkened. After parking, Suyu suddenly grasped Chen Yang's arm just as he was about to exit the vehicle. Wait. Chen Yang turned back. What is it? Suyu's cheeks flushed. So, what is our relationship now? Seeing her bashful demeanor caused Chen Yang's heart to race. Yet he did not wish to hurt such an innocent girl. Thus, he smiled. Taking her hand. I have promised your mother that I will take good care of you from now on. This ambiguous response, to Suyu, felt akin to a solemn vow. Her lips curled into a smile, her heart brimming with joy. Upon returning home, Chen Yang discovered that Tian Tian had prepared dinner for him, but she was nowhere to be seen. Whether asleep or awake was unclear. Famished, he wasted no time devouring the meal entirely. Afterward, he filled a bucket with water and doused himself from head to toe, scrubbing thoroughly before preparing to retire to his room. Just then, the door to Tian Tian's room creaked open, and she peeked out. Yang Yang, come here. What is it? Sister? Chen Yang hesitated but eventually stepped into her room. Only a small nightlight illuminated the space, casting a soft pink glow upon Tian Tian's face, enhancing her allure. She was clad in a tank top and shorts, the fabric barely concealing her modesty. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yang's heart raced as a sudden realization struck him. Was it possible that he could not escape this night? As he wrestled with his thoughts, Tian Tian smiled. Why not sleep here tonight? Chen Yang scratched his head. Sister, isn't it inappropriate for us to share a bed? Silly. Tian Tian shot him a playful glare, then adopted a serious tone. That won't do. You must stay. I want to talk to you. Well, okay then. Chen Yang found it difficult to refuse and nodded. He thought to himself that if he couldn't resist, he would just pinch himself. He certainly did not want to upset his sister. Tian Tian, delighted, immediately pulled him to the bedside. Once they lay down, she asked, Can you guess how much our vegetables sold for today? I don't know. How much? Chen Yang inquired. Over 20,000? Tian Tian replied, a mix of pride and a hint of boastfulness in her voice. So much? How many pounds of meat can we buy with that? Chen Yang was equally astonished. Suyu says our vegetables are delicious. She wants to buy them all. Whatever we have. Tian Tian turned to her side, her sparkling eyes gazing at Chen Yang. Our family's future days will only get better. Indeed. I want to eat meat every day? Chen Yang grinned. Not a problem. Tian Tian beamed with joy, then added, if you eat more meat, perhaps your illness will improve. And then, Chen Yang paused. Then what? Then, sister will marry you. Tian Tian lowered her head, trying to conceal her shyness. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang was overwhelmed with emotion and couldn't help but wrap his arm around her shoulder. Sister, you are truly wonderful. You silly boy, Tian Tian playfully scolded. Yet she leaned closer. However, Chen Yang was too afraid to move, his body suddenly stiffening. In fact, there's no need to wait for the future, Tian Tian whispered, pulling his hand from her shoulder and placing it upon her chest. In that instant, Chen Yang's heart raced uncontrollably, but he couldn't resist moving his hand, which elicited a soft gasp from Tian Tian. Chapter 30. In the grove, the soft body in Chen Yang's embrace gradually grew warm, eventually becoming feverishly hot. Tian Tian's gentle breaths were right before him, and he could even hear the rapid beat of her heart. Yet, Chen Yang found himself unable to overcome the barriers within his heart. He was already concealing secrets from her. And now to take advantage of her physical presence, what would happen if she were to find out? Would she despise him? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Yang's hand slowly moved across Tian Tian's body before pressing gently on her sleep point. Enveloped in delightful fantasies, she was overtaken by a deep wave of drowsiness and quickly succumbed to sleep. Chen Yang rose, draping a light blanket over her curvaceous form before stepping outside to sit in the courtyard. Rather than entangle himself in romantic dilemmas, he resolved to focus on his own growth. Only with absolute strength could he truly open his heart to Tian Tian. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Yang closed his eyes and began his cultivation. Before long, dawn broke, and a veil of dew dampened his clothes, yet he paid it no heed. Feeling as if his skills had advanced once more, seizing the opportunity while the villagers remained asleep, he departed his home. Upon reaching the village's edge, he quickened his pace, transitioning from a brisk walk to a full sprint. If anyone had witnessed him, they would surely have been astonished by his remarkable speed. What would typically take over 20 minutes on an electric bike, he accomplished in a mere 10. As his dew-soaked clothes dried, Chen Yang arrived at the entrance of Zhang Hua's newly rented shop and rapped on the door. Soon enough, Zhang Hua appeared, toothbrush clenched between his teeth, and asked in confusion, "Is it really you, Yang? Why so early?" "The early bird catches the worm," Chen Yang replied with a faint smile. Then proceeded to discuss the matter concerning Su Yu's farm. "I've heard of it. One of my brothers lives near there." Zhang Hua nodded thoughtfully, then inquired, "What are you suggesting, brother?" "The farm is quite promising. I visited it myself," he continued. Chen Yang chuckled lightly. "Your shop doesn't require many hands. I'd like you to arrange for a few people to go over, tidy up the place, and put it to good use." "Understood. I'll take care of it," Zhang Hua affirmed, a determined light in his eyes. "Rest assured, I have faith in your capabilities." Chen Yang clapped him on the shoulder and added earnestly, "I'll need some time to focus on my own matters. If you require funds, just let me know. Before long, I'll make you and your brothers millionaires." "Really?" Zhang Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course. Would I deceive you?" Chen Yang smiled, then remarked, "Time is pressing. I have matters to attend to at home." "Allow me to see you off," Zhang Hua replied, turning back to his room to put down his toiletries. However, by the time he emerged again, Chen Yang had vanished. Was that merely a dream? Zhang Hua pondered, slapping himself across the face, only to quickly cover his mouth in shock. That really hurt. On his way back to the village, Chen Yang did not rush, as the streets were already beginning to fill with early risers. Thus, he spent most of his time walking at a normal pace towards Peach Blossom Village. However, after covering only half the distance, he heard the sound of a car horn behind him. Turning around, he spotted Su Yu's vehicle. Lowering the window, Su Yu, with a hint of confusion, remarked, "I thought I might have mistaken you for someone else. What are you up to?" "Just exercising," Chen Yang replied as he opened the car door and, with unreserved familiarity, placed his hand on her thigh. "Why are you out so early today?" she complained. Startled, Su Yu's body tensed momentarily before she playfully pushed him away, allowing him to indulge in his antics. "I woke up early, so I came early. I need to catch some fish to take back. The kitchen orders have piled up quite high. Is silver knife fish really that popular?" Su Yu lamented. "Indeed. Nowadays, everyone has a mobile phone, and news spreads rapidly. Although the orders seem abundant, many wish to make reservations but can't get in line, with money in others' pockets, yet not within reach for themselves." It was indeed a source of frustration. Chen Yang nodded in understanding. At that moment, Su Yu's face flushed, and her breathing quickened as she whispered, "Could you be a bit more restrained? I can hardly bear it." Ironically, the more she protested, the more Chen Yang reveled in his success, grinning as he said, "There's a small path leading into the woods ahead." Before he could finish, Su Yu had already turned the steering wheel sharply, driving the car down the side road into the depths of the forest. Once she parked, Chen Yang promptly opened the door and slid into the back seat. Meanwhile, Su Yu cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before blushingly exiting the vehicle. In the back seat, the two became entwined, lost in each other's embrace. Unfortunately, both Chen Yang and Su Yu lacked experience in such matters, requiring some time to explore before they finally harmonized. By the time the sun was high in the sky, they reluctantly parted ways. "This is all your fault. I intended to return earlier. Yet now it's even later than usual," Su Yu chided. Chen Yang chuckled. "What does it matter? As long as we don't delay the evening orders, that's what counts." After tidying up, they drove into Peach Blossom Village. While fishing, Su Yu spoke of the fish pond situation. She had nearly finalized arrangements, and once the contract was signed, she would have a place to cultivate silver knife fish. Chen Yang realized he couldn't afford to be idle in the coming days. He needed to focus on his cultivation to swiftly reach the 4th level of qi refinement. Thus, he and Su Yu agreed that once the fish pond was ready, he would bring a batch of fry over, and before long, a substantial quantity of silver knife fish would grace the dining tables. After descending the mountain, they returned home together. Su Yu handed a sum of money to Tian before heading back to the county town. With an additional income at home, Tian was naturally delighted and refrained from mentioning the previous night's events. During dinner, as the siblings chatted casually, Tian suddenly recalled, "Oh, by the way, I heard from the villagers today that there was apparently an earthquake last night." "Really?" Chen Yang was taken aback and inquired, "Is that true?" "It seems so," she replied. Tian pouted, expressing her ignorance. "I have no idea. I was utterly exhausted last night and fell asleep instantly. I heard the villagers say that in the dead of night, there was a thunderous sound, akin to an earthquake, emanating from the western mountains." Chen Yang chuckled foolishly. "Oh, I was in a deep slumber as well, completely oblivious to it." In truth, his profound focus on his training had led him into a state of selflessness, rendering him impervious to the disturbance. Nevertheless, Tian's words piqued Chen Yang's curiosity. A thunderous noise from the western mountains, reminiscent of an earthquake. Could it truly be so? He resolved to investigate tonight. After all, both the earth dragon root and the silver knife fish originated from the mountains. Chen Yang had already found the emergence of these treasures rather peculiar, and now, with the tremors in the mountains, what if something new and valuable had appeared? Thus, after hastily finishing his dinner, Chen Yang stood up and said, "Sister, do rest early. I'll take Dahe and Ari out for a stroll and return a bit later." Chapter 31. The herbal mixture. Chen Yang ventured into the mountains in search of treasures. Upon his enthusiastic arrival, he discovered an absence of anything unusual. He pondered that perhaps he should seek a higher vantage point for a better view. Thus, he first caught 2 silver knife fish, distributing one to each of his dogs, Dahe and Erhe, before leaving them behind and ascending the mountain alone. Soon, he reached the summit, where the surrounding peaks and valleys lay before him in their entirety. After surveying the area, he found no signs of landslides. Could it be that I have overthought this? Chen Yang felt a twinge of disappointment, concluding that the previous night's events were merely the result of an ordinary earthquake. Just as he was about to dismiss the matter entirely, he inadvertently spotted a white figure at the foot of the mountain, moving among the trees. What could that be? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a person, a woman, by the looks of her gait. Understanding that she was likely a villager foraging for mushrooms, he initially intended to ignore her and return to the pond. However, at that moment, a shrill cry echoed from the mountainside. "Help!" The voice was unmistakably that of the white-clad woman. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang thought something must have gone awry. He could not simply turn a blind eye. So he made his way toward the sound. Descending to the mountainside, he heard the woman's voice growing increasingly desperate. Chen Yang, feeling exasperated, called out, "Stop shouting. I'm coming to help you." "Oh, thank goodness," she exclaimed. "Hurry, I'm over here." Yes, I know," he replied, rolling his eyes in annoyance at her dramatics. As he reached the valley, he ventured a short distance into the woods and soon spotted the woman sitting beneath a tree. He approached her and inquired, "What has happened?" When she looked up, their eyes met, and Chen Yang was taken aback. "You're not from our village, are you?" The woman possessed fair skin, rosy lips, and large eyes, revealing her beauty as a striking young woman. Yet, her complexion suggested she was not accustomed to the rigors of agricultural labor. She must have been a city dweller. "No," she shook her head, pointing to her ankle. "Please help me. I think I might die." Following her gesture, Chen Yang noticed 2 gaping wounds at her ankle, clearly the result of a snake bite. Panic surged within him upon realizing the severity of her injuries. It appeared she had been bitten by a highly venomous 7-step snake. "How could you be so careless? You come into the mountains wearing long sleeves and pants, but neglect to wear socks?" Chen Yang sat down with a sigh, quickly lifting her leg and placing it on his lap. "I did wear them. They're just ankle socks." The woman's expression reflected her anxiety, a mixture of fear and embarrassment. At that moment, Chen Yang removed her shoe to find indeed she was wearing socks, albeit ones that left her ankles bare. Strangely enough, the little white socks were quite appealing, and her skin appeared remarkably delicate. "Move a little closer. I need to elevate your leg. Isn't the blood returning to the heart?" The woman's words trailed off as Chen Yang, with a swift motion, brought her ankle before him. Following her startled gasp, he opened his mouth and took a vigorous bite at the wound. The woman's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively covered her mouth. Chen Yang continued to suck several times before raising his gaze. "How do you feel?" "Huh." At that moment, the woman's complexion was as red as if she were feverish. Chen Yang paused. "What's wrong? Is the toxin acting up?" "No." Her eyes glimmered, and she lightly bit her lip. "It's just, you've made me feel a bit itchy." Chen Yang was perplexed, wondering why sucking on her ankle would cause her to feel that way. Turning his head, he realized he had been holding her delicate foot all along. To his surprise, this elegant woman had such sensitivity in her feet. With a mischievous thought, he quietly squeezed her foot, eliciting a sudden gasp from her, causing her face to flush even deeper. How intriguing. Indeed, her small foot was soft and devoid of any unpleasant odor, quite pleasant to hold. With this thought, Chen Yang could not help but swallow hard. Of course, she was a stranger, and he was merely assisting her. He could not take advantage of her vulnerability. Observing her wound, he noted that the bleeding had ceased. The toxin has mostly been expelled, but it's still uncertain. You should hasten down the mountain to find a doctor for some medicine. As he spoke, he assisted her in putting on her shoes. "Thank you." The woman expressed her gratitude, steadying herself against a tree as she stood. However, as she took a step, she felt a wave of dizziness. her legs giving way beneath her. Chen Yang quickly caught her, instinctively pulling her into his embrace. "What's wrong? Why do you feel so dizzy?" Her voice had grown faint, almost fragile. It must be that the toxin hasn't been fully expelled, Chen Yang thought, realizing that descending the mountain might take too long. Fortunately, he possessed medical knowledge from the inheritance he had received, and now was the time to employ it. He gently helped her sit back down and began searching the grassy ground. Remarkably, he discovered several uncommon herbs. In nature, where poisonous snakes dwell, there are often plants with detoxifying properties. These herbs, though lacking economic value, were indeed effective. Without hesitation, Chen Yang chewed the herbs, and upon preparing the concoction, he turned to find the woman's awareness fading. He gently patted her cheek, but she merely fluttered her eyelids, saying nothing. "To save you, I have no choice," Chen Yang murmured, then pinched her nose and opened her mouth. Lowering his head, their lips met, and he delivered the chewed herbal mixture into her mouth. Afterward, he turned his head to spit out the excess remnants. Her lips were soft and fragrant. Upon glancing back, he saw her instinctively swallowing the herbal concoction, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After what seemed like an interminable wait of over 10 minutes, a hint of color returned to the woman's face, and her breathing became notably steadier. A short while later, she slightly opened her eyes and murmured, "My mouth tastes so bitter." Indeed, good medicine is often unpalatable. Chen Yang replied with a gentle smile. "How do you feel now? Is your head still spinning?" "Much better." The woman straightened up, momentarily taken aback as she inquired, "What was that medicine you gave me?" Chen Yang nodded. "Yes, you were unconscious, and I had no other choice." "Well then, thank you." The woman gestured towards a nearby bucket. "Could you please bring me the water from that bucket? I wish to rinse my mouth." "Of course." Chen Yang rose to fetch it, and, noticing some mushrooms in the bucket, returned to ask, "Where are you from? What brings you here to gather mushrooms?" The woman took her time before responding, first gulping down several sips of water before saying, "I came from the county town. I heard there are many fungi in these mountains, so I decided to come." Chen Yang was speechless. "You certainly have a bold spirit, venturing here all alone." "I was rather careless," she admitted with a wry smile, taking another couple of sips until her mouth was no longer bitter. She continued, "Actually, I had intended to ask my cousin to accompany me into the mountains, but she wasn't home today. I thought it would be a waste to come all this way for nothing, so I went in alone." "Oh, your cousin is from our village, then?" Chapter 32, Masaki Limei, do you know her? The woman inquired. Upon hearing that name, Chen Yang's heart sank, and he thought to himself, isn't this a disaster? He had initially hoped to cultivate some rapport with this woman, only to discover she was Li Mei's cousin. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, perhaps this familial connection might work to his advantage, and Li Mei could lend him a helping hand. A smirk played on his lips as he earnestly asked, "By the way, I still don't know your name." "My name is Fang Shui," she replied. "That's a lovely name, truly melodious." Chen Yang complimented. "Oh, it's just an ordinary name," she modestly responded, a hint of bashfulness gracing her features. "What about you?" Chen Yang introduced himself, his gaze inadvertently drifting down to her neckline, swallowing hard. "It's not ideal to linger in the mountains like this. How about I carry you back to the village? If Li Mei isn't home, you could rest at my place and my sister could prepare something for you." His words held a dual purpose, to express his goodwill and to alleviate any apprehensions she might harbor. Upon hearing he had a sister, Fang Shui nodded in agreement. "All right then, I appreciate your kindness." "Not at all. I help strangers whenever I can, especially since you are Li Mei's relative." Chen Yang chuckled, turning to face her. "Hop on." "Okay." Fang Shui hesitated for a moment before climbing onto his back. What a delightful experience. Chen Yang reveled in the sensation of her softness pressing against him, noting that her dimensions surpassed those of Li Mei. How wonderfully pliable. Fang Shui felt a tinge of shyness, aware that her position on Chen Yang's back afforded him an advantage. Yet, recognizing him as her savior, she rationalized that accepting his help was not a burden. With this mindset, her internal conflict eased. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang, perhaps emboldened by the intimacy of their connection, stumbled slightly as he walked downhill, causing their bodies to collide repeatedly. Fang Shui thought to herself, this fellow is rather mischievous. Finding the situation uncomfortable, she made a decisive move, wrapping her arms around Chen Yang's shoulders, pressing her entire form against him. Surely this will satisfy him, she mused. Chen Yang, completely unprepared for this turn of events, felt as though he might ascend to the heavens, overwhelmed by the delightful curves and softness now enveloping him. Thus, he carried Fang Shui down the mountain, and before long, they arrived at the village entrance. How did we get here so quickly? Chen Yang lamented. Perhaps I should get down now. My legs feel fine, Feng Shui murmured softly. She was concerned about being seen by the villagers, fearing gossip might ensue. Understanding her apprehension, Chen Yang crouched down to set her gently on the ground, his expression filled with concern as he grasped her arm. Are you really all right? Walk a few steps and see. If you need me to carry you again, I will. I'm fine, truly, Feng Shui replied. Her cheeks flushed as she slipped from his grasp and stepped forward. Only then did Chen Yang feel reassured as they entered the village together. At that moment, Li Mei encountered Xiao Shui, who approached briskly. Xiao Shui, when did you arrive? You didn't even call me. I saw your car at my place. But no one was home, and it startled me. No worries, sister. I just wanted to clear my mind and found myself near your house. I thought I would drop by, but you weren't home, Feng Shui replied with a smile. I knew it. Li Mei chuckled, but then noticed Feng Shui's pallor and quickly inquired. Hey, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Before Feng Shui could respond, she turned to Chen Yang and exclaimed angrily. What have you done? Chen Yang feigned innocence. What could I have done? She was bitten by a 7-step snake while in the mountains, but thankfully, I discovered it in time. Oh my. Li Mei gasped, her eyes widening as she scrutinized Feng Shui. Where were you bitten? Are you all right? How dangerous? Chen Yang thought to himself, surprised by the depth of Li Mei's concern for her cousin. After a thorough explanation, Li Mei finally relaxed and took Feng Shui's hand. Come on, let us go home first. Without a glance back at Chen Yang, she tugged Feng Shui away. Hey you. Chen Yang felt a pang of displeasure. Realizing that she was wary of him, his previous hopeful imaginings shattered, he grumbled internally. So, Li Mei, you don't think I'm a good person, do you? Fine. Just wait and see how I handle you. You'll be begging for mercy. As he turned to head home, a sudden thought struck him. And he slapped his forehead. Damn, those 2 pups are still in the mountains. He promptly turned back towards the hills, and upon reaching the spot where the puppies were, he found them well fed and sleeping soundly, their bellies exposed. Thank goodness you didn't encounter any wild beasts. Otherwise, you 2 would be finished. Chen Yang scolded, then scooped up the 2 pups and hurried back. Upon returning home, Tian immediately asked, Why did you take so long? I was busy saving lives. Chen Yang replied with a grin, recounting the events. Tian listened with a look of apprehension. That's really frightening. I'm glad nothing serious happened. Indeed, Chen Yang said, removing his shirt and fetching a bucket of water from the well, drenching himself from head to toe. Tian was momentarily taken aback by the sight of his well-defined muscles, suddenly feeling the urge to touch them. However, at that moment, Li Mei appeared at the door, prompting Tian to quickly avert her gaze. Aunt, what brings you here? My cousin is here, and I called you both to come to my place for dinner. Li Mei replied with a smile. Huh. Chen Yang was taken aback. What is going on here? What do you mean what is going on? It's to thank you. You silly fool. Li Mei shot him an incredulous look. Chen Yang thought, am I the foolish one? It seems you are the one who keeps changing your mind. He remained silent and casually removed his shorts, placing them in a basin to wash. This scene left both Li Mei and Tian blushing deeply. And they hurriedly turned away. Come on, let us go prepare the dishes first. Chen Yang can join us later, Li Mei said, feeling flustered as she pulled Tian along. Alas, this fellow is quite unpredictable. Tian also found the situation exceedingly awkward, sighing as she walked. In truth, Chen Yang was doing it deliberately. After all, his identity as a fool had yet to be exposed, so what harm was there in engaging in a little mischief? Moreover, had not Tian and Li Mei already seen him in his undraped state? After finishing his laundry, Chen Yang returned to his room to change into a fresh outfit. Noticing the hour was late, he set out for Li Mei's residence. Upon entering and reaching the inner room, he discovered that Feng Shui had fully recovered, her demeanor markedly more vibrant. However, her gaze toward Chen Yang was somewhat evasive, as if she dared not meet his eyes. It seemed that Li Mei had informed her of his supposed foolishness, he mused. If that were the case, pondering this, he thought it quite fortuitous. With a mischievous grin, he approached Feng Shui directly. How are you feeling now? Much better, I presume? Yes, much improved, Feng Shui replied, retreating further. Yet, Chen Yang was too swift. With a single step, he seized her ankle, removing both her shoe and sock. Ah, how fair, he exclaimed. Chapter 33. Once bitten by a snake, fear of the rope for 10 years previously. One had to be discreet when consuming tofu, but now it is done openly. Feng Shui was utterly bewildered, watching Chen Yang with a foolish grin as he caressed her calf and kneaded her foot, a sensation that was both delightful and terrifying. At that moment, Li Mei entered from the outer room and was startled by the sight. She hurriedly stepped forward to push Chen Yang away. You rascal, was that intentional? No, I merely wished to see how your injury was faring, Chen Yang chuckled. Oh, you. Li Mei replied, exasperated. She turned to Feng Shui and said, ignore him. He may be a bit dense, but he isn't a bad person. Oh. Feng Shui sighed in relief. Realizing that Chen Yang had only touched her leg a few times and it was not a grave matter, Li Mei turned and shot a glare at Chen Yang. Come with me. Why? He asked. Just come on, quickly. At that moment, Tian was outside emptying the slop bucket. So Li Mei dragged Chen Yang to the back of the house and, with a stern expression, inquired, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? I warn you not to harbor any ill intentions towards my sister. Chen Yang asked with a smile, why not? Li Mei replied, her life has been quite difficult. Do not take advantage of her. What do you mean by difficult? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. I will explain later. Your sister is back. Li Mei quickly returned to the front yard, leaving Chen Yang momentarily stunned. How could someone who appeared so gentle like Feng Shui have such a troubled life? Once back in the front room, Chen Yang behaved much more demurely, remaining silent while occasionally stealing glances at Feng Shui. After dinner, while Tian was busy washing the dishes with Li Mei, he quietly asked Feng Shui, are you not leaving tonight? No, I'm staying, Feng Shui nodded. What is the matter? Nothing, just curious, Chen Yang replied with a forced laugh, then inquired, what do you do in the county? I'm a teacher. Oh. Chen Yang exclaimed in surprise, no wonder you possess such grace. Feng Shui was perplexed. Was he truly a fool? He seemed quite articulate now. Aunt Mei mentioned you have a tough life. I'm not sure why, but if you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Chen Yang spoke softly, then stood up and headed outside. I'm exhausted. I'll head home to sleep now. Tian replied, you can go back. I'll be leaving soon as well. As Chen Yang departed, Feng Shui was left in a state of confusion, gazing at his retreating figure through the window, uncertain of her own feelings. When Li Mei finished tidying up and returned to prepare the bedding for the night, she asked, Sister, what about that Chen Yang? What about him? Li Mei turned back, smiling. You're not developing feelings for that boy, are you? How could that be? Feng Shui's face flushed as she quickly shook her head. I'm just curious. That's quite normal, Li Mei chuckled. This boy can be silly at times, yet he also possesses some talent. I find it hard to comprehend him. Nevertheless, speaking of which, that fellow is rather intriguing. Feng Shui was taken aback. Intriguing? Li Mei shot her a glance. Oh. Don't say that. Aren't you tired? Go wash up and get some sleep. At that moment, Tian had already returned home. Upon entering, she noticed Chen Yang's door was firmly shut and the house was enveloped in silence, leading her to believe he might have already retired for the night. So she returned to her own room. However, in reality, Chen Yang was not at home. After leaving Li Mei's house, he had headed straight to the back mountain. Despite the busy activities of the day, Chen Yang had not forgotten his commitment to cultivation. Since he had no plans for the evening, he felt compelled to make up for the time he had squandered earlier. As dawn broke around 5 o'clock, he finally returned from the back mountain. Tian was blissfully unaware, thinking he had simply risen early that day. During breakfast, she said to Chen Yang, Yang, don't wander off today. I'm going to the fields. I've hired someone to till the land, and we'll plant the vegetables in a few days. Understood, sister, Chen Yang replied. His head bent over his meal, devouring it eagerly. Slow down. There is no one competing with you. Tian chuckled, raising her hand to wipe the crumbs from the corner of his mouth. Chen Yang grinned foolishly, relishing the warmth of the moment. However, as soon as Tian finished tidying up and headed off to the fields, he promptly left the house, making his way into the mountains. With the time for planting vegetables approaching and the seeds yet to be refined, Chen Yang needed to hasten his search for medicinal herbs. Yet, just as he exited the village and hadn't ventured far, he spotted two graceful figures appearing along the mountain path ahead. Upon closer inspection, he was puzzled. What are those sisters up to now? The figures were none other than Li Mei and Feng Shui. Quickening his pace to catch up, he inquired, what are you two doing? Are you going into the mountains to pick mushrooms again? Why, yes. What is wrong? Li Mei asked. What is wrong? Chen Yang replied incredulously. Are you two really so forgetful? Don't you fear encountering snakes with more people around? Watch your words, Li Mei retorted, her eyes narrowing. When I was foraging for mushrooms, you were still nursing. Nursing from whom? Chen Yang scratched his head. From you. Li Mei's face flushed as she turned to grasp Feng Shui's hand. Come on, let us ignore this fool. Feng Shui pressed her lips together, but said nothing. It was her idea to venture into the mountains today, considering there was still a day left in the holiday and they hadn't had much luck yesterday. With her cousin at home, it was the perfect opportunity to gather more mushrooms. Thus, the two sisters rose early, entering the mountains before the sun had fully risen. Seeing Chen Yang, Feng Shui felt a tad embarrassed. After all, he had gone to great lengths to save her yesterday, and she indeed had a short memory. As the two walked further away, Chen Yang shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself that if they encountered a snake again, it would be entirely their own doing. No need to blame him. Though he harbored such thoughts, he still decided to follow them, originally intending to explore the northern valley. He now found himself heading southwest instead. Li Mei and Feng Shui walked for a while, glancing back to see Chen Yang trailing them from a distance. And they couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and annoyance, thinking to themselves what was wrong with that boy. She was too lazy to speak and soon entered a valley, then said to Feng Shui, "The forest to the left is most likely to yield some edible mushrooms. Let us test our luck here." "All right." Feng Shui nodded, clutching her plastic bucket as she followed her up the hillside. Today, she had deliberately worn long socks, even layering 2 pairs, yet truth be told, a slight unease lingered in her heart. This was the classic case of once bitten, twice shy. At that moment, Li Mei had already moved a bit further ahead, prompting Feng Shui to hasten her pace. "Sister, slow down. Don't leave me behind. What are you afraid of?" Li Mei turned back, grinning mischievously. "Are you worried that that fool will catch up and do something to you?" "Oh, sister, what are you saying?" Feng Shui exclaimed, feeling quite embarrassed as she stamped her foot. Li Mei chuckled, glancing back to see Chen Yang still standing at the foot of the mountain, gazing in their direction. Regrettably, she had brought Xiaoshui along today. If it were just me alone, Li Mei bit her lip. And the image of Chen Yang exerting himself on her flashed in her mind. At the thought of this, a wave of heat surged through her heart, and she quickly lowered her head to search among the grass. In truth, Chen Yang was not fixated on the two. He had discovered something far more intriguing on a grand tree along the hillside. Chapter 34, The Black Hole. This is what one might call a serendipitous encounter. Observing the faint dark red hue on the towering tree ahead, Chen Yang mused to himself. He approached the tree, wrapped his arms around its sturdy trunk, and with a slight push from his legs, ascended with the agility of a monkey. Within moments, he reached a height of several meters. Instead of hastily plucking the dark red treasure, he perched himself on a branch and called out loudly, "Aunt May, where are you? What are you shouting for?" "You little rascal?" Li Mei exclaimed, having just gathered a few sizable mushrooms, her spirits high. These mushrooms, quite rare and valuable, could fetch over 10 yuan per pound when fresh. However, her intent was not to sell them, but rather to bring them back for Feng Shui to share with her colleagues. There was a sense of accomplishment in helping her cousin collect such sizable specimens. Yet, just as Chen Yang aimed to disrupt the moment, Li Mei retorted in irritation, "Stop shouting. What if you attract a bear? Then I'll stew a bear paw for you." Chen Yang laughed heartily from his perch, then reached up to twist off a large risher mushroom, nearly the size of his face. He carefully descended, clutching the tree trunk, and soon returned to the ground, elated by his bounty. Such a large rasher possessed ample medicinal properties. However, carrying it proved cumbersome, so he fashioned a makeshift cord from some grass and hung it on a nearby branch, intending to retrieve it later. Chen Yang then ventured deeper into the hillside, eager to see how much Li Mei and her companion had gathered. After several minutes of walking, he finally spotted Li Mei's figure and quickened his pace. "How much have you found?" "Ah, you foolish boy actually came?" Li Mei gasped, hurriedly approaching to block his path. "Stop right there. What's the matter?" Chen Yang queried, puzzled by her sudden urgency. "Shui is, well, she's indisposed at the moment. You can't go over." Li Mei whispered, her tone low. "I see." Chen Yang finally understood and instinctively leaned forward to peek, though he saw no one. The uneven terrain of the hillside made it difficult to spot someone crouched down. Nonetheless, he was not disheartened. Instead, he looked at Li Mei, who stood alone. And with a mischievous grin, he swiftly embraced her. "Oh, you scoundrel!" Li Mei exclaimed, unable to raise her voice, struggling fiercely against him while hurling a curse. Yet, she could only manage a single expletive before, in the next instant, her body went limp, leaving her defenseless. Chen Yang took advantage of the moment, playfully teasing her, but he was mindful of the time. Even if Feng Shui was merely adjusting her attire, it would not take long, given his exceptional abilities. If he were to truly engage with Li Mei, it could take hours. Thus, after indulging for a brief moment, he released her and, with a cheeky smile, dashed toward the foot of the mountain. "You rascal! Li Mei glared at his retreating figure, perplexed by his sudden departure. Just then, she heard Feng Shui's voice. Sister, I'm done. As Li Mei approached, she noticed Feng Shui's puzzled expression. Sister, what's wrong? Why is your face so flushed? Oh, it's just the heat. I'm wearing too many layers, she replied. Li Mei let out a faint chuckle and then said, let us venture further ahead. I know a place where meat mushrooms grow every year. Oh, splendid. Feng Shui, unaware of her cousin's recent indiscretion, instantly perked up at the mention of the mushrooms. Chen Yang had not wandered far. Although he had reached the base of the hillside, he could still faintly see the figures of the two sisters. His concern did not stem from a fear for their safety, but rather from his primary objective of foraging for medicinal herbs. Since he was already there, he thought it prudent to keep an eye on them as well. The discovery of the large Ganoderma had bolstered Chen Yang's confidence, and he felt certain that further rewards awaited him that day. The valley was not particularly lengthy, measuring about 700 or 800 meters, and he had traversed 2/3 of it without encountering any superior herbs. As he neared the end of the valley, where a prominent peak loomed ahead, Chen Yang suddenly paused. Why does it feel so chilly here? Filled with curiosity, he glanced around and soon noticed an oddity among the nearby thickets. Why did that spot appear so vacant? Devoid of trees? Hastening closer, Chen Yang couldn't help but exclaim, goodness, so this is where it is. Before him lay a vast pit, approximately the size of a basketball court, evidently formed by a sinkhole. No wonder Tian mentioned hearing a rumble in the mountains. When he had ventured in the previous day, he never anticipated stumbling upon such a secluded location. Turning back, he realized that the trees and surrounding peaks obscured this site from view yesterday. My word, what a gaping chasm. How vast must it be below? As he observed the dark, gaping crevice at the edge of the pit, Chen Yang pondered. The chill in the air emanated from that fissure, suggesting that the temperature beneath was quite low. Furthermore, a breeze wafting upward indicated the presence of airflow below. Chen Yang mused, could there be treasures hidden down there? With that thought igniting his curiosity, he found it hard to resist the urge to explore. However, before descending, he glanced back, noticing the absence of Li Mei and Feng Shui. He called out, Mei Shan, where are you? No response. Chen Yang shouted again. And then he heard Feng Shui's voice. We're over here. What's the matter? It appeared Li Mei was still miffed at his earlier antics and chose to remain silent. Feng Shui, sensing her cousin's reluctance, spoke up in her stead. Chen Yang, feeling that they were nearby, continued, I've discovered a cave here and intend to investigate. Please be careful. I'm uncertain how long I'll be gone. What? Upon hearing this, Li Mei grew anxious and hurriedly replied, Don't be reckless. What do you mean by entering a cave? You mustn't go in. Ignoring her warnings, Chen Yang jested, What, you don't hear one T hurt you? You little rascal, if you dare go in, I'll tell your sister. Li Mei retorted, fuming as she made her way down with a bucket in hand. Navigating through the wild grass and shrubs, she and Feng Shui soon reached the foot of the mountain, only to be left in disbelief at the sight of the massive pit. My heavens, how did it collapse like this? Li Mei exclaimed. It fell in the night before last. We heard a thunderous sound while in the village. Chen Yang explained. Where are you planning to go down there? Li Mei inquired, gesturing towards the dark crevice. Chen Yang nodded. Indeed, I sense there is treasure within. Li Mei shot him a disapproving glare. Treasure, you fool. It's pitch black in there. What could possibly be inside? Listen to me. Do not go. I brought a flashlight. Chen Yang boasted, pulling out a flashlight from his waist and raising an eyebrow. Li Mei was speechless. Are you out of your mind? It's broad daylight, and you're heading into the mountains with a flashlight? She trailed off, leaving her thought unfinished. Feng Shui pursed her lips, hesitating as she listened. Chen Yang, unfazed, chuckled and proceeded down the slope. The collapsed pit was expansive, yet it wasn't a sheer drop. There was a sloped path. Realizing Chen Yang was serious, Li Mei knew she couldn't stop him, but her concern for his safety grew, prompting her to stamp her foot. If you get yourself into trouble, wait for me. Feng Shui was taken aback. If both of you go down, what should I do? After a moment of hesitation, she followed closely behind Li Mei, cautiously making her way to the bottom of the slope. Chapter 35. All good things. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, Li Mei turned around. Oh, how come you came down too? I was scared up there by myself, Feng Shui replied softly. Ah. Li Mei sighed in exasperation and turned to Chen Yang. You just keep making trouble, dragging us along too. Don't worry, sister. There's definitely no danger in the cave. Even if there is, I can protect you both. Chen Yang said, not turning his head as he approached the narrow crevice. The fissure was not high. One had to bend down to enter. He first shone his flashlight inside, only to discover a vast space beyond, the beam failing to reach its end. A chilly breeze swept through, prompting Chen Yang to ask, "Are you sure you want to come in? It's a bit cold inside." "If you don't go in, then I want tea either," Li Mei replied. Chen Yang was at a loss for words. Li Mei continued, "If something happens to you in there, how will I explain it to Tian when I get home?" "Fine, just stick close to me. I'll take a quick look and come right back." "No time to waste inside," Chen Yang said, bending down and crawling into the cave. Li Mei followed closely, with Feng Shui trailing behind. Suddenly, a thrill of excitement surged within Feng Shui, reminiscent of her childhood fondness for adventure. She even mused to herself, wondering if the cave might contain gems, those shimmering, colorful, transparent stones that would surely be beautiful. Meanwhile, Chen Yang was thinking about the valuable treasures hidden within the cave, envisioning a windfall upon discovery. Li Mei, on the other hand, felt surprisingly calm, merely noting the chill of the cave and lamenting her insufficient clothing. Once the trio had entered the cave, they walked a short distance before being able to stand upright. Chen Yang then illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight, searching for something extraordinary. To their astonishment, there were indeed peculiar objects hanging from the ceiling. Gazing at the spherical entities illuminated by the flashlight, Li Mei inquired, "What are those? Are they eggs of some kind? I think I've seen them online. What are they called?" Feng Shui pondered for a moment, then clapped her hands. "Wooling ginseng. It must be wooling ginseng. This stuff is quite valuable." Chen Yang grinned. "Valuable is good. You fool. How can you reach something so high?" Li Mei scolded, but her words were cut short as she watched Chen Yang crouch slightly before leaping into the air. The ceiling was at least 3 meters above the ground. Yet he soared over a meter off the ground, grasping a plump wooling ginseng. Well, Li Mei was dumbfounded, and Feng Shui was equally astonished. "That jump is incredible. He jumps higher than the basketball star in my class. Did you install springs in your shoes?" Amidst their bewildered gazes, Chen Yang tirelessly leaped repeatedly, soon collecting all the wooling ginseng from the ceiling. A pile had already formed on the ground, prompting Li Mei to fret. "How are we going to carry this out?" "Let us use our clothes to carry it," Feng Shui exclaimed, reaching to unbutton her coat. However, Li Mei stopped her. "No, it's too cold here. You'll catch a cold." "Indeed, I appreciate Sister Shui's kind intentions, yet I cannot disrobe. I have my own methods." Chen Yang chuckled. "How come you can jump so many times without even breaking a sweat?" Feng Shui inquired. "It's simply because I am in excellent shape," Chen Yang replied with a smile. Glancing at Li Mei, "Isn't that right?" Li Mei was on the verge of cursing, thinking how shameless he was, surely doing it on purpose. At that moment, Chen Yang directed his flashlight elsewhere, remarking, "In such a concealed cavern, there should be more than just the black spirit ginseng, shouldn't there? What else do you wish to find?" Li Mei rolled her eyes. "Didn't we agree to head back sooner? There's no rush. It's barely been a short while," Chen Yang said, stepping deeper into the cave. Feng Shui and Li Mei, realizing his intention, quickly followed, feeling a bit unnerved in the absence of the flashlight's glow. "Hey, what is that?" Chen Yang exclaimed, making a new discovery as the beam of his flashlight illuminated the cave's edge. The two women peered beside him, their eyes widening in shock as they simultaneously shivered. "Bone? Whose bone is it?" Li Mei's voice trembled. "It can't be human, can it?" It was one thing to ponder it, but upon uttering it, both women immediately shuddered. Chen Yang, speechless, quickly reassured them. "It is indeed a bone, but look closely. Human bones aren't that thick." "Is that so?" Li Mei and Feng Shui peeked cautiously from behind him, straining to get a better look. Chen Yang approached, crouching down to pick up a bone, weighing it in his hands. "This must be many years old. It's light as a feather. What kind of bone is this? Why is it so large?" Feng Shui whispered. Before them lay a nearly complete animal skeleton, now scattered, revealing only vague shapes. Amidst a pile of rubble, something seemed to be pressed beneath. Chen Yang lifted several stones and pulled out a piece of fur, preserved from complete decay due to the weight of the rocks. Under the flashlight's beam, Chen Yang exclaimed, "Could this be tiger skin?" "It looks like it." Li Mei nodded. "So this must be a complete tiger skeleton." Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a premium medicinal material. In truth, he had already surmised the answer, but he felt the need to maintain the pretense in front of the two women. Feng Shui and Li Mei were left dumbfounded. Who didn't know that tiger bones were highly valuable? But wait, wasn't this item illegal to trade? Consequently, Li Mei asked, "Why are you so excited?" "You can't sell it anyway." "Who said I was going to sell it? I can brew my own wine with it." Chen Yang chuckled, removing his outer jacket and even his pants. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you getting hot before even drinking the tiger bone wine? Li Mei exclaimed in surprise. Chen Yang turned around. I'll use my pants to hold the small pieces and bind the larger ones with my clothes. Seeing him clad only in a tank top and shorts, Li Mei could only shake her head in disbelief. You truly prioritize your life over wealth. Aren't you afraid of catching a chill? Of course not. Chen Yang laughed, recalling a saying. A young man sleeping on a cold bed relies solely on his vigor. As they spoke, he began to gather the tiger bones, leaving no fragment, not even the small tip of the tail, untouched. Although there were quite a few bones, they were surprisingly light. Chen Yang lifted them and said, All right, let us be on our way. Aren't we going to take a look inside? Li Mei inquired. Chen Yang shook his head. No, it's too cold. I fear you might freeze. How considerate of you. Li Mei shot him a glare before turning to leave. Simultaneously, she curiously asked Feng Shui, It's strange, how could there be a tiger in this cave? I don't know, perhaps many years ago. This place had an opening to the outside. Feng Shui was also uncertain. Chen Yang chuckled silently behind them, thinking whatever happens, happens. In any case, I have not come here in vain today. These herbs will suffice. I shall strive to break through to the 4th level of qi refinement tonight. The Wuling ginseng was temporarily set aside as the three stepped through the narrow crevice and began to climb the earthen slope. At that moment, Feng Shui unexpectedly stepped on a loose stone, causing her to slip backward. Coincidentally, Chen Yang caught her with his face. Even more awkwardly, it was her posterior that he managed to catch. Chapter 36. A bargain for you. Feng Shui was clad in a pair of snug jeans, which, at that moment, pressed firmly against Chen Yang's face, leaving her momentarily stunned. It was only when she felt the warmth permeating through her trousers that she realized it was Chen Yang's breath. Ah! Feng Shui exclaimed, swiftly twisting her body in an attempt to escape, but found herself with no leverage. Meanwhile, Chen Yang was not faring much better, struggling to breathe. Reluctant to relinquish the tiger bone he held, he resorted to kneeling on the ground, shaking his head to free his mouth and nose. Li Mei stood frozen. Having climbed up, watching the peculiar scene unfold between Feng Shui and Chen Yang, unsure of how to react. Finally, with both hands planted firmly on the ground, Feng Shui pushed off with her feet and managed to extricate herself from Chen Yang's face. Embarrassment forgotten, she quickly scrambled upwards, avoiding Li Mei's gaze, and hurriedly disappeared into the thicket. Chen Yang gasped for air and returned to the edge of the pit, only to find Li Mei regarding him with a bemused expression. What was that like? She teased. Huh? Chen Yang replied, feigning ignorance. Stop playing dumb. Li Mei shot him an exasperated look, then grinned. You lucky guy? No man has ever touched her there before. A jolt of surprise coursed through Chen Yang, though he maintained his act of confusion, appearing utterly oblivious. Feng Shui emerged from the woods. Her complexion returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. Chen Yang was at a loss as to why she had ventured into the forest, seemingly having not soaked her trousers. After a brief silence, Li Mei seemed to recall something and looked at him, asking, Why are you just standing there? Shouldn't you hurry and take the tiger bone home? No rush. Aren't those black spirit ginsengs still uncollected? Chen Yang replied with a smile. Can you manage to carry them? Li Mei shot him a pointed look, continuing, Besides, there are so many black spirit ginsengs. How will you carry them all? It would be wiser to return home first, and then come back with a bamboo basket. That's a good point. Chen Yang scratched his head. Then let us go home together. I can give you a ride. Who needs your ride? Li Mei rolled her eyes at him, adding, We've already gathered quite a few mushrooms. We were just thinking of heading home. The two went to retrieve a bucket, which turned out to be filled with a substantial amount of edible mushrooms. Chen Yang gazed at them with longing. These would taste divine stewed with chicken, even better than meat. If you want, I can give you a few pieces. They're not for sale anyway. Li Mei generously offered, though it was still before noon. The trio, laden with their bounty, embarked on their journey home. Upon reaching the spot where the reisure mushrooms hung, Chen Yang climbed the tree to retrieve them, leaving Li Mei and Feng Shui in awe. This fellow seemed to possess an extraordinary stroke of luck. The value of the reisure might not be high, but its size made it an impressive decorative piece. By the time they returned home, it was just past 9 in the morning. Arriving at his doorstep, Chen Yang turned to Li Mei and Feng Shui, courteously asking, Would you like to come in for a drink? No, my home isn't far, they replied. Li Mei cast him a sidelong glance, silently acknowledging that she was well aware of his little schemes. Despite her playful teasing of Chen Yang and Feng Shui in the mountains, a pang of jealousy gnawed at her heart, prompting her to resolve to create no further opportunities for Chen Yang. Feng Shui remained silent, merely stealing a glance at Chen Yang. That single glance encapsulated a myriad of complex emotions, even she struggled to untangle. As she watched the two depart, Chen Yang returned home only to find Tian absent. He placed the tiger bone back in his room, took a bamboo basket, and stepped outside. This time, he was more cautious and had brought along 2 woven bags to store any potential feed. Should he stumble upon any discoveries, he could utilize these as containers. He made his way back to the mountain, descending into the cave where he first placed the black spirit ginseng into the bamboo basket. Yet he did not rush to leave. Instead, he continued onward with his flashlight, delving deeper into the cavern. Regrettably, this time yielded no new findings. Although he felt certain that treasures lay hidden within the cave, after an exhaustive search, Chen Yang had no choice but to temporarily abandon his quest. He left the woven bags behind and prepared to leave with the black spirit ginseng. By the time he returned home, it was already noon, and Tian had prepared lunch. Upon seeing him, she expressed her displeasure. "I told you not to wander off. Why didn't you listen? Look what I found, sister." Chen Yang replied with a grin, showcasing the black spirit ginseng to her. "What is this?" Tian asked, astonished. "Search for black spirit ginseng on your phone, and you'll find out," Chen Yang encouraged. As she did so, her reprimand faded away, her eyes widening in disbelief. "My goodness, this is worth so much." "Isn't it?" Chen Yang chuckled. "These dried black spirit ginsengs must weigh over 10 pounds. Do you remember the price per pound online? 7 or 8,000. Tian exclaimed. "Is it really that expensive?" Now it was Chen Yang's turn to be astonished. He had known the ginseng was valuable, but he hadn't anticipated its worth to be so exorbitant. This meant that the ginseng he had collected could fetch around 100,000. However, he could also use it for cultivation, and its efficacy was remarkable. For a moment, Chen Yang found himself in a dilemma, uncertain whether to keep it or dry it for sale. After some reflection, he decided to split the difference. After all, his current goal was to break through to the 4th level of qi refining, and he wouldn't need that much black spirit ginseng. The remainder could be sold to raise funds for purchasing other medicinal herbs in the future. Once he made up his mind, he retrieved some thread and needles from his room and strung the black spirit ginseng up to hang from the eaves. After completing this task, Chen Yang inquired, "Sister, when will we start planting vegetables?" "Let us wait a couple of days. I plan to water the fields this afternoon. Once the mud dries a bit, we can start sowing. This weather is dreadful. It doesn't even rain." Chen Yang lamented, glancing at the sky with frustration. If it rained, Tian wouldn't have to water the fields, which would save her considerable effort. However, despite his discontent, he realized there was little he could do about the weather. Thus, he told Tian, "Sister, I'll take care of it this afternoon. You stay home and rest. Don't get sunburned." Such heartwarming words brought a smile of comfort to Tian, yet she shook her head in response. "Never mind. During spring, while watering the fields, you were merely digging in one spot with your hoe, and by the time I noticed, you had already created a deep pit filled with water. I cannot allow you to create chaos again." Chen Yang was taken aback, pondering how he could have forgotten such an incident. After Tian tidied up the dishes, she retrieved a shovel and hoe, preparing to head outdoors. At that moment, however, the sky suddenly darkened. She looked up and exclaimed with a laugh, "Is this your doing, Yang? It truly looks like it's going to rain. If only I possessed such remarkable abilities." Chen Yang glanced at the heavens. Sensing that the dark clouds drifting in from the north seemed ominous, the forthcoming rain could be quite substantial. His greatest concern was the pond in the mountains. If a flash flood were to occur, wouldn't it disrupt the supply of silver knife fish? Thus, he swiftly took the shovel from Tian's hands. "Sister, I must check the mountains. Please stay at home and refrain from making any unnecessary movements." With that, he hurried away, leaving Tian momentarily stunned. "Hey, what madness has taken hold of you now?" she exclaimed, and without hesitation, she dashed back into the house to grab a raincoat and umbrella, chasing after him. Chapter 37. A massive python. Tian was no match for Chen Yang's speed. By the time she sprinted out of the village, he had already vanished from sight. As the sky darkened and the ominous clouds threatened to unleash torrential rain, she stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "You are driving me mad." Despite her deep concern, she dared not pursue him any further, uncertain of the storm's ferocity. Venturing into the mountains in the face of potential flooding would be exceedingly perilous. Thus, Tian returned home, praying fervently for Chen Yang's safety. As the first large raindrop fell, Chen Yang reached the pond. He had previously observed the terrain while fishing. The pond lay in a depression, fed by several small streams from the west and north. There was but a single outlet downstream, where excess water flowed away from the mountains. Should a flood arise in the mountains, it would have catastrophic consequences for the pond. If the downstream outlet were to be destroyed, the pond would cease to exist. Although he had contemplated this scenario before, time had slipped away, and now he found himself in a situation that demanded immediate action. Nevertheless, to safeguard the pond, Chen Yang set aside his concerns. As the saying goes, it is better to drain than to block. The most prudent course of action was to create a flood discharge channel, though the task was monumental. Without wasting a moment, he braved the rain and hurried upstream, first digging at the pond's edge to lower the bank's height by several dozen centimeters. He then lifted large boulders nearby, positioning them to obstruct the pond's inlet. This appeared deceptively simple, yet each boulder weighed 200 to 300 pounds, far beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. Chen Yang fashioned a rudimentary dam from the stones, uncertain whether it would withstand the oncoming flood. He resolved to do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. After securing the inlet, he moved to the opposite side and repeated the process. By this time, the rain was pouring down, drenching him thoroughly. His clothes clung uncomfortably to his skin, compelling him to remove them, leaving only his undergarments. In a fleeting moment, the world around him was enveloped in a curtain of rain, while Chen Yang toiled alone, digging fervently. Ultimately, it was not exhaustion that halted him, but rather the sudden snapping of his shovel, rendering it useless. He surveyed the makeshift flood discharge channel in the stone dam he had erected, now over a meter high and 2 meters wide. With a sigh, he accepted that this would have to suffice. As the rain continued to fall, he retraced his steps to retrieve his clothes and began walking downstream. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from behind. Sensing danger, Chen Yang swiftly ascended the hillside. Moments later, 2 torrents of murky water surged forth from the mountains. Choosing to remain where he was, he found a large rock to sit upon, watching intently. The flood roared toward him, sweeping away debris and small trees from the mountains with astonishing force. Yet, as the deluge reached the flood discharge point, it was momentarily halted by the weighty stone dam, diverting the water's path to either side and flowing out of the pond. "Excellent," Chen Yang exclaimed. Rising with a snap of his fingers, he had succeeded. He was in no hurry to return home. Instead, he embraced the rain and reveled in the sight of 2 torrents of water cascading past. As the rain fell with increasing intensity, the water level in the pond began to rise, yet it remained remarkably clear, standing in stark contrast to the murky floodwaters on either side. The deluge lasted a full 2 hours, but it was not until an hour later that the floodwaters began to recede. Once the flow calmed, Chen Yang observed that the banks of the pond had been eroded into a riverbed, the terrain significantly lower than the surrounding area, alleviating any future concerns of flooding. Only then did he feel completely at ease and decide to head home. However, after walking a short distance, he spotted something white and round beneath a tree by the riverbank, intriguingly elongated. What could it be? Curiosity piqued, Chen Yang waded through the babbling stream to investigate. As he drew near, he gasped in astonishment. A massive python. The white he had initially seen was the serpent's belly, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was even thicker than his thigh. Although half of its body was obscured by branches, he estimated it to be at least 10 meters long. Amidst his shock, an idea began to form. This python had been swept down the mountain by the flood, and it was clearly lifeless. If left here, it would soon begin to stink. What a waste that would be. Surely, python meat is edible? This creature must weigh several hundred pounds. With this thought, Chen Yang pushed aside the branches and located the python's tail. He fashioned his pants into a makeshift rope, tugged with vigor a few times, and successfully extracted the serpent's body. The ground was slippery, but the python's skin was sturdy, making it surprisingly easy to drag. Thus, he began his trek back to the village. By the time he reached the village entrance, the rain had ceased, and the western hills were bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Many villagers had emerged, eager to collect firewood washed down from the mountains by the flood. However, Tian was not in the mood for such distractions. She stood at the village's edge, anxiously gazing toward the mountains. Worried about Chen Yang's delay, what if something had happened to him? Just as her anxiety peaked, a figure appeared. She dashed forward, and upon recognizing Chen Yang, she nearly burst into tears of joy. Yet, when she noticed what he was dragging behind him, her eyes widened in horror, and she took a few steps back, her face paling. "Don't be afraid, it's dead," Chen Yang chuckled. You. Tian, who had an innate fear of snakes, struggled to articulate her thoughts. Just go home, sister. Once I finish preparing it, it won't be frightening anymore, Chen Yang reassured her. Some villagers, upon seeing Chen Yang, initially thought he was dragging a birch tree. However, once they realized it was a gigantic python, they were equally startled. The more timid among them even began to shout in alarm. Others questioned Chen Yang's sanity for bringing a dead snake home. Upon returning to his yard, Chen Yang set to work, while Tian Tian remained hidden inside the house, too anxious to emerge. It wasn't until he had nearly finished washing away the blood with well water, hanging the python-esque gallbladder from the eaves, and neatly arranging the remaining meat, that he finally called for Tian Tian to come out. Gazing at the pristine, glistening pieces of flesh, Tian Tian was taken aback. Is this snake meat? Chen Yang nodded affirmatively. It doesn't look so frightening now, does it? Though Tian Tian remained silent, she subtly inclined her head in agreement. I'll go boil some water. Time to cook the meat. Chen Yang hurried towards the firewood shed. Tian Tian found herself at a loss for words. This fellow was becoming increasingly eccentric. Not only did he collect a dead snake, but he also intended to consume its flesh? Was it even edible? She contemplated dissuading him, but recalling the effort he had expended earlier, she decided against it. At worst, they could prepare the snake meat for Dehei and the others. As the water reached a boil, Chen Yang added several pieces of snake meat into the pot, accompanied by ginger, garlic, and scallions to mask the odor. And then he brought the heat to a vigorous boil. After a few minutes, a distinctive aroma began to waft through the kitchen, prompting Tian Tian to wonder, what is that delightful scent? It was simply enchanting. Not just she, but the fragrant aroma emanated from Chen Yang's home, captivating the attention of many villagers. Curiosity piqued, some approached Chen Yang's door, inquiring, what are you cooking? It smells incredible. Chapter 38. A taste of indulgence, let's cook some meat. Chen Yang exclaimed cheerfully as he emerged from the kitchen. Several 100 pounds of meat lay in the yard, visible to all, yet no one had considered the possibility that it was snake meat. Before anyone could inquire further, Chen Yang dragged out a massive python's head from the storeroom, declaring, it is the flesh of this creature. Oh my goodness. Several women gasped, nearly collapsing in shock. Those who had witnessed Chen Yang returning with the snake began to recall the incident, their expressions turning to disbelief. Don't just stand at the door. There is more than enough meat for everyone. Who wishes to try some? Chen Yang inquired. You madman, are you telling the truth? Is the aroma emanating from this meat? Someone questioned. Believe it or not, Chen Yang retorted, turning back to the kitchen. He soon returned with a basin containing several pieces of freshly boiled snake meat. Those who wish to partake may help themselves. The villagers exchanged hesitant glances, pondering the prospect of consuming python meat, which sounded rather off-putting. However, the enticing aroma wafting from the basin was utterly irresistible, far surpassing the scents released during the usual pig or sheep slaughters. As Chen Yang began slicing the meat, occasionally popping a piece into his mouth with an expression of utter delight, some bolder villagers could no longer contain their curiosity. If a fool can eat it, why should I hesitate? One reasoned, noting that Chen Yang's 3 dogs, 1 large and 2 small, were happily devouring the meat, affirming its delectable nature. Thus, the first brave soul stepped forward to taste, followed by others who ventured into the yard. Moments later, praises erupted, with everyone exclaiming that the snake meat was indeed delicious. Utterly divine. Tian Tian watched in astonishment, yet her heart remained resolutely opposed, having no desire to sample the dish. Chen Yang, you've managed to acquire such a vast quantity of snake meat. Surely, there must be several 100 pounds. Is there enough room at home for it? Someone mused while savoring the meat. Certainly not. It is far too much. Chen Yang chuckled. If anyone hasn't had their fill, feel free to take some home. That sounds splendid. However, Chen Yang's tone shifted. This meat cannot be consumed without recompense. In a few days, I will be planting vegetables. And you all must lend a hand. Huh. A fool's heart is ever so simple, waiting right here. Someone laughed. Others joined in the amusement, realizing they had been cleverly outwitted. Nevertheless, farming was not particularly laborious, and as neighbors, they would have helped regardless of Chen Yang's request. Who could bear to see such a lovely girl as Tian Tian toil alone? Once everyone was satiated, they each took home a few pieces of snake meat. And at long last, Chen Yang's home quieted down. Sister, won't you sample any? Chen Yang asked. No, thank you, Tian Tian replied, shaking her head. Although it smells incredibly fragrant, I still feel a sense of aversion. I fear I would simply spit it out after a bite. Very well then. Chen Yang had just boiled another pot, satisfying the villagers, and plenty of cooked meat remained. Let us not waste this. I will take some to Aunt May. Go ahead. Tian nodded, heading to the kitchen to reheat some leftover food. Chen Yang, carrying the snake meat, left with a contented smile, making his way to Li Mei's home. Li Mei was oblivious to the events occurring in the village. After the rain, she was preoccupied with tidying up her home as a section of the roof leaked, drenching many of her belongings. Feng Shui was also busy assisting her, and it was only when Chen Yang entered the house that the two sisters noticed him. "What is that you have?" Li Mei inquired, observing that the meat in his hand was an unusual snow-white hue, reminiscent of fish, although such a large fish seemed implausible. With a smile, Chen Yang replied, "I just cooked it. It's still warm. It smells delightful. What kind of meat is this?" Feng Shui asked, intrigued. Chen Yang, maintaining his playful demeanor, simply said, "Hurry and eat while it's hot. This is highly nourishing." He was quite hungry himself. Li Mei tossed aside the cloth she had been using and turned to wash her hands. "I'm too tired to cook. Let's eat this instead." "All right then." Though Feng Shui was still curious about the type of meat, the rumbling of her stomach and the enticing aroma of the dish distracted her, leaving her no inclination to inquire further. Soon, Chen Yang sliced the meat while the sisters set the table with chairs, bowls, and chopsticks, and within no time, they were ready to eat. The snake meat was tender yet resilient, bursting with flavor with each bite. Feng Shui's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "This is delicious." Li Mei nodded in agreement, dipping her piece in soy sauce. Chen Yang watched with a smile, contemplating whether to reveal that it was snake meat, pondering how they would react. After a moment's hesitation, he decided against it. One shouldn't be too cruel, after all. Li Mei and Feng Shui soon felt satisfied. But a substantial portion of the meat remained. Not wishing to waste such a fine delicacy, Li Mei wrapped it in a plastic bag and placed it in the refrigerator. Outside, night had long fallen. After tidying up, noticing that Chen Yang showed no signs of leaving, Li Mei asked, "Do you have something else to do?" "No. I'm all set." "Why?" He replied, "You're not tired? It's quite late. Shouldn't you head home to sleep?" Li Mei chided, rolling her eyes at him. "Oh, it is late." Chen Yang acknowledged, and then added, "Sister, could you walk me home? I'm afraid of the dark." Li Mei, almost exasperated enough to scold him, caught sight of the glimmer in his eyes and suddenly understood. For reasons unknown, after consuming that meat, she felt a warm sensation in her stomach and a subtle heat enveloping her body. Now grasping Chen Yang's implication, Li Mei bit her lip, her heart racing. She turned to Feng Shui and said, "You lay out the bedding first. It's quite damp outside from the rain. I'll see him off, so he doesn't slip." "All right. Be careful," Feng Shui replied, not thinking too deeply about it. As Li Mei and Chen Yang stepped outside, he swiftly bent down and scooped her up in a bridal carry, and without waiting for her reaction, he dashed into the night. "Where are you taking me, you rascal?" Li Mei gently pinched him. "You'll find out soon enough." Chen Yang's heart raced as he sprinted through the darkness. In the blink of an eye, he had brought Li Mei to the dilapidated temple on the back mountain. Having just endured such a heavy downpour, the village lay deserted, with only this dry place remaining. "How could it be that you brought me here in such a short time?" Li Mei, upon surveying her surroundings, wore a look of astonishment. In Chen Yang's embrace moments ago, she had been unable to discern her environment, feeling as though merely a minute or two had passed. Chen Yang had no time to respond. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily upon him. Shortly thereafter, melodious chanting resonated from the dilapidated temple. Chen Yang was preoccupied with his thoughts, and Li Mei feared that Feng Shui might grow suspicious if she waited too long at home, so they did not linger, opting for a brief encounter. Nevertheless, nearly an hour had elapsed. Upon returning home, Feng Shui naturally inquired, "Sister, why were you gone for so long?" "Oh, I stopped by Tian's for a while," Li Mei replied. "Oh," Feng Shui nodded and added, "Then I'll head to bed, as I need to return to school early tomorrow." The torrential rain had disrupted her plans, compelling her to rise early the following day. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Chen Yang immediately retrieved the medicinal herbs and, in conjunction with his earlier session with Li Mei, swiftly entered a state of profound immersion. It was not until the dawn of the next day that he opened his eyes, his heart brimming with joy. He had reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, an accomplishment indeed. Chapter 39, The Collision at the Break of Dawn. Chen Yang, wishing not to disturb Tian's sweet slumber, tiptoed out of the house. Once outside, he leaped into the grove located to the south of the village and soared into the air. Some of the older villagers, light sleepers, were suddenly roused by a series of hearty laughs emanating from the southern woods, pondering who could be so foolishly joyous at this early hour. At this moment, Chen Yang had already ventured beyond the bounds of Taohua Village, reveling in his strength and speed, his heart brimming with exuberance. Just then, Feng Shui was driving out of the village and happened to catch a glimpse of him darting across the road. All she saw was a fleeting shadow, too swift to discern any features. Startled, she instinctively jerked the steering wheel. Unfortunately, the road ahead was lined with a poplar tree as thick as a bowl, and the car collided with it, causing the tree to snap and the airbags to deploy with a loud bang. While Chen Yang was basking in his elation, he heard the commotion behind him, turned around, and was instantly taken aback. Oh no! Realizing he might have startled the driver, he hurried back and knocked on the car window. Are you all right? Dazed from the impact of the airbag, Feng Shui lifted her gaze to meet his, their eyes locking in mutual shock. It's you? Chen Yang attempted to pull the car door open, only to find it locked tight. Feng Shui tried to unlock it, but the button was unresponsive. It was impossible to open from the inside. Smoke was beginning to billow from the front of the car, and the threat of fire loomed. Help me! Feng Shui cried out, fear gripping her. Chen Yang, equally anxious, turned to try the rear door, but it too was sealed. In a fit of urgency, he raised his fist and struck the window. With a resounding crash, the tempered glass shattered. After a few more strikes, the rear window was cleared. Feng Shui reclined her seat and, using both hands and feet, crawled to the back, managing to escape with Chen Yang's assistance. Once safe, she patted her chest, exclaiming, "That scared me to death." Chen Yang's gaze lingered, captivated by the trembling sight before him, pondering why it felt so soft. He recalled the sensation of carrying her down the mountain and couldn't help but think how unfortunate it was not to have the opportunity to grasp her properly, as that would have been the most genuine and visceral experience. Swallowing hard, he asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, though I nearly had a heart attack." Feng Shui was still shaken. "I didn't know who that was, but they zipped past me and startled me." Realizing something, she added, "Wait, was that you?" "No." Chen Yang immediately shook his head in denial. He was acutely aware of how fast he had been. It was astonishing, and there was no way he could admit to it. Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Oh, I did see a shadow too. It looked like a bear." "What?" Feng Shui gasped, quickly turning to scan the surroundings, instinctively inching closer to Chen Yang. "Are there bears here?" It seems so." Chen Yang nodded, feeling her nearly press against him, and he longed to wrap his arms around her tightly. Ultimately, reason triumphed over desire. He then inquired, "Sister, why are you leaving so early?" "It's Monday, and I must return to class." After speaking, Feng Shui slapped her thigh in frustration. "What now? My car is broken, and I won't make it to my first class today." Chen Yang thought to himself, it's just one class. Why the rush? However, upon reflection, he understood that Feng Shui was a responsible teacher. If it were someone less diligent, missing a class might not seem significant. Even if they did attend, they might not teach effectively. He had encountered such teachers before. Nevertheless, seeing Feng Shui's distress, Chen Yang felt compelled to assist. "How about you lend me your phone? I can call someone to take you to the county," he suggested. "Do you know any drivers?" Feng Shui rummaged through her belongings and eventually produced her phone. "Let me ask," she said. Chen Yang took the phone and dialed Zhang Hua's number. The call connected swiftly, indicating that Zhang Hua was an early riser that day. However, he did not recognize the caller. "Hello, who is this?" He answered. "It's me, Huazi, Chen Yang. Do you know any drivers in town? Someone from my village needs to urgently go to the county. Right now?" Chen Yang pressed. "That sounds good. Hurry then. It would be best if they arrive before 8. They are in a rush to get to class." After a brief conversation, Chen Yang hung up and turned to Feng Shui. "All right, sister, I found a car. It should arrive shortly." "That's wonderful," Feng Shui exclaimed, relieved to see that her car was merely smoking and showed no signs of catching fire. She then called the insurance company to arrange for the vehicle to be towed for repairs. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a black Jetta approached from the direction of the town. Zhang Hua was inside, and upon spotting Chen Yang with a woman in white standing by the roadside, he paused in surprise. As he stepped out and was about to ask, he noticed her slight head shake and wisely chose to remain silent. Once Feng Shui got into the car, Zhang Hua turned to Chen Yang and asked, "Brother, who is she? Don't pry so much." Chen Yang shot him a warning glance before asking, "How much will it cost to repair the car?" "I'd like to know." Zhang Hua walked around Feng Shui's vehicle and, clicking his tongue, estimated, "I reckon it will cost at least 10,000. The front end is quite damaged." "Oh, that's not too much." Chen Yang nodded, feeling reassured. After all, it was his responsibility, and he could not let Feng Shui bear the financial burden alone. Since Zhang Hua was already there, Chen Yang said, "Come on, let us head back to my place. I have something good for you." "What good thing?" Zhang Hua asked, curiosity piqued. "It's just good. No need to ask so many questions." Chen Yang replied, draping an arm around his shoulder as they walked toward the village. After Zhang Hua left with his share of the spoils, Su Yu arrived. Upon seeing Chen Yang, she paused in surprise. "What's wrong?" Chen Yang asked with a cheerful smile. "There's something different about you," Su Yu remarked. "What has changed?" Chen Yang inquired. Su Yu shook her head, expressing uncertainty, yet sensing a distinct change compared to the previous days. Chen Yang marveled at her perceptiveness. She alone seemed to notice the subtle shift, while others remained oblivious. Could this be related to Su Yu's unique constitution? However, this was not the time for such musings, as their primary purpose today was to retrieve fish fry, a matter of great significance. Thus, the two equipped themselves with tools and ventured into the mountains. As they traversed the path, they observed the marks left by the mountain flood, prompting Su Yu's concern. "Is the water pool in the mountains all right? It would be troublesome if it were destroyed." "Do not worry, everything is fine," Chen Yang reassured her. Upon reaching their destination, Su Yu's gaze was drawn to the two stone dams and the riverbanks flanking the water pool, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Who did this?" she exclaimed. Chen Yang chuckled. "It was me. Who else could it be?" "You?" Su Yu's eyes widened further in disbelief. "You were able to move such large stones? If you doubt me, I can move a few more for you to see." Chen Yang replied, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, his hands growing restless. A wave of shyness washed over Su Yu as she felt a tingling sensation, prompting her to shyly exclaim, "Stop teasing. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed." Chapter 40. Do as you wish. Chen Yang wore a look of disappointment, as this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Observing his expression, Su Yu stifled a laugh and remarked, "Oh, come on, is it really that serious? How could it not be? I've been thinking about you for several days." Chen Yang replied, his face resembling that of a bitter melon. Su Yu responded, "Well, I haven't been thinking about it either. It's just how things are. When can we finally resolve this?" Chen Yang inquired. "It's been several days. Don't rush it," Su Yu replied, lightly tapping his forehead. "Just hold on a bit longer." Feeling helpless, Chen Yang turned and walked to the edge of the pond, shedding his clothes and plunging into the cool water. As he submerged, the flames of his frustration gradually extinguished. He then dove deeper, focusing his energy on catching fry. It was quite simple, as the young silver knife fish were particularly fond of earthworm roots. As long as he held them in his hand, the little fish would swiftly swim over. However, larger fish posed a nuisance, and Chen Yang had to wave them away, leaving only the smaller ones to be collected in his net. After capturing a substantial haul of over 100 fry, he returned to shore and poured them into a bucket. Su Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not expected him to catch so many at once. "How are you so skilled?" she exclaimed. "Of course, it's only natural," Chen Yang replied proudly. Compliments from the woman he adored were the highest form of praise for a man. Yet, he felt it was still insufficient, so he asked, "How do you plan to thank me?" "You cheeky fellow." Su Yu rolled her eyes at him, then lowered her gaze. "In a few days, you can do as you wish." "That's what you said." Chen Yang's eyes sparkled. He had longed to explore new and exciting cultivation postures. Yet Su Yu had always been too reserved. Now, it seemed he would finally have the opportunity to try. In his excitement, Chen Yang grabbed the net once more and dashed back to the pond. "I'll catch a few more fry." Ultimately, he caught over 200 fry. Fearing that the lack of oxygen would lead to their demise, the two hastened back to their vehicle without lingering in the mountains. After connecting the air pump to the power supply, bubbles erupted from the bucket, and Su Yu felt a wave of relief. "I'm heading to the fish pond now. Would you like to join me?" "Sure, I'd love to take a look," Chen Yang nodded. Thus, the two of them got into the car and departed from Taohua Village. After more than half an hour, they arrived at Taohua Village. Though the village bore the character for mountain, the surrounding landscape was entirely flat, devoid of even a small hill. To the east of the village lay a vast expanse of fish ponds, each spanning over a dozen acres, their surfaces shimmering under the sunlight. "Are all these ours?" Chen Yang inquired. "Not at all. We only have one. The rest belong to others," Su Yu chuckled. "I'm not yet financially capable of acquiring all the ponds." "That's all right. It won't be long before you can." Chen Yang smiled, confident that having reached the 4th level of qi refinement, he would soon be able to cultivate fish and vegetables using his techniques, allowing wealth to flow into his pockets effortlessly. As the vehicle approached the fish pond, they saw a metal shed, and a person emerged from within, greeting them. "Manager Su, you're here." Yes, she replied. Su Yu nodded and introduced to Chen Yang. This is Uncle Huang from the village. He will be responsible for overseeing our fish pond from now on. We will be counting on you, Uncle Huang. Chen Yang smiled and then retrieved 2 buckets of fish fry from the trunk. The silver knife fish exhibited remarkable vitality, despite the bumpy journey. They remained lively within the buckets. After releasing them into the pond, Chen Yang advised Uncle Huang, do not feed these fish just yet. Allow them to acclimate to their new environment. I will bring specialized feed later. Understood, Uncle Huang nodded. Although he possessed years of experience in fish farming, he felt hesitant to voice any objections in front of his employer. At that moment, Su Yu inquired, when will you be ready with the feed? Chen Yang chuckled. No need to worry, it will be ready soon, definitely by this time tomorrow. That's wonderful, Su Yu replied cheerfully. The sooner, the better. A few individuals are quite impatient, constantly calling me for fish. Do not fret, it will not take long, at most 10 days. Uncle Huang was taken aback, glancing at Chen Yang in disbelief. The fry he had just observed were no longer than the length of a palm. How could he expect them to grow in 10 days? Was fish farming akin to inflating a balloon? It simply could not be that fast. However, seeing Su Yu so pleased, Uncle Huang suppressed his objections, thinking he would later discuss this with Ms. Su privately. Could this young man she had brought forth possibly be a fraud? He would need to remain cautious, not wishing to linger at the pond. So you plan to drive Chen Yang back, but he expressed a desire to check on happenings at the farm. Let us not return to the village just yet. I want to see what Huazi and the others are up to at the farm. I don't have much time. I need to return to the hotel soon. So you replied, no worries. You go ahead, and I'll have Zhanghua take me back later. All right then. Thus, they drove to the farm, after which Siyu turned back to the village. Upon arriving at the newly renovated gate, Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction and stepped into the courtyard. He then overheard voices from inside. A pair of kings. Can I play? If not, I'll leave. No, don't go. Chen Yang thought, are they playing cards? As he approached the entrance, he peered inside and indeed found that to be the case. Zhanghua was absent, and his 3 subordinates sat around, their faces adorned with sticky notes, engrossed in a heated card game. Upon noticing Chen Yang's presence, they quickly set their cards down. Brother Yang is here. Where's Huazi? Our boss. No, Huago went out to buy some supplies. He will be back shortly. Chen Yang inquired, what did he go to buy? One of the subordinates scratched his head, a seed drill, diesel, and plastic film. Plus this afternoon, someone is delivering a few cattle. Buying so much? Chen Yang expressed mild surprise. Is the money sufficient? It should be. Enough, I think. The subordinate responded with a nervous smile. Huazi was making quite a significant investment. It had not occurred to Chen Yang that they would be venturing into cattle raising at this stage. Chen Yang smiled and said, you all enjoy yourselves. I will take a stroll first. We will accompany you. The younger companions, displaying their understanding, felt it essential to be by the side of their esteemed leader. Thus, under the company of the 3, Chen Yang wandered around the back of the farm. The previous rain had been extensive, and this area had also been touched by its influence, leaving the ground damp and somewhat muddy. It was indeed a pity to see such a vast expanse of land lying fallow. Chen Yang sighed internally, and then contemplated that it was about time to investigate how to procure the spiritual stones hidden beneath the water pools in the mountains. To establish a sufficiently powerful feng shui array around this farm, the presence of spiritual stones was indispensable. At that moment, a voice from the entrance called out, where is everyone? Come out and unload the goods. Do you have any awareness at all? Several young companions hurriedly ran over to open the gate. Shortly thereafter, Zhanghua drove in on a tricycle, laden with various agricultural supplies. Upon seeing this, Chen Yang chuckled, you must have spent quite a bit, haven't you? Is it enough? Oh, Yang, you are here. Zhanghua beamed at him. What a coincidence. I was just thinking of seeking you out shortly. Do you have something for me? Chen Yang inquired. Indeed, it's quite significant. Zhanghua nodded. I have come into a substantial sum of money. Chapter 41. An overwhelming situation, a substantial sum of money? Chen Yang was taken aback. Where did it come from? The credit union. Zhanghua chuckled and continued. I registered our place as a family farm and then used the documents to secure a loan. The funds just arrived this morning. Chen Yang was bewildered. How much did you borrow? Not much, 300,000, but it's sufficient. Zhanghua replied with a smile. Chen Yang was rendered speechless once more. He thought to himself, is obtaining a loan this effortless nowadays? In truth, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be this swift. Zhanghua smiled and elaborated. However, my uncle is the credit manager there. Seeing that I am genuinely trying to accomplish something, he expedited the review process. Is that even permissible? Chen Yang chuckled wryly. But why didn't you inform me beforehand? It feels rather rushed. Zhang Hua sheepishly scratched his head. But don't worry, Brother Yang. We want to lose this money. With such a large farm, we can't fail to recoup 300,000 within 5 years, can we? That is indeed a valid point. Chen Yang nodded. Since you've taken the loan, let it be. However, it is imperative that the funds are exclusively used for the farm and not diverted for other investments. Rest assured, after unloading the goods, the hired tilling machine arrived and turned over the neglected land of the farm completely. Meanwhile, the newly purchased cattle were also delivered. Zhang Hua's younger brothers herded the cattle into the barn, creating a lively atmosphere on the farm. In the afternoon, Chen Yang rode Zhang Hua's tricycle and lingered in town for a while before returning to the village with the newly acquired items. He did not return home, but instead alighted at the westernmost part of the village and ventured into the mountains with his belongings. Zhang Hua initially intended to accompany him but was declined by Chen Yang, as he did not require assistance. He was sufficient on his own. The primary reason was that he was about to explore spiritual stones, whose value was immeasurable, and even Zhang Hua, he wished to keep uninformed of their existence. Upon reaching the edge of the pond, it was already afternoon, and the water temperature had risen significantly. Chen Yang donned his equipment and entered the water, swiftly descending to the bottom. The foldable entrenching tool he had purchased, albeit from a local hardware store and not a reputable brand, proved quite sturdy. Holding his breath, Chen Yang energetically began to excavate underwater. With his current capabilities, remaining submerged for over 10 minutes posed no issue. However, as it required physical exertion, he needed to return to the surface for air every 7 to 8 minutes to continue his work. Time passed, and after digging down to a depth of nearly 1 meter, the first spiritual stone emerged. Cradling it in his hand, Chen Yang could distinctly feel the energy emanating from the stone, warm and pulsating. Although he had never encountered one before, he understood that this egg-sized spiritual stone was undoubtedly precious. If fellow cultivators were to learn of its existence, it would surely incite their covetousness. Thus, after retrieving it from the depths, Chen Yang did not hasten to the shore. Instead, he placed it in a floating bag on the water's surface. As dusk gradually descended, he emerged from the depths of the water, having discovered a total of 12 spirit stones, feeling utterly content. Guided by instinct, Chen Yang sensed that the underwater realm had been nearly exhausted by his efforts. Even if a few stones remained, it would only amount to 1 or 2. Considering the late hour, he decided against further excavations. With his bag in hand, he returned home under the moonlight. Tian had already dined, but had thoughtfully set aside a portion for him in the pot. As Chen Yang ate, she remarked, "We shall plant vegetables the day after tomorrow." "Oh, very well," he replied, feeling assured. Not just the day after tomorrow, but even tomorrow would pose no problem. "You were out all day today?" Tian inquired. Chen Yang, focused on his meal, replied, "I went into town with Su Yu. She booked a fishing pond." "Oh." Tian fell silent. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Chen Yang looked up and asked, "Sister, is something troubling you?" "No, nothing at all," she murmured, lowering her gaze. "Just finish your meal, wash up, and sleep early." With that, she stood and retreated to her room. Chen Yang was puzzled. Clearly, she harbored some concern. What could have happened? After finishing his meal and tidying up the dishes, he chose not to bathe immediately. Instead, he left for Li Mei's house. In the village, it was customary to sleep once darkness fell, and Li Mei had already prepared her bed, ready to retire for the night. Upon seeing Chen Yang, she smiled and asked, "What? Did you not eat enough last night?" "Not at all." Chen Yang shook his head. "I wasn't home today. Anything happen in the village?" "Huh." Li Mei paused, her expression reflective. "I don't think anything noteworthy occurred." "Oh wait, I heard Zhao Rui came to the village. What did he come for?" Chen Yang felt a surge of distaste at the mention of that name. Li Mei shrugged. "I wouldn't know. I didn't venture out much today, just busy repairing the roof." "Oh, I see." Chen Yang nodded and turned to leave. "Hey." Li Mei hurried after him, but he had already reached the entrance. Frustrated, she stamped her foot. "This fool. He comes and goes as he pleases." Upon returning home, Chen Yang did not seek out Tian, but retreated to his own room. The spirit stones he had procured were tucked beneath his bed. He retrieved one and commenced his cultivation. As dawn broke the following day, during breakfast, Tian hesitated before asking, Yang, what are your plans for today?" Chen Yang feigned nonchalance. "Nothing much, just staying at home." "Oh." Tian pursed her lips. Why don't you go up the mountain to gather some mushrooms? The heavy rain the other day surely brought forth plenty. Sure. Chen Yang nodded, yet inwardly recognized her intention to divert him. The reason might very well be related to Zhao Rui. Thus, he feigned agreement but made no move towards the mountain, instead opting to wait in the woods across from the village. Before long, shortly after 8 in the morning, a car pulled up to his doorstep. Zhao Rui emerged with 2 individuals, all clad in uniforms, swaggering into the courtyard and calling out, "Where is everyone? Come out." Tian hastily emerged from her room, and Zhao Rui scrutinized her with malicious intent. "Have you prepared the money?" he inquired. Reluctantly, Tian presented a paper package. "Count it." Zhao Rui tossed it to the 2 individuals behind him, then turned his gaze back to Tian, a sardonic smile plastered on his face. "You really are quite naive. You could have avoided this fine entirely. It just so happens that you have the means." Tian lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. "Perhaps my penalty was too lenient?" Zhao Rui chuckled ominously, leaning closer to whisper, "Do you believe that I won't impose another fine next time? Leaving your family with not a single coin to spare? You?" Tian gasped, lifting her head in shock. "You can't do this." "Why can't I?" Zhao Rui retorted with a cold smirk. "As long as you resist, I will continue to impose fines." At that moment, Tian's eyes brimmed with tears. It was utterly intolerable. Just then, a chilling voice pierced through the air from the entrance. "Zhao, are you seeking death?" Hearing this voice, Zhao Rui abruptly turned around, exclaiming, "You fool, your timing couldn't be more perfect." Chapter 42. 2 beautiful women. Yang, don't. Tian exclaimed in a state of panic. Faced with Zhao Rui, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fully aware that in broad daylight, he would not dare to act against her. However, Chen Yang was a different story. His lack of common sense posed a significant threat. Earlier that morning, she had concocted an excuse to divert him, all in an effort to prevent such a situation from unfolding. Yet, to her astonishment, he had returned unexpectedly. Just as she contemplated stepping in to intervene, Chen Yang had already charged forward, swinging his fists with reckless abandon. There was no technique, no strategy, just a flurry of wild punches. Zhao Rui was knocked to the ground by the very first blow, and before he knew it, he had endured countless hits, leaving his 2 followers utterly dumbfounded. Fortunately, Chen Yang feigned foolishness and only exerted a fraction of his strength, allowing Zhao Rui the opportunity to cry out for help. Upon hearing his plea, the 2 companions quickly rushed forward, seizing Chen Yang by the arms. In an instant, they stumbled, nearly toppling over. "You scoundrel, how dare you bully my sister?" Chen Yang shouted, before delivering a swift kick to Zhao Rui's rear end. "Oh dear, I'm going to die." Zhao Rui lay on the ground, wailing. He dared not rise, fully aware that doing so would likely result in further punishment. The best course of action now was to summon the villagers from Peach Blossom Village. With more people present, they would surely be able to restrain Chen Yang. To his surprise, this tactic proved effective, as a considerable number of individuals from Chen Yang's home soon arrived. Among them was Zhao Tianguang, a relative of Zhao Rui. Though he rarely interacted with the Zhao brothers, a straightforward individual, he approached swiftly, exclaiming, "Zhao Rui, why provoke Chen Yang when you could have avoided this?" "Uncle, I didn't provoke him," Zhao Rui replied, awkwardly accepting Tianguang's assistance to rise, his face a picture of grievance. "He attacked me. I didn't even touch him." "Chen Yang, you ought to know better than to resort to violence. Haven't you been feeling better lately?" Zhao Tianguang questioned. "Anyone who bullies my sister deserves a beating." Chen Yang's eyes widened in fury before he pointed at the individual beside Zhao Rui. "What is that person holding? Is that money belonging to my family?" The man, under Chen Yang's piercing gaze, trembled and glanced helplessly at Zhao Rui. Chen Yang's eyes had turned crimson with rage. He was capable of anything. He recognized that the individual before him was a fool, and harming him would be futile. Yet, Zhao Rui, emboldened by his status, nodded defiantly. "That is indeed your family's money. So what? It's a fine." "A fine?" The villagers, mostly gathered to witness the spectacle, were taken aback. The bundle appeared substantial, suggesting it contained a significant amount of money. What had transpired to incur such a hefty penalty? Realizing he needed to clarify the situation to avoid inciting the crowd's wrath, Zhao Rui raised his voice. "Just a few days ago, their family was harvesting vegetables." As everyone knows, the crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Harvesting vegetables isn't illegal, but when they discarded the leftover vegetable leaves and stems into the river, they must face a penalty. Is it acceptable to impose a fine without justification? Chen Yang glared at him, stepping forward to demand loudly. Zhao Rui staggered back 2 steps, nearly collapsing onto the ground, yet he defiantly retorted, "Why should I be blamed for those rotten vegetable leaves polluting the environment? How dare you?" Chen Yang, infuriated, recognized this as a blatant act of bullying and felt a surge of anger, wishing he could eliminate Zhao Rui right then and there. Just as he was about to charge forward with intent, a voice rang out from the entrance. "What is happening here?" The crowd turned to see 2 slender figures approaching. Chen Yang paused, recognizing one of the women, Feng Shui. Beside her stood a woman clad in a black suit, adorned with glasses, exuding an air of elegance. The villagers speculated about the identities of the 2 women, sensing their significance, and instinctively parted to create a passage. Feng Shui and the bespectacled woman made their way to the center of the courtyard, where Feng Shui quietly inquired of Chen Yang, "What is going on?" Chen Yang pointed at Zhao Rui. "This Zhao is bullying people. I am merely enforcing the law." Zhao Rui stubbornly retorted. The woman in glasses, upon hearing this, extended her hand. "Let me see your law enforcement credentials." Zhao Rui was taken aback, his eyes darting. I didn't bring them. How dare you enforce the law without them?" The woman scoffed, retrieving a notebook from her bag. "What is your name?" What is your role?" Zhao Rui asked, bewildered. "I am a provincial reporter. My name is Ding Yuan." Zhao Rui was instantly dumbfounded. How could a reporter be involved? This was troublesome. "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" Ding Yuan coldly probed. Zhao Rui feigned calmness. "What do I have to fear? Forgetting to bring my credentials is hardly a grave mistake." Ding Yuan smirked. "Very well then. Please state your name and position. Your glorious deeds will be published in the provincial newspaper tomorrow." Zhao Rui was left speechless. That was the provincial newspaper. If he were to be reported, not just the town mayor, but even the county head would surely face criticism. Zhao Rui, now intimidated, turned to Tian and said, "You see, this incident isn't such a big deal after all." Tian asked, "What do you intend to do?" Zhao Rui's smile was more sorrowful than a cry. "We're all from the same village. Let us not impose a fine this time. Just be more careful in the future." Tian remained silent, casting a glance at Feng Shui. Uncertain of how to handle the situation, she sought assistance. Understanding the unspoken plea, Feng Shui addressed Zhao Rui, "I hope you keep your word. Don't think that once we leave, you can cause trouble again. To inform you, Tian is my sister. If you bully her, we will not let you off lightly." Zhao Rui's face fluctuated between red and white, thoroughly humiliated in front of so many people. Yet, he had no choice. He truly could not afford to provoke that journalist. He hastily returned the money and left, his tail between his legs. Just as he was about to exit, he heard Chen Yang's laughter from behind. This guy really has no memory. Always coming back to the village to embarrass himself. Such a heart-wrenching defeat. Zhao Rui nearly stumbled, feeling as though his heart was bleeding from the humiliation. Holding the recovered 20,000 yuan, Tian expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Shuijia, thank you so much. There's no need for such formality. That man merely took advantage of his position. Rest assured, he won't dare to do so again." Feng Shui replied with a smile, taking her hand. "Let us discuss this inside, for I have matters to discuss with you today." "Matters for me?" Tian was taken aback as she followed her into the house. Chen Yang also returned home. The villagers, feeling somewhat awkward, refrained from entering, despite their curiosity about the identities of the 2 beautiful women, and eventually dispersed. "Allow me to introduce. This is my classmate from both high school and university," Feng Shui said as she and Ding Yuan took a seat, then turned to Chen Yang. "The primary reason for our visit today is to have Yuan meet you." "Meet me? What for?" Chen Yang was bewildered. "To seek medical assistance." Feng Shui replied with a smile. "You cured the snake venom from my body with herbal medicine last time. So, this." Chen Yang was speechless, thinking to himself how absurd it was that he, a mere fool, had somehow gained the reputation of a divine healer. Who would believe such a tale? Tian was equally puzzled. "Shuijia, the snake venom was merely a lucky coincidence. My brother cannot treat illnesses. I believe it should not be a problem." Feng Shui insisted with a smile. "Even if it's just an attempt, it would be worthwhile." Chapter 43. A personal favor under the eager gazes of the 2 women. Tian turned to Chen Yang and suggested, "How about we give it a try? Dear sister, I truly lack any medical expertise." Chen Yang replied, feeling helpless and wondering what she was thinking. Tian persisted, "They have come all this way and have even been of great assistance to us. Surely you could take a look." But Chen Yang was utterly speechless. realizing he could not escape this predicament. He then turned to Ding Yuan and asked, "What seems to be the matter?" The previously frosty Ding Yuan suddenly displayed a hint of embarrassment. Feng Shui, noticing this, interjected, "It's nothing serious, really. Her menstrual cycle has been rather irregular lately. I thought I would bring her in for a checkup since we had no classes this morning." Upon hearing this, Tian glanced at Chen Yang, silently lamenting that this felt like pushing a reluctant duck into the water. He is just a young man. How would he know anything about gynecology? Yet, she could not voice her concerns, so she simply inquired, "You can treat her, right?" Silence enveloped the room as Chen Yang stood up and exited. The three women were momentarily stunned, and Tian could only offer a wry smile. "That's just how my brother is. Sometimes his mind doesn't work quite right, but most of the time he is fairly sensible." "Yes, I understand," Feng Shui nodded. Then added, "Perhaps he is going to look for some folk remedy." Tian thought to herself, how could that be possible? He probably doesn't even know what a menstrual cycle is. To her surprise, moments later, Chen Yang returned, presenting Ding Yuan with something. "Eat this." "What is this?" Ding Yuan asked curiously, taking it and sniffing it. "Beef jerky?" Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Yang nodded, gesturing towards Feng Shui. "Yes, she has had it before. It's quite fragrant." "What kind of meat is this?" Ding Yuan inquired. Chen Yang did not respond. "Just consider it medicine. It will be effective." "Indeed. This meat is particularly delicious. I had quite a bit last time, and it left me feeling warm all over," Feng Shui chimed in. "But what exactly is this meat?" Ding Yuan scrutinized the jerky, noting its white marbling that resembled fish, yet lacking any fishy odor. "I truly do not know," Feng Shui admitted, sticking out her tongue. "I was too preoccupied with eating it." Ding Yuan shot her a look, clearly at a loss for words. However, she did not ask further. Instead, she opened her mouth and took a delicate bite. While it was labeled as jerky, it had not fully dried, resulting in a texture that was merely slightly chewy. After finishing a piece, Ding Yuan nodded. "It is indeed quite tasty, more flavorful than any jerky I have had before. Isn't it?" Feng Shui replied with a proud smile. As if she were the one who had cooked it, then inquired, "How do you feel now? Can it be that quick?" "At least," Ding Yuan smiled. But her expression shifted as she instinctively covered her abdomen. "Oh no, I forgot to bring. I have some." Tian quickly realized. Turning to the cabinet to retrieve a pack of sanitary pads. "I'll go change in the restroom." Ding Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety as she rose to leave, prompting Tian to hasten after her. The room was left with only Chen Yang and Feng Shui. "You truly possess remarkable abilities. It's as if the ailment has vanished." Chen Yang chuckled softly. "Nay, merely fortunate, I assure you." In truth, he had long been aware. Having recognized the benefits of the python's flesh for women when he first encountered the serpent, Ding Yuan's health was not gravely compromised. Rather, her irregular lifestyle had led to a hormonal imbalance, rendering her somewhat frail. Consuming the snake meat would replenish her vitality, naturally restoring her well-being. After a short while, Ding Yuan and Tian returned, yet she appeared somewhat bashful, even avoiding Chen Yang's gaze. With her head bowed, she inquired, what is the consultation fee?" Chen Yang feigned ignorance. "What do you mean by consultation fee? I'm not a doctor. What fee is required?" Tian interjected quickly. "That won't do. I've been troubled by this ailment for quite some time. Today, I finally feel a semblance of normalcy and must express my gratitude." Ding Yuan insisted. "Truly unnecessary," Tian replied, but Ding Yuan retrieved her wallet, revealing some cash, and handed him a crisp 100 yuan bill. "I'm unsure of the total, but please accept this." Tian, her face flushed, promptly declined. "You are from the provincial capital, are you not?" Chen Yang suddenly inquired. "Indeed, I work as a journalist in the provincial capital." Ding Yuan nodded. "Oh, might I have your contact information? There may be occasions in the future when I require your assistance," Chen Yang smiled. "Certainly," Ding Yuan readily agreed, adding, "Please feel free to reach out to me for any matters. In that case, I shall not accept this money. You may repay me with a favor in the future." Ding Yuan hesitated momentarily but ultimately intended to insist on giving the money to Tian. Only for Feng Shui to interject, "Enough of this. It doesn't appear proper to continue bickering." "Very well," Ding Yuan conceded, tucking the money away. "It is nearly noon. Why not stay for a meal before departing?" Tian suggested. In truth, it was just past 9 in the morning. "No, I have classes this afternoon, and Yuan must return to the provincial capital. Perhaps another day," Feng Shui replied with a smile. Thus, the two expressed their gratitude once more and exited. After seeing them off, Chen Yang turned to Tian, saying, "Sister, I am quite upset with you." "Oh." Tian paused, then realized, I was merely concerned about you causing trouble." In truth, Chen Yang longed to reveal the truth, yet after a moment's hesitation, he said, "Even when I lose my composure, I maintain control. I wouldn't harm anyone." Tian, speechless, retorted, "I'm not worried about you harming anyone, but rather that we cannot afford to provoke Zhao Rui. If you strike him, he may retaliate endlessly. Why should we allow them to bully us?" Chen Yang, invigorated, responded, "Regardless, whoever dares to bully you, I shall confront." "Agreed. But let us hope such matters do not arise in the future." Tian smiled and inquired, "How did you know that python meat could cure ailments?" "I don't know. It's merely a guess," Chen Yang replied, shaking his head as he picked up the bamboo basket from the ground. "We haven't gathered mushrooms yet. Let's go." "Hey!" Tian called out, but she could not hold him back. Instead of foraging for mushrooms, Chen Yang ascended the mountain to dig up some earth dragon roots. He then asked Zhang Hua to accompany him to the fish pond, both to familiarize him with the route and to deliver some feed. After completing these tasks, he headed home, pondering the character of Ding Yuan. As a provincial reporter, her identity could prove quite advantageous. He might indeed require her assistance in the future. However, Chen Yang felt a twinge of unease. What if Ding Yuan was associated with Yang Jian or shared some connection with him? No, before approaching her, he must first consult Feng Shui. Fortunately, reaching out to Feng Shui was straightforward, given that Li Mei was available. That evening, after dinner, Chen Yang excused himself under the pretense of taking a stroll and quietly made his way to Li Mei's residence. "You little rascal. What do you wish to inquire about today?" Li Mei remarked, rolling her eyes at him with a hint of annoyance. Chen Yang glanced up at the ceiling. "I'm not asking anything. And, have you been repairing the roof these past few days?" "Of course, it's just me at home, and there's no one else to rely on outside. If I don't do it, who will?" Li Mei responded. "You must be utterly exhausted," Chen Yang said with a grin. Stepping closer, "Come, let me give you a massage." As he spoke, his hands began to work on her shoulders. Li Mei was both exasperated and amused. She wanted to push him away but found herself reluctant. Thus, she half-heartedly protested, "You rogue, all you ever do is bully me." Before she could finish her sentence, her breath quickened, her face flushed, and her gaze became hazy. Chapter 44. Exposed after a fierce battle. Li Mei nestled contentedly in Chen Yang's embrace, a faint blush lingering on her cheeks. "Auntie, Feng Shui came by today." "I know, she even sat at my house." "Why do you ask?" "Nothing much. Which school does she teach at?" Chen Yang inquired. Li Mei replied, "At a high school." "Didn't you attend there?" "Oh." Chen Yang understood. To prevent her from feeling jealous, he refrained from probing further. Late into the night, he quietly departed and returned home. The following day marked the time for planting. The soil had dried out considerably after 2 days of wind. The villagers had promised to assist, and most had arrived by then. Tian was naturally delighted. She had initially thought it would just be the two of them planting the crops. But with so many helping hands, the progress would be significantly expedited. With everyone else's assistance, the field was soon sown. After harvesting this batch of vegetables, winter would soon approach. Standing at the edge of the field, Tian remarked, "Fortunately, we've earned some money this year. We needn't worry about the new year. That's just a small sum. We have plenty more to earn before the year ends." Chen Yang responded with a smile. "Stop dreaming." Tian shot him a sidelong glance, deeming his words mere folly. However, Chen Yang was serious. If she didn't believe him, she would soon be astonished when he brought home the money. He had previously set up formations around the field, utilizing 2 spirit stones. And he knew that within a few days, astonishing changes would occur in the land. As for the extent of those changes, they would soon find out. The day passed, and before long, morning arrived. Chen Yang left early, boarding a bus to the county town. He was well acquainted with the high school, even after several years since graduation. He could navigate it with his eyes closed. After transferring buses twice, he arrived at the high school entrance. Gazing at his alma mater from beyond the iron railings, a warm feeling surged within him. Just then, a security guard emerged from the guardhouse, wielding a rubber baton. Hey, what are you doing? Don't just loiter there." "Me?" Chen Yang glanced around, puzzled, as there was no one else in sight. "I'm talking about you." The guard, growing impatient, declared, "This is a school. Outsiders, keep your distance." Chen Yang was taken aback. He thought to himself that the school security had not been this aggressive in the past. Hearing his thoughts, the guard widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? You dare to insult me?" With that, he charged forward, jabbing the rubber baton towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang sidestepped, and the guard cried out, "Ouch." He had missed entirely, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. Ignoring him, Chen Yang strode towards the entrance. During class hours, the security room was empty save for that one guard. Thus, Chen Yang entered through the main gate and headed toward the teaching building. Seeing this, the guard panicked. Not only could he not drive him away, but the audacity to intrude was infuriating. In the ordinary course of life, accustomed to dealing with students, this individual stormed in brandishing a stick, aiming a strike at Chen Yang's head. Yet, before any contact could be made, the security guard suddenly felt a sharp pain in his side and was rendered immobile. Not only that, he found himself unable to utter a single word. Chen Yang appeared unaffected, proceeding directly into the academic building. Upon reaching the second floor, the bell for class dismissal rang out. As students flooded out, a few hurried to the restroom, only to witness a comical scene on the playground. The security guard remained frozen in a stance as if poised to strike. One foot lifted, resembling a lifeless statue. Who in the school was unaware of the vice principal's brother-in-law? Typically, he strode with an air of arrogance, head held high. What a curious display of performance art today. Once the students noticed his immobility, the amusement escalated. The entire school community was abuzz, and soon the playground was filled with onlookers. By the time Chen Yang arrived at the Chinese language research group, only Feng Shui remained in the room. "Teacher Feng, is it you?" she exclaimed, rising in surprise. "Is it just you?" "Indeed," Chen Yang nodded. "Teacher Feng, I am not entirely devoid of agency." Feng Shui, feeling awkward, quickly laughed. "Where did that notion come from? Who said you were foolish?" She then shifted the subject. "What is happening outside?" "I'm not sure," Chen Yang replied, shaking his head. "Do you have some time, Teacher Feng? I'd like to ask you a few things." Feng Shui glanced at her watch. "There are just a few minutes until class begins. Then I'll wait for you after class." Chen Yang smiled, turning to leave. "Where are you going?" "Why not wait here for me?" Feng Shui inquired. "It's not convenient. I'll be at the snack shop outside for a while." Chen Yang was apprehensive about encountering his former teachers and the inevitable questions about his current situation. Unaware of his thoughts, Feng Shui hesitated before suggesting, "How about this? After I finish this class, I'm free. Would you like to join me for lunch?" "Sounds good," Chen Yang nodded. Descending the stairs, the class bell rang, prompting the students to disperse, leaving only a few teachers and a school nurse on the playground. The nurse appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation concerning the security guard, and, in exasperation, called for an ambulance. The onlookers paid no mind to Chen Yang, even as the guard glared at him in confusion. Chen Yang strode out of the campus with confidence, not concerned for the guard. He was merely incapacitated by a pressure point and would recover within an hour. After nearly an hour, Feng Shui emerged, dressed elegantly in a fitted skirt suit that exuded both authority and grace. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting," she said, her smile enchanting, her eyes curving beautifully. "What would you like to eat?" Chen Yang asked. "I'm flexible. It really depends on what you desire," she replied with a smile. "Today it's my treat." Chen Yang remarked, "It's still early. I'm not particularly hungry at the moment." "Then we shall wait until you are," Feng Shui observed. "Didn't you say you needed to talk to me?" "Yes," he acknowledged. Chen Yang nodded, stating that it was primarily concerning Ding Yuan. He then continued to inquire, "Since you are classmates, you must know her very well, right?" "Indeed," Feng Shui nodded in agreement. "What about it? Are you attracted to her type?" Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback by the question, quickly shaking his head. "That's not what I meant." "Oh, perhaps I overthought it," Feng Shui chuckled lightly. "But why are you curious about her?" "I simply wish to understand her background in the provincial city," Chen Yang replied. Noticing a change in Feng Shui's expression, he hastily clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. There is a reason for my inquiry." "Then do tell." "If you can convince me, I shall share what I know," Feng Shui nodded. "All right, let me first share a story." Chen Yang sighed and proceeded to narrate an incident from his past, using third-person references and pseudonyms for the individuals involved. After listening intently, Feng Shui regarded Chen Yang in silence for a moment before asking earnestly, "What you just recounted, was it not about a classmate, but rather about yourself?" Chapter 45. A bit challenging. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback by the question. "Why do you say that?" "It's just a guess," Feng Shui replied, observing him closely. "When you recount these events, despite your calm demeanor, I can discern the emotional turmoil within you." Chen Yang remained speechless, realizing he had been somewhat careless. "Is your mental condition any better now?" Feng Shui inquired. "No, it still flares up intermittently," Chen Yang quickly denied, then continued. "For instance, that day at Aunt May's, when I touched her leg." At these words, Feng Shui's face flushed crimson. She shot him a glare. Who knows if you're just pretending to be insane? Chen Yang laughed awkwardly. I truly am not. He hastily shifted the topic. I definitely plan to seek revenge in the future. But I need someone to assist me in the provincial city, so I want to ascertain if Ding Yuan is a trustworthy ally. Understood, Feng Shui nodded. Rest assured. You should know her character. She is the kind of person who abhors evil. Even if she knows the malicious professor you mentioned, she would never associate with such a person. That is splendid. I feel reassured. Chen Yang nodded. I hope to receive that favor back from her soon. This statement amused Feng Shui, but she quickly asked, how do you plan to take revenge? It's hard to say. The timing isn't right yet. Chen Yang shook his head. But I will certainly not let them off easily. They must pay a sufficient price. Feng Shui gazed at Chen Yang, feeling as though she was just now getting to know him. At this moment, the two had strolled outside the campus for a while and gradually arrived at the bustling city center. Just as Feng Shui was about to find a restaurant, her phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she hesitated momentarily before answering. Hello? A loud voice erupted from the other end. Teacher Feng, where are you? Are you with that guy? Which guy? Feng Shui responded, somewhat surprised. Stop pretending. I've seen the surveillance footage from both inside and outside the school. That person injured our campus security guard and met up with you at the school gate, right? Feng Shui replied, Principal Zhang, what is going on? I have already taken leave. This is none of your concern, whether that guy is with you or not. Tell him not to flee. I have already called the police. I'm not fleeing. Chen Yang took the phone from Feng Shui and asked, Principal Zhang, what is it you want from me? What do you mean, what? Are you playing dumb? Our school security guard is seriously injured and in the hospital. You dare say it wasn't you? The voice on the other end demanded loudly. Do you have evidence? Then go ahead and report it. I will return to your school right away. Chen Yang chuckled, hanging up the phone and returning it to Feng Shui. It seems I won't be able to enjoy the meal you offered after all. That security guard truly wasn't you, was it? Feng Shui asked worriedly. Even if it were, they have no evidence, Chen Yang smiled. Let us take a taxi back. If that Zhang person really did report it, we'll have to sort things out. All right, Feng Shui thought. Seeing his calm demeanor eased her concerns. As the two individuals hailed a taxi back to the school, a rotund man accompanied by several teachers stood at the entrance, his expression one of utter exasperation. To their surprise, two police officers were also present at the scene. Upon disembarking, Chen Yang was immediately pointed out by the portly figure, who exclaimed, That's him. Chen Yang, puzzled, thought to himself, he is merely your nephew, not your father. The police, with stern expressions, approached to inquire about his name and identification number, followed by a few probing questions. They had already reviewed the surveillance footage, which revealed no signs of Chen Yang engaging in any aggressive behavior towards the security guards. However, it was evident that the man had abruptly frozen behind him. No matter how much they pressed, Chen Yang maintained his innocence, leaving the officers at a loss. Chen Yang then retorted, Given that you've seen the footage, what do you classify the man's behavior as, waving a rubber baton to strike me? The officer was momentarily taken aback. The older officer finally responded, While there was an aggressive gesture, it did not result in any harm to you. Thus it is not significant. Chen Yang inquired further, So if I had retaliated, would that have constituted a violation? The officer hesitated. Well, that should not be the case. Chen Yang shrugged. Then I have no further business here. I specifically returned to assist with your investigation and have even missed my lunch. The two officers were left without grounds to detain him, watching as Chen Yang turned to leave. You can't let him go. The plump vice principal, now agitated, called out. Feng Shui, if he leaves, you can forget about having an easy time at school. At these words, Chen Yang turned back, looking at him incredulously. Are you threatening Teacher Feng? The vice principal sneered. Am I? Where is your evidence? How could such a person hold a position of authority without shame? Chen Yang chuckled and glanced at Feng Shui, who merely smiled softly. Let us go. I'm hungry. After they departed, Chen Yang asked, Aren't you concerned that Zhang will give you a hard time in the future? That guy? Feng Shui scoffed. He lacks the capability. He is merely indulging in idle threats. Oh, so you have quite the background? Chen Yang teased. Yes. Feng Shui replied playfully, hailing a taxi. At the restaurant, while enjoying their meal, Feng Shui regarded Chen Yang intently. In retrospect, you were feigning ignorance when treating Ding Yuan, weren't you? Chen Yang sighed inwardly. It was challenging to deceive someone astute. He reluctantly nodded. Indeed. Didn't he want to implicate her? Exactly. It was indeed necessary. Chen Yang interrupted. You don't understand those individuals. Very well. Feng Shui acquiesced, refraining from further discussion, though her curiosity about Chen Yang had clearly piqued. She continued, "What are your plans now?" "To earn money," Chen Yang replied bluntly. "Oh." Feng Shui seemed a bit distracted, pondering before she remarked, "With your medical expertise, I believe earning money is not particularly difficult. Relying on treating patients for profit?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "Isn't that rather impractical? Where are the patients?" "Of course there are." Feng Shui chuckled. "I can introduce you to one." "Who is it? A relative of yours?" Chen Yang inquired. "Nonsense, my family is perfectly fine." Feng Shui shot him a glare and continued. "It's a friend of my father's." "Oh, what is wrong with him?" "Liver cancer." "Can you treat it?" Chen Yang felt somewhat speechless. "Starting off with a challenge, are we?" Feng Shui laughed. "Do you have any confidence?" "Well, I suppose it's worth a try?" Chen Yang nodded. "Really?" Feng Shui's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him. "You're not joking, are you?" "Why would I joke about something like this?" Chen Yang replied earnestly. "Such matters are not to be taken lightly." "Oh my." Feng Shui's face lit up with excitement. "If you manage to cure Uncle Huang's illness, I will." "I will." Chen Yang looked at her with anticipation. "You will what?" Chapter 46. Indeed, a divine healer. Feng Shui inadvertently blurted out her thoughts, and, noticing Chen Yang's unwavering gaze upon her, quickly added, "What I meant to say is that I must express my gratitude to you." "Oh? How shall you show your appreciation?" Chen Yang inquired with a smile. "Well," Feng Shui pondered for a moment, "how about I owe you a personal favor, just like Ding Yuan?" "That sounds perfectly fine." Chen Yang nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, the gratitude I owe you will certainly be repaid. My Uncle Huang's family is not lacking in financial means." "Is that so?" Chen Yang asked, intrigued. "What business are they involved in?" "They are in commerce," Feng Shui replied, extending her delicate fingers to count real estate, logistics, and several gas stations. "Goodness, they seem to have their hands in all lucrative ventures." Chen Yang's eyes widened, thinking that such a wealthy individual must possess a fortune of at least several billion. He then curiously queried, "With such wealth, how could they not treat a mere liver cancer?" You make it sound as trivial as a common cold. It's cancer we're discussing." Feng Shui looked at him, exasperated. Uncle Huang has consulted countless doctors in his quest for a cure, even seeking out numerous folk remedies. Indeed, it appears to be a case of desperate measures. Chen Yang chuckled. "In such a haphazard search for treatment, the situation must have worsened, hasn't it?" "Yes," Feng Shui nodded. "Initially, it wasn't even late-stage cancer. But after all this turmoil, the doctor stated he might only have a month or two left to live." Chen Yang remained silent, pondering the gravity of the situation. Feng Shui, noticing his contemplation, asked, "Is there anything you can do in such circumstances?" "I can certainly give it a try," he replied. "All right, I will call immediately. After our meal, I shall take you there," Feng Shui said as she pulled out her phone. "Hold on, I need to purchase some medicinal herbs first," Chen Yang interjected. "Very well, I shall cover the cost of the herbs." After finishing their meal, the pair headed straight to the pharmacy, where Chen Yang promptly acquired a dozen varieties of herbs. However, these were all rather common specimens, with the most expensive only costing over 500 per pound. And he requested merely an ounce. At the checkout, Feng Shui was surprised to find that they had spent just over 200. "Can these herbs truly treat liver cancer? How is that possible?" Chen Yang shook his head. "These are for detoxifying your Uncle Huang first. We will focus on adjusting his condition before proceeding with treatment." "Ah, you indeed possess remarkable skills." Feng Shui smiled. Though not a medical student herself, her years of education, particularly in the humanities, had granted her some understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Chen Yang's methods were evidently rooted in pure traditional practices, starkly contrasting with Western medicine's reliance on diagnostics and prescriptions. After concluding her call, Feng Shui led Chen Yang to the tallest building in the city center. They ascended in the elevator all the way to the top floor. "This is Uncle Huang's residence," she declared. Upon exiting the elevator, they found themselves before a single door, indicating that this entire floor belonged solely to one household. Chen Yang marveled internally at the vastness of the space. The lifestyle of the affluent was indeed beyond imagination. The door was opened by an elderly woman, presumably the housekeeper, who then guided Feng Shui and Chen Yang to where Huang Yukai lay in a hospital bed. Breathing in oxygen, his face appeared waxen, giving the impression of a man in his 70s or 80s, when in reality, he was merely 58. "Xiaoxue has arrived, showing her thoughtfulness by seeking out a doctor for me." Huang Yukai spoke with a feeble voice, utterly drained of strength. Given his condition, it was indeed quite serious. Chen Yang remarked, subsequently handing the prepared medicinal herbs to the caregiver. "Please assist in brewing this." "Of course." The caregiver promptly headed to the kitchen. Chen Yang checked Huang Youcai's pulse, and then assured Feng Shui, there is not much to worry about. That's wonderful. Feng Shui, initially filled with uncertainty, exhaled in relief upon hearing his words. She immediately turned to Huang Youcai. Uncle Huang, did you hear? Chen Yang can cure your ailment. Very well. Huang Youcai managed to force a faint smile. After numerous attempts, each filled with hope yet yielding no results, his health only deteriorating, his confidence had waned. The caregiver soon prepared the medicine, reducing 3 bowls of water to 1, and brought it over. Huang Youcai, barely able to swallow, took several minutes to finish the concoction. How long until we see results? Feng Shui inquired. Quickly. We shall know shortly, Chen Yang replied with a smile, addressing the caregiver. Auntie, we may need your assistance with a bowel movement shortly. Certainly. The caregiver, already responsible for Huang Youcai's care, regarded this task as part of her duties. Chen Yang then suggested to Feng Shui, the odor in the room may become unpleasant. Let us wait outside. All right. Thus, the two stepped outside to wait. Half an hour later, with beads of sweat on her forehead, the caregiver opened the door. Mr. Huang, please, you may both come in. Feng Shui hurried inside, and was astonished to see Huang Youcai sitting up in bed. Could it be? Uncle Huang, are you all right? She exclaimed in disbelief. Not so fast. But I do feel significantly more comfortable. Huang Youcai responded with a smile. Hearing the vigor in his voice, Feng Shui turned to Chen Yang. You are truly remarkable. Oh. Not at all, Chen Yang humbly replied. He then addressed Huang Youcai. This is merely the first step. We have expelled the toxins from your body. And now we must focus intently on the liver issues. Understood. I shall heed the divine physician. Huang Youcai nodded. What shall I do next? I will compile a list shortly and arrange for someone to procure the necessary herbs. I will return tomorrow evening, Chen Yang stated. Absolutely. As long as it cures my ailment, I would procure anything, even dragon's liver or phoenix gall, Huang Youcai declared. Chen Yang chuckled. That is not necessary. These are merely common herbs. They may seem costly to the average person, but certainly not a burden for Mr. Huang. And how long until I am fully recovered? Huang Youcai asked, his face filled with anticipation. Chen Yang pondered for a moment. Well, it largely depends on your recovery. At least a month, I would say. So soon? Huang Youcai was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. You truly are a divine physician. Not quite. I merely possess some understanding. Chen Yang replied with a smile. Do not be modest. You truly deserve the title of a miraculous healer. Feng Shui gazed at him with eyes brimming with admiration. Chen Yang naturally relished this sensation. But glancing at the time, he quickly said, I should write the list promptly. Otherwise, there will be no bus back to the village. Taking the bus? Huang Youcai chuckled upon hearing this. Turning to the nanny, he instructed, have the driver come up. From now on, my car shall solely serve to transport this miraculous healer. Chen Yang did not hesitate, finding the presence of a dedicated driver quite convenient. After completing the list, he and Feng Shui followed the driver downstairs. However, just as they exited the door, Feng Shui suddenly called out, Wait for me. Where are you going? Chen Yang inquired as he noticed her turning to leave. Yet, Feng Shui merely waved her hand and did not respond. A few minutes later, she returned, holding a box which she handed to Chen Yang. I guess you might not have a mobile phone, so I brought this for you. Huh? Chen Yang was taken aback, glancing between the phone and her. Isn't this too much? There's nothing inappropriate about it. It will make communication much more convenient. Feng Shui smiled. However, you'll need to procure a SIM card yourself, requiring your ID. Then thank you in advance. Chen Yang thought to himself that he already owed her money for the car repairs, and now he had accepted a phone she purchased, making the calculations increasingly convoluted. The matter of money seemed trivial. What weighed heavily was how to repay this kindness. Chapter 47. The compassionate healer Huang Youcai drove an SUV worth over $1 million, and the comfort it provided was indeed exquisite. Upon reaching the village entrance, he instructed the driver to halt, then alighted and proceeded on foot into the village. It was just past 4 in the afternoon. Ordinarily, the village would be bustling with activity, with locals gathered under the large elm tree, engaging in lively conversations or playing cards. However, today it was eerily vacant. Chen Yang found this peculiar but thought little of it as he made his way home. As fate would have it, he soon encountered Li Mei. Upon seeing Chen Yang, she exclaimed, Where have you been, you rascal? Just out for some fun. What's the matter? Chen Yang inquired. What's the matter? You should hurry to your fields. Li Mei replied with a smile, though her demeanor suggested no grave concern. With a hint of exasperation, Chen Yang said, Aunt, spare me the suspense. What has happened to my fields? All right, I won't tease you any longer. It's nothing serious. Li Mei chuckled. It's just that the vegetables you planted yesterday have grown overnight, quite astonishingly. Astonishing? Chen Yang's eyes widened in alarm, realizing he might have mismanaged something. What exactly transpired? Well, typically, it's remarkable if seeds sprout in a day, but this morning, when Tian checked the fields, they were blanketed in vibrant green. The vegetables grew overnight, and now everyone has come to help with the harvest, Li Mei explained. Chen Yang was taken aback. Harvesting in a single day was indeed extraordinary. He recalled the process of refining the vegetable seeds and the formation of the growth array around the garden. Such accelerated growth was to be expected. Yet, he feared that such rapid development might not bode well, prompting him to dash towards his own vegetable plot. Upon arrival, he noticed 2 vehicles already parked at the field, filled to capacity. The workers were busy gathering the leafy greens but were nearing completion. Chen Yang approached a truck, plucked a cabbage leaf, and tasted it. The flavor was rich, accompanied by a delightful sweetness. Delicious. This alleviated his concerns. Then he spotted Tian and hurried over to her. Sister, what is going on? I have no idea, Tian replied, her complexion rosy. Whether from exertion or sheer joy was unclear. Then she cheerfully asked, Can you guess how much we made selling vegetables today? How much? Chen Yang inquired. Almost 20,000. Tian said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Isn't it amazing? Overnight, the fields were filled with greens. By the time I called for help, they had grown even more. If we had waited longer to harvest, they would have bloomed. Quite strange, indeed, Chen Yang mused, momentarily lost in thought, recognizing that such occurrences might not be favorable. His concerns were not unfounded. The news of the astonishing growth of his vegetables had already spread throughout the entire town by this morning. Unbeknownst to Chen Yang, upon returning home, he retrieved his phone and called Zhang Hua, requesting him to save his number for future correspondence. The next morning, Zhang Hua called, Brother Yang. Was everything all right at home last night? Chen Yang. It's nothing. What's the matter? Zhang Hua replied. My brother mentioned that the guy in town didn't stay the night and only returned at dawn. He must have gone to Taohua Village. Understood. Chen Yang ended the call, his brow furrowed. Have I inadvertently attracted his attention? After all, the matter regarding the vegetable field was indeed astonishing. How could this individual not take notice? Leaving his home, Chen Yang proceeded to inspect the field, relieved to find that the formation he had set up remained intact. He had concealed it well, and even those knowledgeable in such affairs might not discern it. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang called Zhang Hua, instructing him to arrange for someone to continue monitoring the situation. If that person exhibited any further unusual behavior, he was to be informed immediately. As afternoon arrived, Huang Youcai's driver brought the car to the village entrance to escort Chen Yang back to the county town. Upon reaching the upper floor, he noticed an unusually large gathering of people, comprising 6 or 7 individuals, including Feng Shui. Although everyone was aware of Chen Yang's youth, they were momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that this was the so-called little divine doctor of Huang Youcai. Yet, disbelief was futile. Huang Youcai appeared even healthier today than yesterday, a testament to the efficacy of the medicinal soup. Now, all the necessary herbs had been prepared for Chen Yang, awaiting his arrival. After Chen Yang had blended the medicines and instructed the housekeeper to brew them, the others began to inquire eagerly. They all intended to seek his expertise for themselves. Since there was no rush, Chen Yang took the opportunity to examine their pulses and provided them with prescriptions. As they prepared to offer him consultation fees, Chen Yang smiled. There's no need to rush with the payments. You can settle it after taking the medicine and witnessing its effects. Oh dear, how considerate of the little divine doctor. Such benevolence. However, we trust you, so it's quite all right to give it to you now. Indeed, a token of gratitude. Please accept it, divine doctor. Chen Yang symbolically declined once more, yet ultimately accepted the red envelopes they offered. Feeling their substantial weight, he wondered about the amount inside, planning to inspect it on his way back. Feng Shui watched with a smile, her heart brimming with joy. Once the medicine was brewed, Huang Youcai took a few sips and inquired with anticipation, How long until I see results this time? Be patient. This medicine is entirely different from yesterday's. If it acted as swiftly as yesterday's, by the end of the month, wouldn't Mr. Huang be transformed into a 20-year-old youth? Chen Yang chuckled. Huang Youcai recognized his impatience and nodded. You are right. That makes sense. He then instructed the housekeeper. Please bring me the items I prepared for the little divine doctor. After a moment, the housekeeper returned with a tote bag. This is a small token of appreciation, When my health improves further, there will be more. Huang Yukai handed over the tote bag. Upon receiving it, Chen Yang was momentarily stunned. Inside was a whole bundle of cash, 100,000 yuan. So much. Chen Yang lifted his gaze. Not at all excessive, compared to my life. What is 100,000? Huang Yukai chuckled heartily, then, with a serious demeanor, declared, "Rest assured. Divine Doctor, once I have fully recovered, I shall repay you handsomely. Just accept it. Uncle Huang isn't in need of this trifling amount," Feng Shui interjected with a smile. "Very well then," Chen Yang replied, suppressing the excitement bubbling within him, nodding in agreement. In truth, his heart was brimming with joy. Yet he knew he must not display it outwardly. On the journey back to the village, Chen Yang opened the several red envelopes he had received, discovering that the smallest contained 5,000, while others exceeded 10,000. To his astonishment, he had returned with a total of 130,000. While having such wealth was indeed a blessing, he pondered how to explain this to Tian. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yang instructed the driver to head towards the town and arrived at Zhang Hua's residence. To his surprise, there was no one home. He dialed Zhang Hua's number and, after a considerable wait, finally connected. On the other end, Zhang Hua inquired, "Brother Yang, what's up? Why aren't you in town? Where have you gone?" With a chuckle, Zhang Hua replied, "I just finished a scuffle and am on my way back." Chen Yang was at a loss for words. "With whom? Did you not promise to refrain from stirring up trouble in the future?" Chapter 48. An accidental glimpse. I'll be right back. We'll talk when we meet. Zhang Hua hung up the phone. Chen Yang, feeling helpless, turned to Huang Youcai's driver and said, "Brother, you can drive back. I'll return to the village later." "No worries. The boss insisted on ensuring you get home safely." "I can wait," the driver replied with a smile. "All right then," Chen Yang conceded without further comment. A few minutes later, the tricycle roared back into view. Zhang Hua and a few of his companions bore injuries on their faces, though not severe. They appeared to be in good spirits, chuckling amongst themselves. "What happened?" Chen Yang inquired, puzzled. "We gave that guy a good beating." Zhang Hua chuckled. "He indeed went to Taohua Village last night." "And then? You just went and attacked him?" Chen Yang asked. "Of course not." Zhang Hua shook his head. "That would be too foolish. First, we had a new face cause some trouble with him in town. Then we stepped in." Zhang Hua recounted how they intervened and chaos ensued. Chen Yang felt somewhat at a loss for words. The tactic clearly lacked sophistication. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead asked, "What about that guy?" "He's quite resilient, sustained some superficial injuries," Zhang Hua chuckled. "This serves as a minor warning. Let us see if he dares to linger in town, pestering everyone like a fly." "Well, it's done now. Let us leave it at that," Chen Yang nodded, handing him a bag. "Here is 130,000. Share some as a bonus for everyone, and keep some for operations." "Wow, Yang Ge, where did you get so much money?" Zhang Hua exclaimed, stunned by the sight of the vibrant bills. "Don't ask too many questions. I'm off home now. It's getting late," Chen Yang said as he stepped into the vehicle at the roadside. Zhang Hua and his companions emerged to witness the spectacle, their eyes widening in astonishment. They had only heard of such a vehicle, never having had the opportunity to see it in person. "Goodness, Yang Ge is becoming increasingly impressive," Zhang Hua rejoiced, waving his hand. "Let us go inside and divide the money." Upon returning home, Chen Yang found Tian fresh from a shower and still awake. Habitually, she asked, "Where did you go today?" "Just out for some leisure," Chen Yang smiled. "Everything all right at home?" "All is well," Tian replied, somewhat puzzled, and added, "Don't wander off tomorrow. I bought some seeds, and we'll plant them." "Oh." Chen Yang had not anticipated this. He swallowed his words and replied, "All right. I want to go out tomorrow." After saying this, he turned and went back to his room, leaving Tian standing at the door. After a moment of silence, she retreated to her own room. The next day, nearly the entire village of Taohua mobilized, with everyone capable of working and those unable to join in the effort. They all wanted to see if the seed sown would yield an immediate harvest. Only Chen Yang was aware that, without his refinement, the vegetables would not grow nearly as quickly. After a busy morning, the siblings quickly had a simple meal, primarily because Tian was a bit fatigued. Following lunch, she returned to her room to rest. With nothing to do, Chen Yang entertained himself by playing with two small dogs in the yard. These two little fellows are growing quite rapidly, now able to reach Chen Yang's calf while standing. This is all thanks to the earthworm roots and silver knife fish. Ordinarily, it takes at least 2 months for a regular puppy to grow this large. Just as they were enjoying their play, a car pulled up at the entrance. Chen Yang looked up, smiled, and stood up, saying, "What brings you here? If I don't come, You wouldn't think to look for me, would you? Siyu replied, her face displaying displeasure as she stepped into the courtyard. I've been a bit busy lately, Chen Yang said awkwardly before inquiring. Did you come alone? Is there something you need? Nothing in particular, just wandering, Siyu remarked, glancing around. Where's Sister Tian? She's taking a nap. Oh, Siyu said, hands behind her back. Then will you come with me? Chen Yang was taken aback. Where to? I don't know. Siyu seemed to be in a rather sour mood and added, I just want you to keep me company for a while. All right, Chen Yang acquiesced, following her to the car. As they turned the vehicle around, Siyu drove slowly towards the outskirts of the village. What's wrong? Did something unpleasant happen? Chen Yang asked. Nothing, Siyu replied, staring ahead with a blank expression. Chen Yang found himself in a quandary, according to the usual pattern. When girls say there is nothing wrong, it often means there is. But how should he continue the conversation? He was at a loss. At that moment, Siyu spoke. What have you been busy with lately? Not much, just tending to the vegetable garden at home, some trivial matters at the farm, and looking after the fish pond at Suyu's place, Chen Yang answered. The car moved at a leisurely pace, and Siyu absent-mindedly responded with an "oh" before sighing. Boring. Chen Yang genuinely wanted to send Siyu a discreet message to inquire about why this girl, who had always been so cheerful, had suddenly changed. After a moment of hesitation, he dismissed that thought and reached out to grasp Suyu's right wrist. She was steering with her left hand, leaving her right hand free. Startled by the sudden grip, Siyu asked, What are you doing? Just trying to see what's bothering you, Chen Yang replied with a smile, quickly sensing through her pulse that her liver fire was a bit excessive. He then remarked, You're upset with someone, aren't you? If you don't want to talk about it, I want to pry. Siyu remained silent for a while before finally saying, Indeed. I had an argument with my best friend. About what? Chen Yang probed. Oh, it's nothing much. She insisted on introducing me to a boyfriend, but I wasn't interested. And she got upset with me, Siyu explained. Really? Is it that straightforward? Chen Yang pondered. Isn't that a bit coercive? Exactly. Siyu pouted. Just because I don't want to find someone doesn't mean I have to explain why. She keeps saying how great this guy is, but I have no interest. Your friend. Chen Yang felt the urge to curse but restrained himself. Some people claim to have your best interests at heart. Yet they only consider their own perspective and fail to empathize. Absolutely. Siyu felt a sense of relief as those words resonated with her, lifting her spirits considerably. Subsequently, she recounted some anecdotes about her friend, mostly indulging in light-hearted complaints. Chen Yang listened attentively, refraining from interjecting. As their vehicle approached the town, he inquired, Where are we headed? Siyu paused, realizing how far they had traveled, and replied, I was merely wandering aimlessly. Should I take you back to your village? No need. I have no pressing matters. I don't mind spending a bit more time with you, Chen Yang chuckled. Upon hearing this, Siyu pursed her lips and pointed ahead. Great. I want to go hiking. Absolutely. Chen Yang nodded. This is your suggestion, so let us proceed. Siyu's spirits soared, and with a swift press of the accelerator, the car surged forward. The mountain was not far from the town, and in 20 minutes, they arrived at its base. Observing Suyu's sandals and dress, Chen Yang bemusedly asked, How do you intend to climb in that attire? Who said I would wear this? Siyu retorted, turning to open the trunk from which she retrieved athletic shoes and jeans. She then instructed Chen Yang, Be mindful and turn around. All right, he acquiesced, turning to comply, only to find himself confronted in the rearview mirror by the sight of Siyu unfastening her skirt. Chapter 49. Fiery temperament. Siyu was utterly oblivious as she shed her dress and placed it in the car before donning a pair of jeans and slipping on her shoes. Once changed, she turned around and announced, All set. Oh. Chen Yang did not turn to look. Instead, he rubbed his nose and thought, Oh no. How did I end up with a nosebleed? That previous scene was simply too enchanting. Could it have affected me to such a degree? After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, Is there any tissue in the car? What's wrong? Siyu nodded and retrieved a pack of tissues from the vehicle, only to catch sight of the bloodstains on Chen Yang's face. He resembled a character from a rather unsavory film. Did you peek at me? Siyu asked. Of course not. Chen Yang replied while dabbing at the blood, hastily explaining, It's just so hot. I've been feeling a bit fiery lately. Who would believe that? Siyu was not genuinely angry. Rather, she felt a delightful warmth within, though she maintained an air of seriousness and shot him a glare. With that, they turned the page and continued their ascent toward the mountain's peak. Though the mountain was not particularly high, its steepness made the climb challenging. And before they had reached the halfway mark, Chen Yang found himself grasping Siyu's small hand to help her ascend. After much effort, they finally reached the summit. and Suyu's spirits soared as she gazed at the breathtaking scenery surrounding them. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted joyfully into the distance. Such a vibrant display of youthful exuberance captivated Chen Yang, making him appreciate her even more. Just then, Suyu turned around and noticed him smiling at her, prompting her to ask, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I just feel happy seeing you so joyful," Chen Yang replied. "Who says I'm happy? I merely feel less miserable for the moment," Suyu retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Chen Yang, sitting beside her on a rock, remarked, "Your troubles are really nothing. You'll soon forget them." "I know," Suyu nodded, gazing into the distance. "It's just a part of life's journey, and I'm unsure of whom to confide in." "Understood," Chen Yang replied. Suyu turned to look at him and, with a hint of exasperation, called him a fool. "Hey?" Chen Yang protested. "I kindly accompanied you on this hike, and you insult me? You are a fool." Suyu shot back with a playful eye roll. Chen Yang thought to himself that he was not foolish, he simply didn't know how to proceed. After a moment's hesitation, he gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her closer into his embrace. "Are you still feeling foolish now?" Suyu's neck flushed crimson, and her face quickly followed suit. However, she did not struggle. Instead, she pressed her face against Chen Yang's chest, remaining still. In that moment, it felt as though the world around them had come to a standstill. Chen Yang found himself teetering on the edge of restraint, yet he held back from taking the next step. After all, Suyu was different from Suyu, who had engaged with him in a dazed state, and she was unlike Li Mei, a widow who had already matured into a woman. Suyu, as Chen Yang perceived, was still a young maiden. Although he sensed that she would not vehemently oppose him if he pursued his desires, he found himself hesitating. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and as the sun dipped lower in the sky, Chen Yang felt a numbing sensation in his arm. Suyu finally lifted her head, exclaiming, "Is it already this late?" Chen Yang managed a wry smile, replying, "If we don't descend soon, night will fall." "Indeed, let us hurry back," Suyu said, freeing herself from his embrace and tidying her hair. As they descended the mountain, their hands naturally intertwined, yet silence enveloped them. Once back at the car, Suyu broke the quiet. "Do you have plans for tomorrow?" "I should be free," Chen Yang replied, gazing at her curiously. "What's on your mind? If there's nothing else, would you come to the county town to find me?" Suyu bit her lip. "I wish to reconcile with a friend and, while I'm at it, meet someone." "What purpose do I serve in that?" Chen Yang inquired. Suyu turned to him, her eyes sharp. "Are you certain?" Chen Yang promptly nodded. "Oh, fine. I'll go." "Good. Let us meet at my house downstairs at 10 in the morning." Satisfied, Suyu started the car. And Chen Yang realized he was once again playing the role of boyfriend, though this time it was genuine in Suyu's heart. Yet, he pondered what kind of character the man she was to meet would be. The following day, Chen Yang arrived early in the county town and had a bite at a breakfast shop near Suyu's home. When she finally appeared, his breath caught in his throat. Suyu had dressed up, her hair styled in a ponytail adorned with a large bow, and she wore a flowing pink gown. Observing her beauty, Chen Yang could not help but feel a pang of jealousy as he asked, "Dressed so splendidly, are you trying to dazzle someone?" "Certainly not," Suyu blushed. "This is for you." Chen Yang felt a sweetness welling up inside him that was beyond words. They climbed into her car and headed to their designated location. On the way, Suyu preemptively cautioned, "My friend might speak rather candidly, so please don't take offense." "It's fine. She asked your friend. I won't mind." Chen Yang chuckled. Before long, they arrived at a restaurant, its exterior suggesting a high-end establishment. As it was still too early for lunch, the place was eerily quiet. A man and a woman were already waiting. Upon seeing Suyu enter, they both stood. The woman cheerfully exclaimed, "Ah, you finally arrived." Chen Yang glanced at her, finding her appearance rather unremarkable, with a somewhat plump figure and shifty eyes that suggested a less than trustworthy character. The man, on the other hand, appeared more respectable, dressed in a suit and tie, and standing tall. Upon noticing Suyu was accompanied by a male, they both paused. And the woman inquired, "Who is this?" "My friend, Chen Yang," Suyu replied, feeling shy about labeling him as her boyfriend. She then introduced Chen Yang to the woman. "This is my friend, Song Rong." Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. Song Rong's gaze was rather unceremonious as she scrutinized him, her eyes clearly betraying a hint of disdain. She then proceeded with the introduction. "This is young Master Huang." The man immediately smiled and greeted, "Hello, I am Huang Wei." "The Huang family is the wealthiest in our county," Song Rong added. Chen Yang was taken aback, thinking, could this be the son of Huang Yukai? "But I never encountered him when I visited for his medical consultation." "Please don't say that. Those are all my father's enterprises, and I have no connection to them." Huang Wei replied, his demeanor exuding pride, while his words remained quite modest. Before they could even settle down, Song Rong took the liberty to suggest, well then, you two should have a private conversation. Chen Yang, shall we go ahead in order? No need. Su Yu interjected promptly. I have other matters to attend to. I merely stopped by to take a look, and I will be leaving shortly. What? Song Rong was momentarily taken aback. Yu? Isn't that inappropriate? I have already arrived and met young Master Huang, following your instructions. Su Yu smiled and continued, but I genuinely have something to attend to, as I had made prior arrangements with Chen Yang. You. Upon hearing this, Song Rong's expression changed. Your actions are causing me great embarrassment. This tone displeased Chen Yang, prompting him to respond with a smile. She has already shown you considerable respect. Perhaps your expectations are simply too high? Chapter 50. Unrestrained lechery. What did you say? Song Rong glared at Chen Yang. You have no place to speak here. I am her boyfriend. You are merely a casual acquaintance, and it seems you lack the qualifications to voice your opinion. Chen Yang scoffed. Are you really forcing my girlfriend into a blind date? What is your true intention? You are talking nonsense. Yu has no boyfriend at all. Song Rong exclaimed loudly. Must she inform you if she does? Who do you think you are? Chen Yang retorted. Given the circumstances, it was unnecessary to grant her any further courtesy. Su Yu was also somewhat displeased. The last remnants of her friendship had been thoroughly depleted. Therefore, she coldly remarked, Rong, my appearance here is already a concession to you. But insisting that I stay is your fault. You. Song Rong's words faltered as Huang Wei suddenly interjected. Miss Su, is this because of me? No. Su Yu shook her head. Regardless of who is present today, I have no interest, as I already have someone I care for. Is that so? Huang Wei chuckled. Turning to Song Rong. What do you plan to do? Song Rong panicked, forcing a smile. I apologize, young Master Huang. I will speak with her again. Noticing this, Su Yu inquired, what is going on with you two? Nothing, Huang Wei replied with a smile, sitting down as if to watch a spectacle. Song Rong approached and took Su Yu's hand. Yu, I beg you, just sit with young Master Huang for a while and chat a bit, will you? The more she insisted, the more suspicious Su Yu became, leading her to break free from Song Rong's grasp. I'm sorry, but I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. With that, she turned and departed, leaving Song Rong standing there in a daze, as if her soul had been lost. Chen Yang cast a glance at her and then at Huang Wei before leaving. Once back in the car, seeing Su Yu's sullen demeanor, Chen Yang asked, what is up with Song Rong? I don't know, but she seems quite unusual today. It feels like there is something compromising in Huang Wei's possession regarding her. Chen Yang pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone. Let me inquire about this person. As he spoke, he dialed Feng Shui's number. After a brief moment, she answered, what is the matter? I need to ask you about someone. Chen Yang smiled. Do you know Huang Wei? Him? Feng Shui hesitated. Why are you inquiring about this person? He is not a good individual. It is best to avoid him. Is he the son of Huang Yukai? Chen Yang asked. Yes, Feng Shui confirmed. How do you know him? I just met him. Someone introduced him as the wealthiest man in the county, but he denied it, claiming that all his father's wealth is not his own. Chen Yang chuckled. At least he has some self-awareness. Feng Shui sighed and continued. Huang Yukai has long since expelled him from the family. The public is unaware of this. Why? Chen Yang queried, perplexed. This person, Feng Shui hesitated before continuing, is exceedingly lecherous. I see. Chen Yang seemed to have grasped something and chuckled. Then I shall feign ignorance when we meet in the future. Feng Shui was amused. You're not a woman. What is there to fear? I fear it nonetheless, Chen Yang replied with a smile. All right. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll see you later. I still need to go treat Huang Yukai, and I will undoubtedly see Feng Shui there. Once the call ended, Chen Yang turned to Su Yu and said, Song Rong is helping Huang Wei scout for prey. It's possible that this fellow has already seen your photograph. How could that be? Su Yu inquired nervously, not having anticipated Song Rong's behavior towards her. She must owe Huang Wei quite a sum, Chen Yang remarked. Indeed. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Su Yu patted her chest, declaring, I shall no longer be friends with her. Some individuals truly require time to comprehend, sometimes an extensive amount of time, Chen Yang remarked thoughtfully. By the way, who were you calling? Are you meeting someone? Su Yu asked. Chen Yang replied, Oh, just a friend. I was assisting her relative with a medical issue, and today I need to check on their condition. And how does this friend know Huang Wei? Su Yu probed further. Chen Yang chuckled, because the person I am treating is Huang Wei's father. The revelation piqued Su Yu's interest, causing her to momentarily forget the near mishap with her friend. She eagerly asked, Do tell me more about it. Shall we discuss it here? Chen Yang glanced at the bustling street outside. Ah yes, let us find another location. So you started the car and drove a considerable distance before entering the parking lot of a restaurant. By now, it was midday, perfect for a meal and conversation. Chen Yang refrained from mentioning Fang Shui's gender, instead referring to her as a friend, and recounted the situation with Huang Yukai. So you listened, astonished. How remarkable. You can cure such a serious illness? Of course, for I am a divine healer, Chen Yang boasted with pride. So you smirked, mention your weight. And you're out of breath. After lunch, with nothing else pressing, they decided, at her suggestion, to catch a movie. Thus, they spent the day until nearly evening before parting ways. Although no intimate actions transpired, both Chen Yang and Siyu felt an undeniable joy from the day. Therefore, when they encountered Fang Shui at the Huang household, she curiously asked Chen Yang, "What is with you today? You seem quite cheerful." "Is that so?" Chen Yang replied. "Indeed." Fang Shui nodded. "You appear to be in love." "Really?" Chen Yang thought, surprised by her accuracy. Had he truly revealed so much? Noticing the shift in Chen Yang's expression, Fang Shui's gaze became serious. "You're quite impressive." Chen Yang nodded. "But it's not quite love yet. It merely falls under the realm of unrequited affection." "Oh?" Fang Shui paused momentarily. "I felt quite uneasy not seeing you yesterday, but the thought of meeting you today filled me with joy. You cannot imagine the torment I endured from this morning until now." Chen Yang laughed. Fang Shui was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing instantly as she hastily lowered her head. "What are you talking about?" she exclaimed. "Surely, our Chinese teacher can comprehend." Chen Yang stifled a laugh before responding. "In any case, my current joy stems solely from having encountered you." This confession caused Fang Shui's ears to redden, and she playfully chided, "Stop joking around, how bothersome." With that, she swiftly turned away, leaving Chen Yang wearing a mischievous grin. He had not anticipated that such a tactic would prove so effective, allowing him to deftly evade the situation. However, he pondered, why was Fang Shui so bashful? It was merely a jest, was it not? Could it be? No. Chen Yang thought to himself, they had only known each other for a few days. How could she possibly harbor feelings for him? Just as he was lost in contemplation, Huang Youcai's caretaker emerged from the inner room, announcing, "Divine Doctor, Mr. Huang requests your presence." Time was of the essence, and Chen Yang followed her into the room. Today, Huang Yukai appeared somewhat improved, and upon seeing Chen Yang, he chuckled heartily. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, young divine doctor. Please, do not refer to me that way. Simply call me Chen." Chen Yang replied with a smile, settling himself at the bedside to take his pulse. However, it wasn't long before his expression shifted, prompting Huang Yukai to inquire, "What is the matter? This is not right." Chen Yang frowned. How could this be? Chapter 51. The pursuit of wealth leads to death. Upon hearing this, Huang Youcai's expression turned tense. "What is happening? Has my condition worsened?" "Not quite." Chen Yang shook his head, adding, "But it is more troublesome than that." "What?" Huang Youcai's eyes widened in shock. "Divine Doctor, what exactly is the matter? What have you consumed in the past 2 days?" Chen Yang's demeanor grew serious. Huang Yukai pondered, his face reflecting confusion. "Nothing unusual. Just a regular diet and some fruits. Your liver condition is indeed improving, yet your gallbladder and pancreas have developed complications, and at a rapid pace." Chen Yang frowned deeply. "This indicates poisoning." "Poisoning?" Huang Yukai was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Is it serious?" "Indeed, it could be fatal," Chen Yang affirmed. "Moreover, after the poison takes effect, no one would suspect anything. They would merely think you succumbed to complications. Who would want to harm me?" Huang Yukai exclaimed in distress, turning to the maid. "Speak. Did you poison my food?" "Absolutely not, Mr. Huang." The maid, startled, quickly defended herself. "I've served your family for 10 years, and you've treated my family so well. How could I possibly wish you harm? People die for wealth." Huang Youcai's eyes flared with anger. "Has someone bribed you?" "I swear, there is no such thing. If I wished you harm, may my family suffer a terrible fate." The maid's eyes brimmed with tears. "I have only you by my side. Who else could it be?" Huang Yukai retorted angrily. "I." The maid, flustered, struggled to articulate her thoughts, but suddenly recalled something. "I remembered. The night before last, your son came by with a basket of fruit, but you had instructed me not to let him in, so I stopped him at the door. However, the fruit basket was brought inside." "Was it him?" Huang Yukai squinted, contemplating, before asking, "Is that fruit still around?" "Yes, it's in the refrigerator." The maid nodded eagerly. "Bring it out. Let the divine doctor examine it." All right. The maid hurried out and soon returned with the fruit basket. Since it had been opened before, half of the fruit remained. "Divine doctor, Please take a look, Huang Yukai said, his gaze heavy with concern. This? Chen Yang scratched his head, chuckling wryly. Isn't it inappropriate? If this fruit is indeed poisoned, then your son. He is not my son. Huang Yukai took a deep breath. I expelled that ungrateful wretch from my home 6 months ago. With tears glistening in her eyes, the maid implored, Divine Doctor, I beg you to examine it. Otherwise, I cannot prove my innocence. Since it has already been opened, even if we find poison, it would be difficult for you to clear your name. Chen Yang sighed. Yet he picked up an orange to inspect it, followed by an apple. To his surprise, the apple had a rich flavor, but there was an elusive, peculiar taste lurking within. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yang discovered an exceedingly tiny pinhole. This must be it. He lifted his gaze and addressed Huang Yukai and the maid, stating that to ascertain the identity of the poisoner, they must contact the authorities. Then let us do so. Huang Yukai retorted fiercely. The maid nodded in agreement. Yes. We must call the police. At that moment, Feng Shui entered from outside, her demeanor entirely composed, her complexion no longer flushed. Upon learning the details of the incident, she expressed her astonishment. How could Huang Wei act in such a manner? Who knows? Perhaps he is driven by greed, Chen Yang remarked with a wry smile. Huang Yukai was preoccupied with making a phone call, and after hanging up, he declared, I have come to a realization, it must be him. My illness had left me with little hope, and he could inherit my fortune in no time. However, when that miraculous doctor arrived, the situation took an unexpected turn, prompting him to send a fruit basket that very evening. That scoundrel! He exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the bedside table with such force that it nearly cracked the surface. Uncle Huang, please refrain from such accusations. Let us await the police's findings, Feng Shui advised. Although she spoke thus, her understanding of Huang Wei led her to feel certain of his culpability upon hearing Chen Yang's account. As Huang Yukai regained his composure from his fury, he remembered the poison still coursing through his veins and urgently inquired, Doctor, can you remedy the poison I have ingested? To a certain extent, Chen Yang replied vaguely. The most effective solution would be to locate the perpetrator. He should possess the antidote. However, if he does not, I can attempt to devise a remedy, albeit the synthetic toxin may complicate the process. The antidote, Huang Yukai murmured, then bitterly smiled. It is futile. Even if Huang Wei were apprehended, he would never provide me with the antidote. Chen Yang and Feng Shui exchanged glances, remaining silent. What use is wealth if one's own son wishes to kill him? Chen Yang pondered. Feng Shui's emotions were more intricate. Though she loathed Huang Wei, she did not wish to witness a violent conflict between father and son. Thus, she suggested to Chen Yang, perhaps you should try to find a solution. Yes, doctor, I implore you. Name your price, I will pay it, and in the future, I shall bequeath you this estate. Huang Yukai chimed in. Chen Yang was at a loss for words, thinking to himself that he would soon become the wealthiest person in the county. Yet, he was not driven by avarice and shook his head, responding, Mr. Huang, you overstate matters. My intention in aiding your recovery is not for financial gain. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to find a way to detoxify you. Thank you, thank you. Huang Yukai bowed repeatedly. It was evident that his emotions were somewhat unstable at present. Chen Yang, wishing to avoid wasting time, turned to Feng Shui and said, the police should arrive shortly. We are of no further use here. Let us go procure some medicinal herbs. Very well, I will guide you. Feng Shui nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two descended and boarded Huang Youcai's vehicle. However, after visiting several apothecaries, they managed to gather the majority of the necessary herbs. Yet one particular herb, the breaking heart grass, remained elusive. At that moment, Feng Shui remarked to Chen Yang, when my grandfather was alive, he had a penchant for collecting all manner of peculiar items. He possessed treasures like Ganoderma and ginseng. Perhaps he even has the herb you seek. Shall we pay him a visit? Is that appropriate? Chen Yang inquired. Feng Shui nodded in affirmation. Since my grandfather's passing, my father has yet to sort through his belongings. They remain here, and if they can aid Uncle Huang, I believe my grandfather's spirit would not object. Very well, let us take a look, Chen Yang agreed. Then further questioned, by the way, where is your grandfather's residence? Not far, just on the outskirts of the city. We shall arrive shortly, Feng Shui replied, following her directions. The driver navigated for about 20 minutes before halting at the entrance of an expansive courtyard by the riverside. The premises were substantial, yet the main gate was firmly locked. Surrounded by numerous surveillance cameras, one might easily mistake it for a clandestine base. Feng Shui unlocked the gate, entering while explaining, since my grandfather's demise, this place has remained unoccupied, We seldom visit. Oh. Chen Yang observed the relatively tidy courtyard and smiled, commenting, "This location is quite pleasant, at the very least. It is tranquil. Indeed, my grandfather cherished this environment, which is why he chose to reside here alone." Feng Shui concurred, nodding as she opened the door to the house. Upon entering, a subtle fragrance enveloped them, prompting Chen Yang to ask, "What is that delightful aroma?" Chapter 52. A million. At first glance, it was the most cherished dragon-esque saliva incense belonging to her grandfather in his lifetime. Feng Shui smiled softly and stepped into the inner room. Chen Yang followed closely behind, and upon entering, he discovered that the space was remarkably vast, nearly equivalent to their entire courtyard. The surroundings were adorned with cabinets filled with an array of items. After surveying the room, Chen Yang remarked, "The old man truly has a passion for collecting." Feng Shui sighed. Indeed, just the contents of this room keep him almost entirely indoors, as if he's fearful of theft. With that, she headed straight for the window. "I'll open the window for some fresh air. Feel free to browse. If you happen to find the heartbreak grass, we can head back." "All right," Chen Yang replied and turned to the left side of the door, beginning to meticulously examine each cabinet. To his surprise, the old man's collection was indeed quite extensive, featuring everything from peculiar stones to rare medicinal herbs, and even some antiquities from days gone by. The more he explored, the more intrigued he became, and he found himself engrossed, momentarily forgetting about Feng Shui. As he approached the cabinets on the window side, he spotted Feng Shui seated at a table, engrossed in a book. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her face, rendering her complexion as pale as snow, almost ethereal. In that moment, Chen Yang was momentarily entranced, lost in her beauty, and forgot to move. Sensing the sudden quiet in the room, Feng Shui looked up. "What's the matter?" Chen Yang felt his throat dry, and after clearing it, he managed, "You look truly lovely just now." Feng Shui's cheeks flushed instantly, and she shot him a glare. "You smooth talker, why didn't I notice this before?" "I'm being sincere," Chen Yang insisted. Feng Shui, at a loss for words, could only roll her eyes at him before returning to her book. However, in truth, her heart was in disarray. Although she recognized the words on the page, their meanings eluded her comprehension. Chen Yang moved on to the next cabinet, and through the glass, he spotted the heartbreak grass. With a smile, he exclaimed, "Found it." "Really? Let me see what it looks like," Feng Shui said as she rose and approached him. For some reason, Chen Yang caught a whiff of the faint fragrance emanating from her, prompting him to lean in closer. "Why do you also carry the scent of dragon-esque saliva incense?" "Do I?" Feng Shui raised her hand to her wrist. "I can't smell anything." "It's truly there. I'm not lying," Chen Yang insisted, leaning closer to her ear, inhaling the scent near her hair. "It's quite fragrant." Feng Shui felt as though electricity coursed through her ears, a warm sensation flowing down her spine to her heels. The sensation made her feel weak, nearly causing her to collapse. Fortunately, Chen Yang caught her. "What's wrong? Is your blood sugar low?" Feng Shui was both embarrassed and irritated, thinking, "Why did you have to blow air near my ear? That area is quite sensitive. You know." Yet, she couldn't voice her feelings, so she shot him a glare. "Stop talking. Where's the heartbreak grass?" "This is it," Chen Yang said, retrieving a transparent jar from the cabinet, revealing it contained half a jar of dried grass leaves. "This name sounds quite alarming. It must be highly toxic, right?" Feng Shui inquired. "Indeed, the substance is highly toxic, yet it possesses the dual potential to harm and to heal." Chen Yang nodded, approached the table, and opened the jar, retrieving a sheet of white paper. After pouring out a dozen blades of grass, he carefully sealed the lid and folded the paper. "Is this really sufficient?" Feng Shui inquired. "It is ample," Chen Yang affirmed, nodding. "Let us depart." "Very well." Feng Shui refrained from further comment, and together they exited. Upon securely locking the door behind them, Chen Yang remarked with a smile, "The old gentleman has amassed such a collection. It cannot remain neglected. So what can be done? Perhaps it could be sold?" Feng Shui shrugged and added, "By the way, should you find anything useful, feel free to come and take it any time." "That would be inappropriate," Chen Yang quickly interjected. "After all, these are the fruits of the old gentleman's labor. With his absence, the items can no longer fulfill their intended purpose." Feng Shui chuckled softly. "Taking them to save lives is certainly better than leaving them here." "Well," Chen Yang pondered for a moment, "let's discuss it later." The two returned to Huang Youcai's residence, only to find several police officers present. However, their work was nearly concluded, and they were preparing to depart. Once they left, Feng Shui promptly questioned, "Uncle Huang, has the police discovered anything?" "Not yet," Huang Youcai replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. They merely examined fingerprints and conducted thorough inquiries with me and the maid. They will return for analysis and investigation, but when a conclusion will be reached remains uncertain. Oh. Feng Shui, unsure of what else to say, diverted the topic. We have brought back the medicinal herbs. Let's allow Chen Yang to give them a try. Certainly. Huang Yukai nodded. Even if it cannot neutralize the poison, it is imperative that we attempt it. Do not be so pessimistic, Mr. Huang. I possess a measure of confidence. Chen Yang replied with a smile, gathering the herbs and heading to the kitchen. This time, he resolved that the maid would not be involved in the preparation. It had to be done by his own hands. Feng Shui had intended to observe but was gently declined by Chen Yang, who cited the potential for a pungent aroma. Once the kitchen door was closed, he retrieved the various herbs, first taking the breaking heart grass into his palm. With his cultivation at the 4th level of qi refining, Chen Yang could now utilize his techniques to refine the herbs, a method far superior to mere boiling. After more than half an hour, Chen Yang emerged with half a bowl of dark red medicinal liquid, delivering it to Huang Youcai's bedside. Noticing his hesitation, Chen Yang reassured him, "Rest assured. This is not poison. Drink it." "All right. I trust the divine physician." Huang Youcai nodded, lifting the bowl and gulping it down in a few swift motions. "You will perspire profusely shortly, and the toxins will be expelled through your sweat. It will not result in the same digestive distress as before," Chen Yang informed him. Indeed. Within minutes, beads of sweat appeared on Huang Youcai's forehead. The air conditioning was running, set to a comfortable 26 degrees, yet he suddenly began to sweat. Clearly a result of the medicine's effects. Moments later, he was drenched in perspiration, prompting the maid to quickly fetch a towel to assist him, her movements delicate and gentle. The outcome arrived swiftly, as the towel became thoroughly soaked with perspiration. The room was permeated by a peculiar scent, neither fragrant nor foul, reminiscent instead of a chemical solution. The perspiration persisted for over 20 minutes, and Huang Youcai felt a notable lightness in his body, exclaiming with a smile, "A true healer is indeed remarkable." "Not at all," Chen Yang replied, shaking his head. "It is solely the efficacy of the medicinal herbs." After a brief wait, he took Huang Youcai's pulse. Discovering that the toxins within had been nearly entirely expelled, the remnants would soon be eliminated through urine and feces, posing no further threat to his health. Huang Youcai, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and quickly instructed the housekeeper to fetch a checkbook. Swiftly, he inscribed a series of numbers, tore off the check, and presented it to Chen Yang. "This is 1 million. It is not excessive. I implore you to accept it, esteemed healer." "Ah, Mr. Huang, you are far too gracious." Chen Yang replied with a wry smile. "I must decline this payment." "Why?" Huang Youcai inquired, perplexed. Feng Shui, too, was taken aback, gazing at him in confusion, pondering why he would refuse such a generous offer, especially when he was in need of funds. Chapter 53, The Pinnacle of Excellence. A gentleman loves wealth, but only through righteous means. Chen Yang smiled gently, stating, "My initial intention in treating patients was never for monetary gain. While this may seem trivial to Mr. Huang, I adhere to my principles." Upon hearing these eloquent words, both Feng Shui and Huang Youcai gazed at Chen Yang with newfound admiration. In this day and age, encountering someone unperturbed by substantial sums of money is exceedingly rare. It is truly commendable that this young divine doctor possesses such profound integrity. Huang Youcai set down the check and remarked with a chuckle, "If I were to insist on giving it, it would seem rather commonplace." "Not at all," Chen Yang responded with a smile. "How about this? I shall return the money, and from now on, you shall be my little brother, Mr. Huang. Would you be agreeable to that?" Huang Youcai inquired. Chen Yang glanced at Feng Shui, silently seeking her approval. If he accepted, would she then have to call him uncle? Feng Shui, perceptive as ever, quickly understood the implication in his gaze and rolled her eyes. "What are you looking at me for? Even if you and Uncle Huang become sworn brothers, that has nothing to do with me. Don't expect me to call you uncle. Is that so?" Chen Yang chuckled and turned to Huang Youcai, saying, "Then I shall address you as big brother from now on." "Excellent, excellent." Huang Youcai beamed with joy, nearly springing from his seat. He continued, "It's a pity my health isn't quite right. Otherwise, I would insist on sharing a drink with you today." "I do not drink." Chen Yang shook his head. "However, once you have fully recovered, I would be glad to join you for a toast." "Splendid." Huang Youcai's face glowed with genuine happiness. It was not until dusk that Chen Yang took his leave. Feng Shui accompanied him downstairs, and just as they were about to get into the car, she asked, "Do you have any plans for the weekend?" "Nothing in particular." "Why?" He replied, "Oh, I was thinking of visiting my cousin this weekend. and would like to see you then, Feng Shui said softly. Sure. Chen Yang nodded, smiling. But Aunt May is still unaware of my situation. She seems quite disapproving of my spending time with you. What shall we do? Feng Shui inquired. Chen Yang laughed. If I have the time, I'll come to find you. It doesn't necessarily have to be in our village. Sounds good. Feng Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her joy unmistakable. Chen Yang sighed inwardly, pondering the predicament he found himself in. On one hand, there was the enchanting Suyu, and now, on the other, Feng Shui. Both were exquisite beauties, and he found it difficult to choose between them. Such overwhelming charm could indeed be quite troublesome. The next day dawned, and Chen Yang called Zhang Hua to inquire if anything noteworthy had transpired over the past few days. Zhang Hua responded with a chuckle, "Rest assured, Brother Yang. That fellow in town seems to have been frightened off and has been absent for several days. He likely won't return." Oh. Chen Yang was not entirely convinced and quickly cautioned, "Make sure to remain vigilant. Do not let your guard down. I fear he may retaliate from the shadows." "Let him try." Zhang Hua laughed. "If he dares to act, my brothers will not merely incapacitate him, they might very well annihilate him. Trust me. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment." Chen Yang's tone grew somewhat serious. "If something goes wrong, I won't take responsibility for you anymore." "Oh, come on, Yang Ge. I was just joking." In truth, the brothers have not relaxed at all these past few days. Zhang Hua chuckled. "That's good to hear." Chen Yang nodded and hung up the phone. With no pressing matters at hand, he decided to visit the fish pond. Curious to see how the silver knife fish had grown over the past few days, he made a call, and Huang Yotsai's driver soon arrived at the village entrance. The journey was silent, and upon reaching the fish pond, Chen Yang noticed that Uncle Huang was absent, and the caretaker's house was locked. However, it was of little concern, as he was not there for him. Peering into the pond, Chen Yang's face broke into a smile. The small fish had now grown to over 30 centimeters. This remarkable growth rate seemed unparalleled in the animal kingdom. "It looks like in a few days, we will be able to net them," Chen Yang mused. "When that time comes, Su Yu's business will undoubtedly flourish, and everything will head in a positive direction." Yet, just as Chen Yang reveled in his optimistic thoughts of the future, Uncle Huang hurriedly approached from the village. Chen Yang spotted him from a distance, and his expression tightened. Uncle Huang's face was wrapped in bandages, suggesting he had been injured. Upon closer proximity, Chen Yang inquired, "What happened?" "Ah, Chinzong, you're here. Why didn't you give me a heads up?" Uncle Huang's demeanor was unusually amiable today, and he managed a wry smile. "It's nothing serious, just had a bit of a scuffle." "Really?" Chen Yang was taken aback, thinking to himself that at 60-something, the man should be more restrained. "It wasn't me who caused trouble. Someone attempted to steal fish from our pond, and I couldn't just let that slide. So, I chased them off. But they were unruly and ended up getting into a fight," Uncle Huang explained. "Did you call the police?" Chen Yang asked. "No, they're just local youngsters. It wasn't necessary." Uncle Huang shook his head. "Their parents have already covered the medical expenses." "Oh, I see. Does Suzong know about this?" Chen Yang queried. Uncle Huang chuckled awkwardly. "I haven't mentioned it. I didn't want her to worry." "That's wise. She has too many concerns already," Chen Yang nodded. He then reached into his pocket, only to realize he hadn't brought any money. "I'll bring you some money later. Consider it a bonus." "Oh no, that's unnecessary." Uncle Huang quickly waved his hand. "At first, I thought you were a fraud, but after seeing how the fish in the pond have grown like crazy these past few days, I realized you were quite remarkable. It's an honor to work for you." "Don't say that. I'm no expert," Chen Yang replied with a smile, feeling quite pleased. After a brief chat, he reminded Uncle Huang to come back in a couple of days for fishing and to make preparations before heading straight to the farm. Having a personal driver made travel incredibly convenient. The situation at the farm was also quite satisfactory. The land had been thoroughly tilled, and winter wheat had been sown, which would serve as feed for the cattle in the future. As for the fruit trees, Zhang Hua's intention was to uproot the existing trees and replace them with a new batch of saplings, considering that the original trees were antiquated varieties that had lost their market appeal. However, Chen Yang held a different perspective, having previously lacked the time. He now believed he could utilize the old stumps to cultivate new fruits. With the aid of spirit stones and formations, he was confident that the fruits he nurtured would certainly find a thriving market. After a busy half-day's work, Chen Yang returned home, and the following day ushered in the weekend. Upon waking, he exchanged a brief greeting with Tian Tian before stepping out, leaving her somewhat bewildered, pondering why he was so eagerly heading to the county town. Chen Yang's excitement was not unfounded. He had a strong feeling that today, upon meeting Feng Shui, There might be an opportunity for something significant to transpire between them, although it may not lead to an immediate partnership in cultivation. He was certain it would foster a breakthrough. Upon arriving in the county town, he spotted Feng Shui's car parked by the roadside as he stepped out. Climbing into her vehicle, he inquired, "Is it fixed?" "Indeed, it took several days, making my commute quite inconvenient," Feng Shui pouted, speaking in a teasing tone before asking, "Where shall we go? What do you think?" Chen Yang replied, "I was hoping to find a tranquil place, free from interruptions, but it all hinges on your agreement." Feng Shui's face flushed once more. She shot him a glare, started the engine, and drove off without disclosing their destination. Chapter 54. A gradual encroachment to Chen Yang's surprise. Feng Shui took him to her grandfather's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Yang inquired, "What brings us here?" "I mentioned the previous incident to my father. He learned that the items left by my grandfather had saved Uncle Huang, and thus he decided to gift everything in this place to you," Feng Shui explained. "Ah?" Chen Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that appropriate? The items in that room, while not of immense value, represent a lifetime of effort from the old gentleman. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Since you didn't accept Uncle Huang's check, consider these belongings as your reward," Feng Shui smiled, pushing the door open as she stepped out of the car. Seeing this, Chen Yang had no choice but to follow her inside once more. "If you like it, you can come here often to stay. Just have someone tidy it up," Feng Shui suggested. Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words, his heart brimming with gratitude. "Enough with the pleasantries. Take what you need first, and you can return for the rest later," Feng Shui chuckled. "All right," Chen Yang nodded, recalling a few medicinal herbs he had admired previously, though he had hesitated to voice his interest. Now that they were his, why be modest? He fetched a cardboard box, opened the cabinet, and gathered nearly all the herbs. Once he had finished packing, he turned to Feng Shui and said, "All right, shall we go? What's the rush?" Feng Shui shot him a playful glance. "Let's have lunch here today. I'll cook for you." "You can cook?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "What? Do you think I'm incapable of anything?" Feng Shui raised an eyebrow before continuing, "Just wait and see my culinary skills." With that, she returned to the car and opened the trunk. Chen Yang then realized she had come prepared, as the trunk was filled with vegetables, meat, and 2 boxes of eggs. They retrieved the items, returned the herbs to the trunk, and made their way back to the courtyard. Although it was still early, Feng Shui decided to start prepping the ingredients so that they could simply stir-fry them at noon. Chen Yang assisted her, and they worked together in a harmonious atmosphere, washing and selecting vegetables. Time swiftly passed, and by noon, Feng Shui donned an apron and headed to the kitchen while Chen Yang strolled around the yard. He couldn't help but admire the place. Directly across from the main entrance flowed a river, the water abundant. The yard was spacious enough to plant a dozen fruit trees without issue. There was ample space for a chicken coop and a duck pen as well, transforming it into a genuine farmhouse. Once lunch was ready, Chen Yang sat across from Feng Shui and took a bite of the chives stir-fried with eggs, nodding in approval. This is truly delicious. Right? I told you, I'm quite capable in the kitchen." Feng Shui beamed, her eyes crinkling with joy. From that point on, she barely touched her chopsticks, contentedly watching Chen Yang devour the meal. After lunch, Chen Yang let out a satisfied burp. "That was wonderful." "What do you mean by wonderful?" Feng Shui asked. "This feeling is simply delightful." Chen Yang chuckled. "If only every day could be like this." Feng Shui shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "Dream on." Chen Yang grinned. "So, what shall we do this afternoon?" Feng Shui shook her head. "I don't know. Do you have any ideas?" "Neither do I," Chen Yang shrugged. "How about watching a movie? Grandpa has a media room, and it cost quite a fortune to set up," Feng Shui suggested. "Your grandfather has quite a few hobbies, doesn't he?" Chen Yang remarked, both surprised and intrigued. After tidying up the dishes, Feng Shui led him to another room. Upon entering, Chen Yang gasped in astonishment. It was nothing short of a miniature cinema, complete with an enormous screen, comfortable sofas, and surround sound. Grandpa used to love listening to operas, and he spent a lot to create this space, Feng Shui said with a smile as she bent down to rummage through a cabinet. "What movie do you want to watch?" "Anything is fine," Chen Yang replied. "Let us watch this one. Most of what Grandpa has is opera, and there aren't many other genres." Feng Shui pulled out a DVD with the title Farewell My Concubine emblazoned on the cover. Chen Yang had heard of it, but had never seen it, so it would be a good opportunity to observe it today. As the film began to play, they settled onto the sofa, sitting close enough to feel the warmth of one another's presence. Initially, Chen Yang's mind wandered, but soon he was captivated by the film's narrative. Feng Shui, too, became engrossed, even removing her shoes and sitting cross-legged on the sofa. fully absorbed in the story. Time passed slowly as they both became entranced by the plot, completely oblivious to the hours slipping away. By the end, their positions had shifted. With Fang Shui nestled in Chen Yang's embrace, he scarcely remembered when he had draped his arm over her shoulders. As the credits began to roll, a moment of awkwardness enveloped them, and silence fell. Finally, Chen Yang broke the stillness, speaking softly, "Shall we watch another?" Fang Shui replied, her voice barely above a whisper, giving a slight nod. Chen Yang stood up to casually select another film, not even glancing at the cover before starting it. Returning to the sofa, he instinctively wrapped his arm around Fang Shui once more. However, they found themselves distracted by the film, neither truly focused on it. After a while, Chen Yang felt a surge of impatience and turned to look at Fang Shui. Resting against his shoulder, he could only see her profile, but as she sensed his gaze, her long lashes fluttered, and her cheeks flushed. Unable to contain himself any longer, Chen Yang leaned in slowly. Fang Shui appeared flustered, but made no move to resist, closing her eyes just as their faces neared. Thus, he gently pressed his lips to hers. Initially, it was a soft kiss, but soon they became deeply engrossed in a passionate embrace. The film faded into the background, forgotten. Moments later, Chen Yang instinctively let his hand wander to Fang Shui's chest, causing her to tense up momentarily. After a brief pause, she relaxed, though her breath quickened significantly. At this moment, Chen Yang was utterly elated. What had once been mere speculation had finally come to fruition. Yet, despite this joy, he still felt a sense of dissatisfaction, prompting a desire for more. Just as he made a move, Fang Shui opened her eyes and exclaimed, "No, that won't do." Confused, Chen Yang wondered why, especially after having touched her through her clothing. "It's simply won't do," she replied, looking down. "I've started to sweat. There's a scent." "Oh, is that so?" Chen Yang came to an understanding and chuckled. "Perhaps you should take a shower?" "Ugh." Fang Shui was taken aback, glaring at him momentarily before hastily adjusting her attire. "What a ridiculous thought." "Ah, you misunderstood. I merely suggested a shower, nothing more," Chen Yang clarified. "I don't believe you." Fang Shui shot him a look. "All men are so insatiable. Do you think I am oblivious?" "You seem quite knowledgeable," Chen Yang replied, grinning. Fang Shui instantly comprehended, retorting, "I've merely heard about it." Chapter 55. The peculiar Taoist one should not take hearsay too seriously. "I certainly do not belong to that category," Chen Yang remarked with a smile. "That remains to be seen," Fang Shui replied, her expression earnest. At that moment, the two had transcended the boundaries of mere physical contact, growing evidently closer. Chen Yang relished this newfound intimacy, draping his arm around Fang Shui's shoulders. "Then you should thoroughly investigate." "Stop it. Look at the time," Fang Shui said, assuming he was attempting to take advantage of the situation, and she squirmed slightly. "Wait, is it really this late?" Chen Yang exclaimed, realizing it was already past 4 in the afternoon, nearing 5. The duration of Farewell My Concubine had nearly stretched to 3 hours, and their previous moments of affection had made time fly. Noticing the hour, Chen Yang sighed, "I must return home." "Me too," Fang Shui nodded, brushing her hair back with her hand. This gesture was particularly alluring, and Chen Yang couldn't resist pulling her closer for another kiss. Fang Shui made a playful attempt to swat him, but he had already dashed out. On the return journey to the city, the two remained silent for a considerable time. Finally, Chen Yang broke the silence. "How about you visit Peach Blossom Village tomorrow?" "That is not possible. I have commitments," Fang Shui replied. Chen Yang sighed again. "Very well. It seems it will have to wait until next week." In truth, Fang Shui felt a twinge of reluctance. Seeing his expression, she pouted slightly. "Let us discuss it when you take Uncle Huang for a checkup." "All right, I shall expedite my visit," Chen Yang replied eagerly. Fang Shui's lips curled into a smile, her heart brimming with sweetness. Chen Yang swiftly boarded Huang Yukai's vehicle, heading straight for Peach Blossom Village. Midway through the journey, Zhang Hua's call interrupted. "Brother Yang, there has been an incident." Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat, calmed down, and explained slowly. Zhang Hua continued, "A few brothers in town have been assaulted. I'm heading there now." "Understood. Assess the situation. I will arrive shortly," Chen Yang responded, adding, "However, I will try to remain incognito unless absolutely necessary." "Got it." Zhang Hua concluded the call. Chen Yang instructed the driver to head directly to town, contemplating his next steps. If indeed it was Yang Jian's men returning to cause trouble, what should he do next? Was his current strength sufficient to confront them head-on? Clearly, it was still lacking. To exact revenge, he must dismantle all of Yang Jian's influence, leaving no opportunity for a resurgence. Yet, With the resources at his disposal, it was far from achievable. With a heavy heart, Chen Yang gazed out the window. Watching as darkness enveloped the land, a sense of gloom creeping over him. The vehicle soon arrived in town, now shrouded in night, every household illuminated. Zhanghua's place was no different. The yard lights were on, and a few young men, wrapped in bandages, sat dejectedly. Chen Yang glanced at them before dialing Zhanghua. What happened? It was a misunderstanding. They were brawling with individuals from another village over trivial matters, Zhanghua clarified. What exactly transpired? Chen Yang inquired, somewhat exasperated. A customer arrived, meticulously selecting items and haggling over prices. One of the brothers grew somewhat impatient, leading to a heated argument. Zhanghua remarked, Chen Yang, let us strive to avoid such occurrences in the future. Our purpose in opening the store is not to amass great wealth. The true fortune lies with the farm. Chen Yang replied, Indeed, I have already admonished them. Very well, I shall take my leave. Chen Yang did not linger in town. After making a call, he returned to Peach Blossom Village. However, upon alighting from the vehicle, he did not head home, but instead made his way directly to the dilapidated temple on the back mountain, carrying medicinal herbs with him. He had reflected on the journey and concluded that Zhanghua and his subordinates were rather ordinary in their abilities, barely matching the strength of common folk. This was unacceptable. Merely being strong himself was insufficient. He needed to elevate the capabilities of the entire group. Hence, Chen Yang resolved to utilize his resources to concoct some elixirs to enhance Zhanghua and his companion's physical prowess. Before dawn the next day, Chen Yang returned home. During breakfast, Tian inquired, What time did you return last night? Chen Yang replied, I forgot. It must have been quite late. Oh. Tian did not press further and took a sip of porridge. A Taoist priest wandered around our doorstep for quite a while yesterday. A Taoist priest? Chen Yang paused. What was his purpose? According to the villagers, he claims to tell fortunes, but he seemed rather furtive. I never asked for a reading. So why was he lingering at our door? Tian responded. He didn't enter, did he? Chen Yang's heart sank, and he added, If a stranger attempts to enter our home, let the He and Xiao He bite him. I know, he didn't come inside. He just loitered for a bit, and then left. Perhaps he is a fraud, Tian assured him. Chen Yang chuckled and resumed eating. Yet he harbored a nagging sense of unease. Why had no Taoist priests visited the village before? The appearance of such peculiar individuals at this time could signify trouble. After finishing his meal, Chen Yang departed from home and strolled around the village. Soon, he learned from the villagers that the Taoist priest had already left, but his destination remained unknown. Chen Yang felt slightly relieved but remained vigilant, thinking it fortuitous that he had no pressing matters today. He would seek to uncover whether that individual was hiding nearby. Originally, he intended to deliver the medicinal concoctions to Zhanghua, but he altered his plan, calling to inform him to come collect them instead, afterward explaining the usage of the pills. Upon hearing that the elixirs could enhance one's constitution, Zhanghua was overjoyed. Carefully stowing them away in his pocket, he then asked, Brother Yang, will I be able to uproot a willow tree after taking these? Chen Yang rolled his eyes and replied, What are you thinking? That requires over 1,000 pounds of strength. My concoction is not a miraculous elixir. I understand. Do not worry, Zhanghua assured him before leaving with a cheerful demeanor. After his departure, Chen Yang ascended the mountain. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing of note and finally returned home, feeling reassured. To his astonishment, before he even reached his doorstep, Chen Yang noticed someone loitering in front of his home. The figure, clad in a garment of azure fabric, had their hair tied up and was brandishing a whisk. What the heck? Chen Yang mused, hastening closer. Who are you? I am but a humble Taoist. The priest paused, momentarily taken aback, intending to clarify his identity, yet unexpectedly. Chen Yang lifted his foot and delivered a swift kick, sending the man stumbling several paces backward. What are you doing? The Taoist exclaimed, a mixture of shock and anger evident in his voice. With those shifty eyes, you're asking for it, Chen Yang declared, raising his fist, ready to charge. The Taoist, sensing the impending threat, turned and fled, shouting, Help! This lunatic has gone mad. After pursuing him for only a few strides, Chen Yang halted, bellowing, Get lost! If you dare to loiter by my door again, I swear I'll make you regret it. Having successfully chased away the Taoist, he turned back to his home just as Tian emerged from the house. Chen Yang grinned. Don't worry, sister, I've sent that person packing. Tian, puzzled, remarked. That individual is rather strange. Why did he return? Perhaps he is simply a madman, Chen Yang replied with a chuckle. Yet, despite his light-hearted words. He understood that this matter was far from simple. The sense of unease that he had tried to dismiss now resurfaced. Chapter 56, Acquiring the Fish Pond. At this moment, the Taoist had already departed from Taohua Village. Upon reaching the village entrance, he took out his phone. I saw him. The lad seemed a bit dazed and, without waiting for me to speak, he started throwing punches. He must be unhinged. What are your thoughts? The other party inquired. The Taoist grimaced and replied, let us switch to someone else. He has recognized me. If I go back, he will undoubtedly hit me again. That boy has quite a bit of strength. Understood. The person on the other end uttered a single word before disconnecting the call. 2 days later, Chen Yang traveled to the fish pond. He had already made arrangements with Su Yu, and upon arrival, he found her conversing with Uncle Huang. Seeing Chen Yang, Su Yu beamed with joy and approached him with a smile. We can start harvesting now. Excellent, Chen Yang responded with delight, marveling at how quickly the silver knife fish had grown, ready to grace the dining table. After sharing a smile, he said to Su Yu, let us proceed as planned. Keep a few for breeding and take the rest. Indeed, I have already arranged for people to come over. They will arrive shortly. Su Yu nodded, then gazed around the pond. It's a pity we don't have sufficient funds at the moment. Otherwise, I would love to acquire all of this. How much would it cost to contract the entire area? Chen Yang inquired. Su Yu replied, it would require at least over $1 million. And we would need to replace some equipment as well. For a year? Yes. Su Yu nodded again and sighed. But it's all right. We can take our time. By next year, we will be able to secure it all. No need to wait until next year. Chen Yang smiled. You handle the negotiations for the contract. I will find a way to secure the funding. Where will you get the money? Su Yu asked. Don't worry about that. Leave it to me. Chen Yang grinned and turned back to his vehicle. He called Huang Yukai, who chuckled heartily. Divine Doctor, I feel fantastic today. Don't rush to go out just yet. Take some more time to recuperate, Chen Yang replied, pausing before continuing. Brother Huang, I called because I have a request. Huang Youcai's tone turned slightly discontented. Just speak plainly. What is the matter? Brothers help each other out. Well, Chen Yang explained the situation, to which Huang Yukai responded directly, no problem at all. If you're venturing into business, how can I not support you? Have the driver come back. I'll write you a check immediately. It's not that urgent. We haven't finalized the deal yet. There are quite a few ponds, and they all belong to individuals. Chen Yang chuckled. I estimate it will take a few days to negotiate. Are you referring to the fish ponds near Taohua Village? Huang Yui asked. Yes, that's the one. All right then. Don't worry about the negotiations. I'll handle it for you. Huang Yukai concluded the call, leaving Chen Yang somewhat bewildered, pondering the situation. Soon, people and vehicles arrived at the fish pond, and the harvesting work commenced promptly. After a flurry of activity, they retained the largest 20 fish as breeding stock, loading the remainder onto the truck. Just as they were about to depart, a black sedan drove up to the edge of the fish pond. A man clad in a suit stepped out of the car and approached Chen Yang. Greetings, I am Sun Wei, sent by General Huang to assist in the negotiations concerning the acquisition of the fish pond. Acquisition? Chen Yang paused momentarily. There seems to be a misunderstanding. We merely intend to lease it and pay the rent. General Huang believes that leasing is merely a temporary solution, fraught with limitations. It is far more prudent to possess it outright. In the future, we can pursue our ambitions without interference, Sun Wei remarked with a smile. Chen Yang responded with an "oh," but his concern was palpable. The investment required is rather substantial. Not to worry, Sun Wei assured him. General Huang has stated that no matter the cost, it shall be covered. With a grin, he continued, he has already made arrangements with the village chief here. The majority of the negotiations are settled. I will handle the remainder. Mr. Chen, you may await further news. Chen Yang was taken aback by the efficiency of the proceedings. Su Yu, equally astonished, inquired after Sun Wei's departure. Who is this General Huang? Huang Yukai? You must have heard of him. Chen Yang replied with a chuckle. Is it truly him? Su Yu's eyes widened. But why is he assisting us? Well, Chen Yang chuckled sheepishly. I hadn't the chance to mention it earlier. I only met him a few days ago. He then recounted the incident of treating Huang Yukai and added, there was so much to discuss, I simply forgot. My goodness, it seems you have become quite chummy with the wealthiest man in the county. Su Yu exclaimed, her astonishment evident. Chen Yang shrugged. He insisted on that familiarity. I couldn't very well refuse. Impressive. So you gave him a thumbs up, glancing around at the expansive fish ponds. With such a vast area now at our disposal, just imagine the surge in our silver knife fish production. Production is one matter. The real concern is that with an abundance of fish, your hotel might struggle to keep up. Chen Yang remarked. That is not an issue. We certainly have a market. The problem was our inability to supply in the past. Su replied with a smile. Not long ago, someone inquired about it, but regrettably, my hotel was not in a position to provide excess. What was that person's occupation? Chen Yang asked. A specialist in aquatic products. Don't worry, I am quite familiar with him, and he has extensive connections. Su reassured. Oh, is he male or female? Huh. Su paused, casting a teasing glance his way. What is this? Are you feeling jealous? Of course not. Merely curious. Sure. I don't believe you. Su rolled her eyes, then leaned closer, lowering her voice. My relative has already departed. Oh? Chen Yang's eyes gleamed with interest. Noticing no one was around, he too lowered his voice. Aren't you in a hurry to return to the hotel? Su was at a loss for words. The fish were soon to be transported back, and the hotel would undoubtedly be bustling. How could she possibly leave? Before she could voice her thoughts, Chen Yang interjected. Isn't Su present? Let her monitor things for now. She need not be directly involved. That is true. Su hesitated. But what excuse shall I offer? No need for excuses. We must discuss matters regarding the fish pond. Chen Yang chuckled. Oh, right. Let me share. Su responded, pulling out her phone. Chen Yang mused to himself. Oh, Yu, today shall be quite arduous for you. I shall find a way to repay you later. At that moment, Su, who was diligently working at the hotel, suddenly sneezed twice and murmured to herself in confusion, who is speaking of me behind my back? Just then, she received a call from Su. Once the conversation concluded, Su swiftly cast a glance at Chen Yang and said, What's next? Get in the car. Let us go. Chen Yang opened the car door, and Su promptly climbed in, after which they departed from the fish pond. The journey was silent. And soon they arrived at the same grove as last time, coming to a halt deep within, before the vehicle even turned off. Chen Yang pressed his lips against Su's, and the two embraced in a passionate kiss that lingered for what felt like an eternity. Having been apart for nearly a week, they naturally experienced a sense of rekindled intimacy. However, just as Chen Yang prepared to unfasten their garments, an unexpected phone call abruptly rang out. Initially reluctant to answer, he saw that it was Tian calling, and he promptly picked up, asking, Sister, what's the matter? Chapter 57. Countering the challenge. Yang, where are you? We have guests at home, Tian remarked. I'm outside. Who has come? Chen Yang inquired. Our deputy town chief is here and wishes to see you. Ah? Chen Yang was taken aback, pondering the reason for the visit, yet refraining from further questions. I will return shortly. If the deputy town chief is occupied, we can discuss it later. All right, I'll let him know. Tian ended the call. Su, who had been listening nearby, asked, What's going on? I'm not sure. Why is he specifically looking for me? Everyone in the surrounding villages knows I'm a fool. Chen Yang muttered. Perhaps you should go see him. I happen to know a few people from your town. I might have encountered the deputy town chief as well. Su suggested. Okay, Chen Yang nodded. His earlier enthusiasm had completely waned. Su drove back to the highway, and before long, they arrived at the village. A vehicle was parked at the entrance, indicating that the deputy town chief had not yet departed. The two exited the car and entered the courtyard, where they found two individuals seated under the shade, sipping water. Ah, you're back. A middle-aged man stood up with a cheerful smile, then paused upon noticing Su behind Chen Yang. Miss Su, what brings you here? I was already with Chen Yang. Su replied with a smile, then inquired. What brings Deputy Town Chief Wang here? Are you conducting an inspection? Not at all. Wang Chuanbing sighed with a wry smile. I heard there was a significant event in Taohua Village recently, so I came to see for myself. What event? Su asked. On the first day they planted vegetables. By the next day, they were flourishing everywhere. Isn't that astonishing? Wang Chuanbing chuckled. Oh, that is indeed remarkable. Su exclaimed, her expression one of surprise. She was well aware of the situation, as those vegetables had been delivered to her hotel. However, in front of Wang Chuanbing, she could only feign ignorance. Thus, I came today to understand what has transpired, but even Tian couldn't clarify it for me. I presumed Chen Yang would certainly know. Wang Chuanbing continued. Chen Yang remained silent, his gaze seemingly unfocused, yet he was keenly observing the deputy town chief's expression. When Wang Chuanbing turned his attention to him, Chen Yang scratched his head and replied, What do you want me to clarify? How did your vegetables grow overnight? Wang Chuanbing asked. Chen Yang's eyes widened in surprise. How would I know? You should ask the vegetables. Wang Chuanbing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Deputy Town Chief, my brother isn't the sharpest. He sometimes gets confused. So please don't take offense, Tian quickly interjected. Is that so? He seemed quite normal just a moment ago, Wang Chuanbing remarked, puzzled, before glancing at Suyue. What were you doing with him? Suyue replied, I purchased several fish ponds over in Taohua Village. Today was the day for harvesting, so I asked Chen Yang to assist. Oh. Wang Chuanbing's gaze flickered, then he smiled at Chen Yang. It seems you possess some skills, young man. Are you also interested in fish farming? Chen Yang inquired. No, I have not delved into that. Wang Chuanbing waved his hand and then chuckled. Actually, I was hoping to develop vegetable cultivation throughout the town. I thought you might possess some special methods to accelerate the growth of vegetables. Hasn't the town mayor mentioned this to you? Siyu inquired with a hint of confusion. I have already discussed it with him. I will be responsible for the vegetable planting project moving forward. Oh, when did this happen? Wang Chuanbing asked, taken aback. Just recently. Siyu replied with a smile. Perhaps I missed it because I was studying in the county. Wang Chuanbing, slightly bewildered, laughed. In that case, I need not worry. Shall we, let us take our leave. Tian attempted to persuade them to stay, but the two still departed. Siyu cast a glance at Chen Yang before turning to Tian. I must return now. The hotel is quite busy. Why not have a meal first? It won't take long, Tian suggested. No, perhaps another day, Siyu replied with a smile as she exited and entered her vehicle. Chen Yang watched her leave before asking, Sister, what did the deputy mayor say to you? Just what I mentioned earlier. He seems knowledgeable about vegetable cultivation and appears genuinely interested. Oh, well, it's unfortunate we cannot assist, Chen Yang remarked with a chuckle. Sister, I am hungry. All right. I will prepare dinner. Tian thought little of it and headed to the kitchen. Chen Yang took out his phone and sent Siyu a text, asking her to investigate the deputy mayor named Wang and, if he truly was focused on vegetable cultivation, to let it be. It wasn't until evening that Siyu responded. The message was quite simple. The deputy mayor was undergoing grassroots training and had arrived in the town 3 months ago, having previously worked in the provincial capital. Upon reading this, Chen Yang narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. Although Wang Chuanbing's presence appeared normal at first glance, when pieced together with several incidents, his arrival seemed rather abrupt. Chen Yang felt that his recent changes had indeed raised Yang Jian's suspicions. Otherwise, there would be no need to alter tactics and continue monitoring him covertly. He was curious to see what methods would be employed this time. With a cold smirk, Chen Yang glanced at the next message from Suyu. I am at the village entrance. Do you want to come over? Huh. Chen Yang was taken aback. Quickly typing a response, on my way. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the house. In the brief moment Tian turned around, he had vanished, leaving her to sigh in exasperation. When will he ever act normally? Upon reaching the village entrance, Chen Yang indeed spotted Suyu's vehicle and hurriedly opened the door. Without exchanging words, the car turned around and returned to the previous grove. As dusk descended, the interior of the car remained unlit, enveloping them in a uniquely intimate atmosphere. The two shared another kiss, ensuring that their phones were silenced simultaneously. At that moment, Chen Yang's hands began to wander, and Suyu's breathing grew heavier. If anyone were to pass by, they would witness a car in the woods, its body rising and falling, testing the limits of its suspension system. After a considerable duration, the vehicle finally came to a halt, ceasing its movements. Suyu took a brief respite before picking up her phone, only to be taken aback upon noticing that it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Is it really this late? Do you have other matters to attend to upon your return? Chen Yang inquired. Today, the silver pomfret is in abundant supply, and I have yet to ascertain the sales figures. Suyu contemplated dialing Suyu to inquire, but hesitated and ultimately set her phone aside. She then asked, Is there an issue with that Mayor Wang? Not certain, but it matters little, Chen Yang replied, resting his hands behind his head. We shall tackle whatever comes our way. Oh, you seem quite self-assured now, Suyu teased, playfully tapping him on the nose. One must inevitably grow, Chen Yang chuckled, turning to look at her. What do you think of the new position we unlocked today? How rude. Suyu's face flushed with embarrassment as she poked him gently. Rude? Very well. I have another new position we could try. Chen Yang cackled mischievously, lunging towards her without hesitation. Chapter 58. Climbing the mountain with a beauty. By the time Suyu departed, it was already the early hours of the morning. Chen Yang had initially intended to spend the night in his car, as the evening had drained considerable energy from her. However, Suyu insisted that she was fine and wished to return home, so he reluctantly acquiesced. Upon arriving home, he waited briefly until he received a message from Suyu confirming her safe return, after which he settled into a meditative posture to commence his cultivation. The following day marked the time to visit Huang Yukai for a health checkup. This time, Chen Yang opted to arrive at noon, only to find that Feng Shui was absent. Nevertheless, after the examination revealed that Huang Youcai's condition was steadily improving. The two were engaged in conversation when Feng Shui finally arrived. The moment she laid eyes on Chen Yang, her gaze was imbued with playful reproach. And once they descended the stairs, she remarked, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" "Indeed. What of it?" Chen Yang replied with a smile. "Didn't you say that if I came to see Brother Huang, you would come too? So I deliberately arrived early to compel you to take leave, right?" Feng Shui shot him a disapproving look. "If I keep taking leave, that fatty will have an excuse to deduct my wages." "Oh, is that so?" Chen Yang responded, finally comprehending her concern, and added with a grin, "Then let me compensate you. Whatever he deducts, I shall make up tenfold." "Enough of that." Feng Shui shook her head. "I'm not doing this for the money. He hasn't been bothering you lately, has he?" "Not at all. He is not truly foolish enough to make his malicious intentions overt," Chen Yang reassured her. Feng Shui chuckled lightly. "There hasn't been much trouble these past few days. But that might change soon." "I understand," Chen Yang nodded. "Given time, if he resorts to underhanded tactics again, others may not connect it to the previous incident." "Indeed. That is quite likely," Feng Shui concurred, then frowned slightly. "Why do we keep talking about him? Just thinking of that face makes me feel irked." "All right. Let us drop it," Chen Yang chuckled. "Where shall we go? Now that we're here, it's your choice." Feng Shui started the car. "Let me see which nearby hotel is the best," Chen Yang suggested as he took out his phone. Immediately, he felt a piercing glare from beside him. "Don't be ridiculous. Who wants to go to a hotel with you?" Chen Yang smirked. "I thought we could go anywhere, but it seems there are conditions after all." "Exactly." Feng Shui nodded. "I'm not that kind of person." "How coincidental, for I am not either." Chen Yang laughed. "Then let us simply wander about, preferably to a place with fewer people." Feng Shui remained silent as she drove out of the underground parking lot. The journey was quiet, and Chen Yang observed the changing scenery outside, gradually moving towards the suburbs. He then inquired, "Where are we headed?" "Climbing a mountain," Feng Shui replied, focusing on the road ahead. "Have you heard of Phoenix Mountain?" "Of course I have, but I've never been," Chen Yang acknowledged. "It's a scenic area." "Isn't it?" "Yes," Feng Shui affirmed. "I visited there many years ago and have a vivid impression of it." "Was it enjoyable?" "It was all right. The mountain was quite steep and difficult to climb." Feng Shui nodded, remarking that once they ascended, the view from the summit would be breathtaking. "I must experience that," she added. Chen Yang chuckled. "If the climb proves difficult, fret not. I shall carry you." This remark reminded Feng Shui of their previous adventures in the mountains, prompting her to smirk. "Do not boast prematurely. Carrying someone up a mountain is far more challenging than strolling on flat ground." "I understand, yet for me, it feels no different," he retorted stubbornly. As they conversed, the vehicle swiftly ventured into the mountains and arrived at the parking lot. Nearby stood the ticket booth. Feng Shui approached to purchase their tickets before they entered the mountain gate. "Behold, that is the main peak." Feng Shui gestured with her hand. "Goodness, it is indeed quite high," Chen Yang exclaimed, then continued, "Surely, there must be a path?" Feng Shui replied, "Indeed. There exists a paved road within the scenic area for ascending, though it takes a considerable detour. However, if one desires a shortcut, there is a steep mountain path. That is of no concern. We shall take the mountain path." "You have spoken." Feng Shui laughed, taking his hand. "But do not tire and weep. Do not underestimate me." They clasped hands, avoiding the main road, and quickly made their way along a narrow path towards the summit. After approximately 10 minutes, Feng Shui began to breathe heavily, while Chen Yang remained composed, his breathing steady. Noticing her fatigue, he suggested, "Perhaps I should carry you." "Very well, if you are not weary." Feng Shui agreed with a nod. Chen Yang smiled, crouching to hoist her onto his back. "Now, experience my extraordinary stamina." With that, he strode boldly towards the steep incline of nearly 45 degrees. Relishing the soft sensation against his back, Chen Yang felt elated, quickening his pace. Gradually, Feng Shui's expression transformed into one of astonishment. How could he carry nearly 100 pounds up such a steep path without breaking a sweat? After a while, she could not contain her curiosity, asking, "Are you all right? Do not push yourself too hard. What if you tire?" "Who is pushing? Have you not noticed that I am not even sweating?" Chen Yang replied, exasperated. "What if you lack sweat glands?" She teased. "Hey, are you calling me a dog?" Chen Yang retorted, playfully grasping her waist, eliciting a startled yelp from her as she quickly begged for mercy. 20 minutes later, they reached the summit. The area was modest in size, as vehicles could not ascend, necessitating a walk along the stairs from below. Being afternoon, few tourists were present, with only a handful of people around. As Feng Shui's feet touched the ground, she quickly checked Chen Yang's face, leaning against his chest to listen to his heartbeat, which reassured her. With a curious tone, she inquired, "You are remarkably fit. How did you develop such stamina?" "That's a secret." Chen Yang smiled, turning to admire the surrounding scenery, which was nothing short of spectacular. The mountains encircling them and the distant county town unfolded before his eyes, granting an expansive view. Following the slender path, he could even glimpse the direction of Taohua Village. However, due to the mountainous terrain, the village remained concealed from view. Feng Shui ascended the mountain without expending much energy, her countenance radiating ease as she cheerfully inquired, "Isn't it lovely here?" "Indeed." Chen Yang nodded, surveying the surroundings. "It would be even better if there were no others around." Feng Shui was momentarily taken aback before comprehension dawned upon her, leading her to respond with exasperation, "You truly..." Despite being a language teacher, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to express her thoughts. Chen Yang plopped down onto the ground. Gazing towards the east, "Can we see the provincial city from here?" Feng Shui, sitting beside him, shook her head. "It's too far. It's impossible to see." A gentle breeze caressed her long hair, accentuating the pristine beauty of her features at that moment. Chen Yang found himself momentarily lost in thought, his previously cultivated emotions dissipating, and thus he abandoned any consideration of the provincial city, instead asking her, "Are you tired?" Feng Shui replied with a shake of her head, "I've rested well on your back. I'm not tired at all." "Oh, then does your foot hurt? Would you like me to massage it for you?" Feng Shui rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "How could you even say that? Are you not going to act at all?" Chapter 59. Filled with deep affection gazing into Chen Yang's expectant eyes, Feng Shui suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. She turned her head and glanced around. "There are so many people. How many are there really?" Chen Yang replied with a wry smile, "Just 3 or 4. "That still doesn't seem appropriate," Feng Shui pouted. "It's fine, they can't see us." Chen Yang chuckled, lifting her leg to rest upon his own. The position resembled a princess carry, albeit with both seated on the ground. As he cradled Feng Shui's slender calf, Chen Yang stifled his excitement and slowly removed her shoe. The white ankle sock revealed itself, accentuating her petite foot in an alluring manner. Chen Yang instinctively swallowed hard, and Feng Shui's cheeks flushed, turning to tease. "Aren't you worried about the smell?" "It doesn't smell at all," Chen Yang replied, momentarily taken aback, before grasping her foot. The mere touch sent a slight tremor through Feng Shui's body. As Chen Yang applied gentle pressure, she bit her lip tightly, striving to suppress any sound. This sight was something Chen Yang could never tire of. While he kneaded her foot, he discreetly channeled energy from within himself into the soles of her feet, warming her entire being in a comforting embrace. Alas, the position was somewhat awkward. How he wished they were on a sofa. Certainly, a bed would be even better. Before long, Feng Shui began to tremble more intensely, her eyes fluttering shut as her breathing quickened. Chen Yang found it amusing. Was she really that sensitive? Unable to resist, he leaned down and kissed her. Feng Shui remained still in his arms like a well-behaved doll, allowing him to savor the moment. Had it not been for the presence of other tourists, Chen Yang would have ventured further beneath her clothing. Given Feng Shui's current state, she surely lacked the strength to resist. However, with onlookers present, he ultimately abandoned that notion. After what felt like an eternity, they separated, and Feng Shui opened her eyes, gazing at Chen Yang with profound affection. Their eyes locked, brimming with emotion. Eventually, it was Feng Shui who, feeling bashful under his intense gaze, lowered her long eyelashes, exclaiming, "You naughty boy." Chen Yang chuckled, recognizing this was not a reprimand but rather a playful display of affection. "It's getting late. Shouldn't we head back?" Feng Shui inquired softly. Indeed, the sun was nearly setting. Chen Yang looked up and realized how swiftly time had passed. He hurriedly helped Feng Shui put her shoes back on, and then took her hand, standing up. "I'll carry you down the mountain." "No need. That would be too dangerous." Feng Shui turned and pointed behind her. "Let us go down this way. We can catch the scenic bus to the entrance of the mountain." "All right, that works." Chen Yang agreed without objection, and the two descended hand in hand. As they rode the sightseeing bus, Feng Shui comfortably rested her head on Chen Yang's shoulder, enjoying the scenery along the way. They both understood that once they returned to the county, they would part ways, making them cherish this moment even more. Yet, the more they savored it, the quicker time seemed to pass. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves back at the foot of Huang Youcai's residence. As Chen Yang gazed into Feng Shui's reluctant eyes, she softly remarked, "In just 2 days, it will be the weekend, and we shall meet again." Indeed, 2 days are but a fleeting moment. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. "Shall we go hiking this weekend? Let's find a secluded spot." "You." Feng Shui playfully tapped his forehead with a finger before turning to enter her car. "See you on the weekend." "All right." Chen Yang waved goodbye, watching her depart. Upon returning to the village, Chen Yang walked home under the moonlight. Hearing the noise, Tian emerged from her room. Yang. Why have you been waking up so early and staying out late these past few days?" "Too much to handle," Chen Yang replied with a smile, then inquired, "Is everything all right at home?" "Nothing much." Tian observed him closely. "What have you been so busy with?" "Oh, just some trivial matters." Chen Yang scratched his head, reluctant to deceive her, yet unable to divulge the truth, caught in a dilemma. Fortunately, Tian did not press further, smiling as she asked, "Have you eaten dinner? I saved some for you." "Oh, I'll go eat now." Chen Yang promptly turned and headed to the kitchen. Lifting the pot lid, he discovered 2 plates of dumplings and a dish of stir-fried vegetables. He placed them on the table and began to devour the meal ravenously. At that moment, Tian quietly joined him, watching him eat. "What's the matter, sister? Is something wrong?" Chen Yang sensed her concern and asked. "Well," Tian nodded. "Saturday marks our mother's Memorial Day. You mustn't wander off." "Ah," Chen Yang nodded. "All right, we will go together to pay our respects." Tian sighed softly. "I wonder how our father is." "Sister, please don't say that. He will be fine." Chen Yang interrupted her, adding, "I will find him sooner or later. But worrying endlessly now serves no purpose. Let us focus on living well for the time being." "All right, I understand," Tian nodded. Throughout this period, Chen Yang had remained mostly clear-headed, and he had brought significant changes to their home. Unbeknownst to him, she had come to regard him as the family's pillar of strength. After finishing his meal, Chen Yang stood and said, "Sister, you should rest early. I have a few matters to attend to." "What? You're going out again?" Tian rose, astonished. "Yes, there's something I need to handle, and I'll take Taohua with me." Chen Yang smiled. "You needn't wait up for me." "Just be careful. Don't get into any trouble at night," Tian cautioned. Chen Yang acknowledged her concern, addressing the 2 dogs at his side. "Taohua, come with me. Xiaohei, stay here to guard the house." Surprisingly, they understood. Xiaohei whined a few times but remained by Tian's side. Taohua, however, was overjoyed, bounding along with Chen Yang as they stepped outside. Under the moonlight, man and dog ventured into the mountains. Chen Yang had initially intended to find time to enter the mountains later, but after hearing Tian's words, he suddenly felt he could no longer postpone his plans. A sense of urgency compelled him to act swiftly, to thoroughly inspect the cave revealed by the recent collapse in the mountains. Although he had examined it meticulously before, Chen Yang felt that he had overlooked something significant, that there were treasures yet to be discovered within. Thus, this time, he brought along Taohua, hoping that the canine would assist him in unearthing hidden gems. Upon reaching their destination in the mountains, Chen Yang led Taohua back into the cave. The temperature remained somewhat chilly, but fortunately, his physique was resilient enough to withstand it without discomfort. Chen Yang switched on his flashlight, scanning the surroundings before instructing Taohua, "Go ahead, see what peculiarities lie within." Upon hearing this, Taohua dashed into the darkness, and Chen Yang followed closely behind. Within just a few minutes, he was startled by the sound of Taohua barking from deep within the cave. Had he truly found something? Chen Yang's heart soared with excitement, and he quickened his pace, heading straight for the innermost part of the cavern. Chapter 60. Unearthing a treasure. Chen Yang swiftly located the exuberant Taohua, who was seated at the deepest part of the cave. Approaching him, Chen Yang knelt down, observing, "There's nothing here." To his surprise, Taohua lowered his head and began to dig fervently. The ground within the cave was a mix of rock and soil. Yet the spot Taohua chose was remarkably soft, and in no time, he had excavated a small pit. Chen Yang, puzzled, wondered what could possibly lie beneath. Taohua continued to excavate with fervor, while Chen Yang squatted beside him, watching intently. After a considerable amount of time, a pit nearly half a meter deep had been dug, but still, nothing had surfaced. "Shall we take a break?" Chen Yang suggested. However, Taohua seemed oblivious, digging with even greater enthusiasm. Observing this, Chen Yang simply sat down, propping his chin on his hands while watching the diligent canine. Eventually, something unusual began to emerge from the depths of the pit. As Chen Yang shone his flashlight, he was astonished to see a glimmering object, caked in mud, reflecting a golden light. What on earth is this? Dahe paused his digging, lifting his head to gaze at Chen Yang, as if to say, I found what you were looking for. Setting down the flashlight, Chen Yang carefully parted the surrounding soil, seeking a firm grip on the object to pull it free. After considerable effort, he finally extracted the irregular stone. Goodness, it's quite heavy. Grasping the flashlight once more, he examined the object closely, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Is this an entire block of gold? With a sense of wonder, he began to wipe away the dirt, revealing vast expanses of golden sheen. My heavens! Such a large gold nugget. This is a dog's head gold. Chen Yang was taken aback, and after weighing the nugget in his arms, he estimated it must weigh at least 30 to 40 pounds. His mind raced. How much could this be worth? Without the luxury of time for calculations, Chen Yang swiftly removed his outer garment to wrap the gold nugget, cradling it close to his chest. He exclaimed to Dahe, thanks to you. There will be a substantial reward when we return. Delighted by the praise, Dahe beamed widely. Chen Yang wasted no time. Together, they made their way back to the valley. Previously, they had faced financial struggles, managing to earn a little, yet spending most of it. Now, with this substantial find of dog's head gold, he surmised it must be worth a fortune, allowing him the opportunity to undertake many endeavors upon converting it to cash. In high spirits, he returned home, cradling the gold nugget. Tian Sweet was already asleep, having locked the door from inside. However, she was roused from her slumber by Chen Yang's voice. Confirming it was indeed him outside, Tian Sweet opened the door, rubbing her eyes in confusion. Didn't T.U. say you wouldn't be back tonight? I changed my mind, Chen Yang replied with a grin. After entering and closing the door, he said, Sister, you won't believe what I found. What is it? Tian Sweet asked, now more alert, eyeing the round object in his arms. Turn on the light. I'll get some water. Chen Yang chuckled, placing the object on the ground before fetching a basin of clean water. Once the water was ready, he rinsed the item, and the nugget, slightly smaller than a volleyball, revealed its true form. Tian was taken aback, raising her head to look at Chen Yang. Is this gold? Of course. Chen Yang nodded. This piece weighs several dozen pounds. Can you guess how much it can sell for? I don't know. Tian was still immersed in shock. Her mind blank. If I estimate roughly, even at a lower price, it could fetch several million. Chen Yang chuckled. Ah. Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. So much money? Indeed. Chen Yang nodded with pride. This is just a preliminary estimate. It might even be worth more. My goodness. How would one even spend that much money? Tian appeared utterly bewildered. You could certainly find ways to spend it, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Let us keep this gold bar in your room for now. Tomorrow, I'll find a way to sell it. Ah, then I definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. Tian said, looking troubled. Sister, you must learn to adapt. Our family will only grow wealthier, and you can't expect to sleep, well, every day. Chen Yang laughed. Tian looked at him, saying, as long as there's enough money, that's fine. Too much might even. Before she could finish, Chen Yang interrupted. When has there ever been enough? There are so many places we need to spend. Huh. Tian was puzzled. What do you want to buy? Our house is in need of renovation. I plan to rebuild it. As for the rest, I haven't figured it out yet. In any case, the money from this gold bar won't be enough. Tian was left in a daze. All right, it's getting late. I'm going back to sleep, Chen Yang said as he stood up to leave. However, Tian suddenly pulled him back. No, I can't sleep, and you can't sleep either. Huh. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. Do you want me to keep you company? Tian lowered her head. I just don't want to be alone. Chen Yang was at a loss for words, wanting to find a reason to leave. But then he heard Tian softly say, Do you dislike me? How could that be? Chen Yang quickly replied, fearing she might feel upset. I'll keep you company, no problem. Tian looked at him and nodded in satisfaction. Turn off the lights. Oh, Chen Yang, with no other choice, turned off the lights and laid down beside her. After hesitating for a moment, instead of pressing on Tian's sleep point as before, he gently asked, Sister, we were only moderately wealthy before. Now that we will have so much money from selling the gold, what do you think we should buy? I hadn't thought about it. Life is already quite good as it is, with food and clothing. What more could we need? Tian responded. All right then, I'll ponder it myself. In truth, Chen Yang had some ideas brewing in his mind, but they were not yet fully formed. He thought it would be better to discuss them with Suyi the next day. After all, she was a businesswoman and must have many insights. Thus, it was settled. Chen Yang closed his eyes, preparing to sleep, while Tian lay there, staring at the ceiling, her mind swirling with complex thoughts. If they truly had so much money, Chen Yang would likely become busier, wouldn't he? Would it not be exceedingly difficult to encounter him again in the future? Turning around, Tian cast her large, expressive eyes upon Chen Yang. The room remained shrouded in darkness, yet the silvery moonlight poured in, illuminating the bed. Thus, she could distinctly observe the contours of Chen Yang's profile, only to realize that he appeared to be fast asleep. Tian felt speechless and simultaneously deemed the situation rather unjust. Stealthily, she approached him and pinched his nose. Chen Yang groggily opened his eyes, his voice muffled. What are you doing, sis? I've already mentioned that I can't sleep, so you shouldn't expect to either. Tian retorted with annoyance. Chen Yang, resigned, replied, all right. I won't sleep then. Let us converse. I do not wish to talk. Tian shot him a glare before turning away. This too was a form of the girl's playful sulking. How could Chen Yang fail to understand? Under the moonlight, Tian's arms appeared remarkably fair, and he found himself captivated, staring for a moment before he could not resist reaching out. As his hand encircled her waist, Tian shivered slightly but remained silent. However, after a brief pause with no further action from Chen Yang, she felt a twinge of irritation. Thus, seizing his hand, Tian hesitated briefly before placing it against her chest. Chapter 61. The capable assistant Tian wore a delicate, sheer vest that felt almost non-existent under Chen Yang's touch, as if it were merely a second skin. The contours of her figure were unmistakably outlined, and the softness of the fabric was utterly enticing. Chen Yang felt a surge of restlessness, unable to contain himself. Tian sensed the shift in Chen Yang's demeanor. A mix of elation and apprehension washed over her. Chen Yang, in turn, felt a wave of anxiety. What was he to do? He dared not move his hand an inch, for she was his sister. Had it been anyone else, he would have been far less restrained. Yet, with Tian, he found himself at an impasse. The two remained in this tense standoff for a moment, until Chen Yang pretended to fall asleep, feigning soft snores. Startled, Tian turned to glance at him. After a moment's consideration, she seemed to believe he was truly asleep and pouted, gently pushing his hand away. Relief washed over Chen Yang. At last, he had evaded the situation. Yet, he wondered if she might be upset. After a brief silence, the soft sound of her snores reached his ears, and he realized that Tian had drifted into slumber. He sighed in relief, grateful that she was not angry. The next morning, Chen Yang dialed Su Yu's number. Upon answering, she cheerfully remarked, "Were you aware that I am coming to the village?" "What? You are?" "I had no idea," Chen Yang replied, momentarily taken aback. "Really? You had no inkling?" Su Yu was equally surprised, then inquired, "What prompted your call?" "I wanted to ask you something, but let us discuss it when you arrive," he said, ending the call. In less than 10 minutes, Su Yu parked her car outside and stepped out, clad in a sporty outfit with her hair pulled back, exuding an air of efficiency. As she entered, Chen Yang asked, "What brings you here so early?" "The fish pond situation is resolved. It's time to consider our next steps." With a smile, Su Yu responded, "I am here to discuss land rental matters with the villagers." "Really? That is quite prompt." "It had to be done swiftly," she asserted, locking eyes with Chen Yang. "Originally, I planned to wait until winter, but with the deputy mayor's appearance, I felt it was imperative to act quickly. Who knows what schemes he might devise behind the scenes." "You have certainly thought this through." Chen Yang chuckled, glancing around for Tian, who had yet to emerge. Lowering his voice, he added, "Indeed, you are my capable assistant." Su Yu shot him a playful glare. "What did you want to discuss with me over the phone? Let us talk inside." Turning to lead the way, Chen Yang encountered Tian just as she emerged from the room. With a bright smile, she greeted Su Yu. "Good morning, Miss Su. Please, I've told you not to call me that." Su Yu feigned annoyance, though a smile tugged at her lips. "Once inside." Chen Yang presented a chunk of gold, exclaiming, "What do you think this could sell for?" "What?" Su Yu was momentarily stunned. She reached out to touch it, her eyes widening in surprise. "Where on earth did you find such a large nugget of gold?" "I picked it up in the mountains." Chen Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Su Yu wore an expression of incredulity. Was luck truly this favorable? How many times had she ventured into the mountains without ever encountering gold? However, considering that it was Chen Yang who made the discovery, it seemed less extraordinary. She inquired, "How heavy is it?" "I don't know," Chen Yang replied, shaking his head. "I haven't weighed it yet. How can one determine its value without knowing its weight?" Su Yu remarked, somewhat exasperated. Nonetheless, given the size of such a gold nugget, weight alone cannot dictate its price. "What do you mean?" both Chen Yang and Tian asked, perplexed. "Well, regardless of who buys it, no one would melt it down. The best way to handle it is to display it at home. See, you chuckled. As a decoration? Chen Yang blinked in disbelief. Isn't that rather absurd? Not at all. So you shook her head. Those who are truly wealthy do not concern themselves with the price of gold. Displaying such a large piece of natural gold in one's home is, in fact, a symbol of status and identity. Is that so? Chen Yang's expression shifted to one of realization. He then remarked, I believe I know just the person who would be interested in purchasing that gold nugget. Is it Huang Yukai? So you guessed immediately. Exactly. I believe he would certainly want it. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. That's settled then. I shall call him at once. Chen Yang declared, retrieving his phone as he stepped outside. Upon connecting the call, Huang Youcai's cheerful voice greeted him. Brother, I've been thinking of you. But we just saw each other yesterday. Chen Yang chuckled. If I were to think of you every day, you should be wary. Huang Yukai laughed. I'm reaching out for a reason, though. Would you be interested in a gold nugget? Chen Yang inquired. Oh. Huang Youcai's tone shifted noticeably, and he asked, how large is it? How much does it weigh? Quite substantial. I estimate it to be around 40 to 50 pounds. Chen Yang responded. What? Huang Youcai's voice rose dramatically. 40 to 50 pounds? Roughly that. I haven't weighed it precisely, Chen Yang admitted. Where is it? Huang Youcai's urgency was palpable. It's at my house. If you're interested, I can bring it over later. No need. I'll come to you. Huang Yukai stated before abruptly ending the call, leaving Chen Yang momentarily stunned. Was he truly that eager? Nevertheless, it mattered little. Huang Yukai had recovered well and could manage a stroll downstairs without issue, as long as he did not overexert himself. Moreover, his driver knew the way to Chen Yang's residence, which would simplify matters. Upon hearing that Huang Yukai was en route, Suyu smiled at Chen Yang, saying, now this is promising. He surely won't offer anything less than a few million. Well, I feel a bit embarrassed to ask for it, especially since we consider each other as brothers. Chen Yang chuckled. That's an entirely different matter. Even brothers keep accounts clear. Suyu responded with a smile. After glancing at the time, she added, you stay at home. I need to discuss land acquisition with the villagers. I shall accompany you. I am well acquainted with every household, Tian remarked. I thought the same. Suyu grinned, taking her hand. The two departed together, while Chen Yang remained at home, awaiting Huang Yukai's arrival. In just over half an hour, a vehicle came to a halt at the entrance. Upon entering the courtyard, Huang Yukai frowned and remarked, brother, your home environment is quite ordinary. There's no need for pleasantries. You can simply say it's modest. Chen Yang replied with a smile. It's quite normal. My family was once very impoverished. Now, however, things have changed. With a sigh, Huang Yukai continued, how about this? I have a construction company with numerous teams. I will arrange for some workers to come over and renovate this place, perhaps even build a 2-story house. Chapter 62. The mischief of the unattractive Chen Yang was taken aback and quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, please, don't trouble yourself, my dear elder brother. Why should we be so polite with each other? Huang Yukai replied, dismissing his concern with a wave of his hand. They currently have no work, and idleness is not beneficial. I will have the design department draft a plan for you. If you like it, we shall commence the project. Chen Yang was at a loss for words. This could potentially save him at least 200,000 to 300,000. Goodness, it seemed he was accumulating favors owed to others. Huang Yukai then blinked and asked, brother, what about the gold you mentioned? Oh dear, I nearly forgot. Chen Yang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. It's inside. Let us go take a look. Excellent. Huang Yukai eagerly followed him into the room, and upon seeing the gold nugget, his eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, it's such a large piece. Is it really that big? Chen Yang scratched his head, feeling indifferent. Brother, this is gold, not some worthless stone from the river. Huang Yukai glanced at him and continued with a grin. Let me tell you, this nugget of gold, if not the largest in the world, certainly ranks among the few. Is that so? Chen Yang pondered. After all, gold is typically extracted from sand. How large could the largest particles possibly be? Some are even mere gold dust. Understanding this, he turned to Huang Yukai and said, so you have an affinity for this, huh? Then I shall gift it to you. What nonsense are you speaking? Huang Yukai shot him a look. If you are giving it away for free, I would refuse it. He added with a chuckle, of course I like it, but I intend to give it to someone else. Chen Yang was taken aback. Oh, who are you gifting it to? An old friend from the provincial capital. Someone you don't know, Huang Yukai replied with a smile. When the opportunity arises, I will introduce you to him. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang felt a sense of foreboding. What is your friend's surname? Zhang. Why do you ask? Huang Yukai inquired, puzzled. Just a casual question. Chen Yang replied with a smile. Huang Yukai did not dwell on it and instructed his secretary to bring in his bag. He then retrieved his checkbook and said, "You must accept this payment. If you refuse, we can no longer consider ourselves brothers." Left with no choice, Chen Yang chuckled and replied, "Very well, I shall express my gratitude." However, before he could finish, he was stunned by the figure on the check. 10 million? Yes, what is the matter? Huang Yukai asked, confused. Why such a large sum? Chen Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. This gold, even if melted, would only be worth a few million at most. It cannot be melted. Huang Yukai sighed with a wry smile. Otherwise, it would truly lose its value. However, even as a decorative piece, it shouldn't be priced so exorbitantly. I assure you, it is worth that much. Huang Yukai insisted, stepping forward to lift the gold nugget. After a futile attempt due to its weight, he chuckled, "Brother, would you mind helping me carry it to the car?" Of course. Chen Yang casually tucked the check into his pocket and then hefted the gold nugget with ease. As they reached the vehicle, Huang Yukai also climbed aboard, saying, "Bro, I won't linger any longer." "What? You're leaving just like that?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "Aren't you going to have a drink?" "Another day. I'll return this first, and when the design department has the drafts ready, I'll bring them to you." Huang Yukai chuckled heartily, his spirits soaring. Once he departed, Chen Yang couldn't help but stifle a laugh. 10 million, right in his pocket. He had never dreamed of possessing such wealth in his lifetime. Truly, wealth is the only remedy for worries. Gazing back at his courtyard, Chen Yang mused that since others insisted on rebuilding his house, he might as well let them. The savings could be used to purchase some medicinal herbs. Siyu and Tian took quite a while to return, and it was nearly noon. Noticing the unusual expressions on their faces, Chen Yang inquired, "What's wrong?" Siyu sighed. "We had nearly concluded our discussions, but an issue arose with Zhao Laosan's family." "Him?" Chen Yang was puzzled. "That fellow is as good as a corpse. How could he cause any trouble?" "I happened to arrive just as Zhao Rui was there. It seemed he had returned to the village upon hearing the news." Siyu fanned herself in frustration and continued, "He cheerfully informed me that their land wouldn't be leased out, not just Zhao Laosan's family, but several other Zhao families in the village as well." Chen Yang immediately grasped the situation. Truly, a troublesome person can cause chaos. "Wasn't this intentional?" "I have no idea," Siyu replied. Nonetheless, Zhao Rui was quite courteous this time, stating sincerely that they only wish to cultivate grains on their land, nothing else. Siyu, feeling helpless, added, "But their lands aren't even contiguous. As a result, our vegetable plots will be fragmented, making management difficult in the future." Chen Yang chuckled upon hearing this. This was clearly a sly tactic. Yet, he felt no anger, unlike Siyu, and remarked with a smile, "It's fine. If they choose not to cooperate, so be it. Before long, they'll all regret their decision." However, Siyu seemed poised to say more when Tian interjected, "You still don't understand Chen Yang's point, do you? Once we grow our vegetables, and everyone starts making money, those families following Zhao Rui will surely regret it. Even Zhao Laosan will have to blame his elder brother, who harbors animosity towards wealth." "Ah, indeed." Siyu's eyes brightened, and she laughed. "Why didn't Ti think of that? You tend to overthink when you're concerned." Tian teased. "That's quite true," Siyu acknowledged with a nod. "Then let's proceed as planned. When harvest season arrives next year, we'll have them drooling. No need to wait until next year." Chen Yang shook his head. "It's only a few months into the year. We have plenty of time." He continued, "Since we have free time this afternoon, let us go buy the seeds now, and we can start planting in a couple of days." Siyu pursed her lips but said nothing further. After lunch, she drove Chen Yang to the county town. The seeds they intended to purchase were numerous, and the local agricultural supply store might not have such an abundance of stock. It was more prudent to go directly to the county. Chen Yang primarily purchased leafy vegetable seeds, having abstained from buying fruits like cucumbers and tomatoes. The cultivation of such fruit-bearing plants is cumbersome, requiring pollination and presenting various complexities. Not to mention they grow at a slower pace than leafy greens. What he currently seeks is speed, aiming to swiftly retaliate against Zhao Rui. After acquiring the seeds, Chen Yang did not wait for Siyu to escort him. Instead, he took a taxi back to Taohua Village. In the following days, he sequestered himself within his room, diligently focusing on refining the seeds. This fervent endeavor continued until the next day when Li Mei, seeking leisure, visited his home and began discussing the latest village gossip. The topics were trivial, consisting of mundane matters and familial tidbits. Chen Yang initially paid little attention, but upon hearing Li Mei mention Zhao Rui, he promptly made his way to the door of Tian's room. At that moment, he overheard Li Mei whispering, I've heard that Zhao has brought a woman back. And she has been at Zhao Laosan's house for several days without stepping out. Perhaps she has already left? Tian speculated. That is unlikely. Zhao Rui has been unusually active in the village these past few days, far more than ever before, Li Mei retorted. I suspect he might be secretly keeping a mistress in the village. Chapter 63. Truly inhumane. Li Mei and Tian were whispering in the room, completely unaware that outside, Chen Yang was left in a state of shock. Zhao Rui, it seems, is quite the character, engaging in such clandestine affairs. Reflecting on this fellow's deliberate attempts to disrupt Suyu, Chen Yang thought to himself that this was indeed a weapon he had unwittingly provided. After a moment's contemplation, he turned and returned to his own quarters. It was not until dusk that Chen Yang emerged from his room, hastily consuming a few bites of food before addressing Tian. Sister, the seeds are all prepared and ready to be sown. Good. Tian nodded, then cautiously inquired. This time, will they grow overnight as well? Surely not. Chen Yang scratched his head. It can't happen every time. That would be too extraordinary. Oh. Tian's disappointment was evident. I thought you might know. I am not a deity. I don't quite grasp what happened last time either. Chen Yang chuckled. Tian studied him intently, finding no trace of deception in his gaze, and smiled in response. You have a point. Initially, she had harbored doubts about the capacity of their crops to sprout overnight, suspecting some underlying cause. The most plausible explanation was that Chen Yang had performed some extraordinary feat. However, as the second planting did not yield such swift results, she gradually abandoned that notion. Now, she merely asked out of habit, and upon hearing Chen Yang's reasonable explanation, she chose not to pursue the matter further. After dinner, Chen Yang took advantage of the darkness to leave the house. By this hour, the villagers of Taohua Village were mostly preparing for sleep. Some homes had already extinguished their lights, while a few remained illuminated. The home of Zhao Laosan was among the latter. Chen Yang approached the entrance, peering into the courtyard, only to find the curtains drawn, obscuring any view of the interior. Ensuring that no one was watching, he nimbly vaulted into the yard. Stealthily, he crept to the window, where he was suddenly greeted by the sound of a woman's ecstatic laughter emanating from within. Goodness, Aunt Mei was indeed correct. Chen Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, pondering Zhao Rui's blatant disregard for decency. Setting aside everything else, Zhao Laosan had only just returned from the hospital, now rendered incapable of self-care. Yet here was Zhao Rui hosting a woman in his home for merriment. Was this truly the behavior of a human being? Listening intently, the dialogue between Zhao Rui and the woman was dripping with intimacy, sending shivers down Chen Yang's spine. Yet, the more he heard, the greater his curiosity grew. What was Zhao Laosan doing? Surely he couldn't be lying there, a passive observer to his brother's flirtations with a mistress? After searching the window thoroughly for any openings, Chen Yang felt a pang of frustration at the impenetrable view. Undeterred, he glanced towards the alley on the eastern side of the house, suddenly struck by an idea. The back window. Traditional houses in the village typically had a rear window for ventilation. Silently, he made his way to the back, where the light streaming through was indeed brighter. He cautiously leaned in, and what he beheld inside left him utterly astonished. The rear window was adorned with curtains, but possibly due to the wind, a wide gap was exposed. Chen Yang clearly discerned a couple entwined upon the Kong. At the opposite end, Zhao Laosan lay stiffly, his eyes wide open, fixated on the scene before him. This is utterly absurd, Chen Yang thought. Zhao Rui is certainly no decent human being. Zhao Laosan is not a mere vegetable. How could his elder brother engage in such acts in his presence? Who, then, is that woman? With Zhao Rui blocking his view, Chen Yang had yet to see her face, but he could tell her skin was quite fair and her figure ample. While pondering the woman's identity, Zhao Rui suddenly let out a couple of loud cries, and then climbed up. As Chen Yang caught sight of her face, his eyes widened in astonishment. What the hell? This isn't Zhao Rui's little wife. It's Zhao Laosan's spouse. Incredible. Zhao Rui, you are not merely inhuman. You are a beast. Before Chen Yang became a fool, he had heard that Zhao Laosan was perpetually idle, fond of indulging himself, and that his wife had often quarreled with him, nearly resulting in separation. Although they never divorced, the woman had grown increasingly reluctant to care for him, frequently returning to her parental home. After Zhao Laosan unexpectedly became paralyzed, she had not been seen at all. To think that the woman Zhao Rui brought back, as spoken of by Li Mei, was actually her? What in the world is going on? Chen Yang felt a series of exclamations of disbelief rise within him. At that moment, Zhao Rui lay contentedly on the Kong, groping the woman in his embrace, as if Zhao Laosan at the foot of the bed were non-existent. Chen Yang thought to himself, "You beast. You are even less human than he is." Just then, he happened to have his phone with him, so he took it out, activated the recording mode, and pointed it towards the room. Although this scene was quite repulsive, it could serve as evidence and might prove invaluable in the future. After recording for 2 minutes, Chen Yang struggled to suppress his nausea. Feeling it was sufficient, he discreetly put away his phone and left, unnoticed by Zhao Rui and the woman. The next day, Siyu arrived early in the village, bringing along 2 large agricultural machines. One was a harvester for clearing straw, and the other was for sowing vegetable seeds. The villagers' lands were bustling with activity. Some planted various beans, others maize, or other grains. When Siyu discussed the contracting fees, she had already included the cost of seedlings, so these crops, which would yield little, were disregarded by the villagers. As the harvester roared to life, the first transformation of Taohua Village commenced. According to Suyu's plan, vegetable cultivation was merely the beginning. Subsequent projects would include livestock farming and orchards, and before long, this place would become a veritable paradise. The fields were lively, yet at Zhao Laosan's doorstep, Zhao Rui stood with his arms crossed, watching from a distance, his expression dark and foreboding. After a while, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Brother, that woman has truly begun to take action. What are your thoughts?" asked the voice on the other end. Zhao Rui clicked his tongue. It's evidently impossible to confront her directly. She now has the support of Mayor Qi. If I stir up trouble, I shall certainly face repercussions. Instead, let us play it covertly. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence. How shall we proceed? The underhanded approach certainly offers more convenience. Aren't they planning to cultivate vegetables? I shall procure some herbicide shortly and, under the cover of darkness, apply it to the fields. Zhao Rui chuckled. With so much land, how much herbicide will you need? What if they discover it later? The voice on the other end sighed. You, like your brother, lack foresight. What do you propose we do then? Zhao Rui inquired. Let us play it sly. I have a more ingenious plan. Come to the town shortly, and we shall discuss it in person. Very well. Zhao Rui hung up the phone, glanced at the fields, and squinted, saying, Let you revel for now. In a few days, I shall relish your despair. Chen Yang, oblivious to all of this, was physically present at the fields. Yet his gaze occasionally drifted towards the village. By chance, he spotted Zhao Rui's vehicle emerging and heading towards the village entrance. That scoundrel has departed? Chen Yang pondered. While things are lively here, he suddenly leaves. Surely he harbors some ill intentions. No, I must act decisively. Chapter 64. This is his retribution. Zhao Rui's residence is in the town, a detail that Chen Yang is well aware of. Initially, he intended to retain last night's video for future use when the opportunity arose. However, he has now changed his mind. This morning, Zhao Rui had been watching him intently from the entrance, and suddenly left. This could very well indicate that he was up to no good. Chen Yang could not permit Zhao Rui to strike a blow at him during such a critical moment. Thus, he found a secluded spot and dialed Zhang Hua's number. Zhao Rui had just parked his car upon returning to town when his phone rang. Upon seeing that it was his wife calling, he answered with an air of disdain. What is it? Where are you? Came the gruff voice from the receiver. Zhao Rui's wife, Wang Yanli, lived up to her name in the most ironic way. Her appearance was anything but splendid. This woman, robust and fiery, had earned a notorious reputation in the town as a shrew. Zhao Rui typically feared her. And hearing her voice now made him feel a twinge of anxiety as he swallowed hard. I'm at work. Fine, just wait there. Wang Yanli abruptly hung up. What has got into her? Zhao Rui thought, perplexed, though a sense of impending doom washed over him. He mused that he hadn't done anything particularly wrong lately. Except for a few clandestine activities she surely could not know about. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to remain where he was, fearing that any trouble might escalate to the town government, which would not end well for him. A few minutes later, Wang Yanli arrived on her electric bike. The moment Zhao Rui caught sight of her expression, he sensed trouble. What kind of look was that? It seemed murderous. As his wife approached with determined strides, he instinctively took a couple of steps back. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with me? Wang Yanli retorted as she closed the distance. Raising her hand without further ado, with a resounding slap, Zhao Rui spun around, his face instantly swelling from the blow. Dazed and bewildered, he covered his face, a mix of shock and anger flooding his senses. What are you doing? Can't you see where we are? I care not where we are. Wang Yanli, formidable and powerful, swung her hand again. The clarity of those two strikes echoed, drawing the attention of bystanders from across the street and within the town government. Curiosity piqued. Onlookers flocked to witness the unfolding drama. They were soon treated to the sight of the town's security chief being soundly slapped into a state of disarray by his own wife. Some rushed forth to intervene. But alas, they could not separate Wang Yanli, who merely flicked them aside as they fell to the ground. You beast, entangling with your sister-in-law. You are no human being, engaging in such scandalous affairs. Zhao Laosan has yet to meet his end, and you dare to do this? You truly deserve to die. As Wang Yanli rained blows upon him, her scathing words resonated with the crowd, who began to grasp the situation. On the day Zhao Laosan met his fate, word had spread throughout the town, and none had spoken well of him. Now, upon learning of Zhao Rui's transgressions, whispers circulated among the crowd, declaring him even more reprehensible than his brother. At this moment, Zhao Rui had been thoroughly beaten, dazed, and rendered incapable of resistance. A mere puddle of despair sprawled upon the ground. However, Wang Yanli remained unsatisfied, grasping his collar with one hand while delivering resounding slaps with the other, the sharp crack of each hit echoing in the air. At that moment, several individuals emerged from the courtyard of the town government, with the leader being the town's head, Qi Jinsong. Upon witnessing the scene outside, he bellowed in anger, "Stop it!" Yet, Wang Yanli seemed oblivious, continuing her relentless assault. Qi Jinsong, growing anxious, turned and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Are you waiting for someone to be killed?" When the head of the town lost his temper, his subordinates dared not disobey, rushing forward to restrain Wang Yanli. After considerable effort, 7 or 8 people managed to subdue her. Seeing Zhao Rui gasping for breath, Qi Jisong quickly ordered someone to take him to the hospital, then turned to Wang Yanli and said, "What is wrong with you, woman? Are you determined to beat him to death? I will kill this beast." Wang Yanli gasped, breaking free from their grasp and pulling out her phone. "You all see what he has done." In an instant, a crowd gathered around her. Qi Jisong, witnessing this, swiftly snatched the phone from her hand, exclaiming, "What are you all gathering for? Disperse." The onlookers, residents of the town, were curious yet hesitant to approach directly. However, with the town head intervening, they dared not act out of line, chuckling as they dispersed, having heard enough, speculating that Wang Yanli must possess concrete evidence. Otherwise, why would she reveal her phone? Qi Jinsong glanced at the video before shutting it off, finding it too disturbing. He then turned his gaze to Wang Chuanbing, asking, "Look at what your subordinate has done. It has nothing to do with me. He was already part of the security team before I arrived." Wang Chuanbing replied innocently, a bitter smile on his face. Qi Jisong narrowed his eyes. "I hear you two have been getting quite close lately?" Wang Chuanbing shrugged, "Not at all, just normal work communication. I haven't even set foot in Zhao Rui's house. Immediately dismiss Zhao Rui from all his positions and expel him," Qi Jinsong said, his face darkening, before turning back towards the courtyard. The others followed suit, while Wang Yanli was taken away by the arriving police station. Wang Chuanbing lingered at the entrance for a moment, his brow furrowed. He had just arranged to meet Zhao Rui to discuss matters. How had things gone awry? Why had Wang Yanli rushed here? After a brief contemplation, he headed towards the police station. Meanwhile, Chen Yang had just begun his gardening work. In the front, a harvester was clearing the way, while a seeder followed behind, evenly distributing vegetable seeds. Everything was proceeding methodically. The phone rang, and Chen Yang answered, asking, "How is it?" "Zhao Rui has been sent to the hospital," came the reply. Zhang Hua chuckled. "That kid almost got killed." "Oh, and then?" Chen Yang inquired, his tone indifferent. Zhang Hua responded, "His wife was taken to the police station. That Wang seems a bit dazed, probably unsure of what to do, and just followed them to the station." "All right, got it," Chen Yang smiled. "I'll come over to your place to discuss this later tonight." "Understood, Yang Gu." Zhang Hua hung up the phone. Although the incident involving Zhao Rui transpired in the town, by noon, the residents of Taohua Village were already well informed. During lunch, Tian shared the news with Chen Yang and Su Yu. One might consider it a fitting retribution, wouldn't one? Upon hearing this, Su Yu frowned, exclaiming, "This individual is utterly repugnant." Tian concurred, stating, "Indeed, he is worse than a beast." She then added, "I just overheard some villagers mention that Zhao Laosan's wife has already fled upon hearing the news." Su Yu inquired, "And what of Zhao Laosan? Who cares about him?" The details were unclear. Tian shook her head. "That scoundrel has tormented the neighborhood for so many years, surely no one will come to his aid. And he won't even receive food. He can't possibly starve to death at home, can he?" So you bit her lip, glancing at Chen Yang. "What else wrong?" Do I have food on my face? Chen Yang, feigning innocence, elicited a roll of the eyes from Su Yu, who thought to herself, "You're just playing dumb." Observing this, Chen Yang chuckled. "I assure you, Zhao Laosan will not be neglected. Rest assured." "Who would attend to him?" Tian and Su Yu inquired in unison. Chen Yang replied, "Let us not forget the Zhao family has 3 brothers. There is still Zhao Lair." Chapter 65. Joyful occasions bring a light spirit indeed. "There is another one." Tian seemed to recall suddenly and continued, "But he hasn't returned in several years, has he? This time he surely will." Chen Yang replied with a smile. In his memory, Zhao Er was a tall and slender fellow, always wearing a smile as if he had a pleasant disposition. Yet, within the Zhao family, he was the most unscrupulous among the 3 brothers. Years ago, this young man had been mingling with a group in the county town, and during a brawl, he accidentally caused a death, resulting in a prison sentence. However, it was said that he was released after just 2 or 3 years. Since then, he had not set foot back in Taohua Village, and the reason remained a mystery. Now that Zhao De and Zhao San had both encountered misfortune, leaving the family in disarray, Chen Yang felt certain that Zhao Er would return, even if he had no intention of doing so. The town would undoubtedly reach out to him, as he was the only capable relative left. After lunch, Su Yu and Tian went back to their room for a short nap, as they still had to continue planting vegetables in the afternoon. Chen Yang, feeling neither tired nor drowsy, leisurely sat in the yard playing with the dog. Once the day's work was done and twilight began to settle, he made his way to the town. Zhang Hua was already waiting for him. Upon seeing Chen Yang arrive, he promptly turned on the electric stove and cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother Yang, you're here. Come, take a seat. We've been waiting for you to start the meal. Are we having hot pot?" Chen Yang inquired, noticing the table laden with an array of meats and vegetables, with a divided pot in the center. "Quite a feast," he remarked. "Joyful occasions indeed uplift the spirit." Zhang Hua was in high spirits, popping open a bottle of white liquor and immediately pouring a glass for Chen Yang. He quickly waved his hand, saying, "You all enjoy. I have no interest in this." "Very well then, Brother Yang one tea drink, so we shall." Zhang Hua did not insist further, and everyone poured themselves a glass. During the meal, he informed Chen Yang that Zhao Rui had suffered a concussion, and it was rather severe. His wife, Wang Yanli, had been detained for intentional injury. However, Chen Yang was more interested in another matter. After listening, he asked, "And what about Wang Chuanbing's reaction? He's like a lost dog, suddenly without his supporters. Utterly at a loss." Zhang Hua laughed. "This indicates he has indeed been compromised." Chen Yang nodded. Now that his recently acquired ally is gone, anyone would feel disoriented in his situation. Indeed, Brother Yang, you should have seen it. A dignified deputy town head, emerging from the hospital as if he had lost his soul, quite the spectacle. Zhang Hua chuckled. "Let us not be too amused just yet. Tell me, has the police station come knocking?" Chen Yang inquired. "Come here? Why would they?" Zhang Hua laughed. "Perhaps they are investigating the source of that video." Chen Yang regarded him intently. "How did you send it to Zhao Rui's wife?" "Ah, well," Zhang Hua's expression brightened, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. "I logged in with someone else's account, then joined the neighborhood group in town and added her." "Oh, how meticulous." Chen Yang was somewhat surprised. The excuses he had contemplated on the way were now unnecessary. He chuckled, "Indeed, but how did others acquire that account?" "It's quite simple. I've done it before." Zhang Hua's words were abruptly swallowed as he continued. "All right, Brother Yang, rest assured, this matter will not trace back to me. Even if it did, what could I do to betray you? I was merely worried about you being implicated." Chen Yang smiled and chose not to press further. After all, Zhang Hua had turned over a new leaf. He was indifferent to his past misdeeds. Dinner was a joyful affair, with the group devouring every dish on the table. Eventually, as the food dwindled, one of Zhang Hua's younger companions dashed to the supermarket to procure some pickled vegetables and peanuts. Upon returning and setting the items down, the young man exclaimed, "Guess who I saw at the supermarket entrance?" "Who?" Zhang Hua, slightly tipsy, had a rosy complexion. "Jiang Yu." "Oh, what was she doing?" Zhang Hua inquired again. "Shopping at the supermarket, and when she saw me, she asked what I was up to." "And what did you say?" Zhang Hua's eyes widened with anxiety. "I said, Brother Hua is at home working out. He even forgot to eat dinner." The young man replied with a grin. "Good thinking." Zhang Hua sighed in relief. "Had you told her I was drinking, that would have been disastrous." Just as he finished speaking, the door burst open with a loud bang, revealing a round-faced woman with a stern expression. "This is what you call working out?" She pointed at the mess on the table. "No, sister, please let me explain." Zhang Hua quickly got to his feet. Explain what? What did you promise me a few days ago? Yes, I did promise not to drink again. But Brother Yang is here today, so I just had a glass. Zhang Hua's face fell, mirroring a bitter melon. The scene resembled a teacher chastising a schoolboy. Chen Yang couldn't help but find amusement in the situation, pondering who Jiang Yu was and what their relationship entailed. Could she be the girl Zhang Hua was pursuing? However, in the next moment, Jiang Yu widened her eyes and retorted, still making excuses? Our mother left us early, and I was supposed to look after you. Yet, you've never given me a moment's peace. She then turned her ire towards Chen Yang. And you? Why haven't I seen you before? Which gang do you belong to? Chen Yang thought, what does this have to do with me? It suddenly dawned on him that Zhang Hua had a half-sister, which must be her. No wonder her surname was Jiang. Sister, you're mistaken. I'm not. Who is your sister? Jiang Yu glared, hands on her hips. I warn you. Keep your distance from my brother. He has improved and won't associate with unsavory characters anymore. Chen Yang was utterly speechless and glanced at Zhang Hua. Aren't you going to say something? I. Zhang Hua hung his head, resembling a mouse confronted by a cat, utterly at a loss for words. In a moment of helplessness, Chen Yang could only explain, I am not a delinquent. I am a classmate of Zhang Hua. We were once the best of friends and recently crossed paths again. What is your name? Jiang Yu squinted her eyes, her expression full of suspicion. Chen Yang, he replied, hoping that revealing his name would alleviate her anger. However, to his surprise, Jiang Yu let out a cold laugh. You certainly have a bold imagination. With that, she raised her hand and swung it towards him. Given that Chen Yang was at the 4th level of qi refinement, there was no way she could land a hit. He tilted his body slightly to evade her strike and, bewildered, retorted, what do you mean by imagination? I am indeed Chen Yang. I heard just a few days ago that Chen Yang had been rendered foolish. Jiang Yu scoffed. Do you think I returned this time without doing anything? You even inquired about me? Chen Yang, puzzled, glanced back at Zhang Hua and warned, if you don't speak up, I will kick you out. Big sister. He is indeed Chen Yang, my brother Yang. Zhang Hua raised his head, as if summoning courage. I'm currently hanging out with brother Yang. Chen Yang thought to himself that it would have been better if he had remained silent. The way he spoke made it sound as if he were the leader of a gang. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Jiang Yu preparing to strike again, so he swiftly moved to the doorway and exclaimed angrily, what is wrong with you? Why do you resort to violence so easily? Do you really think I am someone to be trifled with? Chapter 66. I must bring you to tears at this moment. Jiang Yu was seething with anger and kicked out fiercely. Chen Yang dodged once more, yet he refrained from retaliating. Harming a woman was beyond his principles, even if she was unreasonable. Consequently, as he evaded, Jiang Yu activated her taunting mode. Coward. You claim I'm not difficult to bully? All you can do is dodge. There are plenty of mouse holes around here. Why don't you hide in one? You insufferable woman. Chen Yang's temper flared. Particularly upon witnessing Zhang Hua's pitiful demeanor, his frustration reached its peak. He nodded resolutely. Fine. You have forced my hand. What of it? Jiang Yu retaliated with another kick. Bang. Chen Yang grasped her ankle and gently twisted it. Jiang Yu reacted swiftly, sensing the pressure on her ankle. With a powerful push from her other foot, she leapt into the air. Then, she spun horizontally in midair, effortlessly neutralizing Chen Yang's strength. Oh, they both exclaimed in unison. Chen Yang was taken aback by Jiang Yu's agility, while she was surprised by his formidable strength. Locking eyes, Jiang Yu shed her earlier disdain and asked earnestly, shall we step outside for a duel? Sure. Chen Yang was eager to engage. Given his prowess, dealing with the woman before him would be a simple task, yet the confines of the room were too restrictive for a proper confrontation. Now that she proposed an outdoor bout, it perfectly aligned with his desires. Without hesitation, he turned and stepped into the courtyard. Jiang Yu followed closely. While Zhang Hua's underlings exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting uncertainty about how to proceed. Zhang Hua, however, smirked and winked at them. What does that mean, boss? One of the underlings asked, perplexed. You're such an idiot. Zhang Hua shot him a glare. Just watch and learn, will you? Oh, right. The underling, still confused, dared not inquire further. Thus, the group stood at the entrance, bewilderedly observing the standoff between Chen Yang and Jiang Yu, uncertain of what would unfold next. At this moment, Jiang Yu wore an arrogant expression, beckoning Chen Yang with her fingers. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you have 3 strikes first. Chen Yang was incensed, thinking to himself that if it weren't for her connection to Zhang Hua, he would have delivered a few slaps to her backside by now. He had encountered arrogance before, but never to this extent. Disregarding further banter, Since she had challenged him to 3 strikes, he simply nodded and made his move. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu found herself momentarily blinded, and then Chen Yang seemed to vanish. Suddenly, his voice resonated in her ear. You know what will happen when I land this punch, right? What the hell? How did you get behind me? Jiang Yu exclaimed, momentarily dazed. Enough chatter, do you surrender? Chen Yang inquired. I will not. Jiang Yu roared, pivoting to strike. Yet, where was Chen Yang? Had he vanished into thin air? Jiang Yu was taken aback, turning around, yet still failing to spot Chen Yang. It was not just him. Zhang Hua and the others also found themselves unable to locate anyone, as if Chen Yang had vanished into thin air. Are you looking for me? Chen Yang's voice echoed above them. How on earth did you get up there, Brother Yang? Zhang Hua exclaimed, gazing upwards to discover Chen Yang perched atop the roof. The house was notably tall, with the roof at least 4 meters above the ground. For an average person, ascending would necessitate a ladder, which would undoubtedly take some time. Yet, Chen Yang seemed to have reached the top in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yu, equally bewildered, pointed at Chen Yang and shouted, Get down from there. What on earth are you doing up so high? Are you willing to concede? Not a chance. Jiang Yu, stubborn as a mule, refused to back down. Chen Yang, exasperated, retorted, Are you forcing me to make you cry? Come on, if you have the guts. Jiang Yu assumed a combative stance. Chen Yang glanced at Zhang Hua, saying, Your sister is something else. With that, he vanished in a flash, reappearing behind Jiang Yu, and delivered a swift slap. The sound was crisp and resonant. Ah! Jiang Yu yelped as she felt the sting on her backside, instinctively rubbing the spot. But as she turned around in search of Chen Yang, her hand relaxed, only for her rear to be smacked again. Ouch! This time, Jiang Yu was genuinely frightened. That slap had considerable force. Yet, Chen Yang showed no sign of stopping, raising his hand for another strike. This time, the impact was even greater, and Jiang Yu gasped, her eyes welling up with tears. At that moment, she could only perceive a blur of movement, unable to pinpoint Chen Yang, leaving her defenseless. Just as another slap was imminent, Jiang Yu surrendered, exclaiming, Stop! Stop! I give in. Slap. Another hit landed. Jiang Yu felt as though half of her backside was numb. It was clear that it had swollen. The combination of pain, fear, and a sudden wave of indignation overwhelmed her, and she finally burst into tears. I promised to make you cry, and I intend to keep that promise. Chen Yang chuckled. Zhang Hua and the others stood in stunned silence. One of the younger members leaned in and whispered, Boss, will we ever be able to do what Brother Yang just did? Zhang Hua replied, I have no idea. If I could move that quickly, I'd do anything. The younger member nodded, Incredible. I'd gladly trade a few years off my life for that kind of skill. It's just too impressive. As Jiang Yu sobbed in the courtyard, Chen Yang's anger dissipated. However, once his frustration subsided, he realized the predicament he was in. It was easy to make someone cry, but soothing them afterward was an entirely different challenge. With a clever thought, Chen Yang turned to Zhang Hua and said, I'm leaving this to you. I've just remembered I have matters to attend to at home. Without waiting for a response, he turned and departed. Hey, Brother Yang. Zhang Hua's words trailed off as Chen Yang vanished from sight. What should we do now, Brother Hua? The younger member inquired. Don't worry. This situation is manageable now. Zhang Hua reassured him. Zhang Hua raised an eyebrow and approached Jiang Yu, saying, Sister, cease your tears. Your face resembles that of a little calico cat. Get lost. Jiang Yu retorted as she wiped her tears. Surprisingly, Zhang Hua was no longer intimidated by her. With a cheerful grin, he remarked, That person earlier was indeed Chen Yang. He is not a thug, as you can now see, right? Jiang Yu wiped her eyes and glared at him, asking, How come his skills are so formidable? Is he even stronger than I am? Well, I cannot say for certain. You would have to inquire with him, Zhang Hua chuckled. How about you return home for now? And tomorrow I shall take you to Peach Blossom Village to find Brother Yang? All right. Jiang Yu nodded and turned to leave. As soon as she departed, Zhang Hua was filled with exuberance, as though he had just won the lottery. This formidable sister of his would finally stop troubling him. She now had a new focus. Why are you so cheerful, Brother Hua? Did your sister get beaten? The younger brothers queried, perplexed. What do you know? Zhang Hua shot them a glare. With her fearless nature, she has finally encountered her match. Is that not a cause for celebration? The younger brothers were left speechless. Zhang Hua looked at them and said, Why are you standing there in a daze? Go back inside and continue drinking. Meanwhile, Chen Yang returned to the village and intentionally glanced at Zhao Laosan's house. To his surprise, the lights were on. Who could possibly have turned them on, considering Zhao Laosan was unable to move? Chapter 67. You rascal, Zhao Lao heir has returned? Chen Yang was perplexed, finding it rather improbable that Zhao Lao heir would return so swiftly. With curiosity piqued, he circled around to the rear of Zhao Lao San's residence. Stealthily scaling the courtyard wall, he arrived at the backyard and peered through the window. Indeed, there were individuals inside, more than one. An elderly figure was applying something to Zhao Lao San, while a younger person held a tray beside him. Realization dawned upon Chen Yang. They were administering treatment to Zhao Lao San. Intrigued, he pondered the origins of these two. Given Zhao Lao San's nerve damage, recovery seemed impossible. Yet, these two were diligently applying some substance to him. Could there be a hidden remedy? With his own understanding of medicine, Chen Yang knew he could not heal Zhao Lao San. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to disturb those within and quietly departed. Some matters should not be pursued overtly. In due time, the answers would reveal themselves. The next day, just as Chen Yang finished his breakfast, a three-wheeled cart pulled up outside. Upon seeing who was aboard, he immediately stood. You, how come? It was none other than Zhang Hua and Jiang Yu. Yang, I've brought my sister here to apologize, Zhang Hua beamed. Chen Yang was rendered speechless, bewildered by this turn of events. Observing Zhang Hua's cheerful demeanor, he suddenly grasped the situation. They were attempting to thrust this hot potato into his hands. You rascal. Understanding this, he glanced at the silent Jiang Yu and addressed Zhang Hua. What is there to apologize for? I've completely forgotten about yesterday. That won't do. An apology is a must. Zhang Hua insisted with a grin. Stop right there. Chen Yang raised his hand to halt him. You've been rather idle lately. Haven't you? Well, not much going on. Zhang Hua replied, scratching his head in confusion. Perfect. I plan to plant fruit trees in the village. So bring your friends over to help me dig holes, 100 a day. Huh? Zhang Hua was taken aback. That many? Chen Yang shot him a fierce glare. No food until the work is done. Brother, you might as well kill us. Zhang Hua exclaimed, nearly jumping in disbelief. Chen Yang chuckled. You started it. Enough of this nonsense. I truly came to apologize. Jiang Yu stepped forward. My master once said, to defy a superior is a crime. Chen Yang observed her, noting that she had become considerably more restrained compared to before, no longer exhibiting such arrogance. He nodded. Very well, I accept your apology. You may return now. I want tea leave. Jiang Yu widened her eyes defiantly. I want to stay and learn martial arts from you. Chen Yang was at a loss for words and turned to Zhang Hua. Go dig those holes. Brother. Zhang Hua was on the verge of tears. I am not learning for free. I can pay tuition, Jiang Yu declared. Oh. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Are you quite wealthy? Somewhat, Jiang Yu nodded. Zhang Hua quickly added, my sister is indeed quite affluent. Chen Yang felt a stirring of interest. Jiang Yu noticed this and promptly said, how about this? I will train under you in martial arts, paying a monthly tuition of 10,000, with meals to be accounted for separately. Does that sound agreeable? That seems reasonable. Chen Yang feigned hesitation, but inwardly he rejoiced. 10,000 a month was no small sum. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately countered. Then it shall be 20,000. Agreed. Without a moment's pause, Chen Yang nodded vigorously. I will return to make arrangements and then move in. Jiang Yu turned and rode off on her tricycle. Wait. Chen Yang was left dazed, unable to call out again as he watched her ride away. Turning back, he saw Zhang Hua with an uncontainable grin, so he stepped forward to embrace his neck. What is the story with your sister? Ow, let go. Brother, hear me out. Zhang Hua pleaded while explaining, my sister has practiced martial arts since childhood, and her temper is quite formidable. Ever since she returned a few days ago. My life has been nothing short of miserable. Where does she acquire her wealth? Chen Yang inquired. Her master provides it, Zhang Hua replied. Who is her master? I have no idea. She has never mentioned it. Regardless, I wouldn't recognize them. Chen Yang shook his head, releasing his grip. You truly are something. Unable to handle her, you send her my way. From what your sister implies, she intends to reside in my home. Of course, she is renting in town as well. Where else would she stay? Zhang Hua scratched his head, grinning. Don't worry, brother Yang. My sister may have a volatile temperament, but you can manage her. Once she is here, she certainly won't cause you any trouble. Besides, her skills are commendable. Having her here means she has someone to look after her. Does it not? That makes sense. Chen Yang nodded. Yet, he remained puzzled. Given that Jiang Yu had a master and had trained outside for many years, why had she suddenly returned? He asked Zhang Hua, but he could only shrug, admitting he hadn't dared to inquire when Jiang Yu had come back. Well then, Chen Yang thought, I shall ask Jiang Yu later. He then advised Zhang Hua, stay vigilant in town, especially regarding the Zhao brothers. If you hear anything, do not forget to inform me. Understood, Zhang Hua nodded, then added, however, Zhao Laoda cannot stir trouble in the short term, and Zhao Laosan is quite useless. Why do you concern yourself with this? You see, last night, Chen Yang recounted the events, leaving Zhang Hua a bit perplexed. Could it be Zhao Lao's doing? Hard to say. I cannot inquire, Chen Yang shrugged. In any case, this matter is suspicious. Keep a lookout, and I will be informed promptly of any village news. Rest assured, Brother Yang. After more than an hour, Jiang Yu returned, her tricycle laden with only a large suitcase and nothing else. In the morning, Tian was not at home, but she was now aware that a guest would be arriving soon and staying for several days. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, she beamed with a welcoming smile and approached her. Welcome. I am Chen Yang's sister. Tian, right? It's a pleasure to meet you, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. At that moment, her demeanor exuded an air of innocence, leaving both Chen Yang and Zhang Hua somewhat bewildered as they exchanged glances. Jiang Yu, unperturbed, carried her suitcase and followed Tian into the house, leaving the two men to regard one another in silence. Eventually, Zhang Hua broke the quiet, inquiring, Bro, should we still dig the tree pit? No need. Chen Yang shook his head and continued, in the next couple of days, I will earn some money. You can have the brothers help me gather some medicinal herbs. A few herbs? You don't need to pay me. I can cover that. Zhang Hua patted his chest confidently. That amount won't suffice. Chen Yang chuckled. I'll transfer you 5 million first. How much? Zhang Hua, astonished, widened his eyes in disbelief. 5 million? What's the matter? Chen Yang looked at him. If you run out, I can send you another 2 or 3 million as needed. Well, Zhang Hua took a few steps back, staring at him in shock. Yang, when did you win the lottery? Chapter 68. The lecherous one. What lottery did you win? Chen Yang glared at Zhang Hua. I earned it myself. And how did you earn that? Zhang Hua was bewildered. That's several million, not just a few hundred. That's none of your concern. My wealth will only increase, and you shall not suffer, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Zhang Hua nodded in agreement. All right. I'll have the brothers look into it. I'll make sure the herbs are sufficiently supplied. He then lowered his voice, adding, and don't worry about my attitude. If you, Brother Yang, can become my brother-in-law, I wouldn't object. Get lost. Chen Yang kicked him playfully in the rear. Fortunately, Zhang Hua had consumed the pills Chen Yang provided, significantly enhancing his resilience, so it didn't hurt much. After Zhang Hua left, Chen Yang returned to his room and heard Jiang Yu say, Sister, Chen Yang slapped me several times yesterday. Look at this, it's still swollen. The door was ajar, and through the crack, Chen Yang noticed Jiang Yu was turned away, her pants slightly lowered. This woman is actually reporting me. Peering through the gap, he discovered that Jiang Yu's backside was still red and swollen, prompting a mischievous grin. Is this not self-inflicted? Tian, seeing Jiang Yu's injury, sighed and remarked, My brother can be heavy-handed as well. I'll have a word with him later. Jiang Yu replied, There is no need for that. It's my fault for being too impulsive. Chen Yang thought to himself, At least you understand. But then a sudden realization struck him. Given his familiarity with Jiang Yu, how had she become so reasonable all of a sudden? Especially in front of Tian, she was acting like a well-behaved little girl. Could it be that she had some ulterior motive? As he pondered, Jiang Yu's voice echoed from within, Sister, is Chen Yang really not a bad person? Tian hesitated before chuckling wryly. He can be a bit slow at times, but he has improved recently. Oh, is he quite lecherous? Jiang Yu inquired. No, not really? Tian was taken aback. Why do you ask? If he isn't lecherous, why was he hiding outside the door, peeping at my backside? What the hell? Chen Yang heard this and dashed into his room. Simultaneously, the door to Tian's room creaked open, and she declared, No, Chen Yang isn't outside. Oh, I must have misheard, Jiang Yu chuckled. Chen Yang let out a sigh of relief in his room, then realized that this woman was rather formidable. While she couldn't physically overpower him, she certainly had a knack for games of wit. But now that she was in the house, with her belongings all moved in, what could he do? Chen Yang sighed again, thinking, Fine, whatever happens, happens. If she provokes me again, I'll just give her a spanking. Jiang Yu stayed at Chen's house, naturally sharing a room with Tian, which meant Chen Yang no longer had to accompany Tian, marking a small blessing in disguise. As Tian was preparing lunch, Siyu called to inform her that the negotiations regarding the fish ponds were nearly concluded. Though she was unaware of the amount Huang Yukai had spent to acquire them all, this was of little concern. If one wished to know, it could certainly be discovered. A rough estimate would suffice. Chen Yang chuckled softly, and remarked to Suyu, "Regardless, once our silver knife fish are in large supply, repaying the debt will be an effortless task, won't it?" "Indeed." Suyu replied with a smile, continuing, "I won't be going to the village for a while. Uncle Huang can manage the fish ponds. If anything arises, could you check on it for me? Is something wrong? Do you have matters to attend to?" Chen Yang inquired. Puzzled, Suyu explained, "The hotel is getting busy, and Yu has taken leave, leaving me to oversee everything alone." "Leave? What is wrong with her?" Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat as he recalled that he hadn't heard from Suyu in several days. "She has caught a cold and is currently receiving intravenous treatment at the hospital," Suyu informed him. "Oh, I see," Chen Yang nodded. "Then it seems you have your work cut out for you." "It's nothing. It's my own business. Why should I complain?" Suyu replied with a smile. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call, and without hesitation, Chen Yang contacted Huang Youcai's driver. How could Suyu be unwell and not inform him? That's simply wouldn't he do? He must go see her. In a little over half an hour, the driver arrived at his doorstep. Chen Yang promptly stood to leave, and Jiang Yu immediately rose as well, asking, "Where are you going?" "I want to go too." "No need. Stay home and keep my sister company. I'll be back shortly," Chen Yang replied swiftly. Once in the car, he instructed the driver, "Drive quickly." The driver, somewhat bewildered, promptly changed direction and stepped on the gas. Jiang Yu only managed to reach the entrance, watching the car speed away, frustratedly stamping her foot. Chen Yang caught sight of this through the rear window and chuckled, "You think you can compete with me?" On the way to the county, Chen Yang dialed Suyu's number. When the call connected, her voice sounded weak and nasally. "Hello? You really are something, catching a cold and not informing me?" Chen Yang feigned annoyance. Suyu laughed softly. "It's just a minor ailment, minor ailment? Your voice sounds so feeble. Which hospital are you at?" Chen Yang asked. "I'm at the community hospital just below my building. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly." In just over 10 minutes, Chen Yang arrived at the hospital entrance. Upon entering and locating Suyu, his heart ached at her appearance. Her hair was disheveled, her face flushed, and she lacked any vitality. He quickly approached and squatted beside her bed, asking, "How did you manage to catch a cold in this weather?" "I don't know. I just suddenly felt unwell. And that night, I developed a fever," Suyu replied, gazing at him with tenderness in her eyes. "Why did you go to such lengths to come here? If I hadn't come, how much more you would have suffered." Chen Yang smiled and gently reached under the covers. Suyu lay upon the single hospital bed. A thin blanket draped over her. At that moment, she felt Chen Yang's hand and froze momentarily. "Do not be afraid. I have no intentions of taking advantage of you." Chen Yang chuckled softly, checking her pulse. Moments later, his brow furrowed in concern. "What is it?" Suyu inquired. "Your condition appears somewhat serious." Chen Yang withdrew his hand and felt her forehead. "You still have a fever." "The doctor said a few more days of anti-inflammatory injections should suffice," Suyu murmured. "But that is quite concerning, isn't it?" Chen Yang rose, saying, "Wait for me. I will return shortly." With that, he turned and left, leaving Suyu lying there, bewildered. 20 minutes later, Chen Yang returned with a bag and promptly removed the four from her hand. "You have now developed myocarditis. If we do not act swiftly, it could lead to dire consequences." His expression was grave. "Come, I shall take you home for treatment." Upon observing his demeanor, Suyu recognized the seriousness of the situation. Thus she remained silent and nodded in agreement. Once upstairs, finding the house empty, Chen Yang asked, "Where is your aunt?" "The housekeeper took her to the park," she replied. "Very well, let us go to your room." As they entered, Chen Yang closed the door behind them. "Do not overthink. My sole intention is to treat your illness," he reassured her. "Huh?" Suyu was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Chen Yang scratched his head. "It means that for your treatment, you will need to remove your upper garment." Chapter 69. Breathtaking scenery. What? This? Suyu was momentarily taken aback, her face quickly flushing crimson as she lowered her head. Chen Yang anticipated this reaction and smiled reassuringly. "Do not be afraid. I genuinely wish to assist you in your treatment." "I understand." Suyu lifted her gaze. Despite her rosy complexion, she did not appear anxious as she reached to unfasten the buttons of her outer garment. Chen Yang feigned composure, yet his heart raced uncontrollably. The room fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere suddenly charged with intimacy. As Suyu shed her outer clothing, a delicate white brow was revealed, and she turned away. Chen Yang observed her from behind as she unbuttoned her garment, the thin fabric gently cascading down her arms. "What should I do next?" Suyu inquired softly. Chen Yang took a deep breath. "Please lie down, and I shall administer the medication." "Oh." Suyu gradually reclined on the bed, her arm shielding her chest, her face a deep shade of red. Chen Yang prepared the medication, extracting the active ingredients, and turned to her. Should your arm be lifted? Su Yu, eyes closed, gently asked, must it? Chen Yang nodded. Yes, I need to apply the medicine over your heart, allowing it to penetrate the skin for maximum efficacy. Very well. Su Yu inhaled deeply, tightly closing her eyes, and slowly lowered her arm. At that moment, Chen Yang beheld a scene that no man could ever tire of. However, he felt too bashful to stare for long and quickly pressed the medication onto Su Yu's chest. Both were tense, particularly Su Yu, whose cheeks burned with embarrassment. Chen Yang was not faring much better, but he forced himself to remain composed as he gradually activated the medicinal properties. Remarkably, Su Yu felt his hand was feverishly warm. But soon afterwards, a refreshing sensation enveloped her chest. In just a few minutes, the discomfort she had been feeling vanished entirely. After a while, Chen Yang reluctantly withdrew his hand. All done. Oh. Su Yu remained still, her eyes still shut. Chen Yang, puzzled, asked, what's wrong? I'm fine. Su Yu peeked at him, her face still flushed. You've seen everything. That's merely for your treatment. Chen Yang stammered, scratching his head awkwardly. Honestly, your myocarditis has manifested. If not treated promptly, it could lead to serious complications. I know, Su Yu nodded, retrieving her garments and dressing before him. Noticing Chen Yang's dazed expression, she playfully chided, Fool, why are you still staring? Oh. Chen Yang hastily turned around, facing away from her. Now that I've dressed, why avoid looking? Su Yu shot him an exasperated glance before rising. So, is this sufficient? No further treatment needed? In a moment of trepidation, Chen Yang realized that perhaps another treatment session was indeed necessary for reinforcement. Come on, you've already used up all the medicine you bought, Su Yu pouted. This so-called additional treatment is merely an excuse to gain more benefits, isn't it? Chen Yang, caught in the act, felt a flush creep over his face. No. It's truly for reinforcement. What if it relapses? Oh, is that so? Su Yu observed his reddened ears, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Then how about you treat me again tomorrow? Sure. Chen Yang nodded eagerly. Just as he concluded his words, a sound echoed from the entrance. Su Yu's mother and the maid returned from a stroll in the park. Seeing Chen Yang, Yulon expressed her pleasant surprise. What a rare guest. Oh, please don't say that, Auntie. Chen Yang quickly rose, thinking to himself how perfectly timed their return was. After explaining the purpose of his visit, he intended to take his leave, but Yulon insisted he stay for dinner. Reluctantly, Chen Yang acquiesced. Once the meal was finished, he finally took his leave. With little else to attend to, he made his way to the fish pond, having promised Su Yu to keep a closer watch over it. He could not go back on his word. Additionally, the supply of silver knife fish fry was somewhat lacking, so he needed to devise a plan. By the time he returned home, it was already 7 in the evening. Tian and Jiang Yu were present, both engaged in dinner. Yang, you've returned just in time. The food is still warm. Let me get you a serving, Tian offered as she headed to the kitchen. Chen Yang sat down, noticing Jiang Yu's penetrating gaze upon him. What's wrong? He inquired. You were out all day? Jiang Yu remarked. Indeed, there was much to attend to. Chen Yang nodded, picking up his chopsticks. When will you teach me martial arts? Jiang Yu pressed further. Why the hurry? I'm not yet aware of your foundational skills. We must ascertain that first, Chen Yang replied with a smile. When do you plan to figure that out? Jiang Yu persisted. After dinner, perhaps? Chen Yang felt a bit uneasy under her scrutiny, realizing that without a definitive answer, she would continue her inquiries indefinitely. Satisfied at last, Jiang Yu nodded and ceased her gaze. All right. As they finished their meal, the night gradually deepened. Fearing mosquitoes, Tian retreated to her room. What have you learned before? Chen Yang, having never taught martial arts to anyone, felt the need to put on a show, recalling the tuition fees at stake. Want to see my foundation? Jiang Yu responded, her eyes brightening. That's simple. I'll perform a set of punches for you. All right. Chen Yang nodded, pulling over a stool to sit at the side. Stepping to the center of the yard, Jiang Yu assumed a starting posture, and with a swift motion, she launched into a series of punches. To his surprise, she executed them with precision and vigor, each strike slicing through the air. Chen Yang watched, captivated, and nodded in approval once she finished her routine. Not bad at all. What styles do you know? Jiang Yu inquired. I did not intend to teach you martial arts. Chen Yang chuckled. Of course, it's not about knife techniques or swordplay either. Then what will you teach me? Jiang Yu inquired, her expression one of confusion. Chen Yang replied. Has your master ever mentioned that one strong effort can conquer 10 techniques? Yes, he has. Why do you ask? I plan to enhance your strength. Chen Yang regarded her. Once you possess sufficient power, mastering martial arts will pose no difficulty. I absolutely refuse. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes dramatically. Oh, why is that? Chen Yang was perplexed, completely unprepared for such a resolute rejection. Being a girl, it's rather unseemly to develop a muscular physique. Jiang Yu stated earnestly. Oh, is that the reason? Chen Yang chuckled. You are quite vain. At least you recognize your femininity. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yu retorted, clearly displeased, hands on her hips as she questioned him loudly. With your temperament, you hardly resemble a girl. Chen Yang laughed lightly. All right, I did not mean to provoke you. It was merely an offhand remark. Rest assured, my method will not turn you into a muscular Barbie. What method do you have that can grant me strength without increasing my muscle mass? Jiang Yu asked. Well, that's currently a secret. Chen Yang smiled. Now, let's call it a day. It's time for a shower and some rest. What? Is this really the end of my lesson? Jiang Yu was utterly bewildered. Chapter 70. Treatment in the car. Indeed, it is merely the first lesson. Why the urgency? Chen Yang observed Jiang Yu and remarked. One must always adhere to a principle of gradual progression, from the superficial to the profound. Jiang Yu, at a loss for words, perceived the individual before her as nothing short of a charlatan. With a glare, she declared, Fine, I shall observe how you intend to augment my strength. Should there be no discernible effect within a month, I shall refrain from payment. Rest assured, you will be compelled to pay with complete satisfaction. Chen Yang replied with a smile. The following morning, Jiang Yu awoke early, engaged in her morning routine, and simultaneously assisted Tian in preparing breakfast while awaiting Chen Yang's rise. However, despite having completed the meal, there was no sign of him. Consequently, Jiang Yu marched to his room and knocked on the door. Are you awake, you lazy pig? Receiving no response, she pushed the door open, only to discover his absence. It dawned on her that Chen Yang was not merely sleeping in, but had already departed. You, leaving without taking me along, Jiang Yu exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot before returning to the courtyard. What is the matter? Tian inquired upon noticing her agitated demeanor. I was hoping to ask him about some martial arts techniques, but he has vanished without a trace. Jiang Yu fumed. Oh, Yang often does this. I've grown accustomed to it. Tian chuckled. Let us eat first. He might return shortly. At that moment, Chen Yang had already arrived in the county seat. His early rise was not intentional. Rather, he intended to visit work today since Su Yu's ailment had resolved. Chen Yang was preoccupied with the thought of providing her with another treatment, which prompted his early arrival. Given that He Yulan was at home, treatment at her residence proved inconvenient. Thus, upon meeting Su Yu, Chen Yang suggested they secure a hotel room for privacy. However, she declined, feeling embarrassed about the implications of a man and woman visiting a hotel in the early morning. Ultimately, Chen Yang found a compromise, proposing they utilize the car instead. He instructed the driver to park in the underground garage and then granted him leave. Once the driver departed, Chen Yang retrieved the necessary medicinal materials and turned to Su Yu. Would you prefer the front seat or the back? Su Yu appeared somewhat perplexed. How would treatment occur in the front seat? It's simple. The passenger seat can be adjusted to lie flat, Chen Yang explained. Is that so? Su Yu responded with realization and then inquired, how did you come to know that? Chen Yang hesitated. I saw it on television. What of it? Nothing in particular, just curious, Su Yu replied, refraining from further explanation. She reached out to adjust the seat but struggled to locate the switch. With a sigh, Chen Yang exited the vehicle, approached her side, and squatted to find the control. The electric switch was convenient, albeit a tad sluggish. Once the seat was sufficiently reclined, he closed the door and returned to the driver's seat. The garage was enveloped in darkness, and the car's interior was exceptionally quiet. Su Yu was evidently less tense than the previous day. Without needing Chen Yang's prompting, she removed her top and unfastened the buttons. After lying down, she instinctively used her arm to shield herself, feeling too shy to let go completely. Chen Yang finished preparing the medicine and turned to her, saying, All right, let's begin. This was the second time, and Su Yu felt less constrained, gradually moving her arm away. However, as soon as Chen Yang approached, she heard the rapid beating of her heart. What is wrong with you? Su Yu thought to herself, why are you even more nervous than I am? This thought made her unable to resist a smile. Their relationship had already grown quite intimate, and after these two encounters, she had silently accepted Chen Yang as her boyfriend. Yet, there were certain things a girl should not initiate. Su Yu was unsure of what kind of confession she desired. Perhaps it wasn't necessary at all, as they both understood each other well enough. She was aware that Chen Yang liked her, and that was sufficient. This treatment session was significantly longer than the previous days. Eventually, Suyu opened her eyes and looked at Chen Yang, saying, "The medicine must be gone by now, right?" "Not yet. There's still a little left." Chen Yang replied earnestly. "Come on, your hands are dry. Do you think I can't feel that?" Suyu shot him a glare. "Haven't you had enough?" Chen Yang immediately looked embarrassed. Suyu was not angry. Once he withdrew his hand, she got up to put on her clothes and glanced at the time. "Oh no, it's already 9 o'clock. I'm going to be late for work. What is the big deal if you arrive a bit later at your sister's hotel?" Chen Yang chuckled. "That won't do." Suyu tidied up the chair and pushed open the car door. "I really need to rush to work." "All right." Chen Yang saw her urgency and had no choice but to get out of the car with her. After Suyu left, he didn't hurry home, but instead went to the first hospital. He had heard that there were many shops selling medicinal herbs outside the hospital, and he planned to take advantage of the day to explore. If he found suitable herbs, he could buy some for Jiangyu. To his surprise, there were 3 traditional Chinese medicine shops on that street. He browsed through each one and indeed made quite a haul. When he left, he carried a large plastic bag filled with well-packaged herbs. He then called for a driver and returned to the village with his bounty. Arriving home at noon, he found Tian cooking in the kitchen while Jiangyu sat idly in the shade, lost in thought. Upon seeing Chen Yang return, she sprang up. "Where have you been?" "I went shopping," Chen Yang replied, showcasing the plastic bag in his hand. Jiangyu leaned in for a closer look, her face contorting in distaste. "What is this?" "It reeks of medicine." "It's good stuff." Chen Yang chuckled, then added, "After lunch, you should boil some water. We're preparing for a bath this afternoon." "Huh?" Jiangyu was taken aback. "Are we going together?" Chen Yang nearly stumbled, turning to look at her with confusion. "What are you thinking? Why would I bathe with you?" "So, I'll be bathing alone?" Jiangyu glared at him, exclaiming, "But I do not wish to take a bath." "Regardless of your desires, you must," Chen Yang retorted, exasperated. "What would be the point of purchasing these medicinal herbs, if not to use them? Are you suggesting that this will enhance my strength?" Jiangyu finally comprehended. Upon receiving a positive affirmation, her interest was piqued, and she promptly entered the kitchen to prepare water. During their meal, she incessantly peppered him with questions, causing Chen Yang to set down his utensils in annoyance. "If you do not allow me to eat in peace, I shall refuse to give you a bath this afternoon." Fine, I shall refrain from asking." Jiangyu then fell silent, bowing her head to eat. After finishing and clearing the tableware, a large pot of hot water was ready. Chen Yang brought over a sizable tub for bathing, placed the herbs inside, and began to fill it with water. Jiangyu watched closely, unable to suppress her curiosity. "This is reminiscent of those ancient costume dramas. Are you going to perform some kind of energy manipulation beside me?" "Well, if that were the case, would you mind?" Chen Yang inquired. "What is there to mind?" Jiangyu replied. "It is all for my benefit, after all." "Indeed, you make a valid point." Chen Yang nodded. "Then I shall assist you with energy manipulation shortly." Chapter 71. A desire for a soothing bath. Chen Yang had not originally intended to join, but upon hearing Jiangyu's nonchalance, he was instantly struck by a mischievous thought. This girl was rather bold. Surely, one could not expect a male presence while bathing. Yet, she seemed unfazed. Given her attitude, why not indulge his eyes? Moreover, Jiangyu possessed a curvaceous figure and fair skin, undoubtedly a sight to behold. Once the bathwater was prepared, Chen Yang stepped aside and announced, "All right, you may enter." Jiangyu nodded, approaching the large tub and casting a glance in his direction. Their eyes met, prompting Chen Yang to question, "What are you staring at? You're not hoping to see me undress, are you?" Jiangyu widened her eyes in disbelief. "Please, I'm not foolish." Speechless, Chen Yang turned away. After a rustling sound, he heard the splashing of water, followed by Jiangyu's voice. "All right." Turning back, he discovered she had already submerged herself, with only her neck above the water's surface. To his astonishment, Jiangyu had even laid a towel over the rim of the tub. This completely obstructed his view, rendering the underwater beauty invisible. Meanwhile, Jiangyu maintained a calm expression as she looked at Chen Yang. "Why are you in a daze? Didn't you say you wanted to practice your techniques?" Chen Yang, feeling helpless, thought to himself that he had been outsmarted once again. This girl was certainly no fool. Her apparent foolishness was merely an act. In truth, there was no need for any techniques, as Jiangyu's energy centers had yet to be opened, making it impossible to direct energy towards her. Nevertheless, Chen Yang felt compelled to at least put on a show. Approaching the tub, he addressed Jiangyu. "I initially planned to massage a few acupressure points, but given the differences between genders, it would be inconvenient. Therefore, I can only attend to the area above your neck. Enough chatter, let us get on with it. This bath is truly delightful. Amidst the enveloping warmth, Jiang Yu's expression displayed impatience. Chen Yang rolled his eyes behind her and proceeded to place his hands on her shoulders. After a few casual presses, he withdrew his hands. All right, enjoy your soak. If the water cools, just call for my sister to refill it. How long should I soak? Jiang Yu inquired. The longer, the better. Ideally, the entire afternoon. As Chen Yang prepared to leave, he reminded her, these medicinal herbs cost me a pretty penny, so don't waste them. Oh, Jiang Yu appeared skeptical but hesitated to voice her doubts. Just as Chen Yang stepped outside, he noticed 2 cars parked at his doorstep, one belonging to Huang Yukai. Moments later, he saw Huang cheerfully emerge from the vehicle. Brother, I've come again. Welcome. Why didn't you give me a call beforehand? Chen Yang replied with a smile. I did, but it would have been too troublesome for you to prepare everything at home. Huang Yukai chuckled before asking, is it convenient? Ah, it's relatively convenient. Chen Yang paused, then added with a smile, just that someone is bathing in the room over there. Nothing else is amiss. Oh, Huang Yukai blinked and inquired, who is it? I didn't realize you were so curious. Chen Yang sighed with a wry smile. It's a friend of mine. A girlfriend? Huang Yukai perked up. Then I must meet your sister-in-law later. At the very least, I should present a gift. No, you've misunderstood. She's merely a friend. Chen Yang thought to himself that he certainly did not wish for a girlfriend like Jiang Yu. All right then, let us first inspect the venue. Huang Yukai turned and waved at the vehicle behind them. 2 men and a woman emerged from the car, equipped with measuring tape and notepads. After Huang Yukai introduced them, Chen Yang learned that these individuals were professionals, and thus he addressed them. I appreciate your assistance. No need for formalities, Mr. Chen. It is our duty, they replied. As the group commenced their measurements, Huang Yukai remarked, Brother, once they finish taking the data, the design plans will be ready on the spot. Though it may take some time. You see. Oh, what do you mean by that? Chen Yang was perplexed, unaware of Huang Yukai's intentions. I haven't yet sent the gold to the provincial capital, but friends here in the county have alerted me. Huang Yukai chuckled, logically speaking. Such a substantial amount of gold cannot exist in isolation. Thus, the site where you discovered the gold nugget likely indicates a vein. And it may very well be a rich deposit. Oh, so you mean to say you wish to mine for gold? Chen Yang queried. That is out of the question. Huang Yukai shook his head. Individuals no longer possess the qualifications for gold mining. It must be conducted by specialized enterprises. Oh, then what do you intend to do? Chen Yang grew increasingly confused. What I mean is, you should find a way to purchase the surrounding mountains and forests. Huang Yukai gazed at him, that way. When the time comes to establish a gold mine, the properties you own will be valuable. Oh, I see. Chen Yang comprehended and immediately smiled. No wonder you can make a fortune. Your way of thinking is far superior to mine. It's merely a matter of experience, my friend. Huang Yukai laughed. Let us not linger here. Let us go inside and sit down while I prepare some tea. No, I currently refrain from smoking, drinking, or even tea. Huang Yukai quickly waved his hand and added, if you have no objections, how about taking a stroll in the mountains? Your health cannot withstand too much exertion at the moment, Chen Yang cautioned. Just a casual walk. We needn't go far, and if I feel tired, I can return. Huang Yukai chuckled. Very well then. Chen Yang nodded, and the two departed from the house, heading straight for the mountains. They had not ventured far. Merely 180 meters out of the village when Huang Yukai spotted a large rock and sat down, gazing at the surrounding mountains and forests, exclaiming, this place boasts quite a beautiful landscape. Indeed, one becomes desensitized after seeing it too often, but for outsiders, it remains quite captivating, Chen Yang replied. When I grow old, I shall build a house here, and then we can be neighbors. Huang Yukai laughed. Chen Yang chuckled. Why bother building a house? You might as well stay at my place. Are you treating me like a stranger? Of course not. I merely fear that I might disrupt your peace. Huang Yukai replied with a hearty laugh, though he soon glanced around before his expression sobered. In truth, brother, I did not come merely for a stroll. I seek a secluded spot to discuss something of importance with you. Oh, what is it? Chen Yang, already feeling perplexed, was even more bewildered by the need for such discretion. Do you have any enemies in the provincial capital? Huang Yukai inquired. Why do you say that, brother? Chen Yang was taken aback, refraining from a direct answer and instead posing a question in return. Let me put it this way. I learned just this morning that someone in the county is discreetly investigating you, Huang Yukai stated, fixing his gaze on Chen Yang. I am not familiar with this individual, but I have heard he hails from the provincial capital and possesses considerable influence. Chen Yang responded with a surprised, "Oh, what exactly is he investigating about me?" "Everything pertaining to you." Huang Yukai narrowed his eyes, "particularly your social circle and the individuals you associate with closely." At this point, he patted Chen Yang on the shoulder, adding, "Brother, may I inquire further? Who have you offended?" Chapter 72. Overconfidence is foolishness. No one has been offended. Chen Yang chuckled bitterly, not intending to discuss Yang Jian's situation with Huang Yukai. He continued, "I appreciate your kindness, brother, but rest assured, I will be fine. Do not be so confident." Huang Yukai replied, shaking his head. "When confidence surpasses a certain threshold, it becomes folly." "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, brother." Chen Yang smiled, casually inquiring, "Who has been investigating me so meticulously?" Song Kai, a man in his mid-30s. When he first arrived in our county, he was rather unremarkable, yet within 6 months, he opened 6 chain supermarkets, leaving other nearby stores devoid of customers. That indicates he possesses some skill. Chen Yang nodded. "What skill?" "He simply relies on his financial might, selling all goods at prices lower than his competitors." Huang Yukai laughed. At that time, with 6 supermarkets, he was losing around 100,000 daily. What was he aiming for? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. "You might not understand." Huang Yukai exhaled. "He aimed to attract customers, crush his competitors. And once the customers had no alternatives and became accustomed to shopping at his stores, he would raise the prices. At that point, he could recover his losses, and profits would only continue to grow." "Goodness, who would conceive such a scheme?" "It seems rather sinister," Chen Yang remarked, speechless. "Capital seeks profit. What wouldn't they do?" Huang Yukai chuckled. Chen Yang refrained from further inquiries. Remembering a name was sufficient. After chatting for a while, the two returned home. The designer was currently working on the blueprints, claiming that the renderings would be ready in a few minutes. Jiang Yu was still soaking in the bath, with Tian keeping her company, so Chen Yang brought over a thermos and poured Huang Yukai a cup of hot water. After a short while, the printer in the car spat out several pages, which a staff member delivered to the table. "Mr. Huang, Mr. Chen, please take a look at these." Such efficiency. Chen Yang smiled as he accepted the pages. The first rendering captivated him, a 2-story duplex villa. However, after a moment of contemplation, he clicked his tongue and said to Huang Yukai, "Isn't this a bit too ostentatious? One must be flamboyant when the occasion calls for it." Huang Yukai chuckled. "Your money is clean. What is there to worry about? Furthermore, this person has one eye that is flattering, ingratiating himself with the wealthy, and the other is disdainful, looking down on those less fortunate. Understand?" Chen Yang nodded. "You are absolutely right, brother. That makes perfect sense. You like this one? Then let us proceed with it. I will cover the house, appliances, and furniture." Huang Yukai gestured grandly, making the decision for Chen Yang. "How can I accept such generosity?" Chen Yang laughed. "Enough of that. Are you being polite?" "My life." At the mention of this, Chen Yang quickly waved his hands in surrender. "No more of that. I promise it's fine. Now, that is more like it." Huang Yukai laughed. After sitting for a while longer, he expressed his intention to take his leave, realizing that he had overstayed his time and needed to return for rest. After bidding farewell to Huang Yukai, Chen Yang gazed at the design blueprint in his hand, contemplating that once this house was constructed, who in Taohua Village would dare to look down upon him? By then, Sister Tian would also be able to walk with her head held high in the village. At this moment, it was already 4 in the afternoon, and Tian emerged from her room. "Yang, Xiaya asked me to inquire how much longer you intend to soak. Her hands and feet are practically numb." "All right, you can come out now." Jiang Yu quickly donned her clothes and emerged, exclaiming angrily, "You must have done this on purpose. I nearly turned into a prune." Chen Yang chuckled. "Isn't everything fine? Do you need to be completely submerged for it to be considered a problem?" Jiang Yu pretended to strike him, but her attention was immediately captivated by the blueprint in his hand. "What is this?" "It's the design for my new house. We start construction in a couple of days." Chen Yang replied. "Is it really that beautiful?" Jiang Yu snatched it to take a closer look. "How much will it cost to build?" Chen Yang answered, "No money needed. It's a gift." "You must be joking. Who would believe that?" Jiang Yu shot him a skeptical glare and turned to leave, but then paused. "Once this house is completed, I will have my own room, right?" That depends on whether you are still living with me," Chen Yang replied, looking at her in disbelief. "Do you really intend to stay at my house to learn martial arts indefinitely?" Jiang Yu pouted. "Perhaps. I must learn enough to be able to defeat you. If that's the case, you might never leave," Chen Yang remarked before rising and striding back to his room. Jiang Yu made a face behind him. Humph, just you wait. I won't be fooled. The next morning, as was his routine, Chen Yang arose early, tidied up, and stepped out the door. To his surprise, he found Jiang Yu sitting in the courtyard, astonished. Up this early? If I don't get up early, how can I catch you? Jiang Yu stood up. Are you heading out again? Yes, why? Chen Yang regarded her with confusion. I'm coming too. Jiang Yu lifted her chin, displaying a sense of entitlement. Chen Yang sighed with a wry smile. I have business to attend to. Why would you tag along? That's irrelevant. I'm going with you, and Sister Tian agrees. Jiang Yu glared at him. Fine, then I'll take you along. Once in the car, Chen Yang turned back and said, I have serious matters to attend to today. So you'd best behave and not cause any trouble. Understood, don't worry. Jiang Yu replied with an air of impatience. Upon arriving in the county town, the driver dropped them off in front of a supermarket. Although it was barely past 7 in the morning, the store was already bustling with activity. As elderly men and women were entering through the doors, Chen Yang and Jiang Yu followed the crowd inside, and soon discovered that the supermarket was quite spacious, filled with a dazzling array of goods. Especially in the fresh produce section, the place was lively and crowded with shoppers. Why are they all crowding over there? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. They must be having a special sale, Chen Yang surmised, noticing the predominance of elderly patrons. They certainly won't miss out on any small bargains. Jiang Yu scoffed disdainfully. The two had no intention of joining the fray, aiming instead to circumvent the commotion. However, at that moment, someone from the fresh produce section shouted, Everyone, please line up properly, or none of you will receive anything today. What does that mean? No charge. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed to be the case. Chen Yang pointed to a large sign ahead, which read, Today, free salmon is being offered. What the heck? Jiang Yu also saw it. The sign clearly stated that today, 200 grams of fresh salmon were available for free, limited to 99 portions. Cursing under her breath, Jiang Yu muttered to herself, Is the owner out of his mind? Salmon isn't cheap, and he's giving away so many portions. I think he might indeed be a bit mad. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. If only we could meet him in person to see what sort of affliction he has. At this point, he silently pondered. This Song Kai is no ordinary individual. A visitor from the provincial capital, possessing such wealth. Could he truly be associated with Yang Jian? Chapter 73. Finding the breakthrough. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Yang felt something was amiss. If this was truly directed at him, the investment seemed excessively substantial. Even if Song Kai was affiliated with Yang Jian, his primary objective in this county certainly could not be Chen Yang himself. Chen Yang was acutely aware that he held little value in their eyes. Realizing this, rather than feeling relieved, his mind became enveloped in a greater haze of confusion. What? After all, was Song Kai's true intention? Hey, why are you lost in thought? Shall we queue for a couple of servings of salmon? Jiang Yu inquired. There's no need. I'm afraid you won't be able to push through the crowd of elderly patrons, Chen Yang chuckled. If you're craving it, we can simply purchase the premium version. Oh, you seem rather affluent. Are you aware of the price per pound? Jiang Yu retorted with a smirk. I have no idea, but it doesn't matter. I can afford whatever it costs. Chen Yang declared as he strode purposefully towards the fresh produce counter, contemplating that Sister Tian had yet to indulge in such extravagant seafood. Today would be the perfect occasion to bring some home. While selecting seafood, he pondered that regardless of the circumstances, he had come here today, and he ought to devise a means to encounter Song Kai. It would be even more advantageous if he could glean insights into why this individual was investigating him. However, he also understood that achieving this was nearly impossible unless he could find someone familiar with him. Having gathered a considerable amount of items, Chen Yang procured a shopping cart and aimlessly wandered through the supermarket. In a moment of distraction, he realized Jiang Yu had vanished. Assuming a capable individual wouldn't simply get lost, he decided not to concern himself with her absence. As he approached the seasoning section, he recalled that Tian usually handled the shopping at the market, often opting for the most economical choices. Thus, he deliberately selected several pricier items to place in his cart. Turning around, he unexpectedly encountered two individuals. Upon seeing him, they smiled. Chen Yang, is that you? Ah, Auntie, are you here shopping as well? Chen Yang greeted with a smile. Indeed, I strolled around the park and thought I would pick up some groceries. He Yulan replied cheerfully. Are you on your own? Yes, Chen Yang nodded, noting that Jiang Yu was not present. You have quite a haul there. Here, let me give you a discount coupon. He Yulan said warmly, producing a colorful piece of paper the size of a movie ticket from her pocket. Oh, no need for that. Auntie, Chen Yang quickly declined. Nonsense, take it. This isn't just any coupon. It offers a 30 discount. He Yulan insisted, pressing it into his hands. Such a generous discount? Chen Yang glanced at it and saw it marked as an internal special, prompting him to ask, where did this come from? Shouldn't it be for employees? Exactly. He Yulan nodded, then added with a smile, it's quite a coincidence. Our housekeeper hails from the same village as the owner's housekeeper. Otherwise we wouldn't have access to such offers. Oh, I see, Chen Yang mused. And suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Committing this information to memory, he expressed his gratitude to He Yulan and her housekeeper, arranging to visit her home for dinner another day. After parting ways, Chen Yang wasted no time and headed straight to the checkout with the day's acquisitions. While he was queuing, Jiang Yu returned to his side, inquiring, why didn't you wait for me? Did you wander off on your own? Chen Yang glanced at her and noticed she was carrying 2 large bags, presumably filled with blankets. He asked, what's this for? It's for Sister Tian, she replied. Oh, how thoughtful, Chen Yang smiled. Let's check out together. No way, I bought it, I'll pay. Jiang Yu shot him an exasperated look. After settling the bill, Chen Yang requested a few extra bags to pack his purchases before leaving. With no pressing matters at hand, and having bought quite a lot, he decided to take a bus back home. There had been some progress regarding Song Kai's situation, but there was no rush. He could simply return to Su Yu's home and inquire discreetly with the little maid for more information. Upon arriving home, Tian emerged from the house. You came back just in time. I was about to call you. What's up, sister? Chen Yang asked. It's time to harvest the vegetables we've planted. Su Yu has already arranged for vehicles and personnel, and they're heading to the village now. Tian chuckled. She said there was no need to notify you. But I thought you should see it. The vegetables in the field are thriving. Really? Chen Yang smiled, thinking to himself that it was all thanks to his efforts. However, the scale of this endeavor was quite expansive. Even though the seeds had been refined, the enhancement effects of the formation had diminished somewhat. This resulted in the crops not sprouting overnight as they had previously, but they were still growing at a commendable pace. And soon the landowners would receive their first share of the profits. When they had initially rented the land, Su Yu had mentioned that besides the rent, the villagers would also receive an additional share once the crops were harvested. It was precisely this favorable condition that led to the villagers readily agreeing to the arrangement. Little did they expect that within mere days, they would see a financial return. Thinking of the villagers' astonished and joyful expressions filled Chen Yang with satisfaction. By 10 in the morning, more than a dozen high-sided trucks arrived at the field, followed by a large bus filled with workers who had come to assist with the harvest. Considering the vast planting area, Su Yu had specially hired laborers from the county's job market. In no time, the field buzzed with activity. The villagers, initially unaware, rushed to the fields upon hearing of the impending harvest. Chen Yang, along with Tian and Jiang Yu, also arrived. Observing the lush green vegetables stretching across the field, Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Are all of these yours? Pretty much, Chen Yang nodded. Jiang Yu clicked her tongue. Wow. No wonder you dared to buy seafood for hundreds of dollars a pound. This land is your confidence. Who are you looking down on? Chen Yang shot her a glare. I wouldn't even bother with these vegetables. Saying you're fat makes you out of breath. Jiang Yu retorted with an eye roll. At this moment, Tian chuckled. Yang, do not exaggerate so much. At this rate, we could cultivate several batches of vegetables, which would amount to a considerable sum. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let us assume a 7-day cycle. There is still ample time before the frost sets in. We can manage to sow another 6 or 7 batches. What do you mean? Jiang Yu exclaimed, her eyes wide with confusion. What are you talking about? I can't comprehend any of this. A cycle refers to the time from planting to harvest. Tian explained. Are you joking? Jiang Yu was bewildered. Please don't tell me you planted those vegetables a week ago. Tian shook her head. No, that is not the case. I thought as much. It cannot be that quick. Before Jiang Yu could finish her sentence, Tian continued. These were planted 3 days ago, but the preparation of the soil and other tasks also require time. Goodness. Jiang Yu was utterly stunned, glancing between Tian and Chen Yang. Please, don't joke around. This is absurd. Chapter 74. This is not scientific. Chen Yang cast a glance at Jiang Yu and asked, who is joking with you? Why not inquire with the other villagers? Jiang Yu shot him a sideways glance and turned to head towards the field. She began to ask anyone she encountered, and after questioning several people, she returned even more bewildered. For their answers were unanimous. These vegetables had only been planted a few days prior. This is simply not scientific. Jiang Yu looked at Chen Yang and demanded, "How did you manage this?" "What do you mean? How did I manage?" "This is my unique secret formula." Chen Yang chuckled. The harvesting work was bustling with activity. As the workers had arrived late, lunchtime was abbreviated, and they immediately resumed their tasks post-meal. By the afternoon, some individuals had received word and arrived at Peach Blossom Village. The first to arrive was Wang Chuanbing, who alighted from his vehicle but remained at a distance, standing at the village entrance, lost in thought. Shortly thereafter, another vehicle entered the village, but its occupants did not disembark, merely rolling down the window to gaze in this direction. Chen Yang noticed them but paid little mind, as there was a multitude of tasks to complete before nightfall. Just then, Zhao Tianguang awkwardly approached. Chen. Just call me Yang, Uncle Zhao." "What's the matter?" Chen Yang asked, puzzled. "Well, from now on, I should be calling you Chen Zong," Zhao Tianguang replied, looking embarrassed. "I wanted to discuss something with you." Chen Yang understood immediately. Zhao Rui and his relatives had stubbornly refused to lease land, resulting in the village's most fertile plots remaining fragmented, complicating the vegetable planting process. Now, seeing how rapidly and splendidly the vegetables were growing, while others were profiting, those few who had followed Zhao Rui's lead could only watch helplessly, feeling a mix of emotions. Thus, Chen Yang smiled and said, "Uncle Zhao, you need not elaborate. I comprehend your thoughts." Yes, it's all due to that Zhao Rui fellow, I am aware," Chen Yang nodded. "At that time, you were also concerned about face. We are all from the same village, and who doesn't know each other? In this village, it's just those three who are troublesome. The rest are quite decent. Let us do this. If Mr. Su has time later, he can visit your households to sign the contracts." "Oh, that would be splendid," Zhao Tianguang exclaimed with joy. "I always said that Chen Zong was righteous in his youth and has grown to be even more benevolent, not holding our foolishness against us." "Please, don't say that," Chen Yang quickly replied. "Rest easy, everyone, just wait at home. I still have work to attend to. I'll assist you." Without hesitation, Zhao Tianguang began loading the greens onto the vehicle. Many villagers also lent a hand, all volunteering their labor with enthusiasm, as if it were their own business. In truth, if one were to calculate, due to the profit sharing, the villagers could indeed be considered stakeholders in this patch of vegetables. At 6 in the evening, as the sun dipped towards the west, casting long shadows, the harvesting work was finally completed. A convoy of trucks laden with fresh vegetables departed from Taohua Village, as the villagers watched until they disappeared from sight before returning to their homes. Although the payment for the vegetables would take a few days, Suyu had already provided a rough estimate for everyone, suggesting that each household could expect around 500 to 600 yuan. While this amount may seem modest, the frequency of sales rendered it significant. Earning 500 to 600 yuan every few days could accumulate to a considerable sum by winter. No one was foolish. They could all calculate the potential earnings. "Chen Yang, the turnover machine will arrive tomorrow, and the new seeds are in my vehicle. I'll deliver them to your home shortly," Suyu remarked. "Understood," Chen Yang nodded, then voiced a question that had been troubling him all afternoon. "With so many vegetables, it's easy to sell this batch, but what about the next one? What will happen to those?" "Do not worry. They will sell," Suyu replied with a reassuring smile. "There's no need to be anxious about the channels. Just look forward to collecting your earnings." "Where do they all go?" Chen Yang inquired, still curious. "Part of them is sent to supermarkets in the city, such as Yongli and Xingtai, while the remainder goes to the wholesale market, destined for street vegetable vendors." Suyu said, her smile brightening the conversation. "Do not underestimate our county's consumption capacity. These vegetables will be sold within 24 hours. "Oh, then I can rest easy." Chen Yang nodded. "By the way, do you know the owner of Yongli Supermarket?" "Not personally," Suyu chuckled. "The owner of this chain supermarket is quite low-key. I only know their purchasing manager." "Well, that suffices as long as the payments are prompt." Chen Yang laughed. To spare Suyu any concern, he withheld the fact that the supermarket owner had been discreetly investigating him. As the hour grew late, Suyu departed, and Chen Yang turned to head home. Upon entering his courtyard, he encountered a somewhat unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar man. "Don't you remember me?" The man smiled. "I am Zhao Jiang." Oh, Chen Yang suddenly realized. His memory sparked. It was Zhao, the second son of the Zhao family, who had remained in the vehicle that had appeared in the village earlier that day. He smiled and asked, "You're looking for me?" "Having come to your home, who else would I seek?" Zhao Jiang replied with a grin. "I've heard about the happenings in the village. My elder brother and third brother had considerable conflicts with you in the past." Chen Yang smiled but remained silent. Zhao Jiang continued. Now that my elder brother is hospitalized and my third brother is incapacitated, let us put the past behind us. I never took it to heart. So there is no need for such formality, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Very well, Zhao Jiang nodded. In that case, would it be acceptable for me to rent you those few acres of land from my family? I cannot manage them from the county. And my third brother intends to relocate to the city. Is that so? Chen Yang pondered for a moment. All right then. Thank you, Zhao Jiang said, pulling a business card from his pocket. Here is my contact information. Call me when you need to sign the contract. Certainly, Chen Yang accepted the card, his expression remaining neutral. However, once Zhao Jiang departed, a frown immediately settled upon his brow. Yongli Trading Company, Limited, Deputy General Manager? Chen Yang squinted, realizing that this trading company must indeed be the parent entity of those chain supermarkets. This matter requires thorough investigation. Instead of returning to his room, Chen Yang took out his phone and turned to leave his house. Upon reaching the outskirts of the village, he finally called Huang Yukai. To his astonishment, his suspicions were confirmed. It dawned on Chen Yang that the true investigator into his affairs might not be Song Kai, but rather Zhao Jiang. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. Zhao Jiang appeared quite amiable, yet he was not a virtuous individual in his youth. How intriguing. A smile crept across Chen Yang's face as he made his way back home. Dinner was prepared, and as Jiang Yu sat down, she inquired, "What on earth did you do to that dish? Do you still wish to enhance your strength tonight?" Chen Yang remained silent, and instead posed a question to her. "Oh, I do. Why do you ask?" Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. Chen Yang picked up his chopsticks and replied, "If you wish, then refrain from chatter. Let us eat." Chapter 75. The village of Gumen. On the following morning, the tiller roared to life, busily working the fields. This time, the vast expanse of land was transformed into a vegetable garden. Although the contract had yet to be signed, there existed a verbal agreement, prompting the hired machinery to level all the plots in one go. Chen Yang observed from the edge of the field, initially an onlooker. Yet he found himself enveloped in a profound sense of satisfaction as he watched the machines at work. With nothing else to occupy his time, he felt content simply standing there. However, by just after 8, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Zhang Hua calling, Chen Yang answered, inquiring, "What is the matter?" "Yang, I have something to discuss. Could you come over? Can't you just say it directly?" It's best if you come. It's rather significant and requires your personal judgment." "All right then." Chen Yang nodded, pondering the nature of the issue. What could be so pressing that it couldn't be conveyed over the phone? After hanging up, he prepared to head to the town, only to be followed closely by Jiang Yu, who queried, "Where are you off to?" "To Zhang Hua's." "I'm coming too," Chen Yang replied. "There is no car today. I intend to walk to town." With no choice, he turned to her and asked, "Are you sure?" Jiang Yu tilted her head. "What is there to be uncertain about?" "Fine. I walk quickly. Just don't fall behind." Chen Yang chuckled and set off toward the village's entrance. Jiang Yu, with a smirk, thought to herself, "Underestimate me? You won't shake me off unless you can fly." Upon reaching the village entrance, she watched in astonishment as Chen Yang suddenly quickened his pace. Though it appeared he was merely walking, each stride spanned 2 or 3 meters. "Wow!" Jiang Yu exclaimed, immediately sprinting to catch up. Yet, within mere seconds, Chen Yang had left her hundreds of meters behind, disappearing from sight. Doubt it if you will. Jiang Yu's stubbornness flared, gritting her teeth as she raced toward the town. When Chen Yang arrived at Zhang Hua's location, several young men promptly rose to their feet, offering seats and pouring water. "What is the matter that necessitates my presence?" Chen Yang inquired after settling down. Zhang Hua smiled, glancing at his companions. "You explain it." "Oh." One of the young men hesitated. "It's like this. A few days ago, Yang Gu mentioned wanting to gather medicinal herbs, so I asked my family to inquire. It turns out, my uncle's family has several varieties of premium herbs." Chen Yang responded, "And then? Have you asked if they're willing to sell?" "I went to ask. The elderly gentleman, nearly 80, was quite pleased to see me, but when I brought up the herbs, he turned hostile and kicked me out." The young man explained. "Why was that?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "If they don't wish to sell, there is no need for such hostility. He wanted to save some money. The price I offered was too low." Zhang Hua chuckled. "He got an earful from me upon his return, and now he is too intimidated to go back, so." "You mean, you want me to negotiate personally?" Chen Yang understood the implication. Zhang Hua chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "The truth is, we genuinely hesitate to set a price for you, Brother Yang, fearing it might cause you distress if we overestimate." Chen Yang was rendered speechless. Nonetheless, Since he was already there, he inquired, "Where does your third uncle's family reside?" "Not far, about 11 miles north of the town, in Gumen Village." "All right," Chen Yang replied. Turning to Zhang Hua, "Then ride your bike and take me there." "No need. I purchased a second-hand Jetta. Let's drive." Zhang Hua responded with a smile. "Oh, that car outside belongs to you?" Chen Yang suddenly realized, "I thought it was some discarded scrap." The condition may not be great, but the key point is its durability. It runs smoothly, Zhang Hua asserted. As they stepped outside, they were about to head to Gumen Village when a panting figure appeared at the door. "Jiangyu." "Sister, what happened to you?" Zhang Hua exclaimed, his eyes widening. Jiangyu gasped for breath, unable to articulate her thoughts, merely pointing at Chen Yang. "He insisted on coming with me, but he couldn't keep up. It seems he sprinted all the way." Chen Yang chuckled. Zhang Hua, after a moment of silence, couldn't resist teasing. "Sister, are you planning to train for a marathon?" "Get lost," Jiangyu retorted, still catching her breath. Zhang Hua grinned and turned back. "Quick, fetch my sister a bottle of water, you clueless one." After gulping down an entire bottle, Jiangyu finally regained her composure and asked, "Where are you guys headed?" "To Gumen Village," Zhang Hua replied. "I'm going too," Jiangyu declared with determination. "Then let's go, but this time we'll drive." "No need for you to prepare as if you're running a full marathon," Chen Yang laughed. As Zhang Hua opened the car door, Jiangyu was taken aback. "This car can actually drive?" "Of course. Hop in. Brother Yang, you sit in the passenger seat," Zhang Hua said. Once everyone was inside, he turned the key, causing the car to shudder before it roared to life. After shifting gears and releasing the handbrake, Zhang Hua pressed the accelerator, only for the engine to sputter and die. "Darn it, I misshifted." Zhang Hua scratched his head and restarted the engine. Chen Yang wore a look of disbelief, silently contemplating whether he would survive the journey. Does this guy even have a license? After restarting the car, Zhang Hua shifted back to first gear and cautiously pressed the gas, and finally, the vehicle began to move. Surprisingly enough, once it started rolling, the ride was tolerable. Aside from the occasional clatter of loose parts, everything else seemed fine. However, Chen Yang, accustomed to the genuine leather seats in Huang Youcai's car, found the passenger seat a bit uncomfortable and asked, "How much did you pay for this car?" "Not much. 3,000, Zhang Hua replied. "Wow, 3,000? That's not even enough for a decent motorcycle." Jiangyu interjected from the back seat. "You really are something. Why not buy a better one?" Chen Yang looked at Zhang Hua with exasperation. "We're not short on money." Zhang Hua drove on. "I need to practice my skills first before buying a new one. It would be painful to scratch the paint on a brand new car." Both Chen Yang and Jiangyu straightened in their seats. "You don't have a driver's license yet?" "Don't worry, I do," Zhang Hua reassured them. Zhang Hua raised his hand to flip down the sun visor, revealing a pristine driver's license. "I just received it yesterday. It's still warm." Chen Yang glanced at the date. And indeed, it was from the previous day. After muttering a curse, he turned to Zhang Hua. "Take it easy. We're not in a hurry. As long as we arrive before noon." Zhang Hua retorted, "Come on, even if we walked, we wouldn't arrive by noon. My driving skills are quite adequate." No sooner had he spoken than a slap landed on his forehead. Jiangyu, having dealt him a swift blow, settled back into her seat, arms crossed. "Listen to him. Drive slowly, preferably in first gear." Zhang Hua fell silent, though he discreetly shifted to second gear. Thus, the aging Jetta meandered along the country road. Overtaken occasionally by electric bicycles, their riders unable to comprehend why this car was moving at such a leisurely pace. After more than 20 minutes, they arrived at Gumen Village. As they reached the village entrance, Chen Yang instructed Zhang Hua to stop, having spotted a deep ditch by the roadside leading into the village, fearing they might tumble in. Upon disembarking, the three of them strolled into the village, and with little inquiry, they located the home of their great uncle. However, upon arriving at the entrance, they all simultaneously widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight of something hanging on the wall of the west wing, exclaiming in unison, "What on earth?" Chapter 76, The Unattainable Encounter. This is a quintessential farmhouse, with the ground made of compacted earth, devoid of any bricks. To the astonishment of Chen Yang and his companions, a bloodied wolf's head hung on the wall of the west wing. The blood had barely dried, indicating the creature had been slain not long ago, perhaps just the day before. "What does our dear third uncle do?" Chen Yang inquired. Zhang Hua scratched his head. "I haven't asked, but I heard he is nearly 80. Can someone of such an age still possess such vigor?" "Not merely vigor, I suppose," Chen Yang replied with a wry smile. "This wolf seems to be a protected species. How can he hang its head outside without fear of being apprehended?" "Perhaps he's too old to be caught," Zhang Hua chuckled awkwardly, then called out to the main house. Is anyone there? No response came from within. After calling again, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man with dark skin. His face was lined with wrinkles. His hair snowy white, yet his stature was quite imposing, and his gaze was piercing. Whom do you seek? The elder's voice boomed, resonating like a cannon. Uncle, I am a friend of Zhuzi. He visited you a couple of days ago, and may have inadvertently offended you. I am here to convey his apologies. Zhang Hua explained. Chen Yang couldn't help but feel exasperated, thinking to himself that one does not come to apologize empty-handed. Even a box of walnuts would have sufficed to show some semblance of courtesy. Thus, he quickly added, furthermore, I would like to inquire whether you sell any medicinal herbs. The price can be discussed. The elder scrutinized the three young men at his doorstep, hesitating before he said, come inside to talk. The trio then pushed open the fence gate and stepped into the yard. Once inside, Zhang Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Whoa, dear antlers, dear penises, that is. Chen Yang shot him a glance. Perhaps you should wait outside? Zhang Hua promptly sealed his lips, as Chen Yang surveyed the items displayed on the shelves within the room. Curiosity got the better of him. Old man, do you engage in hunting? To a degree, the elder nodded. During the slack seasons, I venture into the mountains for a few days. He offered the three a plastic stool and continued. So, you wish to purchase medicinal herbs? Indeed, Chen Yang affirmed. Rest assured, as long as the herbs are of good quality, the price is negotiable. Wait here, the elder instructed, turning to the opposite room. After a brief moment, he returned, holding a rather large plastic bag. Upon unfastening it, another layer of cowhide paper was revealed, followed by yet another layer of plastic. Once all was unveiled, the elder smiled. Take a look. Do you know what these are? Despite the multiple wrappings, there lay three desiccated objects, one of which was covered in fuzz. Zhang Hua and Zhang Yu stared blankly, utterly perplexed. Chen Yang picked up one piece and sniffed it. This musk is quite good. Ah, you have an eye for quality. The elder nodded approvingly. As for the other two pieces, Chen Yang examined them closely, uncertain. Dog treasure? Sort of, the elder replied, but it is not dog treasure. It is wolf. Oh, Chen Yang suddenly realized, his face filled with astonishment. To find this is indeed a stroke of good fortune. You lad are quite impressive. Knowledgeable. The elder expressed his approval and without further ado, turned and headed into the adjacent room. Brother Yang, are these three dry pieces of material valuable? Zhang Hua inquired in a hushed tone. Chen Yang nodded. Just this piece of wolf treasure alone could buy you 100 of those Jetta cars you drive. How much is that? Zhang Hua counted on his fingers, his eyes widening in disbelief. 300,000? Not just that, Chen Yang chuckled. This item is a rare find indeed. After a moment, he asked, by the way, how much is that fellow planning to pay the old man for his medicinal herbs? Well, Zhang Hua hesitated. When he came, he told the old man that they were all relatives, so he'd take them for 1,000. Just to give him face. Chen Yang was left speechless. Not getting beaten was already a bargain for him. I said the same thing and even took the time to give them a proper lesson about respecting their elders. They deserve a kick. Zhang Hua replied. The elder had been gone for quite a while, leaving the three of them bored, especially Jiang Yu, who stood up and headed straight for the cabinet. Don't touch anything. Those are all good items, Chen Yang cautioned. Who are you to say? Jiang Yu shot him a glare, and then noticed a large glass jar nearby, filled with a chaotic mix of what appeared to be medicinal liquor. Spotting a cup beside it, she directly poured herself a small glass. Hey, sister, don't drink that recklessly. Zhang Hua began, but before he could finish, Jiang Yu tilted her head back and downed it, smacking her lips. Taste bland? She then poured herself another glass. This cup was not large, holding only about an ounce. After 2 cups, Jiang Yu's face was visibly flushed. Quite becoming, Zhang Hua remarked, looking at Chen Yang with a mixture of exasperation and concern. Brother, can't you keep an eye on her? Can I really control her? She shouldn't even be here in the first place. Chen Yang shrugged. True. Zhang Hua sighed helplessly. Sister, stop drinking. You'll end up too tipsy. Who do you think you are? Jiang Yu shot him a glare and poured another glass. Just as she finished, the elder entered the room holding a long, narrow object, his nose twitching as he looked at Jiang Yu. Did you drink my liquor? Just a taste, Jiang Yu replied casually. It's quite average. The elder set down his cloth bag. How much have you had? Only 3 cups. Why are you so anxious? Jiang Yu pouted. I usually only dare to drink 1 cup a day, splitting it into 2 servings. You, young lady, truly have no sense of your limits. The elder remarked as he stepped forward to snatch the cup from her hand. Let us see what your fate holds. What does that mean, Uncle Sanjiu? Is my sister going to be all right? Zhang Hua stood up in alarm. Hard to say, the elder shook his head. 3 cups of that liquor. Even a tiger wound tea withstand it. Huh, what a joke. Jiang Yu exclaimed, rising with indignation. Before she could finish her words, she stumbled forward. Fortunately, Chen Yang, quick as a flash, managed to catch her. Otherwise, she would have landed face first and likely broken her nose. At that moment, Jiang Yu had already fainted, and Zhang Hua was anxiously pacing, intent on driving her to the hospital. However, Chen Yang checked Jiang Yu's pulse and calmly stated, "No need for that. She's merely intoxicated. She'll be fine." Really? Zhang Hua questioned, still skeptical. Chen Yang lifted his gaze. Do you doubt my word? Oh, good. That's a relief. Zhang Hua exhaled, visibly calming down. The elder, observing Chen Yang with a newfound depth of understanding, remarked, "Young man, you may not be aware of the ingredients in that liquor, or else you might not sound so certain." "I am aware. There are at least 4 lethal toxins within that drink," Chen Yang responded. "Oh." The elder paused, then pulled up a chair to sit beside him. "Impressive, young man. So, tell me, what affliction has this girl suffered?" "Her energies are in conflict," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "Females possess a yin constitution, which should ideally balance with the yang. However, this medicinal liquor contains an excess of extreme yin." Indeed. The elder beamed with delight. "So it seems entrusting my family's legacy to you was a fortuitous choice." Chapter 77. What do you intend to do with me? Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. "What is that?" "Just this," the elder replied, picking up a long, slender object from the ground. He unveiled it from its cloth covering, revealing a dark, vine-like item. "This is." Chen Yang's eyes widened, and his heart raced with sudden intensity. Noticing the shift in his demeanor, the elder paused. "You can discern what it is with just a glance. If I am not mistaken, it should be the thunder vine," Chen Yang asserted. And then, the elder's gaze was piercing. "Is it struck by lightning?" Chen Yang inquired. "Ha." The elder erupted into laughter, pleased. "You truly are remarkable. I seldom reveal my thunder vine, and those who are knowledgeable often fail to recognize its uniqueness. Yet, here you are, so young, possessing such discernment. Are you planning to sell this thunder vine?" Chen Yang asked, struggling to contain his excitement. "Not for sale." The elder shook his head, then added, "But I can give it to you." Chen Yang was taken aback. "You mean, as a gift? Is that not clear?" The elder chuckled. "Yes, I am giving it to you free of charge." "That cannot be right. Such a precious item." Chen Yang began, but the elder waved his hand dismissively. "At my age, what would you expect me to do with money? Am I to buy a house in the city and seek a new companion?" Chen Yang was rendered speechless by the elder's question, realizing the truth of his words. The elder had lived in the mountains all his life and was far too old to concern himself with money. Yet, he quickly thought, "You could leave it for your children. They are long gone. My partner passed away 5 years ago. Now, I am all alone," the elder replied with a wry smile. "A sword for a hero. It is rare to find someone with such an eye for quality. Take this with you." As the elder extended the thunder vine towards him, Chen Yang hesitated, unsure whether to accept it. However, Zhang Hua, without hesitation, reached out and took it. "I'll hold on to this for you, Brother Yang." "Thank you, uncle." "You're welcome." The elder smiled. "You may also take this musk and wolf treasure." Chen Yang was astounded. He had stumbled upon an incredible fortune. The musk was secondary, but the thunder vine was a priceless treasure beyond valuation. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly addressed the elder, "I cannot simply take your belongings. Since money holds little value for you, I shall concoct some elixirs for you in return, and you must accept them." "You can refine elixirs?" The elder was somewhat surprised, then nodded. "Very well, I shall certainly accept." "Agreed, it is settled," Chen Yang replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hua quickly interjected, "What about my sister?" "She will be fine. I will adjust her condition on the way back. It will even benefit her." Chen Yang smiled. "We just need to escort her to the vehicle. Then I feel reassured." Zhang Hua exhaled in relief and then indignantly declared, "When she wakes up, I shall certainly reprimand her properly. She must not touch things, yet she insists on doing so. Do you dare to scold her?" Chen Yang chuckled. Zhang Hua, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "Brother Yang, could you perhaps reprimand her on my behalf?" Chen Yang merely smiled and said nothing. After bidding farewell to the elderly man, he instructed Zhang Hua to carry Jiang Yu. Such matters were more fitting for him. The younger brother, to handle. Jiang Yu, deep in slumber, was completely unaware as the 2 men placed her in the car. When Chen Yang intended to return to the front passenger seat, Zhang Hua immediately said, "Brother, you should sit in the back and keep an eye on my sister. She is sleeping so soundly, What is there to watch over? Chen Yang queried, perplexed. Zhang Hua explained, I fear that if we brake suddenly, she might tumble from the back seat. After contemplating, Chen Yang agreed. Indeed, it was a valid concern. What if she did fall and hurt herself? How would he explain it to her upon waking? Reluctantly, he settled into the back seat. Jiang Yu lay sprawled across the seat, leaving no space for him. With no other choice, Chen Yang lifted her legs and, once seated, placed them across his lap. Thus, Zhang Hua turned the vehicle around and headed toward town. The journey was leisurely, and just as they were nearing their destination, Jiang Yu suddenly murmured something. Chen Yang, unable to hear clearly, leaned down and asked, Are you awake? It seemed Jiang Yu did not hear him. However, she shifted her body, appearing to be quite uncomfortable. Then, unexpectedly, her legs freed themselves from Chen Yang's hold, and she began to squirm in her seat with her eyes still closed. Fascinated, Chen Yang wondered what she was doing. In a swift moment, Jiang Yu sat up, turned her head in his direction, and then collapsed into his embrace. Chen Yang was speechless. Was this her idea of comfort? Zhang Hua, witnessing this through the rearview mirror, silently chuckled to himself and drove the car to the entrance. He then glanced back at Chen Yang and suggested, Perhaps you two should stay in the car for a moment? Are you out of your mind? Chen Yang shot him a glare. I need to hurry and help her sober up. Stop dawdling and carry her inside. All right, fine, Zhang Hua conceded, quickly exiting the vehicle. The two of them worked together to bring Jiang Yu back into the house. The younger brothers stood in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. How could they have been gone for such a short time and return with someone reeking of alcohol? Out. Zhang Hua shooed away the younger brothers lingering at the door and turned to Chen Yang. Should I also step aside? Best not to. Chen Yang glared at him. Your presence ensures clarity in this situation. It's fine. I won't think anything strange even if I'm not here, Zhang Hua laughed. Enough chatter. Remove her shoes. Chen Yang instructed. Speechless, he thought to himself how carefree this man was, casually handing his sister over to him. Though Jiang Yu was quite attractive, he had no interest in women who were overly bold, especially not the sister of his brother. He removed his shoes and gently laid Jiang Yu on the bed. After checking her pulse, he turned to Zhang Hua and said, I will need to apply pressure to several acupoints to guide the medicinal liquor within her body. Please remain silent. Understood, Zhang Hua responded, mimicking the motion of zipping his lips. Chen Yang composed himself and grasped Jiang Yu's wrist. The potency of the medicinal liquor was considerable, yet thankfully her constitution was relatively robust. Otherwise, it could easily harm an ordinary person's mind. However, it was precisely this resilience that afforded Jiang Yu an opportunity to break through her dantian with the aid of the medicinal energy. Should she succeed, it would indeed be a fortuitous coincidence. As time ticked away, Chen Yang urged the medicinal force within Jiang Yu, continuously channeling his own spiritual energy to impact her. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and though Zhang Hua moved his lips, he dared not utter a sound. Turning to fetch a towel, he thought, if I remained silent, surely it would not be amiss to help wipe away his sweat. Yet, as he approached, an invisible force surged forth, as if a colossal energy field had obstructed his path. Caught off guard, Zhang Hua was repelled by the force and stumbled backward, landing with a thud on the ground. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu slowly opened her eyes and beheld Chen Yang standing before her. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Zhang Hua sitting on the floor, his expression one of astonishment. Jiang Yu paused momentarily, then glared at Chen Yang and demanded, What do you intend to do with me? Chapter 78. Gratefulness and Reciprocity. Upon noticing that Jiang Yu had awakened, Chen Yang released his grip and inquired with a hint of confusion, What are you doing? Jiang Yu abruptly sat up, her feet touching the ground, and immediately raised her hand. Sister, what are you doing? Zhang Hua scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, Brother Yang is here to help you. Why would you resort to violence? At least her spirit seemed intact. Chen Yang observed Jiang Yu and chuckled, Moderate your strength. You possess the power you desired. In the future, refrain from striking indiscriminately, as it may lead to dire consequences. What do you mean? Jiang Yu asked, bewildered, suddenly recalling that she had consumed some alcohol earlier, after which her memory faded. She glanced around and realized she was in Zhang Hua's residence. When did I return? It has been a while, Zhang Hua replied, scrutinizing her. How do you feel now? What do you think? It's just a bit of alcohol. I'm not dead, am I? Jiang Yu retorted, rolling her eyes before pushing him aside. Move aside. I need to use the restroom. With a simple shove, Zhang Hua stumbled sideways, crashing into the wall. Goodness. Jiang Yu stared at her own arm in astonishment, momentarily speechless. Chen Yang sighed, I suddenly regret helping you. I truly shouldn't have. Zhanghua grimaced in pain, saying, Sister, are you attempting to commit fratricide? I barely exerted any force. Jiang Yu, dumbfounded, turned to Chen Yang. What has happened? Sighing, Chen Yang replied, Sit down. Just don't break anything else. The matter was not complex and could be summarized in a few sentences. However, Jiang Yu appeared somewhat dazed, sitting there as if her soul had departed. Sister, what is wrong? Zhanghua inquired. My master once stated that opening one's dantian is a task as challenging as ascending to the heavens for an ordinary person, yet here I am, having achieved it due to 3 cups of wine? Jiang Yu murmured. That is also thanks to Brother Yang. Without him, you would still be in a deep slumber. Zhanghua's words trailed off upon encountering Jiang Yu's piercing gaze, causing him to swallow the remainder of his sentence. Regardless, this is your opportunity. It is indispensable, Chen Yang remarked, wishing to avoid taking undue credit. Then I must express my gratitude to you, Jiang Yu said, gazing at him earnestly. From this day forth, you shall be my benefactor. Zhanghua's mouth fell agape, but upon hearing the term benefactor, he shot her a disapproving glance, filled with exasperation. Jiang Yu, oblivious to his reaction, would have surely retaliated had she noticed. Chen Yang chuckled. There is no need for such titles. He then turned to Zhanghua. Well, I must return home now. All right, allow me to escort you. Zhanghua quickly nodded, massaging his shoulder as he stepped out. Once in the vehicle, he could not resist asking, Brother, how much are those herbs from the old man truly worth? Hard to say, Chen Yang replied, shaking his head. Is it worth $1 million? Zhanghua pressed on, unwilling to relent. Why are you so curious about this? If the truth holds such a substantial sum, I reckon I should encourage Zhuzi to visit them often. Such kindness is indeed significant, Zhanghua remarked. Chen Yang cast him a surprised glance. I never imagined you to be so considerate. Of course, Zhanghua nodded. One must be grateful and reciprocate. He has bestowed so many good things upon Brother Yang, and we cannot merely repay him with a few herbs. That makes sense. Chen Yang pondered for a moment. Let us proceed with that. Have Zhuzi visit regularly, at least twice a month, and bring along a few more people to assist with any tasks at home. All right, Zhanghua agreed. Upon returning to the village, Chen Yang retrieved the herbs from the trunk, and Jiang Yu inquired curiously, What is that peculiar plant? I have never seen it before. You were quite inebriated back then. Zhanghua chuckled. This is called thundervine, and it has even been struck by lightning. Impressive, isn't it? You know nothing about it. Pray tell, what makes it so formidable? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Zhanghua faltered momentarily, and then forced a laugh. I merely heard Brother Yang mention it. Spare me your excuses. I find your words unconvincing. Chen Yang shot him a disapproving look, then turned to find Jiang Yu staring blankly, prompting him to ask, What troubles you? Are you selling that thundervine? Jiang Yu inquired. Huh? Both Chen Yang and Zhanghua were taken aback. Will you sell it? Jiang Yu gazed intently into Chen Yang's eyes. I would take half, for 5 million. Chen Yang was left speechless. Zhanghua's eyes widened in astonishment. Sister, do you truly possess such wealth? Away with you. Jiang Yu shot him a glare, fixing her gaze back on Chen Yang. Will you sell it? What do you intend to do with it? It is highly toxic. Chen Yang questioned. That is none of your concern. Just tell me if you will sell it. Jiang Yu insisted. You are becoming quite repetitive. To be frank, this thundervine holds immense benefits for me, and I shall not part with it, Chen Yang declared. Jiang Yu fell silent, yet her large eyes darted around before she turned on her heel and strode back into the house. Zhanghua exchanged glances with Chen Yang, both feeling perplexed. However, their points of focus differed. Chen Yang was bewildered by how Jiang Yu knew of the thunder vine and her eagerness to purchase it, while Zhanghua was fixated on the 5 million she had mentioned. Wondering how she had amassed such wealth and why she had never disclosed it to him, was she concerned he would ask her for money? Chen Yang placed the herbs in his room and, upon turning to exit, suddenly recalled that Tian was not at home. A fleeting thought crossed his mind that she might be in the fields, so he said to Zhanghua, If you have no other business, you may return. Please drop me off at the village entrance. Oh, all right, Zhanghua nodded. Brother Yang, what are you off to do? There are people working in the fields. I intend to see how they are faring. I will accompany you. Jiang Yu emerged from the house, her persistent nature evident. Then let us depart, Chen Yang agreed. But Brother Yang, what if someone steals the herbs? They are worth over 10 million. Zhanghua exclaimed. Where on earth did you get that figure? Chen Yang was utterly bewildered, gazing at him in confusion. Zhanghua wore an expression of absolute certainty. My sister just mentioned that half of it grants you 5 million. Thus, the entire root of the Lei Gong tongue must be valued at 10 million. You truly possess an extraordinary talent for arithmetic. Chen Yang was at a loss for words and replied, "Rest assured, I've secured the medicinal materials. They are safe with me." "Well then," Zhang Hua said, choosing not to elaborate further, and he opened the door to his vehicle. Upon reaching the village entrance, Chen Yang and Jiang Yu alighted and made their way directly to the field. Tian was indeed there. Upon seeing the two approach, she promptly inquired, "Where have you been?" "We took a trip to the town," Chen Yang replied with a smile, observing that the tilling machine was still diligently at work. Having already completed about 2/3 of the task, he remarked, "It's progressing quite swiftly. At this rate, we can sow the seeds tomorrow. Let it dry for another day," Tian suggested. "I just overheard someone mention that it would benefit the soil." "Who said that?" Chen Yang asked, puzzled. "I don't know. It was an elderly gentleman passing by," Tian chuckled. "He mentioned that the land also requires rest. One cannot perpetually cultivate vegetables and crops without allowing it some respite." "Oh," Chen Yang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "An unfamiliar old man? Where did he come from?" Chapter 79 Curiosity piqued, Chen Yang inquired, "Where is that old man gone?" "He headed south," replied Tian, saying he was going to gather herbs on the mountain. She turned and pointed, continuing, "I noticed his hair and beard were completely white. He must be at least in his 80s, yet he can still venture up the mountain. That is indeed remarkable." Chen Yang chuckled, "But surely this elder is not from the vicinity?" "Indeed," Tian confirmed, "I have never seen him before. He doesn't belong to any nearby village." "What did this elder look like?" Jiang Yu asked. "Specifically?" Tian seemed puzzled. "I mean, did he have any distinguishing features? For instance, what about his eyes, eyebrows, or nose?" Jiang Yu elaborated. Chen Yang, slightly exasperated, remarked, "Why the need for such details? It's irrelevant." Jiang Yu shot him a glare. Without much thought, Tian responded, "He had nothing particularly striking about him. However, his eyebrows were quite long, extending past the corners of his eyes. And his nose was indeed a bit flat. Then I know who it is." Jiang Yu nodded, and without further ado, she set off toward the south. "Hey, where are you going?" Chen Yang called out loudly. "I'm going to find my master." Jiang Yu replied without looking back. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, realizing why she had been so insistent on clarifying. Yet, something felt amiss. Wasn't he her master from the south? When had he arrived? And why hadn't he informed him? As Jiang Yu disappeared into the distance, Chen Yang hesitated but ultimately decided not to follow. Instead, he turned to Tian and said, "Sister, it seems we have guests arriving. You should head back and prepare." "Are you saying that the old man was master?" "Yes, that seems to be the case." "Very well then. We have fresh ingredients at home. I will return to tidy up." As Tian left, Chen Yang noticed Jiang Yu had reached the foot of the mountain and then vanished into the woods. He could only shake his head in exasperation, thinking, these two seem rather unpredictable. Feeling disinclined to chase after them, he remained in the field, knowing that the elder and the young one would return soon enough. Indeed, after about an hour, two figures emerged at the foot of the mountain. Soon, Chen Yang could clearly discern the elder's appearance. Remarkably, his hair and beard were entirely white, and his long white eyebrows exuded an ethereal charm. The old man appeared vigorous, striding with an energetic gait. Despite his age, he bore no semblance of frailty. "This is my master," Jiang Yu introduced. Chen Yang thought to himself, "What does that make me?" However, he maintained a polite demeanor, promptly smiling and greeting the elder. "Good day, sir." "What, sir? I have only just entered my prime." The elder raised an eyebrow, then asked, "Are you Chen Yang?" "Yes." "I hear you are quite skilled in combat?" "Well, I manage," Chen Yang replied, casting a glance at Jiang Yu, contemplating how swiftly her tongue moved. The elder nodded. "Very well, let us engage in a contest." With that, he assumed a ready stance. Chen Yang found himself utterly speechless. No wonder Jiang Yu was so fierce. Her master was of a similar disposition, who engages in brawls in the fields. Moreover, at such an advanced age, what if he were to sustain an injury? "Elder, there's no need for a contest. I am still young and lack experience, unlike you who is esteemed and respected. How could I dare to compare myself?" Chen Yang remarked with a smile. His words carried a hint of flattery, which indeed pleased the elder. "That makes sense. Master, he possesses Thunder Vine." Jiang Yu suddenly interjected. "What?" The elder was taken aback. "Thunder Vine, and it has been struck by lightning." Jiang Yu continued. The elder's voice cracked. He then turned to Chen Yang, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Is this true?" Chen Yang shot Jiang Yu a glare, thinking her incessant chatter was quite bothersome. Had he known, he would never have invited her to his home. However, Jiang Yu was completely unfazed. She merely pouted and added, "That's nothing. He also has spiritual stones." Goodness. The elder nearly lost his balance, almost collapsing to the ground. "How do you know this?" As Chen Yang assisted the elder, he looked at Jiang Yu, who seemed to have bewildered everyone. "Humph. I knew it long ago. I discovered it on the first day I came to your house." "Did you think you were hiding it well?" "I can sense these things," Jiang Yu declared proudly. Chen Yang was at a loss for words, wishing he could immediately call Zhang Hua to take this bothersome woman away. "Master." Jiang Yu was about to say something else when Chen Yang quickly interrupted her. "Stop talking. Do you want him to get so excited that he has a stroke?" Even the elder waved his hands repeatedly. "Stop, stop. There's too much good news. I can hardly bear it. I see stars before my eyes." "That's your blood pressure rising." Chen Yang chuckled bitterly. "Shall I assist you home first?" "Yes, indeed. We must go, we must go." The elder nodded eagerly. On the way back, Chen Yang learned his name, Wang Defa. At first hearing, he thought it was an insult. However, considering the elder's age, it was clear that his parents had likely been uneducated, resulting in a name they could not foresee would sound like an English phrase in the future. Upon arriving home, Wang Defa had already regained his composure. He looked around the small courtyard and nodded, saying, "Quite ordinary." Chen Yang had grown immune to such comments. Both master and disciple shared the same lack of boundaries, freely saying whatever they wished. However, unexpectedly, once Wang Defa sat down, he did not inquire further about the spiritual stones or thunder vine. Instead, he leisurely sipped the tea that Tian Tian had brought. Understanding that evasion was futile, Chen Yang opted for silence, waiting for the elder to speak. Ultimately, in a battle of patience, he lost and could no longer resist asking, "Elder, what brings you to Peach Blossom Village all alone?" Wang Defa set down his teacup and cast him a sidelong glance before leisurely responding, "Who told you I came alone?" Both Chen Yang and Jiang Yu were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yu then inquired, "Who else has arrived?" Wang Defa replied, "Your senior brother, Dayangzi, and your senior sister, the beautiful one, are both here." Chen Yang, confused, pondered aloud, "Are there 2 people or 4? 2, Wang Defa clarified. Jiang Yu shot him a glance before asking, "Master, where are they?" "They are waiting for me in the nearby town," Wang Defa stated, lifting his teacup once more. "I will call them," Jiang Yu exclaimed, pulling out her phone, while simultaneously shouting towards the kitchen, "Sister, prepare more food. We have 2 additional guests." Chen Yang gazed at her in silence, thinking to himself, "Did you even consult me? Is this your home?" A sudden realization washed over him. He felt increasingly devoid of agency. Just as he was mulling over this, his phone suddenly chimed with a message. Upon opening it, Chen Yang smacked his forehead in realization. It was Saturday, and Feng Shui was on holiday. "Have you been too busy to contact me?" he mused. Hastily, he replied, "I've been a bit occupied, but I'm free now. I'll head to the county town right away." Soon after, another message from Feng Shui arrived. "No need. I just arrived at my cousin's house and will come find you shortly." Upon reading this, Chen Yang was taken aback. "Oh, it seems the house is about to become quite lively." Chapter 80. The meat of the dragon. Chen Yang experienced a brief moment of confusion before rising to address Wang Defa, saying, "Old sir, please make yourself comfortable. I shall step out for a moment." "Ah, do as you wish," Wang Defa nodded, savoring his tea. Jiang Yu, unusually, did not express a desire to accompany him, prompting Chen Yang to hasten his departure, heading straight for Li Mei's residence. Upon arrival, he found Feng Shui's vehicle indeed parked outside, indicating that the 2 sisters were engaged in conversation within. Li Mei, upon spotting Chen Yang, exclaimed, "Well, if it isn't the busy one, what brings you here all of a sudden?" The look in her eyes and the tone of her voice revealed her displeasure at his recent absence. Yet, with Feng Shui present, Chen Yang refrained from addressing the matter directly, opting instead for a light-hearted remark. "I merely came to invite Aunt May to my home for dinner, as we have a few guests." "Who are they?" she inquired. "People you don't know, from out of town," he replied. Li Mei pouted in response. "In that case, I shan't go. What need is there for me to intrude on your gathering?" Initially, she had intended to bring Feng Shui to Chen Yang's home, but the news of guests extinguished that thought. Feng Shui echoed her sentiments, expressing that it would be awkward to dine with unfamiliar faces. Thus, she stated to Chen Yang, "If you don't require assistance, my cousin and I shall refrain from joining." "Please, don't say that," Chen Yang insisted courteously, but both women remained resolute in their refusal, stating they would not attend. Consequently, he departed alone, only to encounter a tall, black luxury vehicle approaching from the village's entrance. By the time Chen Yang reached his doorstep, the vehicle had come to a halt, and a pair of young adults disembarked, one male in his 30s and one female in her late 20s, both strikingly handsome, resembling a perfect couple. At that moment, Jiang Yu dashed out from the courtyard and leapt into the arms of the woman, exclaiming, "Senior sister, I've missed you so much." As they embraced, Chen Yang locked eyes with the man, and an awkward silence ensued. "You must be the senior brother, correct?" Chen Yang ventured. "Indeed, you are Chen Yang?" The man confirmed. "Yes, please, come in." Chen Yang welcomed them into the courtyard, where the usually tranquil atmosphere transformed into one of lively chatter. Yet even now, Chen Yang remained puzzled as to why Wang Defa had brought his two disciples to Taohua Village. The sun had just begun its descent when Tian finished preparing the meal, and Chen Yang, alongside Jiang Yu, assisted in bringing the dishes to the table. The spread included stir-fried dishes, stews, and cold salads, all beautifully presented and aromatic. Most notably, a bowl of rich, white python meat soup sat at the center, exuding an enticing fragrance. Wang Defa appeared momentarily taken aback as the dishes were served. When everyone was seated, and it was his turn to take the first bite, he gingerly picked up a piece of snake meat. "Goodness, you actually have this?" he inquired, regarding Chen Yang with a curious gaze. "Old sir, do you recognize what this is?" Chen Yang asked. "How could I not?" Wang Defa replied, tasting the meat thoughtfully. It lacks freshness. It seems to have been frozen for a few days." "Master, what kind of meat is this?" Jiang Yu asked. "Dragon meat," Wang Defa replied nonchalantly. "Ah?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "That can't be right. It's clearly python." Wang Defa remarked, "You must have misjudged me. Do you think at my age I cannot distinguish between a python and a flood dragon? If that is your assertion, I shall concede without further dispute." Chen Yang chuckled. "As long as it's edible, that's all that matters. Not just edible, this is truly a delicacy." Wang Defa gazed deeply at him. "Everyone, do partake. This time, our visit was certainly worth it." The guests eagerly picked up their chopsticks, savoring the dishes while praising Tian's culinary skills, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a white SUV came to a halt at the entrance. Chen Yang was taken aback. "Who could that be? I've never seen that vehicle before. It must belong to a stranger." At that moment, the back door swung open, and a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses alighted, carrying a briefcase as he approached the entrance. "Excuse me, is this the residence of Chen Yang?" he inquired. "Yes, and you are?" Jiang Yu asked. The man in the suit smiled. "I am Song Kai, the owner of several supermarkets in the county." Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. He had not yet sought him out, yet here he was, seeking him. Remaining silent, Jiang Yu promptly asked, "What brings you here?" "I wish to discuss a business proposition with Chen Yang," Song Kai replied. After exiting the vehicle, his gaze remained fixed on Chen Yang's face, clearly recognizing him. Given the circumstances, Chen Yang could only rise and ask, "What business? Shall we discuss it in the car?" Song Kai suggested with a smile. "You have guests here. It may be inconvenient to talk." "What could be inconvenient?" Wang Defa interjected. "Is it something shameful?" "Not at all," Song Kai replied with an easy demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Wang Defa's directness. "I am primarily concerned about disturbing everyone." "It won't be a disturbance. Just speak plainly. What business do you wish to discuss with Chen Yang?" Wang Defa pressed. "This is a procurement contract. You may take a look," Song Kai said, retrieving a multi-page document from his briefcase. Chen Yang glanced at it briefly before responding, "Mr. Song, as you can see, I have guests. Might we discuss this matter at a later time?" "Of course, that's no issue," Song Kai nodded. "Zhao Jiang has already provided you with my contact information. You may reach out later." "Very well. I shall not take up more of your time," Song Kai concluded, turning to re-enter his vehicle. Once he departed, Chen Yang returned to the table, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "What is it? That man harbors ill intentions, does he not?" Wang Defa inquired. Chen Yang looked up. "How do you know?" "It's apparent. He presents himself well, but I have lived long enough to see through such faades." The moment he stepped out of the car, he scrutinized us, undoubtedly trying to deduce our identities. Wang Defa chuckled. "I sensed it too. That facade of humility is merely a ruse." Jiang Yu added. Chen Yang smiled at their observations. "Then tell me, if he harbors ill intentions, why would he wish to engage in business with me?" "The answer likely lies within that contract." Wang Defa turned to his disciple and said, "Dayangzi, show him." "Yes, master." Jiang Yu's senior brother, Chu Yang, took the contract from Chen Yang's hands and examined it for a moment, remarking, "Indeed, This contract harbors a significant pitfall. What do you mean? Chen Yang inquired, directing his gaze to the section he was pointing at. If the second party fails to deliver on time, they must compensate the first party with tenfold the value of the goods. He was not foolish. Upon seeing this, he immediately comprehended the implications. If Song Kai intended to purchase 100,000 yuan worth of vegetables from him, but due to unforeseen circumstances on his end, he was unable to deliver punctually, he would owe the other party a staggering 1 million yuan. While 1 or 200,000 yuan was not a significant issue for him, 1 million or 2 million certainly was. Such compensation could escalate to tens of millions. Chen Yang clicked his tongue in realization. This fellow is quite cunning, isn't he? I wonder if this Song has some personal vendetta against you? Wang Defa asked. Well, Chen Yang shook his head with a wry smile. I certainly bear no animosity towards him, but his associates may well be a different story. Chapter 81. What do you want to do? Chen Yang did not intend to delve deeper into the matter. After a brief smile, he continued. Let us not discuss this any further. Let us first enjoy our meal. Wang Defa looked at him and chuckled. All right then, let's eat. After dinner, the sun was just beginning to set, casting its warm glow upon the earth. The mountains surrounding Taohua Village transformed into a tapestry of orange and red hues. Wang Defa sat in the courtyard, sipping tea, embodying leisure and tranquility. Chen Yang sought a reason to leave his home and made his way to Li Mei's residence. Why have you come again? Li Mei inquired, somewhat surprised. I came to inquire about some matters with Sister Shui, Chen Yang replied, turning his gaze towards Feng Shui. Sister, the matter we discussed last time is about to commence. Are you referring to Ding Yuan? Feng Shui asked. Indeed, Chen Yang nodded. However, this time I wish to gather information about the supermarket owner in our county, named Song Kai. It is said that he has come from the provincial city and has swiftly established 6 chain stores, achieving considerable success. Therefore, I wish to understand his background. Feng Shui nodded in acknowledgement. All right, I will help you look into it. Good, it would be best if you can find out. If not, it's of no consequence. Chen Yang smiled and turned to Li Mei. I'm off, aunt. Hey you. Li Mei's words trailed off as Chen Yang had already turned to leave. This guy. Li Mei was somewhat speechless, then suddenly thought of something and looked at Feng Shui. When did you two become so close? Well, Feng Shui hesitated for a moment before replying with a smile. I forgot to tell you. He helped one of my elders with a medical issue a while back. So we've interacted a bit more. Oh, this young man has truly learned some skills. Li Mei expressed her surprise. What ailment did he treat? Liver cancer. Feng Shui said, while sending a text message. What? Li Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Yang can treat cancer? He didn't endanger anyone's life, did he? Sister, what are you saying? Feng Shui retorted, raising her head. He cured the ailment with just a few doses of medicine. Although the recovery is not yet complete, it is merely a matter of time. Li Mei was left bewildered, pondering how this was the same Chen Yang she knew, a half-witted boy who surprisingly possessed such abilities. Upon returning home, Wang Defa waved at him. Come, sit here. Is he going to discuss the Lei Gongting matter again? Chen Yang thought to himself. However, as soon as he sat down, Wang Defa handed him a black plastic bag, saying, This is for you. What is this? Chen Yang took the bag and opened it, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is 100,000 yuan. You keep it for now. I may be imposing on you for a few days. Consider it a meal expense. Wang Defa chuckled. Isn't this too generous? Chen Yang set the plastic bag beside him, smiling. Surely, this amount is excessive? Wang Defa grinned. This sum is trivial to me. Very well then. Chen Yang had no intention of declining further, offering only a modicum of courtesy. Afterward, Wang Defa refrained from mentioning the medicinal vine and instead engaged in casual conversation, leaving Chen Yang enveloped in confusion. Was the old man forgetful, or was there another reason? As dusk fell, Chen Yang's phone chimed with a message from Feng Shui. He glanced down and stood up, saying, Please rest early. I have matters to attend to. Quite busy, are you? Go ahead. I have no worries here. If you're tired, just sleep in the camper, Wang Defa replied. Initially, Tian had fretted over accommodating so many guests, but it turned out they had already made arrangements. The camper could comfortably house 6 people. Chen Yang arrived at Li Mei's doorstep, where he found Feng Shui waiting for him. Her previous message indicated she had learned some information, but preferred to discuss it in person, as typing was too cumbersome. Noticing she was alone, Chen Yang inquired, Why didn't Aunt Mei come with you? I didn't invite her, Feng Shui replied, smiling as she looked at him. The guests at your home are female, right? Not just females. There are males as well. Chen Yang responded with a smile. Feng Shui quickly seized upon the crux of the matter. Oh, no wonder you came to hint at something. There really are females involved. Taken aback, Chen Yang scratched his head and replied, don't overthink it. They are just ordinary friends. I'm not overthinking. I'm merely asking, she chuckled. Shall we take a stroll around the village and chat as we walk? Sounds good, Chen Yang nodded. The moonlight is quite lovely tonight. As they strolled, Feng Shui remarked, Ding Yuan helped me inquire about some matters and indeed uncovered some background on Song Kai. Is that so? Does he have any connection to Yang Jian? Chen Yang queried. None that I know of, Feng Shui replied, shaking her head. This individual is originally from our county. He merely ventured to the provincial capital a few years back, made some money, and returned home to invest. I see, Chen Yang mused, smiling. That clarifies my thoughts. He's investigating me, attempting to deceive me, all because of Zhao Jiang. Feng Shui, intrigued, asked, and who is that? He's from our village, Chen Yang explained, briefly recounting his grievances with the Zhao brothers and how Song Kai had approached him with a contract today. Feng Shui frowned upon hearing this. This seems rather blatant. Doesn't he? Perhaps they think I'm a fool, someone easy to deceive, Chen Yang chuckled. Then why not simply avoid doing business with him? Feng Shui suggested with a smile. That way, they wouldn't be able to swindle you, she added. On the contrary, I must engage in business. The question remains who will ultimately deceive whom. Chen Yang smirked. I need to devise a strategy to ensure that Song Kai is left with nothing. Feng Shui, curious, asked, what do you plan to do? I haven't quite figured it out yet. Feng Shui looked at him, exasperated. Could you refrain from joking? Although I am not well versed in business, I understand that toppling a merchant is no simple task. For me, it is not difficult, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Rest assured, I do not engage in battles without certainty of victory. He then gazed at her and said, let us not dwell on such matters. It's been a few days since we last met. Have you missed me? Under the moonlight, Feng Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. Oh, what are you talking about? It's only been a few days. Do you truly not miss me? Chen Yang lowered his head and leaned closer to her ear, gently exhaling, but I miss you dearly. A shiver coursed through Feng Shui's body, and her breath quickened. The village entrance was exceptionally quiet at this late hour, the moonlight casting a silvery glow upon the two of them. In such an enchanting atmosphere, Chen Yang found himself unable to resist. He reached out and wrapped his arm around Feng Shui's shoulders. I know a place, just over the back hill. It's a lovely spot where we won't be disturbed. Feng Shui discerned the implication in his words. What do you intend to do? I want. Chen Yang nodded affirmatively. Feng Shui was taken aback, playfully pinching him. You're incorrigible. I've only been out for a little while. If I don't return soon, do you believe my cousin will search the entire village for me? Oh, right. The thought of Li Mei extinguished half of Chen Yang's fervor. That woman would indeed raise a ruckus if Feng Shui didn't come home soon. With a resigned nod, he said, all right then, let us find another opportunity tomorrow. Feng Shui remained silent for a moment, then looked up at him and quickly nodded. Oh, there is hope. Chen Yang's spirits soared with joy. Chapter 82. The old man's masterstroke. The intention was commendable, yet often the whims of fate render the best-laid plans futile. As dawn broke, Chen Yang had just risen when he received a call from Suyu, who was en route to Peach Blossom Village. Upon inquiry, he learned that she had successfully negotiated the contract for the forest management project with the town, and today they would delineate the contracted area. This was a matter they had previously discussed, for mere vegetable cultivation was insufficient. Chen Yang aspired to an all-encompassing, multifaceted approach to agriculture and aquaculture, revitalizing the entire Peach Blossom Village. This endeavor took precedence, necessitating a postponement of his agreement with Feng Shui. Wang Defa had risen early as well, practicing Tai Chi in the yard as light pierced the horizon. Upon seeing Chen Yang emerge, he cheerfully inquired, I heard you on the phone. Do you have matters to attend to today? Indeed, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Once this is settled, both the front and back mountains will be under my management. Excellent, Wang Defa nodded. Do you require assistance? My disciples are idly waiting. They could help you with errands. That would be too much trouble, Chen Yang protested. Nonsense. Wang Defa chuckled, calling to the caravan, Dai Yangzi, gather your companions. Today, you'll assist Chen Yang with his work. Unable to decline the generous offer, and with Chu Yang and the others indeed free, Chen Yang graciously accepted after a few polite exchanges. Suyu arrived with her team, and upon their arrival, they all ascended the mountain together. Before embarking on this endeavor, however, Chen Yang sent a message to Feng Shui, informing her of his busy schedule. Understanding and reasonable, Feng Shui recognized the importance of the matter and did not press further. After spending the better part of the day marking the contracted area, Chen Yang returned to the village, only to find Feng Shui's vehicle absent from Li Mei's home. This indicated that she had already returned to the county, and he would not see her again until the following Saturday. Su Yu also had pressing matters and needed to return to procure various supplies. So she too descended the mountain back to the county. Upon returning home, Tian served a meal that had been prepared in advance. Everyone, having worked up an appetite, promptly sat down to feast. After satisfying their hunger, Wang Defa inquired, "Have you devised a strategy to handle that Song Kai from yesterday?" "I have some ideas, though not fully formed yet," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "I intend to sign that contract with him." "Oh," Wang Defa was taken aback, knowing it's a trap. "You still wish to proceed?" "Only by stepping into the trap can I truly ascertain its peril." Chen Yang chuckled. "I never strike first." "Intriguing, indeed," Wang Defa remarked, observing him closely. "And after signing the contract? I'll simply supply him," Chen Yang shrugged. "If he seeks to sabotage me, he will undoubtedly attempt to ruin my crops and then demand compensation. At that point, I shall first pay him a sum, then immediately launch my counterattack. As previously stated, if he aims to ensnare me, I shall ensure he is left with naught but his undergarments. Ah, a prudent approach if one does not offend me." "I shall not offend them, but how do you plan to retaliate?" "I haven't fully contemplated it yet," Chen Yang admitted, shaking his head. "What do you think about setting his supermarket ablaze?" Wang Defa gazed at him in silence, saying, "Don't joke, that would be too lowbrow. I was merely jesting." Chen Yang replied with a smile. "In truth, I have considered it, but it could easily harm the innocent. We absolutely cannot proceed with such a plan. However, I do have an idea." Suddenly, Jiang Yu's senior sister, the strikingly beautiful Wei Zhuxi, spoke up. Since her arrival at Chen Yang's home, she had been rather taciturn, initially. Chen Yang had even presumed her to be mute. It was only during dinner, when she introduced herself, that he realized she was not. The nickname Big Beauty was given to her by Wang Defa, while her actual name was Wei Zhuxi. Upon hearing her speak, Chen Yang immediately inquired, "What idea do you have?" Wei Zhuxi replied, "You could open another store directly across from the supermarket and engage in a price war with them." Chen Yang's mouth fell agape, followed by a wry smile. "Ah, I have contemplated this as well, but with my current capital, I cannot compete with them. It would require tens of millions just to challenge even half of their 6 stores, let alone all of them." "Not quite," Wei Zhuxi shook her head. "My family operates supermarkets. In a county like this, the investment for a medium-sized supermarket is only a few million. Furthermore, even if you sell at lower prices, you are not giving away your goods for free. You can still recover some costs. Thus, the daily losses would only amount to tens of thousands. Moreover, not all products need to be sold at a loss. You can sell your own homegrown fruits and vegetables at slightly higher prices, as their quality speaks for itself. Our primary goal should be to attract customers. Once we draw them over, the opposing supermarket will collapse within a month." "Is that so?" Chen Yang was left in stunned silence, contemplating how this seemingly unassuming woman possessed such profound knowledge. Yet, he thought, money is not the issue. Leave that to me. Just as Chen Yang was about to express his concern about his financial limitations, Wang Defa interjected, "Let us aim higher and open a large supermarket." "What?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "You intend to fund this? What? Do you think I doubt your capability?" Wang Defa shot him a sidelong glance. 1 or 200 million does not trouble me." Chen Yang was utterly flabbergasted, turning to Jiang Yu. "What exactly does our master do?" "What do you mean our master?" "He is my master," Jiang Yu retorted, raising her chin to give him a disdainful look. "Do you think the title king of Jiangnan is a mere jest?" "The king of Jiangnan?" Chen Yang was completely bewildered. "Are there still princes in this day and age? What are you talking about?" Wang Defa glared at him. "That is merely an abbreviation for the Jiangnan Wang family." "Oh, I see." Chen Yang scratched his head, recalling that he had heard of the Jiangnan Wang family during his university days, but it had never been of personal significance, thus leaving only a faint impression. "Big Beauty. Let us proceed as you suggested. This matter is entrusted to you and Daong. It must be executed flawlessly," Wang Defa declared. "Understood, Master," Wei Zhuxi nodded. Chen Yang remained silent, contemplating the debt of gratitude he owed. Wang Defa had refrained from mentioning the Leigong tongue, so he could no longer feign ignorance. Thus, he spoke up, "Old man, your assistance is invaluable, and I find myself at a loss for how to repay you. As for the Leigong Ting," unexpectedly, Wang Defa waved his hand. "Let us not discuss that. My interest in it exists, yet it is not a dire desire. It is far more advantageous for you to keep it." Chen Yang was taken aback. Then the spirit stone. I possess spirit stones as well. I simply did not expect you to have discovered any. Wang Defa smiled at him. You young lad, do you truly believe my presence here is solely for your treasures? Then what brings you here? Chen Yang was bewildered. You underestimate me. I am a man of experience, not one to linger at your home for trifles. Wang Defa looked at him in speechless disbelief. Chen Yang could only force a laugh. Haha, it appears my perspective is rather narrow. Wang Defa nodded. To speak candidly, I have come to Taohua Village in search of a certain individual. Chapter 83. My parents are not home. Who to find? Chen Yang wore a puzzled expression. Wang Defa gazed at him, his face crinkling into a smile. It's you. Well, isn't that saying nothing? Chen Yang replied, exasperated. You found me, yet you haven't disclosed the purpose of your visit. I had no intention of anything specific, merely wished to observe what makes you. Wang Defa paused momentarily, then continued. What makes you so remarkable? I do not comprehend. Chen Yang shook his head, his face a mask of confusion. You didn't know me before. Indeed, I am unfamiliar with you. Wang Defa nodded, then chuckled. But I have a senior apprentice who possesses the art of divination. So, I was foretold? Chen Yang questioned, incredulous. Quite close, Wang Defa laughed. After my senior finished the reading, he informed me, and coincidentally, Jiang Yu was here. So I brought along Dayangzi and the others. Is that even possible? Chen Yang expressed doubt. Perhaps you could have him divine for me? What do you wish to inquire? Wang Defa asked. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang replied, I would like to know the whereabouts of my father. Certainly. Wang Defa immediately agreed. Really? Chen Yang's eyes widened. If we can locate my father, I would gladly give whatever that master desires. That is unnecessary. Wang Defa shook his head. My senior only charges a single yuan for divination. He seeks nothing else. Such a small amount? Indeed, he does not charge more. For to do so would violate the custom. He does not expect to earn a living from divination, thus he only accepts a token fee. Wang Defa smiled, however. One must also consider that divination requires the right circumstances. It cannot be done at any time. Why is that? Chen Yang inquired. Wang Defa explained. Divination involves peering into celestial secrets. Is that something one can do casually? Oh, that makes sense, Chen Yang acknowledged, realizing there was no rush. He then said to the elder, please remember this for me, and when the time is right, I would appreciate his assistance. Good. Wang Defa nodded. You are quite a remarkable young man, and you share a bond with my apprentice. Henceforth, we are allies. Should you require assistance, I will naturally lend a hand. Chen Yang felt a twinge of unease at those words. What kind of connection could I possibly have with Jiang Yu? Whatever it may be. I hope it is not of a romantic nature. As night fell, and everyone retired for the evening, Chen Yang returned to his room, retrieving materials such as thundervine. This matter had already been delayed for several days. It was high time to hasten the concoction of the elixir. Though Chen Yang was quite content with his current cultivation at the 4th level of qi refinement, who wouldn't aspire to reach even greater heights? The following day was designated for planting, and Chen Yang attended the event. Upon seeing him, Li Mei exclaimed in surprise, Oh, what happened to you? Did you not sleep last night? Indeed, Chen Yang's eyes bore the marks of a sleepless night spent in alchemical endeavors. However, unaware of the truth, Li Mei continued with a teasing smile. I heard 2 young ladies visited your home. Was it a lively night? Chen Yang sighed, Aunt Mei. Please refrain from making wild guesses. Li Mei curled her lips in disdain. Humph, just by looking at you, it's evident that you misbehaved last night. Yet you refuse to admit it. Don't believe me? Chen Yang gazed at her and suggested, how about we indulge in some mischief together? Then you'll know whether I speak the truth. His words made Li Mei blush and her heart race, prompting her to spit at him playfully. However, noticing that no one was paying attention to them, she quickly added, Then I shall take my leave. You can come later. All right. Chen Yang chuckled. He had indeed been feeling a bit irritable lately and needed an outlet. The two departed in succession, most of the crowd oblivious to their exchange, save for Jiang Yu, who regarded Chen Yang's retreating figure with a thoughtful expression. After tending to the vegetable patch, the work of land development commenced. Several excavators and a dozen earth-moving trucks arrived to commence the transformation of the barren slopes surrounding the village. Chen Yang was not idle either. It was time to harvest the silver knife fish from the pond. By the time these tasks were completed, 4 days had elapsed, and the weekend was fast approaching. On Friday afternoon, after finishing his work, Chen Yang summoned the driver of Huang Yu Kai and headed straight for the county seat. Before the high school had dismissed for the day, Chen Yang arrived at the entrance, standing outside the walls and peering in. This time, however, No security personnel approached to shoo him away. In fact, he recognized that the same guard was on duty as last time, but this individual didn't even glance his way, evidently having learned his lesson from their previous encounter. Chen Yang paid him no mind, his gaze fixed longingly on the academic building, awaiting Feng Shui's departure. At last, Feng Shui emerged, resplendent in a white dress, and drove her car out of the school gates. As Chen Yang entered the vehicle, he inquired, "What would you like to eat?" "Anything is fine," Feng Shui replied. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. "Both cold and spicy are acceptable, right?" "Yes," she nodded, then suddenly realized. "You did that on purpose, didn't you? You seem quite perceptive." "What do you mean on purpose?" Chen Yang feigned innocence. "Humph." Feng Shui shot him a glance before starting the car and leaving. Chen Yang naturally took her small hand. "Where shall we go after dinner?" "Home," she replied. "To your home?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "Isn't that inconvenient?" "If it's inconvenient, then you should just return to your own home," she countered. "That won't do. After waiting so long for you to have some free time, I have no intention of going back tonight." Chen Yang chuckled. "So you plan to stay at my place?" Feng Shui gave him a sidelong glance. "I have no objections," he grinned. "But my father would likely have quite a few objections." Chen Yang was momentarily speechless. "Did you not say before that you lived alone?" Feng Shui nodded. "Yes, but he suddenly returned and won't leave until Monday." Chen Yang was at a loss for words. "You must be doing this on purpose." Feng Shui's lips curled into a smile. "If you don't believe me, come home with me and see for yourself." Chen Yang immediately shook his head. "Forget it. I believe you." "So easily intimidated?" Feng Shui couldn't help but laugh. "What is there to fear about my father?" "You just don't understand." Chen Yang sighed. "If he were to discover the nature of our relationship, he would undoubtedly regard me as a foe." "Not at all. My father is quite understanding," she replied. "That depends on the circumstances," Chen Yang remarked with a bitter smile. "After all, it's not easy to raise a daughter only for someone else to whisk her away. Who wouldn't feel disheartened?" Feng Shui couldn't help but laugh. "That does seem to be the case." By this time, they had arrived at the city center, where she parked the car in an underground garage. And together they ascended to the upper floors. This locale was the most bustling commercial hub in the county. The fourth floor was dedicated to dining, while the sixth housed a cinema. It was a favored spot for many young couples to enjoy a meal followed by a film. Chen Yang and Feng Shui were no exception. Having dined and watched a light-hearted comedy, they didn't descend until after 10 o'clock in the evening. Upon reaching their vehicle, Feng Shui glanced at Chen Yang, who in turn looked at her. "What are your plans at this hour?" she inquired. Chen Yang responded, "I suppose I shall first escort you home, and then I will find a hotel to rest for the night." Feng Shui observed him thoughtfully, pursing her lips. "Actually, my father is not at home." Chapter 84. No lights allowed. "What?" Chen Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "So you were deceiving me all along?" "Not exactly deceit. Merely a test of your character," Feng Shui replied, gazing at him intently. "If you understood that you couldn't come to my house at night, you would lack the enthusiasm for dinner and a movie, which suggests that your thoughts are solely occupied with those matters." "What matters?" Chen Yang inquired, puzzled. Feng Shui's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a playful glare before entering the car. Noticing Chen Yang's hesitation, she rolled down the window. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and get in." "Coming." Chen Yang chuckled, promptly taking his seat in the passenger side. The journey was silent, and they soon arrived at their destination. Proceeding to the elevator. After opening the door, Chen Yang felt a wave of relief upon discovering the house was indeed empty. "Make yourself comfortable. I'll tidy up a bit," Feng Shui said as she retreated into her room. Chen Yang's heart raced with excitement, pondering what she might be organizing. Changing clothes? Taking a shower? His mind danced with anticipation, but suddenly he heard Feng Shui call out from within, "All right, you'll be sleeping in the guest room tonight." "What?" Chen Yang was taken aback, rising to the doorway. "And what about you?" "I'll be in the master bedroom." Feng Shui brushed past him. "It's getting late. You should rest early." Stunned, Chen Yang stood there, watching as she entered her room and closed the door, leaving him in disbelief. "Is this a joke?" he thought, utterly perplexed. After standing in silence for a moment, he was about to return to his own room when Feng Shui opened her door again. Turning around, he saw her clad in a delicate nightgown, seemingly preparing to take a bath. Their eyes met, and Feng Shui asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "I." Chen Yang stammered, unsure how to express his desire to share a bed with her. Ultimately, he could only manage a forced smile and replied, "I'll be there shortly. Good night." As Feng Shui entered the bathroom, the sound of running water soon filled the air. Chen Yang felt a mix of frustration and longing, thinking to himself that this was undoubtedly intentional. Though he yearned to seize the moment, he felt it inappropriate, so he reluctantly trudged into the guest room. Lying on the bed, he stared at the ceiling, completely unable to drift off, his ears straining to catch any sound from outside. After what felt like an eternity, the bathroom door swung open. Then the sound of the room door opening and closing followed. Well, that was a waste of hope. Chen Yang sighed in exasperation, preparing to turn off the light and sleep. Just then, his phone rang with a new message. Upon opening it, he shot up in surprise. My door isn't locked. Feng Shui had texted. Even a fool could decipher the implications, and Chen Yang nearly shouted in joy. Without a second thought, he leapt from the bed and hurried to Feng Shui's room. Pushing the door open, the room was shrouded in darkness, but he could still discern her slender silhouette lying motionless on the bed. Just as he was about to find the light switch, he heard Feng Shui whisper, "No lights allowed." "Oh." Chen Yang retracted his hand and gently closed the door behind him. Within the room, only the sound of their synchronized heartbeats remained. He was momentarily taken aback, ensuring that he was not caught in a dream before he gently climbed onto the bed. Given the circumstances, there was no need for formality. Chen Yang swiftly reached out, wrapping his arm around Feng Shui's shoulders. She shivered slightly before nestling into his embrace. The ensuing moments were filled with tender and amicable exchanges between them. The next morning, Chen Yang awoke from his slumber, invigorated and brimming with vitality. The previous night had proven quite fruitful. Sensing the energy coursing within him, he could subtly detect signs of a potential breakthrough to the 5th level, which filled him with immense joy. More importantly, the seamless connection he established with Feng Shui the night before granted him a profound sense of fulfillment. Life was indeed splendid. What more could one desire? Just as he was lost in this reverie, Feng Shui entered the room, exclaiming, "Lazy pig, aren't you getting up? Breakfast is ready. Coming." Chen Yang sprang from the bed and hurried to the dining area. Breakfast was simple, rice porridge accompanied by a boiled egg and a plate of pickled vegetables. Chen Yang relished the meal, while Feng Shui observed him with gentle affection. Following the previous night, the distance between them had diminished to nothing, creating an atmosphere thick with sweetness and intimacy. However, before they could finish their breakfast, a phone call from Zhang Hua interrupted them. Chen Yang frowned upon seeing the caller ID. This guy never called unless there was trouble. Nevertheless, he answered promptly. "What's up? Brother Yang, where have you been? I heard you didn't come home last night. Why should I report my whereabouts to you?" Chen Yang replied, exasperated. "Besides, what do you mean by didn't come home? It's not like I'm still in school." "Not like that. I was just asking." Zhang Hua chuckled awkwardly. "I came home this morning looking for you, and my sister mentioned it. I was just bringing you some medicinal herbs." Chen Yang's eyes lit up with interest. "What good stuff did you receive this time?" "Not exactly extraordinary, just some ordinary herbs with a bit of age to them," Zhang Hua clarified. "Oh, just leave them at my place then. Is there anything else?" While sensing the shift in tone, Chen Yang frowned. "What is going on? Just say it." Zhang Hua laughed nervously. "I have a little brother who wants to ask you for a favor, but if you're busy, we can discuss it later." "Stop beating around the bush." Chen Yang was growing impatient, wondering what had gotten into him today. "Are you really not busy? Aren't you with your sister-in-law?" "Huh?" Chen Yang was taken aback, pondering why he would ask such a question. Just as he was questioning it, Zhang Hua chuckled again. "Well, this morning a guy from the farm mentioned seeing you dining with a very beautiful girl last night, and then going to the movies, is that so?" Chen Yang thought to himself how small the county was. One could easily run into acquaintances. Now he understood Zhang Hua's line of thought and said, "Forget that nonsense. Just tell me what your little brother wants." "His father is ill, and they've been to several hospitals without a diagnosis. He hopes you can take a look." Zhang Hua explained. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Enough of the rambling. Chen Yang was at a loss for words. "Where is his home? Please provide me with the address, and I shall head over shortly." "Sure, I'll send it to you right away." Zhang Hua was evidently delighted. This was quite natural, as he enjoyed a certain prestige with Brother Yang, and naturally, his subordinates would hold him in greater esteem. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang turned to Feng Shui and said, "A brother is seeking my assistance." "Then you should go," she replied with a smile. "I'm not the clingy type. If you have matters to attend to, I wouldn't dream of holding you back. Thank you for your understanding." Chen Yang expressed his gratitude, adding, "I'll take a look and return shortly." "Are you sure?" Feng Shui gazed at him, continuing her smile. "My father will be home by 10 this morning. This time it's for real." Chen Yang instinctively recoiled. Then perhaps we shall meet again later." Given the events of last night, it was no longer a simple matter of absconding with someone's daughter. Before long, he received the address from Zhang Hua. After bidding farewell to Feng Shui, Chen Yang descended the stairs. This time, he did not seek the driver of Huang Yukai. Instead, he hailed a taxi and headed directly to his destination. Upon arriving, he spotted Zhanghua's dilapidated Jetta, its rear exuding black smoke as it wobbled towards him. Watching as Zhanghua and a young man exited the vehicle, Chen Yang helplessly remarked, "Once we're done here, you must accompany me to the county town. This car is utterly unfit for use. Let us quickly find you a better one." Chapter 85. The steering wheel fell off. Zhanghua was taken aback. "Are we switching cars already? I've barely practiced for a few days." Chen Yang shot him a glare. "We must change it. I fear that one day this car might fall apart while driving." Zhanghua protested. "But what if the new car gets scratched? That would break my heart. I spent the money. Your sentiments are irrelevant. It's imperative to replace it." Chen Yang dismissed him and turned to the young man. "What is wrong with your father?" The young man, with a troubled expression, replied, "He constantly has bruises on his body. After a while, they ooze and then fester. We visited every hospital in the county, yet no one knows what is wrong." "Ah, let us go to your home and take a look." Having grasped the general condition, Chen Yang instructed him to lead the way, heading straight to their residence. The village was modest, comprising only about 30 to 40 households. They soon arrived at one home, where Chen Yang entered to find a middle-aged man lying on the bed, clad only in a pair of briefs. Much of his skin was exposed, mottled with bruises, which was rather unsettling. "Dad, this is the doctor I found for you." The young man, named Li Rui, introduced Chen Yang to his father. After assessing the man's condition, Chen Yang had a rough idea of the issue and, upon taking his pulse, further discerned the matter. He then inquired, "Uncle, how long has this problem been troubling you?" Li Rui's father managed a wry smile. "It's been recurring for the past few years. Each episode takes about a month to resolve, leaving me reluctant to step outside." "Before these symptoms appeared, had you taken any medication?" Chen Yang asked. "Well," Li Rui's father pondered, "I think I did. It was for toothache." "What was the name of the medication?" "I wouldn't know. It was prescribed by the village doctor, and he packaged it himself with 3 different kinds." "All right, that gives me some insight." Chen Yang smiled, turning to Li Rui. "Your father's condition is not at all complicated. It's merely an allergy. If I'm not mistaken, the toothache medication likely contained a hormonal component. While most individuals do not exhibit allergic reactions, there are occasional exceptions." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Li Rui clenched his teeth. "That scoundrel. My father always consulted him when he fell ill, yet he claimed he couldn't treat it. Isn't he just playing dumb?" "Not necessarily. Such allergies are quite rare, and it's normal for a village doctor to be unaware of them." Chen Yang chuckled. "Have your father cease the medication for now and take some antihistamines?" "And how long until my father recovers?" Li Rui asked. Chen Yang replied, "If he takes the medication, he should be fine in about 10 days. If you wish for a quicker recovery, we need to go up the mountain to gather some herbs for topical application. Yang Gu, there is an event at Rui's home in a few days. If we can expedite Uncle's recovery, that would be ideal," Zhanghua remarked. "All right, I'll head up the mountain and find some herbs," Chen Yang decided. Since he was already here, he thought it best to be of assistance. "Ruizi, you stay here. I'll go with Yang Gu." Zhanghua followed Chen Yang out. At the foot of the mountain lay a small river and a stretch of farmland. As they ascended, Chen Yang inquired, "What event is happening at Rui's home in a few days?" "It has been a year since his mother passed away, and relatives will gather at their home. Rui's father must entertain them," Zhanghua remarked. Chen Yang, taken aback, inquired, "She must have been quite young, right? How could she have left us so soon?" "Indeed," Zhanghua sighed. "His aunt was only 46, seemingly in good health. One day, while riding her electric bike, she suddenly collapsed by the roadside, and by the time someone found her, she had already breathed her last." "What was the cause?" Chen Yang queried. Zhanghua replied, "According to Rui, it seems it was a cerebral hemorrhage." "Seems." Chen Yang was taken aback. "Isn't that rather vague? In our rural area, when someone passes away, the immediate priority is to arrange the funeral. Who has the time to investigate the cause of death? Whatever the doctor suggests is simply accepted." "Fair enough," Chen Yang conceded. "Once a life is lost, to ascertain the exact cause would require an autopsy, a procedure that the common folk are generally averse to. After all, an autopsy entails dissection, which renders the body less than whole." By this time, they had reached the foot of the mountain, and he refrained from further inquiries. Soon, they gathered the necessary herbs and returned to Li Rui's home. The herbs were crushed, their juices extracted, and after filtering out the impurities, the 3 of them applied the mixture onto Li Rui's father's body. In a matter of moments, he was transformed into a green figure, reminiscent of a lean Hulk. Subsequently, they wrapped his body in gauze. Chen Yang instructed Li Rui's father, "Uncle, remove the gauze at this time tonight, and you will find scabs forming. After that, all will be well." "That is splendid. Thank you so much." Li Rui's father expressed his excitement. "No need for thanks. Just refrain from using unknown remedies in the future," Chen Yang advised. "Certainly." Li Rui's father nodded, then sighed. "If only I had encountered you sooner, perhaps Rui's mother might still be with us." "Excuse me?" Chen Yang was startled. "What do you mean by that?" They all believed Rui's mother had succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage, yet he felt there was more to it. She had no high blood pressure at all, yet she often complained of dizziness. Lacking medical knowledge, I went to the village doctor and purchased some medicine. And after just 2 days of taking it, she was gone. "Is that true?" Chen Yang was stunned. "Do you still have that medicine?" Li Rui's father shook his head. "It was long gone. I can't even recall where it ended up. I remember it being on the cabinet during the funeral, but afterward, it vanished." Chen Yang's expression shifted. The more he pondered, the more unsettling the situation became. A sudden cerebral hemorrhage at such a young age was not unheard of, especially in these times when diets have improved, leading to increased blood viscosity and elevated blood pressure among the younger population. However, according to Li Rui's father, his wife had been in good health. With normal blood pressure, how could she have suffered a brain bleed? Coupled with the missing medicine, there was clearly something amiss. "What is it, Yang?" Zhang Hua inquired, noticing Chen Yang's silence. As he hesitated for a moment, Chen Yang shook his head and said, "It's nothing. We should head to the county town." "Oh, all right." Zhang Hua nodded, not pondering it further, and stood up. Li Rui remained at home. And after the two drove away from the village, Chen Yang remarked, "I sense something is amiss with the doctor in this village. Please refrain from mentioning this to Li Rui for now. Let us discreetly investigate through others." "Are you suggesting that Rui's mother might have been murdered?" Zhang Hua inquired. "It is a possibility." Chen Yang nodded in affirmation. "All right, I will have someone look into it. If it turns out to be true." Zhang Hua tightened his grip on the steering wheel, exclaiming, "I will make that scoundrel pay dearly." In his fervor, however, there was a sudden crack, and the steering wheel detached. Chen Yang exchanged a glance with him, both exclaiming in disbelief. Zhang Hua, momentarily stunned, completely forgot what to do next. Chen Yang, inexperienced in driving himself, was equally at a loss. Consequently, the two novices were at a standstill as their vehicle sped straight toward a roadside ditch. Fortunately, the ditch was shallow, only about half a meter deep, and the car lodged itself immediately, unable to move. Chen Yang grasped the handle above the car door and looked at the shaken Zhang Hua, saying, "Perhaps we should reconsider keeping this car?" Chapter 86. The mediocre Dr. Zhang Hua's smile was more akin to a grimace. "Yang Gu, this isn't my fault. Who would have thought the steering wheel could be so fragile? I haven't quite adjusted to your new physique yet." Chen Yang chuckled. "Your strength now surpasses that of the average person. You ought to temper it a bit." "Oh, understood," Zhang Hua nodded. "Let us leave the car here. We'll walk to the county." With a wave of his hand, Chen Yang set off towards the county. "What are we going to the county for?" Zhang Hua inquired as he caught up. "To purchase a new vehicle, of course. You're going to be President Zhang from now on. You can't just drive a tricycle around," Chen Yang replied with a grin. "What President Zhang?" Zhang Hua appeared perplexed. However, Chen Yang did not elaborate, instead wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "How long has it been since we strolled and chatted like this?" It seems like ages." Zhang Hua pondered. "The last time was probably during the second semester of our sophomore year, right? You used to love singing that song. What was it?" "Friends walk together for a lifetime." Chen Yang sang a line before laughing. "You fool, the first 2 words are the title." "Oh, right. What is the next line?" "Off you go." The two bantered as they ambled along the rural path, reminiscent of their youthful days. Upon returning to the main road, they soon encountered an empty taxi, which Chen Yang hailed, directing it straight to the 4S dealership. He had already conceived a plan to buy Zhang Hua's sturdy pickup truck, capable of carrying loads. The earlier notion of calling him President Zhang was no jest. He intended to eventually procure him a luxury car. However, for now, practicality dictated a pickup. Ultimately, Chen Yang settled on a Shanghai POW. The salesman enthusiastically promoted the benefits of purchasing through installments, emphasizing its affordability, but Chen Yang was disinterested in the lengthy discourse. He produced his bank card and handed it over, stating, "I'll pay in full, plus an extra 1,000 as your commission. I want the vehicle immediately, full payment." "Certainly. Please hold on a moment." The salesman's demeanor transformed dramatically as he accepted the card, no longer mentioning installments. Zhang Hua stared in disbelief. No way, Yang. Is it really that simple? Why not? Chen Yang smiled. In this world, people hustle for profit. They push for sales because they want money. I'm merely offering them what they desire directly. Isn't that far more straightforward? Zhang Hua gave a thumbs up. Yang, you're impressive. The preceding events unfolded seamlessly. After completing the paperwork, a brand new vehicle emerged from the storage area. However, once they entered the car, both were taken aback. Zhang Hua had only learned to drive manual transmission, while this vehicle was an automatic. He was at a loss. Chen Yang, exasperated, tapped his forehead. Let us hire a driver to take us back to the town, and you can learn at your own pace. Ah, that works, Zhang Hua nodded. In the end, a driver took the vehicle back home. Upon arrival, their younger associates rushed over, their expressions revealing their admiration for the imposing pickup truck. Take your time to familiarize yourself with it, but don't forget about Rui's matters. I'm heading home now, Chen Yang said. Zhang Hua, still brimming with joy, immediately offered, Yang, let me escort you. No, I'll walk back. It's safer. Chen Yang hastily waved his hand and swiftly departed. Upon returning home, he found Wang Defa's camper absent, along with its owner. However, Jiang Yu was present. Upon seeing Chen Yang return, she quickly approached him, gazing up at him intently. Why are you looking at me like that? Chen Yang inquired, scratching his nose. Is there something on my face? You seem rather flamboyant yourself. Where were you last night? Jiang Yu scrutinized him with a piercing gaze. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Chen Yang chuckled, turning to enter his room. Jiang Yu stamped her foot in frustration but felt powerless against him. As afternoon descended, Chen Yang received a call from Zhang Hua. Brother Yang, I've inquired about Ruizi. And it turns out that the doctor in their village is named Wang Xiang, whose character leaves much to be desired. He has been reported for selling counterfeit medicine before. Chen Yang furrowed his brow at this revelation. What happened afterward? Well, it seems that nothing came of it. Perhaps they couldn't find any counterfeit drugs, Zhang Hua lamented. But when I connect this with Ruizi's mother's situation, something feels amiss. I share your sentiments. Do you have any further news? Not for now. Just as Zhang Hua finished speaking, a voice from another associate crackled through the receiver. Boss, it's bad. There's been an incident with Li Rui. What? Zhang Hua's voice elevated in alarm. What happened? He was beaten and is being taken to the hospital. Chen Yang listened intently, narrowing his eyes. Zhang Hua. Don't panic. Wait for me in the town. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, he hurried out the door. By the time Jiang Yu realized he was no longer in the yard, he had already reached the village's entrance. This fellow is in quite a rush. One wonders what he is so busy with. Once out of the village, Chen Yang seemed to shift into high gear, racing towards the town. Upon arrival, Zhang Hua and several associates were already waiting, with even a few individuals occupying the back seat. There's no need for so many. Leave 3 in the back, and the rest can guard the house, Chen Yang instructed before taking the passenger seat. As the individuals in the back exited, Zhang Hua, with a serious expression, started the vehicle and headed straight for Li Rui's home. This time, Chen Yang was untroubled by Zhang Hua's driving, allowing him to accelerate, reaching a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Soon, they arrived at the village entrance. The group disembarked and rushed towards the clinic by the roadside. Bloodstains marred the entrance, while laughter echoed from within the building. How dare they laugh after hurting my brother? Zhang Hua's eyes reddened. Earlier, when he had called Chen Yang, the associate had clarified the situation. Li Rui had sought out Wang Xiang for a confrontation, only to be ambushed by several of Wang's cronies, who took advantage of their numbers to assault him. Fortunately, Li Rui's injuries were not severe. He had sustained a cut on his head that bled slightly, and the villagers had taken him to the hospital for a bandage. Yet, Zhang Hua could not tolerate this injustice and insisted on avenging Li Rui. Just as he was about to storm inside, Chen Yang restrained him. Calm down. Leave this to me. With that, he stepped forward and pushed open the door to the clinic. There were 6 individuals in the room, among whom 1 wore glasses, while the rest were burly men whose expressions indicated they were not of good character. What do you want? Inquired the bespectacled man. Are you Wang Xiang? Asked Chen Yang. Yes. What is it to you? Wang Xiang replied with a stern face. Did you assault Li Rui? Chen Yang pressed. Indeed. Wang Xiang nodded. What? Are you here to defend him? This question elicited laughter from the strong men present. Chen Yang, whose visage was slender and less imposing than Li Rui, seemed rather overconfident. Amidst their mockery, Chen Yang calmly asked, Why did you strike him? Because he slandered me, claiming I am a quack. Wang Xiang spread his hands. Isn't that a baseless accusation? Are you not one? Upon entering the room, Chen Yang observed the disarray and filth of the clinic. Against the wall were two single beds, seemingly used for patients receiving intravenous drips, yet the once white sheets had turned a grimy gray, clearly neglected for a long time. In a place devoid of even the scent of disinfectant, how could a doctor not be deemed a quack? Chapter 87. The uttermost Sin Wang Xiang discerned Chen Yang's provocation, narrowing his eyes and stating, "Boy, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't go looking for trouble." Chen Yang, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled amiably at the group. "Are you coming at me one by one, or shall we engage all at once? Oh my goodness, this kid is truly audacious." A burly man beside Wang Xiang could no longer contain himself and lunged forward. The others followed suit, raising their hands and feet as they rushed towards Chen Yang. To their astonishment, before their fists and feet could make contact, they seemed to be repelled by an invisible force. Ouch. Ah, that hurts. In just half a second. No one could discern how Chen Yang had acted, yet all the sturdy men found themselves sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain and calling out for their mothers. This Wang Xiang, who had been smug just moments before, was now left dumbfounded. He had assumed that, with the help of his companions, subduing the seemingly frail young man would be a trivial task, but the situation had reversed unexpectedly. While he was still in shock, Chen Yang disregarded him and made his way directly to the medicine cabinet. Wang Xiang's clinic, though modest, was adequately equipped, albeit in deplorable hygienic conditions. The cabinet boasted dozens of drawers, a rather antiquated design, possibly dating back 1 or 2 centuries. Chen Yang carelessly opened one drawer, examined the herbs within, and proceeded to the next. Wang Xiang stared in bewilderment. "What are you doing? What do you think?" Chen Yang retorted coldly. Extracting a handful of withered grass leaves from one drawer, the label on this drawer reads Chai Hu. "Yet what have you actually placed inside?" Chai Hu," Wang Xiang insisted, eyes wide with indignation. "Humph." Chen Yang narrowed his eyes. "It appears you indeed have some issues." As he spoke, he swiftly moved beside Wang Xiang and pressed an acupoint on his chest. Ah! Wang Xiang's complexion turned ashen, and he slumped to the ground, trembling violently. "You are currently experiencing merely 10% of my strength. When I grant you the opportunity to speak, if you do not tell the truth, you shall then endure the taste of 50% of my power." Chen Yang pulled over a chair and sat down, glancing at the remaining sturdy men. "Stop pretending. Get up." They exchanged glances, each harboring ulterior motives, before reluctantly rising from the ground. "What is your relationship with him?" Chen Yang inquired. Just ordinary friends," muttered a man with distinctly triangular eyes in a hushed tone. No sooner had he spoken than he let out a yelp, collapsing to the floor, trembling like Wang Xiang. Drenched in cold sweat, despite the agony etched on their faces, the two were utterly incapable of uttering a sound, no matter how wide they opened their mouths. Without lifting a finger, Chen Yang simply picked up a peanut from the table and tossed it, striking the acupoint of the man. The others looked on in disbelief, their faces a portrait of astonishment. At that moment, Chen Yang turned his attention to the burly man across from him. "Now, you speak." The man trembled, his legs shaking, blinking fervently. We are sworn brothers." Chen Yang inquired. "So, you are aware of how many people Wang Xiang has deceived with counterfeit medicine?" The man shuddered, torn by an internal conflict. To be frank, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. Not speaking would only worsen the situation. As he grappled with his thoughts, Chen Yang called out towards the door. "Huazi, bring everyone in and bind them." "Understood." Zhang Hua rushed into the clinic with his companions, fierce as wolves. Concurrently, he asked, "Brother Yang, shall we send them to the police station after binding them?" "No rush," Chen Yang replied, glancing at Wang Xiang. "This fellow hasn't fully confessed yet." He then tossed a peanut towards Wang Xiang. With a sigh of relief, Wang Xiang relaxed, his eyes rolling back momentarily before he exhaled deeply. Chen Yang regarded him, a smirk playing on his lips. "I'll ask you once more, how many deceitful acts have you committed previously?" Wang Xiang's composure had shattered. He struggled to articulate the torment he had just endured. Moreover, Chen Yang's methods were terrifying. How had he found himself entangled with such a formidable adversary? Witnessing Chen Yang squint his eyes, Wang Xiang hastily confessed, "I will tell you everything." "Good." Chen Yang nodded and turned to Zhang Hua, instructing, "Take these individuals to the back, inquire separately, and upon their return, we shall compare notes. If their accounts do not align, this fellow will have a hard time today." "Understood," Zhang Hua responded, lifting the triangular-eyed man with one hand while the other brothers escorted the others to the back. At that moment, Wang Xiang's face was as pale as parchment, pleading, "Be brother, I can give you some money. Please let me go." "Have you ever spared anyone?" Chen Yang asked, his tone firm. "Start from the beginning." Wang Xiang shuddered and nodded rapidly. All right. Fearful, he recounted all his misdeeds over the past few years in detail. Chen Yang's phone was recording, capturing every word. Simultaneously, he rose to follow Wang Xiang's confession, locating the counterfeit medicines he had hidden. The fake herbs in the traditional medicine cabinet were merely the tip of the iceberg. Wang Xiang's stock was predominantly Western pharmaceuticals. These were typically capsules or tablets, easily disguised in different bottles, often going unnoticed by the average person. Wang Xiang was not foolish, although he admitted to much. He refrained from mentioning anything regarding Li Rui's mother. Chen Yang recognized his lingering hope for leniency and scoffed internally. Having already confessed so extensively, withholding information was futile. With this man's account books and the counterfeit medicines in hand, it was evident that the ailments afflicting Li Rui's parents were caused by this quack. He bore no grudge against Li Rui's family. His sole motive for selling counterfeit drugs was profit. Chen Yang's anger intensified as he listened. For the sake of a mere few dozen coins, this Wang fellow regarded human lives with utter disregard. Originally, he contemplated reporting the matter to the authorities, hoping that the law would bring justice upon this scoundrel. However, at that moment, a profound desire for vengeance surged within him. Just then, Zhang Hua hurriedly returned from behind. "Brother Yang." Upon observing his expression, Chen Yang inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter?" "Let us discuss this outside," Zhang Hua suggested, casting a deep glance at him. "All right," Chen Yang replied, nodding as they both made their way to the clinic's entrance. "Brother Yang, we have underestimated the situation. Wang Xiang and his associates are involved in far more than merely selling counterfeit medicine. What else is there?" Zhang Hua hesitated momentarily, then took a deep breath. "They are also trafficking opium." "Excuse me?" Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, immediately questioning, "Is the volume significant?" "Indeed," Zhang Hua affirmed, nodding. "According to that beady-eyed informant, they have cultivated over 1,000 poppy plants this year alone, extracting several kilograms of opium from them." "Goodness." Chen Yang was left speechless, astonished by their audacity. "Brother Yang, I believe we must promptly notify the police. This issue is far too grave," Zhang Hua urged. "I initially thought that selling counterfeit drugs was not a capital offense and considered administering some vigilante justice to Wang Xiang. However, that is no longer necessary." Chen Yang nodded, then smiled, saying now he is surely doomed. Chapter 88. A series of twists. Zhang Hua and his companions swiftly uncovered a concealed stash of opium in the backyard of Wang Xiang's clinic. A substantial bag filled with a dark, viscous substance. Upon examination, Chen Yang confirmed that it was indeed high-purity opium. Without delay, they alerted the authorities, who arrived at a remarkable pace. The subsequent events unfolded with ease. Wang Xiang and his associates were all taken in for questioning, and Zhang Hua accompanied them to the police station. This course of action was by Chen Yang's design, although he was initially meant to take the lead. It was more prudent for Zhang Hua to represent their interests during the official inquiry. Once the crowd had dispersed, Chen Yang visited Li Rui's home to recount the details of the incident to the father and son. Upon hearing the news, Li Rui suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, "Thanks to you, Brother Yang. Otherwise, I would never have known that my mother was murdered." Chen Yang hastily helped him to his feet, saying, "Please, rise. Though one cannot bring the deceased back to life, rest assured that Wang Xiang will face appropriate consequences, which serves as a measure of justice for your mother." "Yes, I understand," Li Rui nodded, gratitude evident on his face. "From now on, you are my elder brother, and I would willingly face any danger for you." "Let us not speak of such things," Chen Yang waved his hand. "I am happy to enjoy good food and drink with you, but let us leave other matters aside." After spending some time at the Li residence, he awaited the arrival of Huang Youcai's driver before returning to town. Zhang Hua returned in the evening and, upon entering, greeted Chen Yang with a smile. "Brother Yang, I have splendid news." "What news?" Chen Yang inquired, noticing Zhang Hua's buoyant demeanor. "I have achieved a feat with my brothers," Zhang Hua exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. "You wouldn't believe it. The opium we discovered today is the largest drug case in the county, even garnering attention from the province." The police officers informed him that while engaging in a physical altercation was inappropriate, considering the magnitude of their discovery, they would not face penalties. In fact, they might even receive a reward in due course. "Yes, I had anticipated this," Chen Yang nodded. "My concern was precisely this. I cannot reveal myself just yet." So you must bear the burden for now. I understand. And even without a commendation, I would have stood up for the cause. Zhang Hua laughed. Well, it is fortunate that all is well, Chen Yang remarked, rising to leave. It is getting late, and I must return home. Wait, Brother Yang. Today is a cause for celebration. Let us have a drink tonight. Zhang Hua urged. But you should inform Jiang Yu. I did not return home last night. And she was rather displeased. I ought to report my whereabouts today. Chen Yang chuckled. Zhang Hua stammered, scratching his head. Perhaps it's best to let that go. I fear she might come looking for me. Chen Yang laughed and turned to depart. Upon returning home, night had fully descended. And the only presence in the courtyard was the old man leisurely sipping tea. You're still awake, old man? Why retire so early? Chen Yang inquired with a smile. Wang Defa glanced at him. Busy day today? It was manageable, Chen Yang replied, accepting the teacup offered to him and draining it in one go. I stood up for a friend, which led to quite a few developments. Oh? Do share, Wang Defa encouraged. Wang Defa appeared to be quite intrigued. Chen Yang nodded and began recounting the story of Li Rui's father's skin ailment. After listening, Wang Defa chuckled. What a tumultuous affair. Indeed. Who would have imagined that a purveyor of counterfeit medicine could possess such audacity? Chen Yang remarked with a smile. This matter is far from straightforward. Wang Defa regarded him intently. The police will need to invest considerable effort to investigate thoroughly. A mere handful of individuals like Wang Xiang couldn't orchestrate such a grand scheme. Are you suggesting that there is someone backing them? Chen Yang inquired. That is undoubtedly the case. You are aware of how stringent our country's regulations are regarding narcotics. Wang Defa affirmed. While Wang Xiang and his associates possess the means to clandestinely cultivate and extract, what about the distribution? Who will facilitate their sales? Without a robust and covert sales network, their endeavors are futile. Chen Yang suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, it seems there are numerous individuals behind this. It remains to be seen whether the police can apprehend them. Wang Defa chuckled. Additionally, remember to caution your comrades to be wary of retaliation. Understood. Thank you for the warning, old sir. Chen Yang promptly retrieved his phone. However, when he made the call, he discovered that Zhang Hua and the others had already started drinking. Fortunately, this individual had not overindulged and, upon hearing Chen Yang's advice, promptly replied, All right, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Yang Gu. Although he had promised to heed the warning, events took a turn for the worse that very night. At 4 a.m, while Chen Yang was practicing, preparing to break through to the 5th level, his phone rang. Upon seeing an unfamiliar number, he hesitated but ultimately answered. Who is this? Yang Gu, it's me. The voice on the other end belonged to Li Rui, filled with urgency. Something has happened to Hua Gu and the others. What happened? Chen Yang sprang to his feet. There's a fire. The entire courtyard has been engulfed in flames. Fortunately, everyone is mostly okay, but they have all sustained injuries. Where are they? Chen Yang exhaled slightly, relieved to hear that Zhang Hua and the others had been transported to the county hospital. He immediately made his way out. Just as he reached the entrance, he noticed the lights of Wang Defa's RV suddenly illuminate. Chu Yang opened the door. Get in. This caught Chen Yang off guard. But upon entering, he saw that Wang Defa was also awake. Your phone's ringtone was too loud. I knew something was amiss as soon as I heard it. Wang Defa chuckled. Where are we headed? The county? Yes. Chen Yang nodded. Something has happened to Zhang Hua and the others. I need to check on them. Wang Defa did not press for further details. Dayong, drive. All right. Chu Yang started the RV, heading straight for the county. As they neared their destination, the sky gradually brightened. Upon arriving at the hospital's emergency department, Chen Yang spotted Zhang Hua and the others, all of whom were bandaged and lying in their beds. Li Rui, unscathed, was bustling about handling various formalities. Chen Yang approached Zhang Hua's side. What transpired? It is indeed a stroke of fate. One of my brothers arose in the dead of night to relieve himself, only to be met with the pungent scent of gasoline. He soon discerned a figure fleeing from our yard and promptly roused us. Zhang Hua offered a wry smile. Yet, it was rather too late. The individual had ignited a fire, and flames soared around our courtyard, reaching heights of 2 to 3 meters. Fortunately, our newly acquired vehicle was parked inside, and I led everyone to escape in haste. Chen Yang nodded in understanding. But how did you sustain such injuries? Upon bursting outside, we discovered additional assailants approaching us with knives in hand. Zhang Hua chuckled. Yet, we brothers are not without our defenses. Without a moment's hesitation, we confronted them head-on. Is that so? Chen Yang glanced at the others. Despite the bandages adorning their bodies, their spirits appeared undaunted, indicating that their wounds were not grievous. He then inquired, How did your adversaries fare? Zhang Hua replied. One sustained several knife wounds and was carried away by another. We opted not to pursue. Very well. I comprehend. Chen Yang nodded, then asked, how are your injuries, and what did the doctor say? Chapter 89. The unnamed attack. There's no need to worry. It's merely superficial injuries, Zhang Hua said with a smile, though his expression soon turned to one of dismay. It's a pity about my house. Everything has been reduced to ashes. At such a time, you still lament material possessions, Chen Yang chided, casting him a disapproving glance. Rest assured, we shall not suffer this injustice in silence. We will find the arsonist sooner or later. Indeed, when that time comes, they shall pay double. Zhang Hua nodded in agreement. Brother Yang, I really do not wish to be hospitalized. Can we return home? Chen Yang pondered for a moment before replying, very well. Once we have concluded the necessary matters, let us return to Taohua Village. Zhang Hua and the others were not severely injured. They could manage their wounds on their own, and their recovery would undoubtedly be swifter than in a hospital. At that moment, Li Rui was preparing for hospitalization, but upon hearing that it was no longer necessary, he hurried back to inquire, Brother Hua, is it a matter of finances? I can help. What are you thinking? It has nothing to do with money, Zhang Hua retorted, rolling his eyes. With Brother Yang here, why would we need treatment? Oh, right. Li Rui finally grasped the situation and offered a sheepish smile. On the way back to Taohua Village, Chen Yang ruminated for quite some time, remaining uncertain about the identity of the arsonist. If it were indeed the backers of Wang Xiang and the others, the retaliation seemed rather swift. Thus, he leaned towards the possibility that it was someone dispatched by Yang Jian. After all, this individual had been relatively subdued lately. After their operative in town had been chased away, there had been no further disturbances. Regrettably, they had yet to capture the arsonist. If only they could apprehend one. Chen Yang would surely find a way to extract the truth. The journey was uneventful, and upon returning home, Chen Yang headed straight into the mountains, soon gathering a substantial amount of medicinal herbs. As he tended to everyone's wounds, several trucks drove into the village, making their way directly to his home. Leading the convoy was Huang Youcai's luxurious vehicle. Upon seeing him emerge from the car, Chen Yang rose in confusion and asked, Brother, what brings you here? I'm here to help you rebuild your house. Huang Youcai replied with a grin. Such promptness? Chen Yang was taken aback. I am not yet prepared. Prepare for what? Just discard the damaged items. We shall replace everything. Huang Youcai waved his hand, signaling the arrival of over 20 individuals from the vehicles behind him. Everyone should take a moment to rest. Even if the items at home are ruined, we cannot simply discard them, Chen Yang said with a wry smile. I need to organize things with my sister. Very well, then let us set up a temporary shelter. Huang Youcai suggested cheerfully. When it comes to rebuilding a house, one must have a place to stay, after all. His considerations were quite thoughtful. He had arranged for people to bring temporary housing in tents, which they promptly began to set up in the open space at the entrance. Wang Defa, already aware of Chen Yang's plans to reconstruct his house, and having heard of Huang Youcai, struck up a conversation with him upon their meeting. Meanwhile, Chen Yang and Tian busied themselves with sorting through their belongings, only to realize how much they had accumulated over time without proper organization. Zhang Hua and the others wished to lend a hand, but given their injuries, Chen Yang firmly declined their offers. Tian, being exceptionally frugal, was reluctant to part with any of their possessions, ultimately deciding to move everything to the tent. After a bustling morning, I finally managed to tidy up the items in the main house. As for the side rooms, I couldn't bring myself to discard anything, so the workers collectively took it all outside. Subsequently, an excavator arrived to demolish the nearly 30-year-old house. This left Tian in tears. The workers hastened their efforts, and with little else to do, Huang Youcai and Wang Defa sat comfortably under a tent, chatting and sipping tea with great ease. Noticing that Chen Yang had little to occupy his time, the old man called him over, saying, All right, with Mr. Huang's people here, you needn't worry. Come over for some tea. Please don't call me that. Just refer to me as Xiao Huang. Huang Youcai quickly replied. Chen Yang sat down and took a sip of water, immediately inquiring, Brother, I heard about yesterday's events, and I just checked with someone. There hasn't been any progress with the police. Even if there were, it would be difficult to ascertain. Chen Yang sighed, until the case is solved. They certainly cannot disclose much. Indeed, my contact said the same, Huang Youcai replied with a wry smile. But the perpetrator will undoubtedly be caught. There's no escaping that. I believe that as well, Chen Yang nodded. However, this matter isn't urgent. I think it's time to discuss business with that person surnamed Song. Your contract is clearly a trap, Huang Yukai responded. Therefore, I suggest not engaging with him. There is no reason to leap into a pit of our own making. Let us confront him directly. That would be quite inappropriate, Chen Yang chuckled. It would be a wild act without justification. That's easy enough, Huang Yukai grinned. We can start by looking into Zhao Lauer. The person surnamed Song is undoubtedly targeting you because of him. Oh, Chen Yang paused, intrigued. Do you have evidence, brother? Close enough, Huang Yukai nodded. I previously inquired. And Zhao Lauer had indeed served time in prison before finding employment under Song Kai. Normally, someone like him would struggle to find work upon release. So why did Song Kai take him in? Why indeed? Chen Yang asked. I only learned recently that Zhao Lauer made a friend in prison, who happens to be Song Kai's brother. Is that so? Chen Yang realized. Although it remained unclear why they were so generous towards Zhao Lauer, especially promoting him to the position of vice president, it was evident that something was amiss. Huang Yukai squinted. Thus, you needn't wait for them to strike. It's unnecessary. Exactly. Besides, it's my apprentice who is stepping forward this time. It has little to do with you, so do not overthink it, Wang Defa chuckled. Very well, Chen Yang nodded. I prefer not to be burdened with excessive worries. Dealing with one issue at a time is sufficient. Indeed, Wang Defa and Huang Yukai both laughed in unison. I am truly grateful to both of you, Chen Yang said. His eyes filled with emotion. You are my benefactors. What nonsense. Huang Yukai shot him a glance. Without you, I would have nearly been cremated by now. Chen Yang merely smiled in response, while Wang Defa observed him silently. Noticing the peculiar glint in the elder's eyes, Chen Yang inquired with curiosity. Why do you gaze at me so, old man? Oh, it's nothing. Just wait until you've navigated through this busy period, Wang Defa chuckled, rising to survey the construction site across the way. Xiao Huang, when do you anticipate the completion of this building? Huang Yukai replied. It will take at least a few days, and once the structure is finished, further time will be required for the renovations. To move in, one should expect at least a fortnight's wait. That does seem rather lengthy, Wang Defa acknowledged, turning to Chen Yang. Since there are no pressing matters at hand, seize this opportunity to enhance your skills. Chen Yang pondered, what is the significance of this subtle hint? What event looms in a fortnight? Yet, the old man seemed unwilling to elaborate, and Chen Yang felt it inappropriate to press further, choosing instead to harbor his curiosity within. As evening descended, the workers concluded their shifts, and the tent illuminated with lively chatter. Zhang Hua and his companions, nursing their injuries, along with Jiang Yu's presence, refrained from indulging in alcohol, opting instead for beverages as substitutes. Amidst the merriment, a vehicle pulled up at the entrance. Upon recognizing the individual who emerged, Chen Yang stood and smiled. Ah, is that not President Zhao? Chapter 90. Entering the mountains with a beauty, the visitor was none other than Zhao Jiang, the second of the Zhao family brothers. It's quite lively at home. Have you renovated the house? Chen Yang inquired. Indeed, it was in dire need of an overhaul, Zhao Jiang replied with a smile. Is there something you need, Mr. Zhao? Chen Yang asked. I returned to discuss a matter with you. Previously, our General Song came to speak about a potential collaboration. But I have yet to receive any updates, Zhao Jiang remarked. Oh, I have forgotten, Chen Yang chuckled. Zhao Jiang was at a loss for words, his gaze sweeping over Chen Yang's face with a hint of confusion. In his perception, Chen Yang was still a rather simple-minded fellow, not particularly sharp. This latest exchange only seemed to confirm that notion. With a sigh, Zhao Jiang turned to Tian Tian, asking, Chen Yang isn't the one in charge, is he? Not entirely, Tian Tian nodded. Although my brother may not be the brightest, he is quite lucid most of the time. Then, in that case, Zhao Jiang found himself at a loss and turned back to Chen Yang. Now that I'm here, are you interested in this cooperation? Absolutely, Chen Yang affirmed. However, the contract requires some revisions. Oh, Zhao Jiang was taken aback. What modifications do you propose? I am dissatisfied with the original pricing. It cannot be based on seasonal rates. I require a tenfold increase. Chen Yang stated firmly. What did you just say? Zhao Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. I said, if the seasonal price is 2 yuan per jean, then you must pay me 20 upon purchase. Chen Yang clarified. You. Zhao Jiang was incensed. What kind of joke is this? Chen Yang met his gaze. I'm not joking. That is my price. If you don't want it, so be it. I have no trouble selling my produce elsewhere. Zhao Jiang fell silent, locking eyes with Chen Yang. After a lengthy pause, he finally nodded. Very well. I shall discuss this with General Song. With that, he turned and departed. Chen Yang had intended to inquire about the elder Zhao's current circumstances, but the words caught in his throat. This fellow was quite the actor, presenting himself with an air of refinement. Zhang Hua scoffed. But one glance into his eyes reveals he is no good. His gaze was fierce, filled with resentment as he looked at Chen Yang. Wang Defa added, indeed, his malice is palpable. Zhang Hua continued, Brother Yang, I say we deal with him directly. And how do you propose we do that? Chen Yang turned to him. By incapacitating him? That would not be wise. Zhang Hua shook his head. Such an approach would not justify our position. Chen Yang chuckled at this. Then think of a better plan. Leave it to me. Zhang Hua boasted, thumping his chest. That night, Huang Yikai returned to the county town, while Zhang Hua and the others camped out in front of the tent. The following day, once everyone's injuries had largely healed, Chen Yang accompanied them to the town. My car, my house. Upon seeing the front of his new vehicle shattered and the courtyard in disarray, Zhang Hua nearly burst into tears. That should suffice, Chen Yang smiled, turning to Li Rue. What did the police station in town say? Li Rue, the arsonist has yet to be found, nor has the assailant been identified. This was all within Chen Yang's expectations. He nodded slightly and said, all right, let the house remain as it is for now. There is no rush to rebuild. As for the car, we can simply drive it to the county for repairs. And what about us? Zhang Hua inquired. Just come over to my place and lend a hand, Chen Yang replied. Your skills are currently insufficient, so I'll take the opportunity to help everyone improve. Wonderful. Zhang Hua beamed with delight. Then this little loss won't matter at all. It's worth it. After sending the car for repairs and tidying up the house, everyone returned to Taohua Village. Since Chen Yang had no use for the house building materials, he decided to venture into the mountains to collect some medicinal herbs. However, just as he stepped outside, he heard footsteps behind him. What are you up to now? Without needing to turn around, he already knew it was the ever-following Jiang Yu. Chen Yang turned to her and replied, I'm going to gather herbs. What about you? I'm coming too. Jiang Yu immediately declared. Why? Aren't you supposed to help my sister with cooking? No need. We have enough hands. I just want to go play in the mountains. Well, Chen Yang hesitated, noticing Wang Defa watching them with a smile, and finally nodded. All right then. Let us go. Jiang Yu exclaimed joyfully, bouncing ahead towards the west of the village. Chen Yang, somewhat helpless, followed in her wake. As they walked into the mountains, Jiang Yu remained silent, cheerfully humming a tune, as if embarking on an autumn outing. Noticing her buoyant spirit, Chen Yang couldn't help but ask, what is making you so happy? Just being in the mountains makes me happy, aren't you? Jiang Yu countered. Not particularly, Chen Yang shrugged. I've traversed these mountains since childhood. There is nothing novel for me. But there are delicious things in the mountains. Jiang Yu laughed, and then, as if discovering something, she pointed, look over there. What is that bright red thing? Wild fruit, Chen Yang replied. I'm going to pick a few to taste. Jiang Yu exclaimed, darting off. Chen Yang couldn't stop her in time and thought to himself, go ahead, you'll regret it later. He clearly knew that while the red fruits appeared appealing, they were exceedingly sour and astringent, even when fully ripe. Sure enough, moments later, he heard Jiang Yu's sounds of disgust from beneath the tree, followed by her returning with a pained expression. My tongue is all numb. Not all wild fruits are palatable, Chen Yang chuckled. Jiang Yu glared at him. You knew, didn't you? Why didn't you stop me? I was afraid you wouldn't believe me even if I had. Chen Yang shrugged, bending down to pluck a red fruit from the grass nearby. This one, however, is quite tasty. Would you like to try it? Jiang Yu's expression turned wary. No, unless you try it first. All right. Chen Yang nodded and placed the fruit in his mouth, revealing an expression of delight. It's truly sweet. Seeing that he was sincere, Jiang Yu finally crouched down to part the grass and found a similar fruit. Before tasting, she sniffed it, and upon detecting its rich aroma, she cautiously took a small bite. The sweet and sour flavor enveloped her, accompanied by a rich fragrance of fruit, instantly easing her mind as she popped the entire fruit into her mouth. As she savored the delicacy, Jiang Yu's eyes curved into crescent moons. What kind of fruit is this? It's simply delightful, she exclaimed. This, well, I can't say for certain what it's called, but it was quite abundant in the fields during my childhood. It only tastes good when it's fully ripe, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Then I shall pick a few more to take back for everyone to taste, Jiang Yu declared, crouching down to search among the grass. In less than a minute, she let out a small gasp, then reached into the underbrush and grasped a snake. Chen Yang asked, so, can this snake be eaten? Unaware of his expression, Jiang Yu proudly held the snake by its head, allowing its body to coil around her arm. It's too small. There's hardly any meat, she said. Chen Yang thought to himself how wild this girl was. While others would be terrified at the sight of a snake, she boldly reached out to grab one. Upon hearing that it was inedible, Jiang Yu tossed the snake aside and inquired, "Are there other delectable treats in these mountains?" "Indeed." Chen Yang nodded. "Follow me. I will take you to find something tasty." Chapter 91. What is delicious? What's so good? Hurry up, Jiang Yu exclaimed anxiously as she walked alongside Chen Yang. "You'll find out when we get there," Chen Yang teased, striding purposefully into the mountains. He had no intention of taking Jiang Yu to catch the silver knife fish, a place imbued with memories shared with Su Yu, which he wished to keep private. Instead, they headed directly towards a northern ravine. After walking a few hundred meters, they arrived at the foot of a strikingly magnificent tree. Its trunk was impressively thick, and its canopy spread wide above, resembling a colossal green mushroom from a distance. Jiang Yu's gaze was instantly captivated by the tree, prompting her to inquire, "What is that?" "That is the place I want to take you," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "Is there something delicious up there?" Jiang Yu questioned, somewhat skeptical. "You'll know when we arrive," Chen Yang continued to tease, receiving an eye roll in response. Soon, they stood beneath the tree, and as Jiang Yu looked up, a puzzled expression crossed her face. "There's nothing there." Chen Yang watched her with amusement, finding her expression endearing, reminiscent of a little panda. He took out his phone to snap a photo, then remarked, "Who said the delicious food is up in the tree?" "Huh." Jiang Yu finally looked down. "Then where is it?" "Right here," Chen Yang pointed to the ground. Jiang Yu stared in confusion at some dark greenish objects scattered on the ground, resembling a type of fruit, albeit with slightly decayed skins. Chen Yang picked one up, found two stones, one for support and the other as a hammer, and smashed the fruit open. The white flesh emerged, and Jiang Yu quickly realized, "Oh, it's a walnut. To be precise, it's called a mountain walnut," Chen Yang explained, carefully handing her a piece of the white flesh. "Try it." "This." Jiang Yu hesitated, becoming wary again. "Oh, come on. When have I ever deceived you?" Chen Yang replied helplessly, popping a piece into his mouth and chewing. "It's truly delicious. I want some." Jiang Yu immediately reached out. However, the shell of the mountain walnut was exceedingly hard, and the flesh inside was minimal. It took several strikes before Chen Yang managed to extract a piece about the size of an almond. After tasting it, Jiang Yu's eyes widened in delight. "This is amazing. It has such high nutritional value, but the shell is too tough." Chen Yang chuckled. "When I was a child, there wasn't much to eat, and these were considered treasures. People would come every year to harvest them, leaving not a single one behind. But now, with an abundance of various fruits, no one seems to care about these anymore. Yet, I can never forget the taste of my childhood." He turned to Jiang Yu, saying, "If you take these mountain walnuts home for the new year, the nuts inside will dry out, making them even more fragrant and sweet." "Oh." Jiang Yu ignored him, preoccupied with cracking more walnuts. Once she had a pile of kernels, she stuffed them into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel, and then mumbled, "You're actually missing your parents, aren't you?" With a gentle smile, Chen Yang remarked, "Oh, not at all. It merely reminded me of my childhood." "Is that so?" Jiang Yu inquired earnestly, gazing at him. "Why would I deceive you?" Chen Yang replied, rising to pick up the scattered mountain walnuts from the ground. Jiang Yu chuckled softly, joining him in gathering the nuts. And soon they had amassed a considerable pile. "By the way, I almost forgot the purpose of my venture into the mountains," Chen Yang said as he stood up. "You continue gathering. I need to search for medicinal herbs nearby." "Go ahead," Jiang Yu responded, her focus entirely on the walnuts, her head not lifting. Chen Yang had no intention of wandering far. He meandered around the walnut tree and successfully located several varieties of herbs he needed. Suddenly, a buzzing sound reached his ears, piquing his interest. Not far ahead, he discovered a massive beehive nestled against a cliff. It measured several dozen centimeters in width and at least a meter in length, its thickness suggesting it was brimming with honey. What a treasure! Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he placed the herbs on the ground, contemplating how to procure the hive. There were methods, of course, but the challenge lay in transporting such a large prize. Turning back, he saw Jiang Yu still engrossed in collecting walnuts. "Stop picking. There's something extraordinary over here," he called out. Jiang Yu lifted her head, curiosity evident in her expression. "What is it? Come quickly," Chen Yang urged, bending down to pull grass while gathering dry twigs. When Jiang Yu approached and beheld the enormous beehive clinging to the cliff, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, it's enormous." Chen Yang nodded in agreement. "I plan to smoke the bees away, then harvest half of the hive. But we'll need a bucket. Otherwise, we'll lose at least half on the way back, which would be such a waste." "I'll go get one," Jiang Yu declared without hesitation, turning to leave. And bring some woven bags to carry the walnuts, Chen Yang shouted after her. Absolutely, she replied, dashing swiftly toward the mountain's edge. Meanwhile, Chen Yang fashioned a rudimentary torch, assembling dry branches and fresh leaves. As the flames ignited, a plume of blue smoke gradually ascended. Positioning the torch beneath the beehive, the thick smoke rendered the bees quite uncomfortable, causing many to flee swiftly. By the time Jiang Yu returned with the necessary items, only a few bees lingered near the hive. Watching her ascend the cliff, Jiang Yu, puzzled, asked, why not take the entire hive instead of leaving half? To leave them some sustenance, Chen Yang replied, turning back. It's the principle. Oh, Jiang Yu realized, you're quite considerate. Chen Yang remained silent, a bucket hanging from his waist and a machete in hand as he cautiously approached the hive. Not being a professional at this task, he found it somewhat challenging. However, his robust stamina proved advantageous, and after some time, he successfully extracted a substantial piece of the hive. Golden honey oozed out in abundance, causing Jiang Yu to feel a pang of concern. Oh dear, be careful. So much is spilled. I was being cautious, you know. Chen Yang replied with a helpless smile as he secured the water bucket and descended slowly. Upon reaching the ground, Jiang Yu gazed into the bucket brimming with honey, inhaling the rich, fragrant aroma, and couldn't help but swallow with anticipation. You should taste it first. Chen Yang sliced off a small piece of the honeycomb with his hatchet, revealing the crystal-clear honey within, a sight that instantly made one's mouth water. Jiang Yu, not one to hold back, took it and bit into it, her eyes instantly transforming into crescent moons. So sweet. Seeing her delight, Chen Yang felt a joy surpassing even the taste of the honey itself. He then procured a piece for himself, and indeed, the sweetness was utterly delightful. Not satisfied with just one piece, Jiang Yu used the hatchet to cut another, resulting in honey smeared all over her lips. Chen Yang was not much better off. The two of them, munching away while stealing glances at each other, found the scene rather amusing. This is delicious. I want another piece, Jiang Yu exclaimed, licking her fingers after finishing one piece. Too much will make you cough, Chen Yang cautioned. That is true, Jiang Yu replied, looking at him. Hold still, let me wipe the honey from the corner of your mouth. As she spoke, she tiptoed closer to Chen Yang. Chapter 92. Assisting you in licking it off as he observed the approaching figure. Chen Yang's heart raced. What is this about? It would be a pity to wipe it away. I shall assist you in licking it off. Huh? Chen Yang's eyes widened just as Jiang Yu's petite lips were but inches away. He stood frozen, paralyzed by the moment. Jiang Yu licked with utmost care and precision, her large eyes gazing into Chen Yang's, her gaze as fluid as water. This was their first encounter at such proximity. Chen Yang mused that this girl, who was typically wild and unruly, seemed so different today. Although it wasn't exactly a kiss, such intimate gestures were not something any girl would casually offer. Perhaps it was precisely Jiang Yu's nature that rendered her indifferent to this intimacy. Lost in thought, the honey at the corner of his mouth had vanished, and Jiang Yu withdrew, looking at him. All done. Oh. Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Yu, however, said nothing further. She bent down to pick up the water bucket. There are still many walnuts over there. Hurry and gather them. Understood. Chen Yang nodded and hurried off. Eventually, they filled 2 large sacks with walnuts. Chen Yang fashioned a makeshift yoke from a thick branch, resting it on his shoulder, while Jiang Yu carried the honey. Together, they made their way home. Silence enveloped them along the journey, and upon returning home, Jiang Yu began distributing the walnuts and honey, even to the workers installing the steel structure of the house. Wang Defa, his face alight with joy from the honey, remarked to Chen Yang, "Your family's mountains are truly blessed. They yield such delightful treasures." Indeed, Chen Yang nodded. It's just that they haven't been properly excavated. Many treasures remain buried. Then let us develop them properly. Wang Defa chuckled. Chen Yang affirmed, "We will. It won't be long now." In the subsequent days, the household remained lively, with workers rotating in and out, and the construction of the house progressed rapidly. Soon, the finer details of interior decoration began, yet from an exterior viewpoint, the house had already taken shape. The tall, pristine 2-story building stood out prominently, distinctly elevating itself above the other structures in Peach Blossom Village. During this time, not only villagers, but also many from neighboring areas came to marvel at Chen Yang's residence, which had seemingly transformed into a tourist attraction. With the influx of visitors, various human natures emerged. Some expressed envy, while others resorted to gossip. Although Chen Yang remained oblivious, Tian caught wind of some whispers in the village. suggesting that the funds for her family's house came from a wealthy benefactor, implying that she was being kept. Though she outwardly dismissed the rumors, Tian felt a pang of discomfort within. One evening, after clearing the dining table, Chen Yang approached her. Sister, why do you seem a bit down these past few days? Huh, not at all. Tian forced a smile. I'm perfectly fine. Stop pretending, I can see it. Chen Yang chuckled. What is actually bothering you? Nothing really. Tian lowered her head and softly remarked. Our house is nearing completion. I am too elated to harbor any discontent. Chen Yang smiled quietly, refraining from further comment. Once darkness enveloped the sky, he made his way directly to Li Mei's residence. Upon seeing him, Li Mei's eyes sparkled with delight. Ah, what a rare visitor. Aunt Mei, I wish to inquire about something, Chen Yang stated, his demeanor serious. My sister has been rather unhappy these past few days. Do you have any idea why? Li Mei hesitated before replying, I am not certain. Noticing her evasive gaze, Chen Yang discerned that she was withholding the truth. He pressed on. Why? Aunt Mei, are you afraid I might cause a ruckus if I were to find out? Li Mei did not respond but sighed. Oh, it's best if you don't pry. It's merely some idle gossip from a few people. Tian is not the type to hold grudges. This will pass in due time. What exactly is going on? Chen Yang's curiosity grew the more she withheld. Observing his expression, Li Mei realized she could no longer remain silent and sighed again. The villagers are whispering that the funds for your house are dubious, and that a wealthy man has taken a liking to Tian. Who said such things? Chen Yang's eyes widened in indignation. I'll make them regret it. You see, I knew you would react this way. Li Mei shot him a knowing glance. The tongues wagging belong to others. Your earnings are clean, and their jealousy is unfounded. They can criticize me, but not my sister. Chen Yang's eyes bulged with disbelief. Who is responsible for this? Li Mei stomped her foot in frustration. Oh, don't pressure me. If you continue, I'll inform Tian, and she'll scold you. I understand you mean well. Aunt Mei, here's what I propose. I promise not to cause any trouble, but I simply wish to know who is speaking ill of my sister. That is fair. I assent it. Really? Li Mei scrutinized him. You assure me you want to seek revenge? I promise. Chen Yang nodded earnestly. Very well then. Li Mei took a deep breath. It is none other than Wang Dachuan's wife, who lives next door. Her? Chen Yang was taken aback, envisioning a short, stout middle-aged woman. Though they were neighbors, a village path separated their homes, and due to Wang Dachuan's frequent absences, his wife was rather reserved, leading to little interaction between the two households. Yet, Chen Yang could hardly fathom that this seemingly quiet woman, who lacked any notable presence in the village, could harbor such malice. Why would she do this? My sister has never wronged her. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it is simply envy. Watching your house rise day by day, Li Mei replied with a wry smile. Do not take it to heart. Women often indulge in gossip. I myself am guilty of it from time to time. That is different. Chen Yang narrowed his eyes. Gossiping about others is not the same as slandering and defaming them. You must promise me that I will not confront Wang Dachuan's wife. Li Mei wore a vigilant expression. Do not act foolishly, or Tian will be upset. Rest assured, I have promised and shall not go back on my word. Chen Yang replied with a smile, turning to leave. Is that all? Aren't you staying for a while? Li Mei pursued him. I shall return later, he remarked, glancing back at her. Be sure to thank you properly tonight. You rascal. Li Mei's eyes sparkled with joy, her heart aflame in an instant. Yet, Chen Yang did not pause for a moment, hurrying back home. Although he had assured Li Mei that he would not stir up trouble, he had made no promise to refrain from arranging matters with others. Thus, upon reaching home, Chen Yang immediately sought out Zhang Hua, recounting the events at the village's edge. How dare she speak of my sister Tian in such a manner? Zhang Hua exclaimed, his fists clenched. Leave this matter to me, and witness how I deal with that woman. Now hold on. Chen Yang shot him a glare. I share this with you not to incite you to be a thug. Then what is your intent? Zhang Hua inquired, puzzled. If we don't confront her, I shall be unable to swallow my anger. Violence does not resolve issues. Chen Yang shook his head. Upon reflection, I believe that Wang Dachuan's woman may not be as wicked as rumored. Those slanders are likely orchestrated by someone. Therefore, I need you to investigate thoroughly. Chapter 93. The fierce battle in the office. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Zhang Hua nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Leave this matter to me. He added, however, Brother Yang, if it turns out that no one instigated her, and that woman is merely spewing nonsense on her own, do not hinder me from dealing with her. That won't be necessary, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Zhang Hua responded, then I shall assist you. Is that acceptable? I appreciate the sentiment, but it truly is unnecessary. Chen Yang gazed at him. I do not strike women. I shall employ other means to handle her. As evening fell, Zhang Hua made a phone call to discreetly inquire about Wang Dachuan's wife. In a town of such modest size, where residents are interconnected like a web of relatives, it would be a simple task to gather comprehensive information about the woman by merely asking a few questions. At this moment, Chen Yang had already arrived at Li Mei's home, and as soon as the lights went out, the two became one. The next morning, during breakfast, Chen Yang noticed Zhang Hua repeatedly giving him knowing glances, indicating that the lad had uncovered something significant. After their meal, he pretended to step outside for a stroll and inquired at the village entrance, "What did you find out?" "Brother Yang, you were indeed correct. That woman is indeed being manipulated." Zhang Hua chuckled, then asked, "Who do you think it is?" Chen Yang furrowed his brow. "Zhao Jiang?" Zhang Hua had intended to keep him in suspense, but was taken aback. "How did you know?" "Just a guess," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "But how does this fellow have dealings with Wang Dachuan's wife?" "As fortune would have it, one of my subordinates hails from that woman's village." Zhang Hua grinned. "This lad called back last night and learned that a man had driven to the woman's parents' house a couple of days ago, laden with gifts." "And that led you to conclude it was Zhao Jiang?" Chen Yang inquired. "Not necessarily." Zhang Hua shook his head. "Recently, that woman's parents have been boasting around the village, claiming that their son-in-law is quite accomplished, now managing a store in the county with a monthly income of 8,000 to 9,000. Not to mention that the boss holds him in high regard and has even visited them." "Ah, now I see," Chen Yang realized, having only known that Wang Dachuan had been working in the county without understanding his specific role. "So he is indeed employed at Song Kai's supermarket? Perhaps it was Zhao Jiang who arranged this? However, that is of little consequence. I have finally acquired the excuse or rationale I needed." With a smile directed at Zhang Hua, he stated, "In that case, since grievances have a source and debts have a master, we can set aside Wang Dachuan's wife for now. Brother, how do you intend to deal with Zhao Jiang?" Zhang Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired. "Certainly not in the manner you envision." Chen Yang patted him on the shoulder. "Resolving issues through violence is a misguided approach. Not going to beat him up?" Zhang Hua was taken aback. "That seems rather unsatisfying." "You must amend that tendency," Chen Yang observed him. "Otherwise, you shall forever remain a mere small-time leader." "Oh." Zhang Hua appeared contemplative before nodding. "Understood, Brother Yang. I shall certainly change." "Good." Chen Yang smiled and said, "Then I will leave this matter to you. Arrange for 2 unfamiliar brothers, the kind who are sharp-witted, to monitor Zhao Jiang for a few days. All necessary expenses will be covered by me." "No need. It won't cost much." Zhang Hua chuckled. "We have plenty of funds in our account. Just the other day, President Su transferred 200,000 to me." Chen Yang was taken aback. "Why?" Zhang Hua was equally surprised. Didn't he mention it to you?" I don't recall." Chen Yang replied as he pulled out his phone. It was then he discovered a message from Siyu sent the day before regarding the transfer to Zhang Hua, which was a share of the silver knife fish profits. "All right, I just found out." Chen Yang sighed, realizing that he had been too busy lately and had overlooked her. Even an astute man like him had become indifferent to 20,000. Zhang Hua grinned and added, "But don't worry, I'll keep track of the accounts for you." "Good." Chen Yang nodded. "Now, let's see what kind of capabilities this Zhao Jiang fellow possesses." "Sounds good." After Zhang Hua finished speaking, he left to arrange the next steps of their plan. Chen Yang remained, sitting on a large rock at the village entrance, and dialed Su Yu's number. "Hello? What made you think of me all of a sudden?" Su Yu's cheerful laughter resonated from the other end. Hearing her voice warmed Chen Yang's heart, and a wave of longing surged within him, filling every corner of his being. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "I just suddenly thought of you." There was a moment of silence on Su Yu's side before she softly responded, "I miss you too." "Can I come to see you?" Chen Yang asked. "Okay." Su Yu responded with a single word, yet it was sufficient. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang felt an overwhelming eagerness to see her immediately. Calling the driver Huang Yukai seemed like a waste of time, and asking Zhang Hua for a ride to the county would be inconvenient, so he decided to walk out of the village and hurriedly set off. Upon arriving at Su Yu's hotel, Chen Yang went straight upstairs to her office. He pushed the door open to find Su Yu organizing documents on her desk. When she looked up and saw him, she exclaimed, "How did you get here so fast?" "I was eager to see you," Chen Yang said with a smile as he approached and embraced her. "Wait, let me close the door." Su Yu gently extricated herself and hurried to shut the door. As she turned back, Chen Yang was already behind her, pulling her back into his arms. Feeling his strong embrace, Suyu was instantly enveloped in a sense of security. After a moment of holding each other, it was uncertain who initiated it, but soon their lips met in a passionate kiss. After what seemed like an eternity, a knock at the door broke the spell, startling the two entwined souls. "I'll step out first. You can leave later." Suyu quickly tidied her clothes before stepping outside. Chen Yang lay on the resting room's bed, feeling the surge of energy within him. Just a little more, and I will break through to the 5th level of chi refinement. The conversation outside did not last long. Soon, the sound of the door closing echoed, leaving a tranquil silence in its wake. Chen Yang donned his attire and stepped outside, discovering Suyu deeply engrossed in her work. He approached her and gently embraced her shoulders, inquiring, "Why toil so hard?" "It's not exactly toil, it's just that there are many tasks at hand." Suyu replied with a gentle smile. "All of it is ultimately for your benefit," she added. "Thank you." Chen Yang leaned down to bestow a soft kiss upon her forehead. "Your words are enough to warm my heart." Suyu smiled, tucking her hair behind her ear. "But now, I must attend to my work. You should head back. Then I shall not disturb you." Chen Yang nodded. "However, I have nothing pressing to attend to at home. I might as well take a stroll and return to find you later this afternoon." "Sounds good," Suyu replied, her smile deepening, a delicate blush gracing her cheeks. Chapter 94. A pleasant sensation. Chen Yang departed from the hotel and first made a phone call to Zhang Hua before hailing a taxi that whisked him away to the nearest Huaxin supermarket. The young man displayed commendable efficiency, having already stationed personnel nearby to keep a watchful eye on Zhao Jiang. Upon his arrival, Chen Yang quickly located them. And to his surprise, one of the familiar faces was Li Rue. "Brother Yang, you've arrived." Li Rue greeted him with warmth and enthusiasm. "How is it? Are you finding it terribly dull?" Chen Yang inquired. The two were stationed in a modest reception area on the 2nd floor of a building directly across from the supermarket, which lacked almost any amenities, not even a functioning television. "Not at all. We cannot afford to slack off on what you've entrusted to us. We will keep a close watch on that Zhao fellow," Li Rue assured him with a grin. "Your efforts are much appreciated." Chen Yang nodded. "Has this fellow reported for work yet?" "Yes," Li Rue confirmed. "However, we are still trying to ascertain the location of his office. We're asking around." "Take your time." Chen Yang chuckled lightly. "He won't be able to escape. Your current task is to discover Zhao Jiang's daily routines and his residence. Additionally, ensure that he remains oblivious to your presence. Rest assured, Brother Yang, we will not let you down," Li Rue promised earnestly. "Good," Chen Yang replied, lingering only briefly before departing. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided to take a stroll along the street, hoping to find a traditional Chinese medicine shop to browse for herbal ingredients. Not far from his starting point, he heard someone call out. Turning his head, he was momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yu stood before him, a playful expression on her face. "I was just about to ask you the same. You vanished without a trace, so I see you've come into the city." "Yes, I'm here on business," Chen Yang acknowledged. "What about you?" "I came with my seniors. They are busy with matters at the supermarket." Jiang Yu gestured toward a nearby building. "This is one of the stores that will be opening soon." Chen Yang looked up to realize that the edifice was a multi-story office building, with workers on the 2nd and 3rd floors dismantling old advertisements. "How's the work progressing inside?" he queried. "They're currently renovating. I found it too noisy, so I stepped out, and lo and behold, I spotted you." Jiang Yu smiled. "What exactly brings you here?" "Nothing much," Chen Yang chuckled before changing the subject. "When do you plan to return to the village?" "I'm not sure. What about you?" "I could accompany you back." Jiang Yu pouted. Chen Yang thought to himself, "I have matters to attend to. I can't bring along this little shadow." Just as he contemplated suggesting she return alone, Jiang Yu suddenly said, "By the way, I want to buy a few clothes for Sister Tian Tian. Let us go shopping." Before he could finish his sentence, she linked her arm through his, forcibly leading him away. Resigned to his fate, he had no choice but to follow her to a nearby shopping mall. Fortunately, Jiang Yu was unlike other girls. She was not verbose when shopping. Once she set her eyes on something, she would decisively purchase it, managing to acquire 7 or 8 outfits in less than half an hour. Naturally, Chen Yang became the one burdened with the bags, his hands fully occupied. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu savored her milk tea, leisurely strolling and observing her surroundings. Suddenly, a voice cried out from a distance, "Help! Please, someone help!" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately dashed toward the source of the commotion, with Chen Yang swiftly following suit. At the entrance of a boutique, a crowd had gathered, peering inside. Jiang Yu parted the throng and inquired, "What happened?" A girl, resembling a store employee, with a face full of fear replied, "Our boss suddenly collapsed. It seems she has no pulse." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu turned to Chen Yang and urged, "Quickly, let's go." Though Chen Yang felt speechless, he promptly set down the bags and approached. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, had a pale complexion and closed eyes, yet her beauty remained undeniable. However, this was not the time for admiration. Chen Yang grasped her wrist to check her pulse and confirmed her heart had indeed ceased beating. Once the heart stops supplying blood, the brain will suffer irreversible consequences due to lack of oxygen, ranging from brain damage to outright death. Chen Yang was uncertain how long the woman had been unconscious or if she had exceeded the critical time limit. Nevertheless, rescue was imperative. He placed his hands together and pressed upon her chest. As he performed CPR, he infused his own spiritual energy into her meridians to enhance the effectiveness of the treatment. After approximately 20 seconds, the woman suddenly trembled and then exhaled deeply. She was alive. A wave of relief washed over the onlookers, who murmured their astonishment at the fortunate encounter with the young man. The woman's complexion quickly returned, though she remained somewhat weak, reclining on the ground. "You're all right now, but you should still visit a hospital. Your heart seems to have issues that could recur if left unaddressed," Chen Yang advised as he prepared to leave. However, the woman gently parted her lips and said, "Please, wait." "What is it?" Chen Yang inquired, turning back. With the assistance of a store employee, she managed to sit upright. "Thank you for saving my life," she expressed, then instructed the employee, "Go to the cash register and bring all the cash." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang hurriedly waved his hands. "No need for that. It was merely a small effort on my part. That is not an option. Had it not been for you, I might have perished. This debt of gratitude must be repaid." The woman's resolve was unwavering as she slowly rose to her feet. It was then that Chen Yang noticed her impressive figure. Her face was beautiful, and her shape was alluring. Although she wore a long dress, it was evident she possessed long, shapely legs. The employee soon returned with a substantial sum of cash, likely amounting to 2,000 or 3,000. "This is all I have. Please do not think it insufficient," the woman offered, extending the money toward him. Chen Yang smiled wryly. "It truly is unnecessary, and there is no need to give so much. This is my heartfelt intention. I implore you to accept it." The woman held the money aloft, gazing intently at him. "Let me hold it for you. He is far too bashful." As Jiang Yu spoke, she took the money from Chen Yang. The woman smiled gently and then inquired, "By the way, how did you know I have a heart condition?" "Well, I possess a bit of medical knowledge, and I discovered it while taking your pulse just now," Chen Yang replied. "I see." The woman understood and nodded. "You must be quite skilled. The doctor I visited before couldn't even detect it without an examination. By the way, my name is Morong Rong. What about you?" I am Chen Yang. I am Jiang Yu." Morong Rong chuckled. "If you two are not in a hurry, why not stay in the shop a little longer? I would like to treat you to some tea." "Sure." Without waiting for Chen Yang to decline, Jiang Yu immediately agreed. As Morong Rong turned to brew the tea, Chen Yang glanced at her. "You are quite forward. It's all for you." Jiang Yu shot him a glare, then lowered her voice and squinted. "So, how was it?" "The feeling was quite pleasant, wasn't it?" Chapter 95. Unhappiness, what a sensation. Chen Yang feigned ignorance, fully aware of what was unfolding. "Stop it," he said. Jiang Yu shot him a glance. "When you were pressing on them just now, I was tempted to touch." Chen Yang was truly at a loss for words. "You girl, come on in." Morong Rong poked her head out from the adjoining room. "We're here," Jiang Yu replied with a bright smile as she hurried over. "Sister, you look truly stunning." "You look beautiful too," Morong Rong replied with a smile. Chen Yang thought to himself that while she was indeed beautiful, her demeanor was rather boisterous. What a headache. Upon entering the room, he discovered it was a quaint little lounge, furnished with a single bed, a sofa, and a tea table. Morong Rong had already brewed tea. Steam wafting through the air, mingling the scents of flowers and tea, which was quite delightful. "You're far too gracious," Chen Yang chuckled. Sitting down and taking a sip from his cup, Jiang Yu also took a sip and remarked, "In my opinion, you might as well go all out with your kindness and spare Morong Rong from visiting the hospital." "Huh?" Morong Rong turned to Chen Yang with a curious gaze. "Can you treat my ailment?" "He is quite remarkable." Jiang Yu interjected eagerly. "Oh, it's just a bit of medical knowledge," Chen Yang replied with a hint of reluctance. "Then I must trouble you to help me," Morong Rong said, biting her lip. "My condition is somewhat complex. I've consulted doctors at the provincial hospital, and they said surgery is necessary. The costs are manageable, but post-surgery, I would need a long recovery period, and my business relies on my presence. If there is a way to treat it with medication instead, that would be preferable." Listening intently, Chen Yang nodded. Indeed, surgery would be quite time-consuming. I can prepare some medication to help you. Really? Murong Rong's eyes sparkled with hope. That would be wonderful. If you can cure my ailment, I could pay you 200,000. Wow, sister, you're so wealthy. Jiang Yu exclaimed, her eyes widening. Chen Yang looked at her, thinking, what is so surprising? 200,000 is hardly a fortune for you. It's not that I am exceedingly wealthy. It's just that compared to health, money holds little value. Murong Rong chuckled lightly. That's a fair point, Jiang Yu nodded, turning to Chen Yang. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and treat her. Chen Yang, exasperated, looked at her. Dear lady, I need medication. Where would I find it here? Then go buy some. Jiang Yu nudged him, quickly. I'll be waiting for you. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Yang stood up and said to Murong Rong, I will go find a pharmacy. Thank you so much. We'll await your return, Murong Rong said, her face filled with gratitude. As he walked outside the mall, Chen Yang recalled the sensations he experienced during the emergency earlier. Indeed, as Jiang Yu had said, the feel was truly exceptional. It was a pity that he had been too hurried to truly savor the moment. Upon exiting the shopping mall, Chen Yang inquired with a passerby and soon located a traditional Chinese medicine shop. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, he emerged with the necessary herbal ingredients and returned to Murong Rong's boutique. After explaining the usage and dosage of the herbs, Chen Yang continued. When you've consumed half of these remedies, I shall return to administer acupuncture to aid your recovery. Your ailment will be cured. Really? Murong Rong's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed. Do not worry. Your condition is not severe, Chen Yang reassured her with a smile. That is splendid. Murong Rong's eyes sparkled with joy. As she had initially anticipated merely alleviating her symptoms, never imagining a complete recovery was possible. Such a prospect would undoubtedly save her considerable time and effort. How can I possibly thank you? She asked eagerly. No need for gratitude, Chen Yang replied, shaking his head. Healing the sick is a duty that requires no reward. Well, let me take a few days of medication first. Murong Rong smiled and exchanged contact information with him. As noon approached, she expressed a desire for them to share a meal, but Chen Yang politely declined. With Jiang Yu, the persistent companion, accompanying him, he felt it inappropriate to seek out Su Yu. After hailing a taxi downstairs, the two embarked on their return journey. Not far along the road, Jiang Yu opened the conversation. Hey, do you know how old Sister Murong is? Not a clue. I didn't ask and it's not of my concern, Chen Yang replied. She is 36, but she certainly doesn't appear to be. Unfazed, Jiang Yu pressed on with another question. What do you think makes her so wealthy? Chen Yang remained silent, lost in thought. Why the silence? Jiang Yu nudged him with her elbow. Talking to you is quite dull, actually. She funded her store with her husband's money. Oh. Chen Yang's mind wandered, preoccupied with the challenge of advancing his cultivation to the 5th level of qi refinement. Seeking Su Yu was out of the question, and it seemed finding Li Mei was also not feasible due to her current circumstances. It appeared he would have to rely on medicinal assistance. He sighed, hoping it would prove effective. Noticing Jiang Yu had suddenly fallen silent, he turned to glance at her, only to find her gazing back. What's on your mind? He inquired. Nothing much. What were you saying earlier? I mentioned that Sister Rong's store was financed by her husband. Jiang Yu retorted with a roll of her eyes. But judging by her demeanor, it seems their relationship is rather strained. Chen Yang was speechless. Why do you concern yourself with gossip? She is so beautiful and wealthy, yet her life isn't happy. It's such a pity, Jiang Yu lamented. Chen Yang chuckled wryly, thinking to himself, what kind of logic is that? Beauty and wealth do not guarantee happiness. The two shared no further conversation and returned to Peach Blossom Village in silence. Jiang Yu alighted from the vehicle, promptly seeking out Tian, while Chen Yang, after a thorough search, could not find any trace of Zhang Hua. Consequently, he retrieved his phone and made a call, only to learn that the young man had gone to the county seat to pick up a car and deliver some items to Li Rui and the others. The injuries they had sustained previously had largely healed, and with no pressing matters in Taohua Village, Zhang Hua intended to return with the vehicle and stay at the farm. The house in town had been burned down, and there was no immediate necessity to rebuild, as there was little reason to remain there. After finishing the call, Chen Yang noticed he had received a message and opened it to find a note from Su Yu, stating that she was nearing the village entrance. Taken aback, he recalled having sent her a message while leaving the county, informing her of his sudden need to return to the village, not expecting her to follow him here. Was this not fortuitous? Elated, Chen Yang hastened towards the village head. After a few moments, Su Yu's vehicle slowly approached. What brings you here? Chen Yang inquired as he entered the car. What do you think? Ziyu replied, casting him a glance, her eyes shimmering with warmth. Understanding dawned upon him. Chen Yang chuckled mischievously. It seems you didn't have enough to eat this morning. Chapter 96. I wish to practice with you around 4 in the afternoon. Ziyu drove back to the county. After watching her depart, Chen Yang settled cross-legged in the woods and immediately began to circulate the spiritual energy within him. It was not until dusk that he finally opened his eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had successfully made a breakthrough. However, Chen Yang soon found himself becoming somewhat greedy, pondering when he might transcend to the next realm of qi refinement. Naturally, such thoughts were mere musings, as he had only just achieved the 5th layer. The subsequent layers would undoubtedly take increasingly longer and require far more resources. Upon returning home, he discovered that everyone had already finished their meal. But Tian had left some food for him in the pot. Just as Chen Yang took a seat and had his first bite, Wang Defa, with a grin, remarked, "From your demeanor, it seems your cultivation has improved again?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "You can tell? Well, I can't claim such great insight. I simply sensed something was different about your aura, so I took a guess." Wang Defa chuckled. "Your eyesight is indeed quite sharp." Chen Yang nodded. "I have indeed made a layer of progress." "Impressive," Wang Defa exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Your advancement is extraordinary. In my youth, my master expended a lifetime of effort just to barely reach the 1st layer of qi refinement, and all it did was extend his life by a few years. With your potential, the future is limitless." Chen Yang chuckled in response. "You flatter me. How did you manage to improve so rapidly?" Jiang Yu pouted. Having opened her dantian with Chen Yang's help, yet experiencing minimal progress over the past few days. Thus, hearing of Chen Yang's advancement stirred a hint of jealousy within her. Noticing her expression, Chen Yang understood her feelings, but, bound by the nature of his cultivation method, could only smile and say, "I really don't know. Perhaps it is simply as the old gentleman said, I am a genius." Pfft. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced. "Actually, if you were willing, you could assist Ye," Wang Defa suggested. "Ah?" Chen Yang was taken aback, then smiled wryly, "But that might not be appropriate." "There is nothing inappropriate about it." Wang Defa shook his head. "Just talk to her." Chen Yang felt a bit dumbfounded, wondering how to approach the subject. "Stop dawdling. Hurry up and speak," Jiang Yu urged impatiently. "You two chat. I'll go lie down in the tent for a bit," Wang Defa said as he stood to leave. Chen Yang was puzzled, wondering if the old man knew the nature of his cultivation. This was quite an obvious attempt to avoid suspicion. With only the two of them remaining, and seeing Jiang Yu staring at him with wide eyes, Chen Yang could only chuckle wryly. "All right, since you insist I say it. Speak up already." Jiang Yu rolled her eyes at him. "What I practice is..." Chen Yang lowered his voice and succinctly explained. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in surprise, then fixed her gaze upon him. "How unscrupulous," Chen Yang responded. "Who are you cultivating with?" Jiang Yu inquired. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback by the question. He had not considered this aspect before, and now faced with it, he truly did not know how to respond. Jiang Yu had encountered Su Yu and was acquainted with Li Mei. She certainly could not claim to have had an intimate relationship with either of them. After a brief hesitation, Chen Yang chuckled. "I primarily rely on my innate talent along with the assistance of medicinal herbs. I have yet to utilize any dual cultivation techniques." "Do you think I believe you?" Jiang Yu retorted, her eyes widening before she scoffed. "Whatever, I'm not interested in who you're involved with." With that, she stood up and departed, leaving Chen Yang to exhale in relief that the questioning had ceased. Later that night, he quietly emerged from his tent, intent on wandering through the mountains. Recent events had been overwhelming, and it had been a while since he last checked on the growth of the earth dragon roots. According to his plans, he intended to harvest them in the coming days and transplant them by his doorstep to expand his cultivation area. After taking a few steps, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he was startled to find Jiang Yu. "Aren't you asleep?" he inquired. "I was, but I woke up when I heard you getting up," Jiang Yu replied, her eyes sparkling under the moonlight as she placed her hands behind her back. "Where are you going?" "Just taking a stroll," Chen Yang answered. "I'm coming too," Jiang Yu blurted out, confirming his thoughts as if it were a habitual response. "All right then," Chen Yang conceded with a nod. The two ventured into the mountains under the moonlight, with Jiang Yu surprisingly silent, not uttering another word until they reached the hollow where the earth dragon roots grew. Curiously, she asked, "What are you doing?" "Digging for treasures," Chen Yang replied, looking up. "The delicious earth dragon roots you've been talking about were unearthed from here." "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Yu's interest piqued, and she immediately squatted beside him to assist in the excavation. Before long, A pile of earth dragon roots had accumulated at their feet. That should be enough. We can't take them all, Chen Yang said, brushing the dirt from his hands. Jiang Yu glanced at him. Are we heading back now? Yes, there's nothing else to do. But I don't want to return yet. She pouted, her face displaying displeasure. Why not? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. There is no scenery to enjoy at this hour, and I have no other plans. I don't care. I just don't want to go back. Jiang Yu tapped her toe against the ground, swaying back and forth. Chen Yang scratched his head, bewildered by her meaning. After a moment of hesitation, he could not resist asking, what do you really want? Why not say it directly? Jiang Yu fell silent. Chen Yang, feeling exasperated, said, if you don't speak up, I'm leaving. You. Jiang Yu, now irritated, stamped her foot and exclaimed, you're so dense. What? Chen Yang replied, confused. Who said that? I'm as clever as a monkey. Then you still don't understand what I mean? Jiang Yu shot him a glare before her face flushed. And she lowered her head, whispering, I want to be with you. What? Chen Yang failed to catch the last two words, as she had deliberately spoken ambiguously. How frustrating. Jiang Yu, in a fit of impatience, stamped her foot again and declared, I wish to practice with you. Chen Yang was taken aback. Convinced he had misheard her, and sought confirmation. Jiang Yu, resolute, reiterated her request loudly before pressing. Do you agree or not? Well, it's not merely a matter of my consent, is it? Chen Yang scratched his head, perplexed. You are Huazi's sister. How could I possibly do that? Come on. I am myself, and he is he. Jiang Yu retorted, her eyes wide with determination. Moreover, I do not require you to bear any responsibility. Should you wish to seek other women for cultivation in the future, that is your prerogative. My sole desire is to grow stronger. Chen Yang gazed at her, speechless. Isn't it sufficient as it is? What more strength do you seek? Of course, the more powerful, the better. Jiang Yu pouted. If given the chance, I would aspire to break through to the highest realm and ascend directly. Don't be ridiculous, Chen Yang replied with a wry smile, thinking to himself how simplistic that notion was. At that moment, Jiang Yu stepped closer, raising her small face earnestly asking, Now, tell me, do you agree or not? Chapter 97. The inability to wear clothes. Faced with Jiang Yu's aggressive demeanor, Chen Yang found himself momentarily at a loss. Yet, the other party grew impatient, exclaiming, Are you even a man? Stop rambling. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang felt a surge of indignation. In that case, I cannot acquiesce, he retorted, with a disdainful glance. Jiang Yu challenged him, then prove it. Ah, so this is a test of valor? Chen Yang chuckled. Well, I indeed relish this challenge. With that, he swiftly pulled her into his embrace. Jiang Yu's breath quickened, the earlier bravado dissipating in an instant, replaced by a flicker of panic in her eyes. Yet, having reached this juncture, she resigned to the unfolding events. However, Chen Yang merely held her for a moment before stating, This remote wilderness is hardly suitable. Even if you wish to cultivate with me, we must find a more appropriate location. Leaning against his chest, Jiang Yu murmured, Then lead me. I am unfamiliar with this place. Very well, Chen Yang replied, already formulating a plan. He took her hand and declared, Follow me. Under the moonlight, they departed. Taking a turn at the village's edge, heading straight for the dilapidated temple on the back mountain. The following morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Yu awoke to find Chen Yang gazing at her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Congratulations, Chen Yang smiled. What? Jiang Yu paused, only to suddenly feel a surge of vibrant energy within her dantian. Her eyes widened in astonishment. It really worked. Of course. Am I merely fabricating a technique to seduce you? Chen Yang chuckled. You have now broken through to the first layer of qi refinement. With additional herbs and practice, you can continue to advance. That is wonderful, Jiang Yu exclaimed, springing to her feet, only to realize she was without clothing, prompting her to hastily crouch down. You. Turn around. Chen Yang, bemused, recalled that he had not only seen her but had also touched her the previous night. Why the sudden shyness? Nonetheless, he complied, turning away. He listened to the rustling sounds behind him until Jiang Yu announced she was ready, prompting him to turn back. Now dressed, she promptly declared, I will go test my strength. You should hurry home. We must avoid being seen together, or it could lead to trouble. Ah, you've considered that angle. Impressive. Chen Yang nodded. Make sure to return early. Upon reaching home, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and Tian had also risen, busy with her morning routine. Spotting Chen Yang, she thought little of it and gestured toward the thermos beside her, indicating it contained hot water. With a smile, he retrieved his toiletries and began to wash up. It must be said, after last night, Jiang Yu had experienced tremendous gains, and he too had benefited significantly. After all, Jiang Yu had a solid foundation, and this was her first experience. The benefits gained from their dual cultivation far surpassed those with Li Mei and Su Yu. The primary reason lay in their physical constitutions, both still at the level of ordinary individuals. To derive greater benefits from them in the future, it would be necessary to elevate their physical states, transforming them into cultivators. However, there was no need for haste. There would be ample time ahead. Jiang Yu returned during breakfast time, her face aglow with excitement, akin to someone who had just won a lottery jackpot. Although she said nothing, Wang Defa could discern from his disciple's demeanor that something significant had transpired. With a knowing glance at Chen Yang, the old man chose to remain silent. However, this mere exchange of looks left Chen Yang feeling somewhat flustered, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Fortunately, the old man understood the unspoken words between them and did not press the matter, allowing Chen Yang's anxious heart to find solace. 2 days swiftly passed, and the interior decoration of the house had been completed. Huang Yukai arranged for a group of workers to arrive and begin installing various furniture and appliances, bringing along a complete set of daily necessities. From large items like refrigerators and televisions to small ones such as curtains and towels, everything was meticulously accounted for. This was not merely Huang Yukai's meticulous nature, but primarily due to the thoughtful planning of his subordinates. While the household bustled with activity, Chen Yang received a call from Murong Rong, reminding him that she had already consumed half of her medication. Consequently, he planned to visit the county town that afternoon to check on her. To his surprise, however, Jiang Yu, his ever-present shadow, chose not to accompany him this time. With her newfound martial prowess, the spirited girl was solely focused on her training, showing no interest in shopping or leisurely outings. Chen Yang thought this a welcome change and set off alone. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, he made his way directly to Murong Rong's boutique. She was already waiting for him, dressed in a form-fitting beige long dress that accentuated her slender figure, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Despite it being their second encounter, Murong Rong still appeared a bit reserved, smiling as she greeted Chen Yang. "Dr. Chen, you've come." "Please, don't call me that." Chen Yang quickly interjected, waving his hand. "Just call me by my name." "How about I call you Mr. Chen then?" she replied with a smile. "I appreciate you making the trip again." "It's no trouble at all," Chen Yang chuckled. "How have you been feeling these past few days?" "After taking the first dose of medicine, I felt significantly better," Murong Rong replied with a smile. "With the subsequent doses, I've noticed my condition has improved tremendously. I no longer feel fatigued." "That's encouraging," Chen Yang nodded. "Let me check your pulse again." "Certainly, please come to the lounge," Murong Rong responded. She turned to her staff and instructed, "Keep an eye on the store and do not disturb Mr. Chun and me unless necessary." "Understood, boss," the staff member replied. Once in the lounge and seated, Murong Rong raised her hand and placed it on the table. Her fingers were slender and fair, with a slight flush in her palms, indicating her excellent health. Chen Yang found her hand to be the most beautiful he had ever seen, gently resting his fingers on her wrist. Unable to tear his gaze away, Murong Rong quietly watched him, her eyes reflecting both respect and anticipation, eager to hear the favorable news she hoped for. After a moment, Chen Yang released her hand and nodded, saying, "Your recovery is better than I anticipated," affirming that your constitution is quite robust. "To be honest, I used to be a ballet dancer in my youth. I have danced since childhood, so my physical condition is fairly good," Murong Rong replied with a smile. "No wonder. I remarked upon your splendid physique." Chen Yang chuckled softly before continuing, "However, your heart still presents some issues. Relying solely on medication is insufficient." "I understand," Murong Rong nodded. "What other treatments are necessary?" "Well," Chen Yang appeared somewhat embarrassed, his cheeks unexpectedly tinged with crimson. "Acupuncture is required for treatment." "Acupuncture?" Murong Rong paused for a moment, her countenance also flushing red, as if she had come to a realization. The two exchanged a silent glance, and she could not help but inquire, "Does that mean one cannot wear clothing?" Chen Yang dared not meet her gaze, looking down as he replied, "Indeed." Chapter 98. Healing the beautiful woman. Murong Rong momentarily found herself at a loss for words. After a brief silence, she broke into a smile, saying, "No problem. You are the doctor, and I am the patient. The last time I went to the provincial city for an ultrasound, the doctor was also male. One cannot let that deter necessary examinations." Chen Yang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I mainly fear that you might overthink and assume I have ulterior motives." "That won't happen," Murong Rong replied, waving her hand dismissively. "I trust Mr. Chen's character." Chen Yang remained silent, pondering that his character could only be deemed average, certainly not commendable. Shall we begin now? Rong inquired. Chen Yang nodded. Yes, but the treatment will require some time and utmost focus. That is fine. There won't be many customers in the shop this afternoon, and even if there are, the staff will be present, she assured him. Rising. Rong approached the door and locked it securely. Observing her action, Chen Yang retrieved a set of silver needles he had brought with him. The atmosphere in the lounge suddenly turned somewhat intimate, as Rong had loosened the belt of her long dress. Chen Yang turned his head away, feeling an unusual tension. In terms of appearance, Rong was as stunning as Su Yutian, yet she possessed a unique aura, mature and intelligent, with a hint of the older sister vibe. A type he had never encountered before. It was about to reveal her second most significant area of privacy. How could he not feel nervous? After a moment, he heard Rong settle onto the single bed and slowly recline. The mattress emitted a faint creak, followed by silence. Several seconds later, he heard her voice. Delicate as a whisper, all right, I'm ready. Chen Yang responded with an "oh," slowly turning his head, and was instantly greeted by an unparalleled sight. Rong's upper body was bare, her arm crossing her chest, concealing part of her beauty, which only rendered her more alluring. Especially her snow-white skin and elegant arms, truly a masterpiece of creation. Chen Yang felt a rush of warmth in his nostrils, thinking, what will happen when she moves her arm? I might just bleed. This was unacceptable, it would be far too embarrassing. He quickly inhaled deeply, allowing his energy to circulate within him, managing to suppress the tumult in his heart. Then, taking out the silver needles, he addressed the tightly closed-eyed Rong. Do not be anxious. I will first need to puncture a few nearby acupoints. Rong's complexion was flushed like blood, and although her eyes were shut, her profound shyness was evident. As several silver needles were placed, Chen Yang's mood also stabilized, his gaze sharpening with focus. Yet, as the final 2 acupoints approached, he gently stated, your hand must be removed. Rong did not respond verbally, but her face reddened further. After a few moments of hesitation, she furrowed her brow, seemingly steeling herself, and moved her arm away. Chen Yang's gaze naturally fell upon the crucial point, and he was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that she had never given birth? Of course, such a matter was not one to inquire about. He concentrated once more, cautiously inserting the last 2 needles. After taking a deep breath, Chen Yang averted his gaze, saying, all right, in half an hour, we can remove it. Rong gently acknowledged with a soft HM, remaining silent with her eyes still closed. Due to the presence of the silver needles, her hands could not return to their previous position. She could only lie flat, waiting in tranquil anticipation. Chen Yang thought to himself that it was inappropriate to stare, yet he found it hard to resist stealing a glance. Upon noticing that Rong kept her eyes shut, he felt emboldened to indulge in his observation. The more he looked, the more captivated he became, and soon, other thoughts began to intrude. As a young man well acquainted with desire, how could he possibly restrain himself? Yet, he knew he must not act inappropriately, so he sighed internally, turning away to avoid further temptation. Why prolong the torment? Time passed slowly, each second stretching into what felt like hours. Finally, Chen Yang began to remove the needles. And as the last one was extracted, Rong opened her eyes and quickly donned her clothing. The room was enveloped in silence, leaving Chen Yang at a loss for words. Fortunately, Rong was gracious. Once dressed, she smiled and said, thank you. I see you're sweating. Chen Yang offered a dry laugh. It's nothing, just a quick wipe. Observing his expression, Rong realized he appeared slightly flushed, seemingly more nervous than herself, which struck her as amusing, causing her earlier tension and embarrassment to dissipate. She then inquired, with this treatment, I should recover more swiftly, right? Chen Yang replied, yes. You can go for a checkup at the hospital tomorrow. I believe everything will be fine. Surprised, Rong responded, so soon? I thought I'd need several more sessions. Chen Yang reassured her, there is likely no need for that. Let's see the results first. Recovery takes time, and I can't be certain just yet. All right, I'll go tomorrow. She nodded, adding, you've worked hard today. There's no need for such formality. If all is well, I shall take my leave, Chen Yang said as he rose to depart. However, upon catching sight of his trousers, Rong immediately turned her head away, exclaiming, You should wait a moment before going out. Startled, Chen Yang glanced down and was instantly mortified. He quickly turned away, managing a nervous chuckle, please inform me of the results tomorrow, and then fled the room as though escaping. Left alone, Rong touched her flushed cheeks, murmuring, Do I still possess such allure? As Chen Yang exited the shopping mall, he exhaled deeply, pondering how he would face her the next day. This was exceedingly awkward, yet he found solace in the fact that she did not seem angry. Right? She doesn't mind. Then it's all good. With that thought, he relaxed and hailed a taxi. Upon returning home, Jiang Yu had just finished a set of martial arts forms in the yard. You're back? How is sister wrong? She asked. Quite well. In a few days. She should be fully recovered, Chen Yang replied. That's good to hear. Jiang Yu nodded, grabbing a nearby staff and demonstrating her skill with a few striking movements. The staff slicing through the air with impressive vigor. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yang remarked, with so many family members present these days, it would be wise for you to refrain from practicing martial arts here, lest you frighten others. Jiang Yu nodded in understanding, setting aside her long staff, and cast him a glance. In that case, I shall practice at the dilapidated temple on the back mountain tonight. Would you care to offer me some guidance? Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words. This was not a request for guidance, but rather an invitation. He surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was paying attention, before he finally nodded in agreement. Very well, let it be a rendezvous. Jiang Yu winked at him playfully before turning to leave. Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement. Having already been stirred by Mu Rongrong, Jiang Yu's playful invitation made him eagerly anticipate the arrival of nightfall. Chapter 99. A significant discovery as the night deepened. Chen Yang stealthily exited, making his way to the back mountain. Upon arrival, he found Jiang Yu already there, draped in a thick blanket. Seeing him, Jiang Yu expressed her dissatisfaction. Why did you arrive so late? Your departure was so loud that I dared not follow immediately. Chen Yang offered a wry smile. All right then. Jiang Yu nodded. We must hurry. I am determined to break through to the second level of qi refining tonight. Chen Yang was taken aback, realizing that her intentions were not what he had assumed. He had fancied himself to be quite charming. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, so this is how it is. I have become your tool. You always were. Jiang Yu shot him a glare before shedding her clothes. The carefree girl had returned. Yet, once they lay together, she transformed into a wild little kitten, exuding both allure and untamed spirit. That night, they were inseparable, until the first light of dawn began to grace the eastern sky. As before, Chen Yang returned home first, while Jiang Yu lingered until the sun had fully risen. By 11 in the morning, Chen Yang received a call from Mu Rongrong. As soon as he picked up, he was greeted by her melodious laughter. You are incredible. Have you fully recovered? Not yet, he replied. But the doctor said I am nearly there. He was astonished and asked how I had been treated. Mu Rongrong chuckled. Chen Yang smiled. And what did you tell him? I said I encountered a miraculous physician who healed me with mere medicine and acupuncture. Mu Rongrong laughed. And the doctor didn't believe you? I told him that there was nothing more to be done. Believe it or not, your recovery is what matters. Chen Yang responded with amusement. I think the same. Mu Rongrong said, clearly elated, her chatter increasing. However, I believe you should assist me with another treatment to solidify my progress, just in case it recurs. This startled Chen Yang. He mused to himself whether she desired another session. After her previous shyness and blush, could she have forgotten? Oh, by the way, when you come, I will prepare your reward. Mu Rongrong continued. There's no need for a reward. Money is not an issue for me. Chen Yang chuckled. But I certainly will need to conduct a follow-up examination. Let's discuss it when you arrive, Mu Rongrong laughed. After hanging up, Chen Yang glanced at the time, concluding there was nothing pressing to attend to, and decided to venture out in the afternoon. However, just as he finished his lunch and was about to leave, Zhang Hua's car pulled up outside. Upon seeing him, Chen Yang felt an inexplicable nervousness, unsure of the reason. Yang Gu, I need to tell you something, Zhang Hua said, oblivious to Chen Yang's unease, as he stepped out of the car and spoke in hushed tones. What is it? Chen Yang asked, puzzled by his mysterious demeanor. It's about that Zhao Jiang kid. We have made a significant discovery. Zhang Hua cast a vigilant glance around, sensing that the young man before him was far more complex than he appeared. Chen Yang inquired directly, what have you discovered? He elaborated. There exists a factory on the outskirts of the county, surrounded by an exceptionally high wall topped with electrified fencing, creating a fortress-like atmosphere. The heavy iron gate conceals all that lies within. Zhang Hua chuckled, continuing. Li Rue and his team have been observing for several days and have confirmed that there are indeed people inside the factory. Yet no workers are ever seen entering or leaving. Oh, Chen Yang's brow furrowed in contemplation. What could that imply? In my opinion, Zhang Hua replied. The factory likely produces illicit goods. Raising an eyebrow, he added. If that is the case, we need not intervene. This fellow would be sentenced to death upon capture. Chen Yang pondered, are you suggesting that Zhao Jiang possesses such audacity? Zhang Hua retorted, why not? He has never been a virtuous individual. Indeed, Chen Yang nodded. This revelation is significant. I shall investigate tonight. Excellent. Zhang Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. What are you two whispering about? Jiang Yu approached, her curiosity piqued. Nothing, nothing. Zhang Hua replied with a grin. Please, you stutter whenever you lie. Jiang Yu shot him a glare before turning to Chen Yang. What is going on? Chen Yang explained. This evening, we plan to conduct some inquiries regarding Zhao Jiang. Oh? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Will there be a need for confrontation? Possibly, Chen Yang acknowledged, recognizing the futility of evading her involvement. As anticipated, Jiang Yu immediately declared, then I shall join. Very well, Chen Yang acquiesced, determining to visit Murong the following day. It was still midday when they decided to depart, setting off in the late afternoon towards the county's outskirts. This area had once been a development zone, but it had long since fallen into disrepair, likely due to failed investments or other circumstances. Nevertheless, a few enterprises remained, evidenced by the electric bikes and small cars parked around the factories. The factory frequented by Zhao Jiang was situated at the farthest end, in a rather secluded spot. After disembarking, Chen Yang and his companions walked for another 10 minutes before arriving. What happened to you? You look like a wild man, Chen Yang remarked, observing Li Rui's greasy face, disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, and leaves clinging to his clothes. Li Rui scratched his head. I couldn't wash my face in the wild, and I feared being spotted by those inside, so I fashioned this makeshift camouflage. Much appreciated, Chen Yang replied, understanding the effort involved. Rest assured, after tonight, you won't have to remain here any longer. That would be splendid, Li Rui exclaimed, visibly relieved. I feel utterly filthy, casting his gaze upon the high wall nearby. Chen Yang commented, this wall is indeed quite imposing. Not to worry, Yang Ge, Zhang Hua grinned. We can hoist you up. It's just the electrified fence that poses a challenge. Zhang Hua chuckled. If we were to cut it, do you think the people inside would notice? That remains uncertain. Chen Yang mused. Chen Yang shook his head and glanced around. There's no need for such trouble. I have a way to get in. Without cutting the power grid? Zhang Hua was taken aback. That is out of the question. What if it's high voltage? No amount of skill can withstand that. Who said we must sever the power grid to gain entry? Chen Yang pointed to a nearby large tree. We can simply jump in from there. Ah. Zhang Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Yang, that's so high. Jumping over could lead to a fracture. With your current physique, a fracture may be possible, but for me, it's quite simple. Even your sister could leap in effortlessly. Chen Yang chuckled. Indeed, it's a piece of cake. Jiang Yu interjected, hands behind her back. You all. Zhang Hua still appeared skeptical. Can you not overexert yourselves? Who is overexerting? Jiang Yu shot him a glare. If it weren't for the fact that it's not completely dark yet, I would gladly demonstrate my recent training prowess. This remark made Chen Yang a bit anxious, fearing she might inadvertently reveal too much. Chapter 100. The incredible in truth, there was no necessity for such secrecy. Jiang Yu, though forthright, was not foolish. She certainly would not divulge her affair with Chen Yang so carelessly. Observing the confidence shared between her and Chen Yang, Zhang Hua refrained from further comment, and the group nestled in the shadows, patiently awaiting their moment. As the clock struck 8, the surroundings plunged into darkness, with no signs of movement. It was only then that Chen Yang and Jiang Yu ascended the tree. Zhang Hua and Li Rui looked up, their hearts in their throats. The individuals inside were rather dim-witted. Despite the stringent precautions, they had not thought to fell the tree. Climbing to a height of 7 or 8 meters, Jiang Yu whispered. It is likely not that they do not wish to cut it down, but rather that they are unable to. Chen Yang chuckled. This tree must belong to the local villagers. They probably demand an exorbitant price. At their current altitude, they could discern the situation within the factory. Yet no figures were visible. Look over there. Jiang Yu pointed. There are a few glimmers of light. It seems they have blocked the windows with something. Indeed. Chen Yang nodded. It was evident that the factory was illuminated, but the light was intentionally obscured, which piqued his curiosity. After observing for a moment, he turned to Jiang Yu and said, I will leap over first and then assist you. Who do you look down upon? This distance is nothing for someone at the second level of qi refining. Jiang Yu retorted defiantly. Chen Yang merely smiled and said nothing, gathering his strength before he leapt. He soared over the high wall like a great bird, landing silently. Wow, Yang Gu is amazing. Zhang Hua gazed up in astonishment. At the same moment, Jiang Yu followed suit, her movement even more graceful. Boss, your sister is quite formidable, Li Rui complimented. Of course, just look at who she is, Zhang Hua replied with pride. The two entered the courtyard in succession, but the difference in their landings became apparent. Chen Yang touched down soundlessly, while Jiang Yu's descent produced a dull thud. It was this sound that roused a large dog from its resting place nearby. The dog, spotting unfamiliar figures in the courtyard, was about to bark when it was struck on the head by a pebble, rendering it unconscious. Chen Yang turned to Jiang Yu. That was close. Jiang Yu, however, scoffed. Close. What does it matter if we are discovered? We can just take it down. With that, she made her way towards the source of the light. Chen Yang considered her words but said nothing, following her lead. Upon reaching the window, Jiang Yu turned her head and peered through the gap with her right eye. After a moment, she turned to Chen Yang and said, "There are several people inside, but I cannot discern what they are doing. Let me take a look." Chen Yang leaned in closer. Inside, he observed 4 or 5 individuals busily gathered around a massive workbench, which was adorned with various beakers, flasks, and chemical reagents, alongside a balance scale. At the sight of this, Chen Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. His suspicions had indeed proven correct. "Zhao Jiang, you truly are audacious." Turning his head, he said to Jiang Yu, "It is now certain. They are manufacturing drugs." "What?" Jiang Yu's eyes widened in shock, utterly taken aback. The individuals inside were undoubtedly ruthless, and if he was not mistaken, they must be armed. Chen Yang nodded and continued, "Therefore, you shall be responsible for opening the main door while I deal with them." However, Jiang Yu shook her head. "No way. What if you get shot?" "A serious injury, perhaps, but death does not come so easily," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "You cannot be joking at this moment." Jiang Yu shot him a glare and pondered for a moment. "How about this? I will create a distraction outside, and while they are preoccupied, you can rush in. This will at least reduce the number of people targeting you by 1 or 2. "A splendid idea," Chen Yang nodded. "But you must ensure your safety." "Do not worry, I am not ready to leave this world yet," Jiang Yu declared, turning towards the main door. Chen Yang observed from the shadows as she approached the imposing iron gate, raising her hand and striking it with a thunderous bang. The few individuals inside froze simultaneously. They exchanged glances, then all bent down, rising with long guns in their